Invasion from alternate dimensions has unleashed a horde of mystical beasts, with beast tamers emerging as the guardians of the world. Qin Nian has traversed into the role of a teacher in a class of underperforming beast tamers and has awakened the divine promotion system. The chubby Neo has undergone a flawless evolution. Bubble bomb. Freezing. The white-haired worm has achieved perfect evolution. Silk spit. Thunder attachment. The fiery dog has perfected its evolution. Ordinary fireball, explosive fireball. What a class of misfits. What of low-rarity mystical beasts. All shall evolve flawlessly. Prestigious academies vie for special recruitment. With the encyclopedia of mystical beasts in his left hand and the diagnostic hand in his right, Qin Nian leads his students toward the pinnacle of the world. Surrounding Qin Nian are countless ancient divine beasts. The sacred cloud stork, the azure sea giant Qin, the radiant feathered purple gold disc, the three realms feathered phoenix, and the great Yuan Law thunder dragon. He defends the summer nation, explores fragments of alternate dimensions, and battles across the universe. He aspires to become the most formidable beast tamer in the cosmos. Chapter 1. The divine promotion system is bound. Today's news flashes. The son of the world's richest man, Ma Chenggang, has failed to cultivate his contract beast, which has perished. Renowned experts assert that teachers, as the second parents to children, bear undeniable responsibility for failures in beast evolution. At the office of the director at the Divine Deer High School. By next Monday, if Class 8 has not produced a single successful evolution, prepare to be dismissed. Feel free to let me go. In the face of the director's threats, Qin Nian's demeanor was far from submissive. Even the richest man in the world, Ma Chenggang, had failed to cultivate, so what was the fuss about his class of delinquents failing to evolve their beasts? A year prior, a well-connected special recruitment teacher had joined Divine Deer High School, resulting in Qin Nian's reassignment from the experimental class to the remedial class. The director perceived Qin Nian's attitude as dissatisfaction. His class languished at the bottom of the city's rankings, prompting potential donor companies to consider withdrawing their contributions. In this regard, Director Qi Li felt utterly helpless. Little did they know, Qin Nian felt equally trapped. Colleagues and superiors assumed he was expressing his discontent through a lack of motivation. But in truth, it was not dissatisfaction. He felt it was sheer ignorance. Having traversed to the beast tamer world for a year, Qin Nian had yet to encounter his golden opportunity. By day, he relied on scant social experience, mustering the courage to cling to this meager job. By night, he diligently studied the knowledge of beast tamers in this world. Despite his efforts, the vast chasm between him and the specialized teachers could not be bridged merely by burning the midnight oil. This past year had drained him of all vitality in his struggle for survival. He had long suspected that he could not retain this position. Indeed, on the brink of unemployment, he could no longer muster the energy to maintain the facade of a diligent worker. But on his way back to class, a beautiful teacher from his second year halted him. Lu Jingyi had only been at the school for a year, but had already become a key figure in teaching. Teacher Qin, could you assist me in reviewing this evolution path? I am uncertain which direction to pursue. Qin Nian replied, Please, do not inquire of me. I have no results to offer. Having said this, he wore a wooden expression and was about to depart. Ding! Having survived for a year, you have passed the test. Divine promotion system is now bound. Newbie gift pack encyclopedia of mystical beasts has been issued. Qin Nian was momentarily stunned, utterly flabbergasted. A year had passed, and his golden finger had finally arrived. Warning, the host's honor value has plummeted to 1, posing a grave danger. Should the honor value reach 0, the host will be obliterated. Qin Nian froze once more. It was over. He was on the verge of demise. Wait. Teacher Lu bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, Teacher Qin, you should not be like this. Why not showcase your true abilities? Warning. The last point of honor value is about to dissipate. Acknowledgement of your dedication from Teacher Lu. Qin Nian regarded Teacher Lu in disbelief. The only interaction he had with her was borrowing her teaching materials. While others merely perceived his superficial failings in teaching, Teacher Lu had seen through his essence. Was Qin Nian diligent in his work? He arose early, stayed late, never tardy, and never took leave. He had exerted sufficient effort. Yet, it could not alter the fact that his teaching was subpar. This was what tormented him the most. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Qin Nian grasped Lu Jingyi's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. Lu Jingyi's ears flushed crimson, and she retracted her hand. No, it's nothing. This evolution path. Can Teacher Qin even comprehend the evolution path now? The homeroom teacher from the adjacent class, Wang Tianlei, approached with a sardonic tone. Aged around 23 or 24, he bore the visage of a contemporary male model. While he spoke of Qin Nian, his gaze lingered on Lu Jingyi, imbued with admiration. "Teacher Lu, what a coincidence. Would you care to join me for lunch at noon?" Lu Jingyi frowned slightly, ignoring his advances. Qin Nian also found him irksome. "Teacher Lu, shall we converse in the office?" Wang Tianlei, upon hearing this, sidled over to block their path, mockingly stating, "Teacher Qin, next Monday, the statistics for the evolution of mystical beasts in our graduating class will be finalized. Rather than lingering here with Teacher Lu, you ought to submit your resume early." Wang Tianlei felt a sense of superiority over Qin Nian, who had become the lowest-ranking teacher. Moreover, his appearance and physique were not inferior to Qin Nian's. Before Qin Nian could respond, Lu Jingyi interjected, displeased. "Teacher Wang, you are mistaken. I am the one seeking guidance from Teacher Qin." Wang Tianlei appeared skeptical of Lu Jingyi's explanation. "How could that be possible? Teacher Lu is a key figure in teaching." Qin Nian replied in a calm tone. "Has Teacher Wang forgotten that I am also a distinguished teacher?" Wang Tianlei was momentarily taken aback. How could he have forgotten that? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. A distinguished teacher indeed held more weight than a key figure in teaching. Wang Tianlei suddenly realized, standing together, the true underperformer was he. Disregarding Wang Tianlei, Qin Nian remained preoccupied with that precarious point of honor value, contemplating how to salvage the situation. "I shall take a look." He accepted the document and skimmed through it. The encyclopedia of mystical beasts flooded his mind with newfound knowledge. Fortunately, the foundation he had built through his relentless study over the past year allowed him to integrate and apply this knowledge with agility. Lu Jingyi steadied her heartbeat, entering a professional demeanor as she discussed the student's thoughts. This student has contracted a fiery dog, and his initial evolution goal is to enhance the beast's defense or rarity value. The evolution path simulated two choices: merging with the genes of the lava tortoise or the green wolf, one enhancing defense and the other boosting rarity value. On the surface, there appear to be no issues. The evolution paths designed in the academy typically followed such straightforward evolutionary routes. However, Qin Nian discerned a flaw. The lava tortoise genes may enhance the fiery dog's defense and elemental values, but there is a significant probability that it will undermine the fiery dog's pride or speed. This is a critical flaw for the fiery dog. As for the green wolf, the dominant gene for fur is overly strong to my knowledge. The fiery dog despises green. Thus, it is best to avoid both options. Lu Jingyi listened thoughtfully, her expression contemplative. In stark contrast, Wang Tianlei, eavesdropping with keen interest, found the notion utterly absurd. It was his first encounter with the idea that the preferences of spirit beasts should be taken into account during their evolution. It was simply outrageous. "Oh my, this is hilarious. Teacher Qin, it appears you've truly lost your touch in your quest to save face. You've resorted to utter nonsense. Even the likes of dogs' preferences are now within your grasp? How utterly ridiculous." He guffawed. Observing the mindless ridicule directed at Qin Nian, Lu Jingyi arched an eyebrow, her gaze sharp. "Teacher Wang, have you never perused Master Mingyin's work, Evolution from the Perspective of Spirit Beasts?" Wang Tianlei's laughter abruptly ceased. He was well aware of Master Mingyin, yet he had, regrettably, never encountered that particular treatise. Suddenly confronted with his own intellectual blind spot, self-doubt began to creep in. Lu Jingyi then turned to Qin Nian, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Teacher Qin's analytical perspective aligns impeccably with that of Master Mingyin, and in fact surpasses it in certain intricate details. Truly impressive. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianlei felt as though he had been struck by his own knowledge blind spot. A twinge of discomfort washed over him. Master Mingyin was a nationally renowned authority on evolution, with countless admirers. Could it be that Qin Nian's understanding of spirit-beast evolution was indeed so formidable? Uncertain, he decided to listen further. Chapter 2. Gaining National Master Recognition. Qin Nian continued. To avoid the potential failure of the Fiery Hound's evolution or subsequent depression, I recommend pursuing a path of racial evolution. Given the Fiery Hound's attributes, it is particularly suitable to integrate the genes of the Storm Hound, as long as the genetic ratio is managed appropriately. Not only should the racial values increase, but there may also be delightful surprises in elemental skills. Qin Nian's insights illuminated Lu Jingyi's understanding. Meanwhile, Wang Tianlei remained skeptical of Qin Nian's assertions. When he heard Qin Nian mention the integration of Stormhound genes, his eyes gleamed with the belief that he had caught Qin Nian in a slip. The Stormhound genes contain latent volatile factors. significantly raising the probability of acute incompatibility during the evolution process. Qin Nian, are you really willing to risk your student's future for the sake of your reputation? Lu Laoshi, he is endangering your student and your teaching career. Are you willing to gamble on that? Wang Tianlei gazed expectantly at Lu Jingyi, hoping to see signs of wavering or disdain for Qin Nian on her exquisite face. To his surprise, Lu Jingyi did not even spare him a glance. You need not worry, Wang Laoshi. I shall take full responsibility for my student. One honor point preserved. Please continue your efforts, host. Wang Tianlei was about to retort when Qin Nian interrupted impatiently. To discuss integration without addressing genetic ratios is sheer nonsense. If you don't understand, perhaps you should read more. Blabbering here won't enhance your intellect. Qin Nian's cutting remarks left Wang Tianlei momentarily flabbergasted. Ha ha ha, this young man is quite amusing. Chuckled a middle-aged man in casual attire, standing 5 meters away. He had been eavesdropping for a while and could no longer contain his laughter. Upon hearing the laughter, Qin Nian turned to look. The newcomer appeared to be around 45, with thinning hair and disheveled eyebrows, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. He approached Qin Nian and generously praised, "Remarkable. You are a promising talent in the field of evolution. Who would have thought that a small school like Shenlu High could have such an erudite teacher, particularly one so knowledgeable about lower-tier spirit beasts? Truly a rarity." Ding. Honor points 1. Qin Nian was somewhat taken aback by the system's notification. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze to Wang Tianlei, his expression remaining mild. As for you, teacher, your professional knowledge leaves much to be desired. Wang Tianlei was both furious and incredulous. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "Qin Nian, is this man your plant? You're delusional." Qin Nian retorted. At this, the man seemed to recall something and casually produced an item from his pocket, affixing it to his left chest. It was a red badge, signifying a master-level spirit beast evolutionist, of which only 11 existed nationwide. The 3 present gasped in astonishment upon seeing the badge's rank. Wang Tianlei stood frozen in disbelief. The 11 masters were under national protection and remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, they had not recognized him. The man smiled at Wang Tianlei. "Apologies, I forgot to display this beforehand. I nearly caused a misunderstanding. Now, can we agree that I am not a plant?" Wang Tianlei, still in shock, instinctively replied, "That is acceptable." The man had other matters to attend to and smiled at Qin Nian as he departed. "Qin Nian, you need to visit the principal's office. The principal is looking for you." After regaining his senses, Wang Tianlei relayed the principal's message and hastily pursued the master. If this apology went poorly, he feared he would never sleep soundly again. Subsequently, Qin Nian made his way to the principal's office, receiving another system notification in the process. Ding. The host has comprehensively assimilated the knowledge acquired within 3 minutes, achieving an S rating in aptitude. Reward, permanent skill, diagnostic touch. Diagnostic touch. By touching the target's posterior, one can discern the underlying issues they face. Qin Nian. Diagnosis is one thing. But why must it involve touching a spirit beast's rear? Is the system perverse? Because the posterior harbors the largest nerves in the body, making it the most suitable for sensory diagnosis. Qin Nian fell silent for a moment. Well, that is rather scientifically sound. As expected, upon entering the principal's office, he was met with a torrent of vehement reproach. The withdrawal of donations from a corporate sponsor was no trivial matter. The principal was nearly beside himself with rage, contemplating expelling Qin Nian on the spot. However, given that Qin Nian had legitimately secured his position and was under national protection, even dismissal would require following proper protocol. "You are nothing but a rat's droppings," Principal's son scolded, his beard trembling with indignation. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted. "Come in," Principal's son barked. The young male teacher who entered was none other than the specially recruited teacher, Jia Feiyu. "Ah, Teacher Jia, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Jia Feiyu, Principal's son's demeanor softened considerably. Jia Feiyu was known for his commendable teaching abilities, and his family had made significant donations to the school. Jia Feiyu, with a calm expression, glanced past Qin Nian and addressed Principal's son. "Principal, I am here to deliver some good news." "Oh, what good news?" Hearing that the school's reputation had plummeted and that a donor was considering withdrawing support, Jia Feiyu continued. "The Jia family is prepared to make another small donation. But they have a proposal." Principal's son, taken aback, stood up. "What proposal?" "Next Monday, the Academy will host a public graduation class Spirit Beast Duel, inviting leaders from the Education Bureau and the president of the Spirit Beast Association to attend. At that time," Jia Feiyu cast a pointed glance at Qin Nian, smiling as he continued, "We could use this opportunity to publicly reprimand those teachers who lack teaching competence and exhibit poor attitudes, thereby restoring the school's reputation. This approach would not only salvage the school's image but also entice the donors' renewed interest while simultaneously tarnishing Qin Nian's reputation beyond repair." GFAU was confident that the principal would acquiesce. Of course, the last point is GFAU's personal ambition. Principal Sun pondered for a moment, yet was not entirely agreeable. The Spirit Beast duel can proceed, but I believe public reprimands are unnecessary. Principal Sun wished for Qin Nian to leave, but had not contemplated utterly ruining the young man's future. How about this? Let only the rocket class and experimental class participate in the duel, which would still showcase our school's excellence. GFAU, however, appeared apologetic. Principal, this aligns with the wishes of the GF family's upper management. If we do not proceed in this manner, I fear the donation may be at risk. Principal Sun found himself momentarily at a loss. Ding. Task triggered. The host must lead the students to participate in the graduation class Spirit Beast duel and secure first place. Completing the task will yield a reward, 15 units of basic elemental potion. The task had finally arrived. Qin Nian had intended to participate regardless. After all, honor points were intrinsically linked to his survival, and he needed to devise ways to enhance his standing. The upcoming Spirit Beast duel was an opportune event. Public competitions draw large crowds, providing him with ample opportunity to earn more honor points. At this moment, Qin Nian spoke up. Principal, since this is a graduation class duel, how could our class be absent? We not only wish to participate, but are confident in securing first place. Principal Sun, regarding Qin Nian's inexplicable confidence, he found himself at a loss for words. Ahem. GFAU suppressed a smile and cheerfully nudged him, suggesting that since Teacher Qin was indifferent, the principal might as well agree. Principal Sun looked at Qin Nian as if he were a fool, yet ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 3. Out of a class of 15. 14 had taken sick leave. Soon, all the students received notifications. Qin Nian approached the doorway of Class 8 in his senior year with a light-hearted gait. The third year comprised 8 classes, if one could count. It was evident that this particular class was at the very bottom of the rankings, populated by underachievers and troublemakers. Indeed, Qin Nian was the homeroom teacher of this class. Why was it so eerily quiet today? When things seem amiss, there must be something afoot. Surely, these little rascals weren't scheming something behind his back? He raised his hand, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. What greeted him was an empty classroom. Where's everyone? It was class time, and although it was common for students to dash to the restroom, surely all 15 couldn't have gone at once? Qin Nian scanned the room and eventually spotted one student hiding beneath a desk. He approached and tapped on the desk. Du Yutong, come out. Caught. Du Yutong awkwardly emerged from her hiding place. Teacher, Qin Nian inquired, why were you hiding under the desk? Just picking up something, she stammered. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? After pondering for a moment, Du Yutong realized it would be futile to fabricate a story and opted for honesty. Teacher, I've heard that you not only enrolled us in the school's Beastmaster competition, but also boldly claimed that we would secure first place. The others were afraid of embarrassment, so they all took sick leave. Qin Nian retorted, is this something those little rascals would do? If I wasn't present, who did they ask for leave from? They said they would return next Tuesday to submit their leave notes. And why didn't you leave? I'm the class monitor after all. I stayed to support the teacher. Du Yutong said insincerely. In truth, she had fallen asleep and her leg had gone numb, preventing her from standing up. Otherwise, she would have bolted. Qin Nian nodded. Well then, let us prepare for class. With a woeful expression, Du Yutong sat down. Not only was she left behind, but she was also the only one who had to attend class. How miserable. Qin Nian ascended to the podium. Du Yutong, release your contracted spirit from the Beastmaster space. Oh, all right. Du Yutong's contracted spirit was a plump and adorable creature, about the size of a palm, resembling an oversized Tang Yuan. Nyo nyo. The chubby spirit affectionately rubbed against Du Yutong's palm, joyfully rolling around. Qin Nian opened the records related to Du Yutong's contracted spirit, where he had documented the evolution plan. After studying diligently for a year, he had contemplated various possibilities but had refrained from drawing conclusions due to uncertainty. The evolution of spirit beasts was irreversible. Regardless of the outcome, they would accompany the student for life. Du Yutong, the direction of evolution you desire is to enhance Nyo-Nyo's elemental strength and eyesight. Why the emphasis on improving eyesight? Du Yutong explained, because Nyo-Nyo's skill, Bubble Bomb, has never hit its target. So I suspect there might be an issue with its vision. Have you taken it to the Spirit Beast Hospital for an examination? Qin Nian asked. Du Yutong shook her head. No, bring it here, I'll help check it. Du Yutong's first reaction was skepticism. She had never heard of a homeroom teacher diagnosing spirit beasts. Surely, he wasn't planning to use Nyo-Nyo as a test subject? Hesitantly, she approached with her spirit beast, calming it before handing it over to Qin Nian. Taking it, Qin Nian utilized his diagnostic abilities. Scenes related to the issue flashed through his mind. Nyo-Nyo's eyesight was perfectly fine. It simply followed Du Yutong's commands closely, responding to her every gesture, resulting in a hit rate of 0. What else could be the reason? Qin Nian glanced at the colorful chandelier in the middle of the classroom and whispered something into Nian-Yo's ear. Immediately, a bubble bomb shot out, heading straight for the chandelier. In the next moment, the chandelier exploded, with shards of colorful glass scattering across the floor. The loud noise startled Du Yutong, causing her to shiver. This sudden scene left Du Yutong utterly astonished. She stared wide-eyed at the chaos in the classroom, then looked back at the obedient Nian-Yo nestled in Qin Nian's palm, struggling to believe that this destruction was caused by it. Du Yutong stuttered, "Nian-Yo. It hit the target?" In disbelief, she realized the facts were undeniable. She had just witnessed Nian-Yo successfully using the bubble bomb skill. "How did you do that, teacher?" Qin Nian returned Nian-Yo to her. "The little one's eyesight is fine. However, when commanding your spirit beast in battle, try to minimize physical gestures, as distance can cause visual discrepancies. In the future, it would be better to use verbal commands." Upon hearing this, Du Yutong had an epiphany. So it was her fault. She recalled how she had often complained about Nian-Yo's poor accuracy and felt a wave of shame wash over her. She quickly lowered her head and apologized. "Nian-Yo, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you before." Nian-Yo nuzzled her palm, signaling that it was all right. Seeing Nian-Yo's obedient demeanor only deepened Du Yutong's guilt. If it weren't for the teacher, she would have continued to misunderstand Nian-Yo. Moreover, it turned out that the teacher wasn't trying to use Nian-Yo as a guinea pig. He genuinely could identify the spirit beast's issues. "Thank you, teacher. You are truly remarkable." Du Yutong expressed her gratitude sincerely, her gaze filled with admiration for Qin Nian. Because of Nian-Yo, she wholeheartedly recognized Qin Nian as her homeroom teacher. As Du Yutong pondered the upcoming Beastmaster competition on Monday, she realized that if Class 8 had no participants, it would reflect poorly on the teacher. She resolved to support him. What did it matter if they faced embarrassment in front of the entire school? It was no big deal. She could just wear a mask to participate. Ding, honor points 1. Qin Nian handed Du Yutong a sheet of paper detailing Nian-Yo's evolution path. Nian-Yo is in excellent condition and can attempt evolution. My suggestion is to integrate the genes of the Tyrant Dragon to enhance elemental strength and attack speed. If that's acceptable, I can apply for the gene evolution liquid for you right now. Every student at Shindu High School was entitled to one free application for gene evolution liquid, provided they had the homeroom teacher's approval. Qin Nian had just reanalyzed Nian-Yo's evolution path and meticulously calculated the ratios for the Tyrant Dragon genes. "Nian-Yo can evolve?" Du Yutong exclaimed, her eyes alight with astonishment and joy as she examined the detailed evolution path analysis on the paper. She had thought that the teacher had already considered Nian-Yo's evolution path and done so comprehensively. What kind of extraordinary teacher was he? Du Yutong's eyes brimmed with profound gratitude as she regarded Qin Nian. Qin Nian nodded, his long fingers brushing against his forehead as he lamented. "I had intended to apply for all 15 of you together, but it seems these rascals have absconded." Du Yutong mused. If it weren't for her numb leg, she would have missed it. How fortunate. However, those classmates who took sick leave must be regretting missing out on what transpired. Qin Nian rose. "Let's go to the Spirit Beast Evolution Room." Following Qin Nian, Du Yutong was bubbling with excitement. As they turned a corner, she nearly collided with a male student from the experimental class. Noticing his limp, Du Yutong thought to herself that she hadn't really bumped into him, so she asked, "Are you all right, classmate?" The male student waved his hand awkwardly. "I'm fine, just sat on the toilet for too long. My leg went numb." Upon hearing this, Du Yutong's eyes lit up. "Numb leg? Hey, you're quite lucky." "What?" The male student looked bewildered as he watched her skip away joyfully. "Numb leg equals good luck? How strange, is she out of her mind?" A girl passing by remarked, "Hey, isn't that Du Yutong, the class president from Class 8? The male student, realizing she was from the 3rd year, suddenly understood. Oh, a class of underachievers. No wonder she is so eccentric. But she seemed to be heading towards the Spirit Beast Evolution Room. Spirit Beast Evolution Room? Do students from Class 8 really need to apply for genetic evolution fluid? The girl quickly typed a message to the school group chat. "Let us go. Let us take a look." Chapter 4. Are they out of their minds to come up with such a terrible idea? Meanwhile, Qin Nian led Du Yutong to the building that housed the Spirit Beast Evolution Room. At the entrance, they fortuitously encountered Lu Jingyi, who was bringing students over. "What a coincidence, Teacher Qin." They greeted each other and entered together. Inside the Spirit Beast Evolution Room, the supervisor was yawning in boredom. This place could go days without a visitor. It was undoubtedly the most leisurely post in the entire school, easy yet dull. He longed for something exciting to happen. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. The supervisor perked up. Finally, some action. He quickly pressed a button to unlock the door. Qin Nian and the others stepped inside, only to find Wang Tianlei arriving with a student as well. Upon seeing Qin Nian, he halted in his tracks. The supervisor chuckled at the scene. "Oh, what is this? A gathering of 3 teachers today. According to the order, Lu teacher is first, Qin teacher second, and Wang teacher third. All three nodded in agreement. After Lu Jingyi applied for the evolution fluid, the student summoned a Fire Hound and administered the fluid on the spot. Although the evolution room was enclosed, the school had thoughtfully constructed a glass wall to provide a more intuitive view for the students, encouraging them to observe actively. This glass wall not only allowed a clear view of the evolution room, but also transmitted sounds from within with remarkable clarity. At that moment, students and teachers alike crowded around the glass wall. I know that student. He is Yang Mingrui from the second year. He is only in the second year. And he is already meeting the evolution standards for spirit beasts? Incredible. If he succeeds in evolving, he'll be set for a prestigious university. Inside, after the Fire Hound consumed the specially formulated Storm Dog genetic evolution fluid, it lay down with its eyes closed. Meanwhile, Yang Mingrui had positioned himself as instructed by the supervisor, connected to monitoring equipment to ensure swift response to any unforeseen incidents during the evolution process. Typically, the evolution would last a maximum of 10 minutes, and failures would take even less time. In order to avoid disturbing the spirit beast's evolution, everyone remained silent, waiting for time to pass. Yang Mingrui slowly closed his eyes as well. Surprisingly, just 3 minutes in, the monitoring device began to emit beeping sounds. Lu Jingyi stepped forward. Anxiously, the supervisor leaned in closely to examine the display. Upon seeing the readings, he was taken aback. Oh no, Yang's temperature has exceeded 385 degrees and is still rising. Lu Jingyi's expression changed drastically. While it was normal for a beast master's temperature to rise during spirit beast evolution, this was alarmingly quick. It shouldn't have reached that level in just 3 minutes. The supervisor glanced at the comprehensive data and stated, "This condition indicates a severe incompatibility reaction between the Fire Hound and Storm Dog genes. Lu teacher, you need to be mentally prepared." Frankly, if this situation were to escalate, Lu Jingyi's career would be in jeopardy. Yet, not wanting to jump to conclusions, the supervisor suggested, it could also be due to individual constitution. We should observe for a bit longer. If Yang's temperature exceeds 40 degrees, we must intervene. Lu Jingyi took a deep breath. Her gaze fixed on Yang Mingrui with a complicated expression. An abnormal temperature spike was indeed a primary indication of acute incompatibility, yet it wasn't the only explanation. She had witnessed another situation very similar to Yang Mingrui's current state. She just didn't know which one he was experiencing. In just a few minutes, she would have clarity. Outside the glass wall, the gathered students grew tense, even hesitant to speak loudly. How could this happen? An acute incompatibility reaction. How terrifying. Oh no. I'm supposed to evolve my spirit beast the day after tomorrow. I'm so scared. I'm even more worried about what will happen to that student tomorrow. The moment those words were spoken, the air outside fell silent. The students had learned about acute incompatibility reactions during their Beastmaster theory classes in the second year. Once confirmed, evolution must be forcibly halted. If interrupted, irreversible harm would be inflicted on the spirit beast, leaving it incapable of future evolution. Yet, if they didn't intervene, the student could lose their life due to the high temperature and elemental turmoil. The evolution path at Shenlu Academy had always favored stability, and such incidents had never occurred before. Not only the students, but even the observing teachers didn't expect to witness such a scene. As the students whispered amongst themselves, Wang Tianlei's mocking voice rang out from within the evolution room. "Qin Nian, what kind of ridiculous idea did you give Lu teacher? The originally stable lava turtle and green wolf genes. Why did you insist on using the storm dog genes? I warned you before that the storm dog genes contain hidden volatile factors that could trigger acute incompatibility reactions. Yet you wouldn't listen. You claimed the lava turtle genes would slow down the Fire Hound's speed, which is its Achilles heel. The green wolf genes have an excessively dominant hair inheritance, and the Fire Hound despises green. If it weren't for your nonsense, Yang Mingrui wouldn't be in such a perilous situation." Wang Tianlei's words were intentionally provocative, causing Qin Nian to become the target of everyone's scrutiny. The students were left in a state of confusion. Does the evolution of spirit beasts require consideration of their preferences? The fiery dog despises the color green? How could I not know that my spirit beast is a fiery dog? Then what color does your fiery dog favor? How am I to ascertain its preferred hue? Does it even possess a favorite color? Indeed, do spirit beasts also have colors they favor? Yet, they can be picky eaters and have preferred foods. Why then? Should they not have favored colors? If they do, what other preferences might they possess? As the conversation unfolded, the questions in the minds of the students gradually transformed into introspection. Director Qi Li, observing from the periphery, wore a grim expression. An acute incompatibility incident could significantly impact the school's rating. If it was a result of malicious intent, the situation would become even graver. Qin Nian. These two syllables were nearly hissed through gritted teeth by Qi Li. Inside the evolution chamber, the detection instruments continued to beep incessantly. Yang Mingrue's body temperature soared. 386 degrees. 387 degrees. 388 degrees. As Wang Tianlei accused Qin Nian, he was meticulously analyzing the data of the fiery dog and the ratio of the storm hound gene evolution liquid, ultimately concluding that there was no issue. He then raised his gaze towards Yang Mingrue and stepped forward. Qin Nian, already the center of attention, stirred a wave of curiosity among the onlookers. What was he approaching Yang Mingrue for? The supervisor, anxious, reached out to halt Qin Nian. Qin Nian, what are you intending to do? To everyone's surprise, Qin Nian's target was not Yang Mingrue, but the fiery dog. He crouched down, gently patting the fiery dog's rear, and his demeanor visibly relaxed. Qin Nian, what are you doing? The supervisor demanded loudly. Due to the angle, the others could not discern Qin Nian's actions. It seemed as though he merely approached and then stepped back without doing anything. I did nothing, Qin Nian replied. The supervisor remained skeptical. Yet the detection instruments showed no abnormalities, so he refrained from pressing further. Yang Mingrue's temperature continued to climb. 39 degrees, 395 degrees, 40 degrees. The supervisor grasped the handheld device. Any intervention could obliterate the fiery dog's chance of evolution. However, they could not afford to wait any longer. The supervisor decisively declared, it has exceeded 40 degrees. And Yang Mingrue has shown no reaction. The instruments indicate he has slipped into a coma, and the situation is perilous. Teacher Liu, we must immediately terminate the evolution. No, we cannot terminate it. Yang Mingrue cried out in desperation. He could hear everything around him, yet he was immobilized, unable to open his eyes or utter a sound. He felt as though he were on the brink of panic. He sensed that his current state was comfortable, very comfortable. It was far from acute incompatibility. It was rather an opportunity. It absolutely must not be stopped. Who could save him? Chapter 5. Teacher Liu, there is something remarkable here. After thoroughly assessing Yang Mingrue's condition, Lu Jingyi decisively intervened to stop the supervisor. Qin Nian also stepped forward to assist in blocking the supervisor. The supervisor could not comprehend the actions of the two teachers. Teacher Qin, if it weren't for your reckless suggestions, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Isn't this chaos sufficient? And Teacher Liu, this is your student. Even if you're unwilling to accept the reality, delaying further will only exacerbate the situation. Facing the criticism, Lu Jingyi stood firm. It is not yet time to terminate the process. Not yet time. The supervisor exclaimed anxiously. Isn't there a limit to the human body's temperature? By then, it will be too late. Teacher Liu, what are you thinking? Lu Jingyi glanced at her student and voiced her hypothesis. I believe Yang Mingrue has encountered an opportunity rather than a genetic incompatibility. Her words reignited hope among the students outside. An opportunity? Could it truly be an opportunity? Genetic incompatibility was terrifying. If it were an opportunity, that would be splendid. Something good must happen. They prayed for Yang's successful evolution. The supervisor was left speechless, even finding it absurd. He believed Lu Jingyi had been so rattled that she was now indulging in fanciful thinking. Teacher Liu, you have truly lost your mind. Step aside. Just as the supervisor's hand was about to reach for Lu Jingyi's shoulder, it was thwarted by a bony hand. Qin Nian, looking directly into the supervisor's eyes, stated earnestly. Teacher Liu's conjecture is correct. Yang's condition is not due to genetic incompatibility, but rather indicates he is synchronized with the perfect fusion evolution state of the spirit beast. It absolutely cannot be forcibly terminated. The supervisor was taken aback. What? Perfect fusion evolution? This is even more ludicrous. He scoffed, incredulous as he remarked. Perfect fusion evolution can hardly occur in an ordinary spirit beast contracted by a commoner. It is merely a fiery dog. Throughout my years in this profession, I have witnessed every spirit beast evolution at Shenlu High School. There have been successful evolutions and countless failures, but never has there been a perfect fusion evolution. Not once. Qin Nian raised an eyebrow and countered. Not once means it is utterly impossible? Utterly impossible. The supervisor mentally affirmed this, yet lacked the courage to voice it. At that moment, silence enveloped both the interior and exterior of the chamber, as if a potent, inexplicable conviction was stirring, rendering him unable to speak. Wait, why is Yang Mingrue crying? Du Yutong was the first to notice the anomaly in Yang Mingrue. He remained immobile and mute. Yet the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes indicated he might still be conscious. Why was he crying? Was it out of discomfort, fear, or something else entirely? Lu Jingyi remained steadfast and reiterated, I align with Teacher Qin's perspective. I will take responsibility for my student and bear all consequences. This time, after a moment's hesitation, the supervisor finally stepped back. At this juncture, insisting further would also place him at risk. It was merely unfortunate for that exceptionally gifted student. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. According to protocol, Yang Mingrue's evolution had reached its critical juncture. At that moment, the access door to the evolution chamber swung open abruptly. Qi Li stormed in, radiating fury. She was tall and striking, exuding a commanding presence. Both of you step aside. As she spoke, the spirit beast totem behind her, the blue jay, manifested, and she intended to use her beast-controlling powers to forcibly push the two aside. The evolution of spirit beasts grew increasingly arduous, and only after completing 3 evolutions would the spirit beast totem manifest, allowing the beast master to share the power through the totem. Qi had enabled her spirit beast to complete a 3rd-level evolution at the age of 35, showcasing her exceptional talent in beast mastery. Her position as a director was a significant underutilization of her abilities. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jingyi, determined to protect her student, no longer concealed her intentions. A fire barrier of moderate size suddenly materialized in the air. The flames emitted an intensely high temperature, forcing Qi to retreat several steps. "No one is permitted to approach," Lu Jingyi declared with a stern expression. Nearby, Qin Nian stole a glance at Lu Jingyi's stunning profile illuminated by the flames. Astonished by her beauty, "Teacher Lu, you possess quite the talent," he mused, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at the captivating scene. The temperature within the evolution chamber soared. Meanwhile, a thin sheen of cold sweat appeared on Qi forehead. The students stood frozen in disbelief upon witnessing the totem displayed behind Lu Jingyi. A totem. It signifies that a 3rd-level evolution must be achieved. They were astounded that Lu Jingyi, barely in her 20s, had successfully facilitated a 3rd-level evolution for her spirit beast. Even Qi, the school director, was unaware that Lu Jingyi's spirit beast had already attained this remarkable feat. The revelation of the crimson bird totem, with 3 feathers adorning Lu Jingyi's head, left them utterly speechless. Who is Lu Jingyi, truly? The atmosphere became palpably tense. At that moment, a brilliant red light erupted from the fiery hound, quickly dissipating to reveal it standing tall and vigorous. This signified that it had successfully completed its genetic metamorphosis. Yang Mingrui finally opened his eyes. "It's over." Lu Jingyi sighed in relief as the flame barrier dissolved. This spectacle elicited a wave of jubilant cheers from outside. "It worked. Wow, this is fantastic." The first thing Yang Mingrui did upon awakening was approach Lu Jingyi and Qin Nian, expressing his profound gratitude. "Thank you, teachers, for your unwavering support. Without you, Others assumed he had suffered an acute genetic incompatibility reaction, and the supervising teacher had nearly forced the termination of the fiery hound's evolution. Had it not been for the teacher's staunch intervention, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. He recognized the immense risks they had undertaken, even jeopardizing their careers. Contemplating this, Yang Mingrui's eyes reddened once more. "Ding, honor points. 1. Lu Jingyi smiled gently, patting his shoulder with encouragement, as long as it went well. Qin Nian also laid a hand on his other shoulder, affirming, "Well done." To Du Yutong, this scene took on a different hue. "How heartwarming. It feels as though parents are comforting their child," she murmured, before quickly shaking her head to dispel the unsettling thought. With how young both the homeroom teacher and Lu Jingyi were, it was absurd to imagine them as parents to such an elder son. Meanwhile, the overlooked fiery hound squeezed between Qin Nian and the others, voicing its dissatisfaction. It had just completed its evolution. Shouldn't it be the center of attention? After its transformation, the fiery hound had grown significantly larger. Its fur lengthened and transformed from dark red to a vibrant crimson. "Shouldn't we conduct a test for the fiery hound, supervisor?" Lu Jingyi reminded. Yes indeed. We should test it." The supervisor responded, visibly uncomfortable. He longed to vanish into the ground, but his duties were not yet fulfilled. They proceeded with the genetic testing for the fiery hound, and had Yang Mingrui directed to utilize its elemental skill, targeting a designated location for data analysis. Soon, the results emerged. Chapter 6, Perfect Evolution. Qin Nian's analysis had proven correct. Species, fiery hound. Base value, 120. Elemental skill, explosive fireball. Beyond the physical changes, the base value had surged from 30 to 120, representing a remarkable leap in evolution. The elemental skill evolved from a mere fireball to an explosive fireball. Lu Jingyi regarded Qin Nian with admiration. This outcome indeed mirrored his analysis. The elevation in base value was accompanied by astonishing advancements in elemental skills, confirming that the fiery hound had achieved perfect evolution. To attain perfect evolution at the 2nd-year level was no small feat. It would allow entry into top-tier universities, not to mention the prestige it could bring to Shenlu High School within the entire Xiangning city. The reality of perfect evolution was staggering. The supervisor, while astonished, felt a pang of anxiety. Just moments ago, he had contemplated forcibly terminating the fiery hound's evolution. Had he done so, he would have been branded a villain in the eyes of the school. Qi, too, experienced a moment of regret, quickly redirecting her ire towards the supervisor. "Luo Qingping, how did you misinterpret the data? How could you mistake perfect evolution for genetic incompatibility? You misled even me." You nearly caused a disaster. I suspect you've been too leisurely lately. The supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his brow, too frightened to utter a word. The most distressed of all was Wang Tianlei, whose previous disparagement of Qin Nian now seemed ludicrous. He felt the gazes of the onlooking faculty and students beyond the glass wall shift uncomfortably in his direction. Homeroom teacher, is it my turn now? Du Yutong, having witnessed a perfect evolution, could hardly contain her excitement. Qin Nian presented the application data for the genetic evolution fluid for the violent carp dragon. The formulation of the genetic evolution fluid required consideration of numerous factors, including the spirit beast species, base value, constitution, and weight, followed by intricate calculations to derive the final proportions. Precision was paramount. Any error at any stage could result in failure. Qin Nian watched as the supervisor meticulously prepared the fluid according to the data before handing it to Du Yutong. Let us begin. Du Yutong summoned Qin and administered the evolution fluid, her excitement palpable as she asked, Homeroom teacher, do you think Nyonyo will achieve perfect evolution too? Qin Nian nodded calmly. Yes, it should. Now take your seat. Du Yutong obediently settled into her designated spot, cradling Nyonyo as the supervisor connected her to the testing apparatus. Most assumed Qin Nian's reassurance was merely to comfort Du Yutong. However, Lu Jingyi was filled with unwavering confidence. If Teacher Qin said it would happen, then it certainly would. Of course, there were skeptics. While it was true that Qin Nian had influenced Yang Mingrui's evolutionary path, some believed Yang Mingrui had merely possessed exceptional talent. They dismissed Qin Nian's role as mere fortune, speculating he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Could there truly be another perfect evolution? Who did Qin Nian think he was? To salvage his recently tarnished reputation, Wang Tianlei launched another attack against Qin Nian. Huh, does Teacher Qin think perfect evolution is as common as cabbage? You say it will happen just like that? Your student barely met the evolution standards at the end of his third year, with average qualifications. Merely succeeding in evolution is commendable enough. In response to Wang Tianlei's taunts, Qin Nian deftly countered, as a teacher, why wouldn't you wish for your student's success? What kind of mindset is that? Wang Tianlei prepared to retort, but Qili shot him an impatient glare. What are you babbling about at this moment? Silence yourself. Inside and outside the room. Silence enveloped them as they awaited the results of whether Qin would succeed in its evolution. Little did they know this time. It truly mirrors the previous experience of Yang Mingrui. A mere 3 to 4 minutes had elapsed when the detection instrument began to emit its beeping sounds. However, this time, the supervisor hesitated to draw any conclusions hastily. Excitement mingled with uncertainty as their gaze shifted towards Qin Nian. Let us wait a little longer, Qin Nian suggested. He then leaned closer to Qin, assessing its condition. Upon returning, his demeanor appeared remarkably relaxed. Bring me the evolution path, Qili requested from the supervisor. Eager to examine Qin's evolution trajectory, the deeper she scrutinized, the more her brow furrowed. The school had always favored stability in the design of evolution paths. Yet this particular one was audacious beyond measure. Both the violent carp dragon and the tempest hound possessed latent explosive factors in their genes. The calculations had to be meticulously adjusted according to the spirit beast's condition. Even the slightest miscalculation could provoke a severe incompatibility reaction. What Qin Nian was attempting was tantamount to gambling with a student's fate. Qili felt her heart race once more. After an additional 6 or 7 minutes, Qin emanated a shimmering blue light, which faded away to reveal a transformation in its physique. Consequently, Du Yutong opened her eyes in delight. Old class, Qin has successfully evolved. Indeed, Qin Nian praised, instructing her to direct Qin to undergo testing. The results came swiftly. Species, Qin, base stat total, 101, elemental skill, bubble bomb ice. With each evolution, a spirit beast's appearance typically undergoes some alteration. Qin's creamy, rounded body now bore 2 additional ice blue stripes reminiscent of the violent carp dragon, significantly enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Furthermore, both elemental strength and attack speed had seen a remarkable upswing. The unexpected joy was that the base stat total had surged from 25 to 101. To exceed a base stat of 100 upon its first evolution is to ascend into the realm of perfect evolution. The supervisor gazed at the testing data in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. Another perfect evolution. To encounter 2 instances of perfect evolution in a single day was nothing short of fantastical. Hooray! Du Yutong, having sensed this outcome during the evolution process, jumped up in sheer elation. Qin, you are incredible. Wang Tianlei found himself once again being contradicted. He had anticipated Qin Nian would taunt him. To his surprise, Qin Nian didn't even cast a glance in his direction. He is ignoring me? Wang Tianlei seethed with indignation. Wang teacher, it's your turn next, the supervisor reminded him. Wang Tianlei, stifling his frustration, submitted the evolution path he had designed. Upon receiving the evolution liquid, he handed it to his student, sternly advising, "Make sure your spirit beast integrates properly." "I understand, teacher," the student replied, trembling with apprehension. Wang Tianlei was quite confident in his design and calculations, thinking, if even the spirit beasts of Class 8 can achieve perfect evolution, surely my student can too. Following 2 unexpected perfect evolutions, the students outside the glass window couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for a third. Even Qi Li found herself indulging in hopeful thoughts. What if, indeed, there were 3 perfect evolutions in a single day? All eyes were fixated on the student, eagerly awaiting another miracle. After a couple of minutes, the detection instrument beeped once more. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Could a third perfect evolution truly be on the horizon? Wang Tianlei was the first to react, stepping forward with unrestrained joy. "Haha, my student's spirit beast is about to achieve perfect evolution too. Let me see how high its temperature has risen. Is it even higher than those 2 students?" The supervisor replied, "Indeed, the temperature is higher than theirs." "Ha ha ha, splendid. My evolution path is the best." Wang Tianlei became somewhat carried away, failing to notice the peculiar expression on the supervisor's face as he uttered those words, nor the incredulity that swiftly followed. Chapter 7. All failed. Old Wang, what are you so elated about? What was he so elated about? The supervisor glanced at Wang Tianlei with exasperation. The recent beeping of the instrument indicated a failed evolution, and the elevated temperature was a negative reaction following that failure. Yet, Wang Tianlei remained blissfully oblivious, his gaze firmly fixed on the student, hoping for a miraculous turnaround. However, in the next moment, the student stood up dejectedly, their spirit beast automatically returning to its beast taming space. This made Wang Tianlei's heart sink. What was happening? "Teacher, my spirit beast's evolution failed." The student murmured with their head bowed. The student's words struck him like a thunderbolt, yet Wang Tianlei stubbornly refused to accept the truth. How could it fail? The temperature was clearly rising. How could it possibly fail? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In reality, evolution failures were quite commonplace across various schools. Yet, following 2 instances of perfect evolution, Wang Tianlei couldn't help but experience a profound psychological setback. Desperate to reclaim his pride, he ended up further embarrassing himself. The student appeared utterly dazed, clearly hit harder by the disappointment. Yet, as their homeroom teacher, Wang Tianlei found himself ensnared in the throes of failure, leaving him unable to console his student. Among the teachers present, only Qi Li was suitably equipped to comfort the distressed student. Recognizing this, Qi Li stepped forward, addressing the student, "Don't be disheartened. Evolution failures are quite normal, and you will have another opportunity." However, to her surprise, the student instantly broke down, clutching their face and sobbing uncontrollably. "There's no more opportunity. I will never have another chance. My family cannot afford the genetic evolution liquid." Qi Li sighed deeply. This was not an isolated incident, but rather a reflection of the reality faced by the majority of students. The research and development costs for genetic evolution liquid were exorbitantly high, indeed beyond the means of an average household. To put it frankly, being a beast tamer was inherently a financially draining profession. Consequently, accomplished beast tamers were exceedingly rare, were it not for the government subsidizing a significant portion of the expenses. Affording ordinary individuals the opportunity to become beast tamers, the number of beast tamers in the country would be even lower. Upon returning to the classroom, Qin Nian instructed Du Yutong to engage in self-study while he sifted through the spirit beast information of the other 14 students, making amendments as necessary. Meanwhile, Du Yutong was preoccupied with the upcoming beast taming competition on Monday. Although Phyquenia had achieved perfect evolution, participating alone was akin to facing insurmountable odds. If she were to lose, it wouldn't be much of a blow to her, but it would be a significant embarrassment for her teacher. As the class leader, she felt a duty to shoulder her responsibilities. She must contribute something for her teacher. Du Yutong discreetly pulled out her phone, opened the class group, and composed a message. "Old class, I managed to secure the genetic evolution liquid. Guess what? Hooray! My Phyquenia has achieved perfect evolution." After a considerable wait, the first reply finally came in. "Class leader, did you just wake up? Dreaming about Phyquenia evolving?" Du Yutong rolled her eyes, responding, "It's true." "Uffed, class leader. What kind of joke are you telling? It's so funny I lost the game. Hilarious. Tell me another one." Du Yutong was at a loss for words. "If you do not believe me, go check the school group chat yourselves." Not long after leaving the evolution chamber, the chat was fervently buzzing with discussions. After a while, she exclaimed, "This is unbelievable. Nyo has truly achieved perfect evolution. My goodness. A miraculous turning point has occurred at this moment. Great class leader, we humbly bow before you. From now on, we shall follow you." Seeing that they finally believed her, Du Yutong couldn't resist teasing them further. Our teacher originally intended to apply for all 15 of us together, but alas, you all fell ill. What? Our teacher was going to apply for the gene evolution liquid for them too, and they missed out because of their sickness? Oh, the regret is overwhelming. Why did they pretend to be sick? Wait a minute, they faked their illnesses to avoid the intra-school beast competition on Monday. Could it be that the teacher had already planned for their spiritual beasts to evolve together and then stun everyone at the competition, paving the way for their future success? Woe is me. Have they truly missed their chance to change their destinies? Yet, they all pretended to be ill. Noticing the silence in the class group chat, Du Yutong knew they were wallowing in regret. She reminded them, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. There's still time. Right. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Brothers, you rest for now. I'll go back and write a leave note. I've already left. So you don't have to go. I'll help you all out. Hey, don't even think about stealing my thunder. I was the first. As for the students who had taken sick leave, it took less than half a day for them to collectively regain their health and bounce back to class. Qin Nian was not at all surprised. He had anticipated such a scene. Even if they didn't show up today, he would have rounded them up tomorrow. Once everyone had arrived, Qin Nian scanned the room and scoffed. Oh, so everyone has recovered from their illnesses in less than half a day? What a medical miracle. Faced with such ridicule, the students showed no signs of embarrassment. They grinned broadly, eagerly gazing at Qin Nian. Their excitement was palpable. Qin Nian continued to mock them. Well, you lot sure are spry when it comes to skipping work. The moment evolution is mentioned, you bounce back like springs. Don't you have anything to say to me? Teacher, we were wrong. This group of students, despite their poor theoretical grades, had always been thick-skinned, adept at taking advantage of situations. They quickly slid to their knees and promptly asked their most pressing question, Teacher, when are we going to the evolution chamber? Facing their eager, sparkling eyes, Qin Nian did not prolong their suspense. He stood up and declared, right now? You all better not think about skipping the beast competition on Monday. With that, Qin Nian led the students back to the evolution chamber. Naturally, class leader Du Yutong accompanied them, her trust in their teacher unwavering. If he said they were going to the evolution chamber, their spiritual beasts were bound to evolve. She was so excited about the prospect. However, upon their eagerly anticipated arrival at the evolution chamber, they were doused with cold water by the supervisor. The reason was that the school had a regulation stating that each class could apply for no more than 2 gene evolution liquids per day, and no more than 5 per week. Since it had never been the case for a class to apply for multiple evolution liquids in a day, this regulation had been largely ignored. The supervisor had almost forgotten about it, had it not been for the recent commotion in the evolution chamber. He would have never revisited the rules. Who would have thought that Mr. Qin would resort to such antics? After all, Class 8 of Year 3 had not had a single evolution in a year, only to come together for a grand spectacle. The supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his brow in trepidation. Since arriving at this institution, today marked Qin Nian's first application for the gene evolution liquid. And thus he was only now learning of this limitation. Is there no other way? Qin Nian inquired. This, the supervisor replied, is a rule set by the principal. If you have objections, you may address them directly to the principal. All right, Qin Nian acknowledged, turning to the students. You all wait in the classroom. I'll go speak with the principal. The students had no objections and quickly returned to Class 8, while Qin Nian headed to the principal's office. Chapter 8. He wants to apply for 14 at once. Qin Nian, do you think the evolution of spiritual beasts is a joke? Applying for 14? Do you think you can ascend simply because you managed to achieve one perfect evolution by chance? Get out of here. Principal's son stood atop his chair, glaring down at Qin Nian with an imposing presence. There was no choice. Qin Nian was exceedingly tall, and if he didn't adopt this posture, he would lack any authority. In truth, after learning of the sudden emergence of 2 perfectly evolved spiritual beasts, one of which was contracted by a student from Class 8, Principal's son had already begun to reconsider his opinion of Qin Nian. He thought to himself that when next they met, he would certainly adopt a more amiable demeanor. Qin Nian had always been a commendable teaching talent. He needed to be retained with a good attitude. Yet he couldn't overlook the fact that he wanted to apply for 14 all at once. Qin Nian, feeling helpless, replied, Principal, would you like to take a closer look at the contents of these evolution paths? What I need to look at? I want tea. Principal's son forcefully tossed the 14 applications for the gene evolution liquid onto the table. A gust of wind blew, flipping a page open. The principal inadvertently caught sight of the content within and instantly recognized the shadow of Ming Yin in the analysis of the evolution paths. Principal's son's anger dissipated in an instant as he sighed and stepped down from his chair. This fellow, even the wind, is on his side. Just wait, he said, picking up the 14 evolution path documents before leaving the principal's office. Before long, the door to the principal's office opened once more. Aside from the principal, Qin Nian was taken aback to see a familiar face. Young man, we meet again. The middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. This was the spiritual beast evolution master he had encountered in the hallway. Master, Qin Nian responded politely. I'm doing well. Did you design these evolution paths? The middle-aged man inquired, raising a stack of papers. Yes, Qin Nian nodded. I wasn't mistaken before. You truly are a genius, the middle-aged man marveled. Then turned to Principal Sun with a smile. Old son, you've struck gold. This young man has a deeper understanding of spiritual beasts than I do. Really? Principal Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise, his forehead furrowing with interest. Indeed, the middle-aged man remarked. The new generation surpasses the old. Principal Sun pondered for a moment, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Since you say so, it seems this presents a tremendous opportunity for our Shenlu High School. You choose. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Qin Nian grew increasingly perplexed, unable to suppress his curiosity. Who exactly is this person? Principal Sun replied, This is Ming Yan. Qin Nian. Oh my. It turns out to be Master Ming Yan. How foolish of me to show off my limited skills in front of such a master. There's no need for modesty. Your understanding of spirit beasts indeed surpasses mine, Ming Yan remarked once again. Very well, regarding the matters of your school. You shall make your own decisions. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Principal Sun waved his hand dismissively. Off you go. Off you go. As if I didn't know you. Claiming to have matters to attend to. I'm sure you're off to play games again. Ming Yan chuckled amiably. Haha, one sees through, yet does not speak of it. After Ming Yan departed, Principal Sun gestured for Qin Nian to take a seat. Sit down, he instructed. Qin Nian settled himself comfortably. The principal even personally poured a cup of tea, placing it before Qin Nian. Give it a taste. Having been preoccupied with tasks all day without a drop of water, Qin Nian was indeed quite thirsty and gulped the tea down in one go. After finishing, he found the lingering flavor delightful. The tea in the principal's office was truly exquisite. It was his first experience of such treatment. One cannot help but note the stark contrast between sitting and sipping tea versus standing and receiving admonishment. Noticing Qin Nian drinking the tea like a thirsty beast, Principal Sun did not take offense and poured him another cup. Principal, regarding the 14 evolution paths Qin Nian began, but was interrupted by Principal Sun who, adopting a tone befitting a mentor speaking to a junior, said, Young people tend to be impatient. First, drink your tea. Qin Nian, indeed parched, continued to drink 3 more cups before finally quenching his thirst. Once the principal refilled his cup and observed that Qin Nian had ceased speaking, he donned a serious expression and inquired, Qin Nian, be honest with me. Over the past year, have you been planning not to apply for genetic evolution fluid for the children of Class 8? Qin Nian readily acknowledged, yes. Good lad, Principal Sun exclaimed, both exasperated and pleased, slapping the table. You managed to deceive even me. He had assumed Qin Nian was dissatisfied with the class adjustment, neglecting the students. Little did he know, facing the most challenging class, Qin Nian maintained such high aspirations, diligently researching beast evolution and striving for improvement, and he truly succeeded. Principal Sun gazed at Qin Nian as if examining a valuable gem. Qin Nian, you are even more exceptional than I had imagined. I misjudged you. He approved all 14 evolution paths, stipulating that the evolution could not occur during the day nor too early, tonight at 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock that evening, a group stealthily scaled the school walls, each filled with exhilaration, their actions furtive. They quietly disabled the security for the evolution chamber, with Principal Sun leading the way. It had been many years since he had engaged in such reckless behavior, and his heart raced with excitement. After securing the entrance and setting the glass to an opaque black, Principal Sun finally felt at ease. With a serious demeanor, he reiterated, Students, I must emphasize once more that regardless of the outcome, this matter must remain strictly confidential. Understood. The students replied in unison, fully aware of the stakes involved. They would not act carelessly. Satisfied, Principal Sun activated all the necessary instruments. While waiting, the students released their spirit beasts, white-haired caterpillars, quacking ducks, bobo birds, and clucking chickens. Qin Nian produced a stack of evolution paths, selecting one to hand to the principal. Let us start with the vice class leader, Li Junyan. You go first. The supervisor had clocked out, and given the need for confidentiality, he would not be called in. Principal Sun retrieved the genetic evolution fluid, personally preparing it according to the genetic ratios calculated by Qin Nian. Li Junyan's contracted spirit beast was a white-haired caterpillar. Its body a pearly white adorned with 2 antennae of the same hue, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, with the ability to spin silk. Its offensive capabilities were weak, and the skill merely served as support. Li Junyan wished to enhance the caterpillar's attack power. When designing the evolution path, Qin Nian prioritized Li Junyan's needs while considering the caterpillar's characteristics and preferences, opting to fuse it with the genes of a lightning spider. As per usual, The white-haired caterpillar consumed the lightning spider genetic evolution fluid. Li Junyan cradled the caterpillar and sat in the designated spot. In just 3 to 4 minutes, the detection device emitted a series of beeps. The entire process mirrored that of Ficiniu's evolution. After a brief span, the caterpillar's body was enveloped in a halo of white light. Li Junyan's eyes widened with astonishment. Teacher, Damo's evolution is complete. Chapter 9. The Principal Plans for Greatness. Very well done, Qin Nian remarked. Next came genetic testing and spirit beast skill evaluation. After uploading the data, Principal Sun rubbed his hands together, his heart racing with anticipation. Although these evolution paths received Master Mingyan's endorsement, nothing could compare to witnessing the results firsthand. Soon, the results were in. Type: white-haired caterpillar, base stats, 111, elemental skill, silk spinning with lightning. The caterpillar's appearance had undergone little change, save for the addition of a lightning mark on its abdomen. The silk spinning skill now boasted an electrifying enhancement, significantly boosting its attack power. With a base stat of 111, it was evidently a flawless evolution. Upon reviewing the analytical data, Principal Sun's previously anxious heart finally settled. The 2 perfect evolutions witnessed that afternoon were entirely reliant on Qin Nian's impeccable analysis of the evolution paths. 1 perfect evolution might be a stroke of luck. 2 could be considered a rare coincidence. But 3? That would undoubtedly signify undeniable prowess. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of witnessing all these students' spirit beasts achieve perfect evolutions. Other students congratulated Li Junyan, each eager to try their own turns. For the next several hours, the spirit beast evolution chamber was illuminated by flashes of various colors every few minutes, each followed by a wave of jubilant cheers from the students. This celebration continued into the early hours of the following morning. A group of bleary-eyed individuals emerged from the evolution chamber, though despite a sleepless night, their spirits soared high. Everyone head home. Today, the entire Class 8 of the 3rd year is granted a day off. Go home and rest well, Principal Sun declared with a smile. Yay. Thank you, Principal. No classes today. Goodbye, Principal. Goodbye, old class teacher. The students again stealthily climbed over the school walls. As for whether they would be able to sleep that night, who could say? Do take some rest yourself, Principal Sun remarked, casting a look at Qin Nian filled with more affection than he would bestow upon his own grandson. Ding. Honor points, 15. Exhausted, Qin Nian made his way to the school's temporary dormitory. It was too late to head home now. The next morning, Principal Sun arrived at the office, sporting a significant pair of dark circles beneath his eyes. After a sleepless night, he was prepared to undertake something monumental. 14 students from Class 8 were applying for Spirit Beast Evolution on the same day, and he had intentionally scheduled this for the evening, conducting it in secret. The reason for this clandestine operation was that he intended to make a sensational announcement before the leaders of the Education Bureau and the Spirit Beast Association. However, a bolder idea had since taken shape in his mind, one that could propel Xinjia High School to the pinnacle of high schools in Xiangning City. After careful consideration, Principal Sun found this scheme feasible. Seated behind his desk, he brewed himself a cup of tea, then retrieved contact information for various prestigious universities and high schools in Xiangning City, selecting a few key numbers to call. Hello? Is this Principal Li from Yizhong? I am Principal Sun of Xinlu High School. Indeed, next Monday, our school will host a fierce competition, and I would like to extend an invitation to your graduating class to participate. What? You won't attend? Then you shall miss the opportunity to be recruited by various prestigious universities. Yes, indeed, representatives from numerous esteemed institutions will be present, including the admissions office of the first Beastmaster Academy. The victors will also receive substantial prizes. How substantial? You will discover upon your arrival. It is not uncommon for Xiangning No. 1 High School, being a provincial key institution, to be somewhat difficult to persuade. But Principal Sun had to resort to his treasured allure. Under the irresistible charm of these coveted rewards, Xiangning No. 1 High School eventually acquiesced. Next, it was time to contact the admissions office of the first Beastmaster Academy. Hello? Is this the admissions office of the first Beastmaster Academy? I am Principal Sun from Xinlu High School. Yes, next Monday, we will be hosting a Beastmaster duel competition, with graduating classes from various high schools in Xiangning participating. Representatives from your institution will also be there, correct? Yes, indeed, the students from No. 1 High School will attend, and we eagerly await your presence. What a splendid promotional opportunity Xiangning No. 1 High School turned out to be. Principal Sun marveled at its efficacy. Securing the participation of the nation's foremost university made the subsequent arrangements considerably easier. Hello? Is this the university admissions office? I am Principal Sun from Xinlu High School. Next Monday, we shall be hosting a Beast Master duel competition, with graduating classes from various high schools in Xiangning participating. including the admissions office of the first Beastmaster Academy. Would you like to join us? No problem. I will ensure excellent seating for everyone. Principal Sun, brimming with clever strategies, utilized the allure of Xiangning No. 1 High School and the first Beastmaster Academy to successfully engage other universities' admissions offices. The news that both Xiangning No. 1 High School and the first Beastmaster Academy, along with others, would be attending the competition at Shenlu High School was swiftly disseminated to other high schools in Xiangning. Before long, Principal Sun's phone was inundated with calls. Hello? Yes. This is me. Your school wishes to bring its graduating class to participate in our Beastmaster Duel competition. You are most welcome. Although I am curious about what prizes your school intends to bring. Calls continued to pour in, leaving Principal Sun parched from his persuasive efforts. At last, he had solidified this grand event. After a night of anticipation, the news of two Beastmasters at Shenlu High School achieving perfect evolution sent shockwaves throughout the campus. Yang Mingrui from the second year and Du Yutong from the third year S Class 8 became the stars of the school. Yang Mingrui, still in his second year, had trained his spirit beast to the evolutionary state and achieved perfect evolution, truly a prodigy. The other, Du Yutong, had an even more extraordinary story. Just yesterday, she was a struggling student, yet she too had ascended to the ranks of the gifted. And all of this was attributed to the most enigmatic figure behind the scenes, Class 8's homeroom teacher, Qin Nian. Rumor has it that due to his perceived lack of teaching ability, he was on the verge of being dismissed by the dean yesterday afternoon. Yet, less than half a day later, the dean was filled with regret, his eyes red as he pleaded with teacher Qin to stay. This is merely a hearsay rendition, not guaranteed to be true. GFAU promptly conveyed this news to the Jie family. Upon receiving the information, the family's decision-makers hurriedly placed a call to the capital. Weren't you supposed to keep him in check? How did he achieve perfect evolution? Upon hearing the discontented voice from the other end, the Jie family's representative broke into a cold sweat. Such an oversight. They had presumed he had truly given up, only to discover he was biding his time, now even overshadowing Feiyu's brilliance. Enough. I am not here to listen to your excuses. Yes, I understand. The citywide high school graduation competition is just days away, and we still require your assistance. Understood. Have him send over the spirit beast profiles of 3 students. This time, I will contact the master designer of the evolutionary paths directly, rather than his apprentice. One instance of perfect evolution is insignificant. We shall overwhelm him with sheer numbers. We must seize the opportunity of this citywide competition. This time, I will ensure he is buried beneath it, leaving him no chance of recovery. Rest assured, this time there will be no mistakes. After hanging up, the Jie family representative wiped the sweat from his brow. Chapter 10, The Diagnostic Master Assessment. Meanwhile, upon receiving a call from the principal, Qin Nian was momentarily taken aback. A Beastmaster duel competition among high schools in Xiangning? All graduating classes participating? Such grandeur? Qin Nian, this is an opportunity for Shenlu High School, and for you as well. You must secure first place in the competition to bring glory to Shenlu High School. I eagerly anticipate the performance of Class 8. Do your best. After Principal Sun concluded, he hung up. Is it possible you have too much blind faith in me? Nonetheless, the high school's competition had escalated to a citywide event. Would the system's task still hold? Ding. Detecting that the task for the graduating class's Beastmaster Duel competition has been upgraded. The reward has been elevated from 15 primary Spirit Beast potions to 15 intermediate Spirit Beast potions. Understood, I must take on this task. Qin Nian held no concern for the other schools. His only worry lay with Xiangning No. 1 High School. It was said that 3 years prior, they had extravagantly introduced the International Beastmaster Alliance's Research Institute, developing the Intelligent Simulation Battle Room version 20, excelling in training students' combat abilities. Even Qin Nian, as the teacher of Class 8, had to concede that the overall quality of the top students at Xiangning No. 1 High School would far surpass that of his 15 charges. To triumph in the competition, it was essential to conduct special training for his students. Merely engaging in trivial skirmishes within the confines of the school would not suffice. Such limitations were far too constrictive. They must be immersed in genuine combat scenarios. Where to go for this? At that moment, Qin Nian noticed a pop-up advertisement on his phone. The Beast Fighting Arena is currently seeking a senior spirit beast diagnostic master. Salary negotiable, benefits negotiable, everything is open to discussion. The Beast Fighting Arena? Indeed. A spark ignited in Qin Nian's mind. If special training was required, it was only fitting to choose the venue with the most competitive atmosphere in all of Xiangning. The Beast Fighting Arena was undoubtedly the optimal choice. In Xiangning, could there be a better way to experience the essence of real combat than by participating in matches at the Beast Fighting Arena? With 6 days remaining until next Monday, time was of the essence for the off-campus training. To expedite the arrangements for this external training, Qin Nian quickly arose, took a refreshing shower. and boarded a city bus headed to the beast fighting arena. According to the arena's regulations, only beast masters with a high school diploma or above could register for the competitions. Standing at the entrance of the beast fighting arena, Qin Nian meticulously reviewed the recruitment information. The beast fighting arena is currently seeking a senior spirit beast diagnostic master. Salary negotiable, benefits negotiable, everything is open to discussion. Not a word was amiss. This was no false advertisement. Qin Nian was drawn to the promise of negotiation. Xiaoning no. One high school had nearly monopolized the region's top students. To secure victory in the upcoming competition, this venue was essential. The lobby of the beast fighting arena was impressively spacious, adorned with a sleek ceiling design and illuminated by rows of bright light fixtures, casting a brilliant glow throughout the hall. Hello, I am here to apply for the position of Spirit Beast Diagnostic Master. Dressed in the sleek black uniform of the beast arena, the young receptionist's eyes sparkled with excitement. The recruitment notice had been posted for over half a year, yet no applicants had come forth, as qualified diagnosticians in Xiaoning City were exceedingly rare. Today, however, a candidate had finally arrived, and such a youthful one at that. She hurriedly pulled a form from her desk, extending it towards Qin Nian with both hands. With a smile, she proceeded according to protocol. Could you please present your senior diagnostician qualification certificate? Then, kindly fill out your personal information, and I will escort you to the interview shortly. Qin Nian replied, I do not possess a qualification certificate yet. I heard that assessments can be conducted directly at the beast arena. Is that possible now? The receptionist hesitated. So you only have a junior certificate and wish to take the assessment for the senior level? Qin Nian clarified, I need to start from the junior level. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. No junior certificate? What on earth is he applying for? Is it possible to take the assessment today? Qin Nian pressed on. Yes. The receptionist's smile faltered slightly as she handed him another form. Please fill out this form first, and then follow the directional lines on the floor to reach the diagnostician assessment room. Thank you. After completing the form, Qin Nian received a junior examination permit and made his way to the junior diagnostician assessment room under the receptionist's incredulous gaze. The assessment consisted of both theoretical and practical components. With the end of the term approaching, numerous university students from related disciplines had gathered to participate, forming a line outside the door. As Qin Nian arrived, a boy in a white t-shirt turned around and casually struck up a conversation. Hey, brother, did you fail too? Qin Nian replied, It's my first time taking the exam. The boy looked astonished. Given your age, you should be a senior, right? And this is your first attempt? As a key teaching staff member from Xinyu High School, Qin Nian was indeed not very old. Over the past year, he had come to understand his situation quite well. After suffering an injury, he had to suspend his studies and could not bond with beasts, leading him to work directly to fund his treatment. 2 years of work later, he still had not recovered, nor had he obtained his university diploma. His status was still that of a sophomore. No, I have been working, Qin Nian clarified. The boy nodded in understanding. I see, a passion, right? Qin Nian casually nodded. The profession of a spirit beast diagnostician is not one that appears particularly glamorous when compared to that of a beast master. Moreover, the initial investment of time and breadth of knowledge required for learning is extensive, making it a challenging field. Lower-tier diagnosticians often struggle to stand out. And achieving a higher level is no simple feat. The career path is defined by endurance. The more one perseveres, the higher the rank they attain. In essence, only those with a genuine passion for the field would consider this profession. Qin Nian, who sought the benefits associated with the diagnostician role, was likely an exception. My name is Lu Haoyang. And you, big brother? The boy inquired. Qin Nian. Qin Gu, how well do you know the theory? Not bad. I should be able to pass. How about you? Qin Nian asked casually. I'm not so confident. Lu Haoyang glanced at the time, suddenly anxious. There are only 10 minutes left for the exam. I need to review. Studying at the last minute won't really help you. Another student interjected, unable to resist mocking him. Hey, you little brat, if you're so capable, why don't you try failing for once? Lu Haoyang retorted. Who are you calling a brat? I'm your older brother. In front of the assessment room, the two university students engaged in a petty squabble reminiscent of elementary school children. Their hierarchy was so jumbled, it was almost comical. Qin Nian found it amusing. What are you laughing at? Lu Haoyang noticed the smile on Qin Nian's face and assumed he was being ridiculed. Someone who's already working comes to take the diagnostician exam. Do you really think you have what it takes? Qin Nian merely smiled. Is it possible to be caught in the crossfire of laughter? Lu Haoyang quickly apologized. Qin Gu, don't mind him. My brother has anxiety. It's diagnosed. He gets anxious before exams. It's fine. Qin Nian had no desire to dwell on the matter. Quarreling with children was simply too trivial. Chapter 11. Diagnosing the Quacking Duck 007. With Lu Haoyang's brother finally quieting down, he opened his book to review. As the saying goes, a last-minute rush may still yield results. Qin Nian's gaze fell upon the textbook titled Theoretical Foundations of Junior Spirit Beast Diagnosis. As he flipped through the pages, he noticed numerous key sections highlighted in black ink. Lu Haoyang scratched his head, struggling to memorize those parts. For Qin Nian, however, the content of this book, whether it required memorization or not, was already deeply ingrained in his mind, just the tip of the iceberg. Before long, the theoretical assessment commenced. The candidates lined up to enter, taking their seats according to their examination permits. The examination duration is 45 minutes. The timer starts now. Upon receiving the exam paper, Qin Nian quickly scanned through it. Needing no time to ponder, he swiftly pinned down his answers and was the first to rise and submit his paper. Wow, that was fast. The other candidates felt a pang of anxiety. With 40 minutes remaining, those who finished the theory first could proceed to the practical assessment. If any section was failed, there would be a chance to retake it within a month, the invigilator in the Beast Arena uniform reminded them. With the invigilator's reminder, the other candidates gradually regained their composure. The practical assessment room for Junior Spirit Beast Diagnostics was right next door. The door opened. Qin Nian strode right in. Inside, there were two invigilators, both around 30 years of age. From their name badges, one was named Wu Hao, and the other Zhang Ying. What brings you here? Wu Hao asked, frowning. I'm here for the exam. Here is my examination permit. Qin Nian presented it. Wu Hao looked surprised as he glanced at the clock. The theory has only just begun. Did you arrive late? I was late, so I can only take the practical exam first, and then make up the theory later. Qin Nian replied. The two invigilators were left speechless. The practical assessment for junior diagnosticians is relatively straightforward. Candidates must draw lots to determine which spirit beast they will examine. Indeed, the task is to diagnose the primary issue afflicting the ailing spirit beast. Come here to draw your lot, Wu Hao finally managed to say. Qin Nian drew a lot that read, Quacking Duck 007. According to research, the quality and rarity of spirit beasts are directly proportional. The higher the initial species value of a spirit beast, the scarcer it is. According to the current classification by the International Beastmaster Alliance, spirit beasts are divided into 5 rarity levels: common, rare, precious, uncommon, and legendary. The quacking duck has an initial species value of 23, categorizing it as common, and is one of the easiest spirit beasts to cultivate. The question Qin Nian drew was not difficult, as it was merely a junior assessment, and the Beast Arena would not present overly challenging questions. The diagnosis time was set at 15 minutes, and this was the diagnosis form, with results to be filled out according to the specified format. Wu Hao handed the diagnosis form to Qin Nian, saying, Let's go. I will first take you to the young beast breeding area. Qin Nian followed his companion to the habitat of the ducklings belonging to the large-mouthed duck species. These creatures, amphibious in nature, resembled a truncated pufferfish equipped with 4 walking legs, adorned with yellow plumage, small and vacant eyes, and stout, short limbs. The ducklings exuded an endearing, somewhat dopey charm. Furthermore, their plump physiques indicated a decidedly ample diet. The grassland was pristine, and the river water was crystal clear. If any issues were to arise, Qin Nian would first suspect that their frequent indulgence in food might be causing gastrointestinal problems. Due to the greater number of students participating in the assessment today, any problematic creatures had already been pre-labeled in each area. Among the large-mouthed ducks, 3 bore the problem labels. Which one is 007? Qin Nian inquired. The caretaker pointed to a large-mouthed duck lounging on the grassy bank, saying, That is Duck 007. Recently, it has developed a reluctance to enter the water, only going in for a few minutes at noon each day. Its plumage remains perpetually dry, and its skin is on the verge of peeling. Moreover, it is too thin. The caretaker lamented. Qin Nian glanced over and noted that, amidst a group of rotund ducks, Duck 007 appeared conspicuously frail, though still within the normal weight range. What creatures are being raised next door? Qin Nian asked. To the west are the little-mouthed ducklings, and to the east are the pink crystal kittens, replied the caretaker. How is 007's eating habits? What was its activity level like before the issues arose? Qin Nian continued his inquiries. Strangely enough, 007 has the largest appetite. Its food is the same as that of the other large-mouthed ducks, yet for some unknown reason, it does not gain weight after eating, the caretaker explained. Qin Nian suspected that the caretaker might be treating the creature like a meat duck. As for 007's activity level, it seems normal. Aside from its aversion to water, it lounges on the grass like the other ducklings, the caretaker added, scratching his head, admitting he hadn't noticed anything unusual about 007. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Nian realized he might not extract any useful information. However, he had formed a hypothesis. Initially, he believed that 007's frail appearance was due to a lesser appetite compared to the other ducklings. Yet, 007's appetite was, in fact, the largest. This contradiction was perplexing unless 007 engaged in significant activity. But the caretaker had claimed that 007's activity patterns were normal. A duckling that eats well, dislikes exercise, and remains thin. This was illogical. Qin Nian surmised that 007's activity level must indeed be substantial, with its food being consumed, only unbeknownst to the caretaker. I need to examine 007. Please come with me, he instructed. The caretaker opened the gate to the large-mouthed duckling enclosure and headed straight for 007. He then picked up Duck 007, cautioning, "This little one can be a bit mischievous, so be careful." As Qin Nian approached, the large-mouthed duck unexpectedly sprayed a jet of water in his direction. Swiftly dodging, the stream landed squarely on the face of the proctor, Wu Hao, who followed behind. Quack! Wu Hao wiped the water from his face, somewhat speechless. That little rascal is quite quick. Upon nearing 007, Qin Nian discovered several strands of pink fur on its body. The duckling's fur was generally of a soft yellow hue, leading him to deduce that the pink strands likely belonged to the neighboring pink crystal kittens. This little fellow is not as innocent as it appears, Qin Nian mused, already formulating a theory. Using the caretaker's assistance, he conducted an examination of the large-mouthed duck. Through his assessment, Qin Nian observed that the skin beneath the downy feathers of the duck's wings exhibited signs of ulceration, resembling a fungal infection of some sort. This finding further solidified his suspicions. Employing his diagnostic abilities, relevant images flashed through his mind. As he had surmised, the reason for 007's aversion to water became clear. "I have completed the diagnosis," Qin Nian stated, lowering his head to fill out the diagnostic report. The caretaker expressed astonishment. "Is that all it takes?" "The issue is minor," Qin Nian replied, continuing to write. The caretaker remarked, "You certainly have a lot of confidence." From the start of the diagnosis to the completion of the report, the entire process took only about 4 or 5 minutes. If the diagnosis is accurate, wouldn't that break our arena's record for the junior diagnostic practical assessment? He teased. Though secretly doubtful, Wu Hao also found the speed of the diagnosis somewhat absurd. Yet, everything hinged on the accuracy of the results. Should they be incorrect, the speed would be irrelevant. Wu Hao took the report from Qin Nian and merely glanced at it, instantly becoming dumbfounded. "What does it say?" The caretaker inquired curiously. Ordinary problematic spirit beasts are examined by diagnosticians before being utilized as test subjects. With the results being known solely to the proctor and the arena director, caretakers are not privy to this information. "It's a record-breaking diagnosis," Wu Hao announced. "Is that for real?" the caretaker queried. The diagnosis read, "The large-mouthed duck has contracted ringworm from the pink crystal kittens, resulting in its reluctance to enter the water. Treatment should follow the protocol for ringworm." This diagnosis aligned closely with that provided by the consulting diagnostician, with additional recommendations included. The report was undoubtedly satisfactory. Curious, Wu Hao asked Qin Nian, "How did you deduce that this large-mouthed duck frequently ventures into the territory of the neighboring pink crystal kittens?" "Through observation," Qin Nian replied. "Can we expedite the assessment results?" Wu Hao, not wishing to let him go just yet, replied with a smile, "No rush, no rush. After all, no one from the theoretical side will arrive anytime soon. Shall we chat a bit longer?" "I am eager to take the intermediate assessment," Qin Nian insisted. "Oh," Wu Hao responded. The caretaker simply looked on in astonishment. "Quack," protested Duck 007. Upon returning to the practical assessment room, another proctor, Zhang Yiheng, was surprised to see them back so soon, assuming Qin Nian had not passed. Following protocol, he kindly advised, "Make sure to review thoroughly. It's best to find a spirit beast clinic to intern during the summer, even if it's as a security guard or cleaner, to accumulate some experience for next time." Wu Hao chuckled and teased his colleague, "Old Zhang, don't rush through the protocol. This candidate has passed." "Huh, passed. Congratulations. You are now a junior diagnostician." Zhang Yiheng quickly corrected himself. "Thank you," Qin Nian replied, then asked, "Where is the intermediate assessment?" "The intermediate assessment is also conducted by us," Wu Hao explained. "According to the arena's regulations, if candidates for both junior and intermediate diagnosticians are being assessed simultaneously, the practical room may also serve as a temporary theoretical examination venue. You can take your intermediate theoretical assessment here," Wu Hao elaborated. Qin Nian fell silent for a moment before pressing on. "Is it possible to conduct the intermediate and advanced assessments together? I wish to save some time." Wu Hao was taken aback. "You want to take 3 levels of assessments at once?" Zhang Yiheng was equally astonished. It is widely known that becoming a spirit beast diagnostician is exceedingly challenging. Each advancement necessitates a substantial accumulation of knowledge and experience. It is unheard of, let alone seen, for candidates to be assessed for junior, intermediate, and advanced levels all in the same day. "It is not impossible," Wu Hao mused after a moment of contemplation. "But let me make a quick call." Fortunately, The position of a diagnostician is categorized as a societal profession, thus the certification process is not overly rigid or stringent. Wu Hao took his phone and stepped into the corridor to make a call. He soon returned with good news for Qin Nian. You have passed the preliminary theoretical assessment. The director has also approved your intermediate and advanced examinations, and the test papers will be delivered shortly. The theoretical examination questions for diagnosticians are automatically generated by an intelligent database upon application for the test papers. Once printed, the papers are sealed and delivered. Qin Nian seated himself and began to answer the questions. Naturally, the theoretical assessment for the intermediate diagnostician was considerably more challenging than that of the preliminary level. One could liken the increasing difficulty of the assessments for junior, intermediate, and senior diagnosticians to the progressive complexity found in undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies. However, for Qin Nian, they all appeared equally simple. His writing speed remained exceptionally swift, undeterred even by the presence of two invigilators standing beside him, observing Qin Nian's state of concentration. The two invigilators finally believed that he had truly completed the preliminary theoretical paper in just 5 minutes. 15 minutes passed, and Qin Nian capped his pen. The two invigilators had been present for the entire duration of his writing. Yet, when Wu Hao confirmed the time taken, he was still somewhat astonished. 2 papers completed in merely 15 minutes? The intermediate questions were one thing, but the advanced questions were predominantly open-ended and necessitated considerable thought, as well as extensive written responses. Yet Qin Nian seemed to require no contemplation whatsoever. He merely glanced at the questions before commencing to write. It was undeniable that his speed astounded the two invigilators. The theoretical examination questions for diagnosticians are generated automatically by an intelligent database when applying for test papers, meaning there are no fixed examination papers. Had it not been for this, the invigilators might have suspected that Qin Nian was engaged in some form of cheating. His handwriting is quite commendable, Wu Hao remarked. Though he could not comprehend the content of the questions, he could discern that Qin Nian's penmanship was exceptional. The invigilators placed the 2 completed papers on the scanner. Nowadays, examinations are graded by intelligent systems. The scanner combined with a layer printer yields results on the spot. Before Wu Hao could examine the papers, the door to the practical assessment room swung open, and a tall, striking woman in a red dress entered, appearing to be in her late 20s. She was none other than the director of the Beast Arena, Huang Xiaoqin. Director, your timing is impeccable, Zhang Yiheng exclaimed excitedly. Huang Xiaoqin smiled and glanced at Qin Nian. Is this the diagnostician participating in the consecutive assessments? So young, since I have arrived promptly, let us not waste any time. Let the theoretical assessment commence. She assumed that the invigilators had intentionally delayed the process awaiting her arrival. However, Wu Hao interjected, the theoretical examination has already concluded, and the papers have been graded. He gestured towards the layer printer. As you can see, the results have already been printed. Huang Xiaoqin looked at the printer, momentarily taken aback. So fast. She hurried forward to grasp the graded papers. The results for the intermediate theoretical assessment were perfect, and so too for the advanced theoretical assessment. Huang Xiaoqin gazed at Qin Nian, her eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be that our arena has welcomed a prodigy? Wu Hao, arrange for the practical assessment. Please contact the caretaker to inquire about the condition of the rare spirit beast for diagnosis. The protocol dictates that a junior diagnostician assesses ordinary spirit beasts. An intermediate diagnostician assesses rare spirit beasts, while a senior diagnostician assesses rare spirit beasts. The director's directive to contact the caretaker of the rare spirit beast implied bypassing the intermediate assessment and proceeding directly to the advanced practical evaluation. Director, we only have one rare spirit beast, Wu Hao cautioned. Would it be appropriate to utilize it for the examination? The advanced theoretical examination necessitates a rare spirit beast. And fortuitously, the arena possesses one. This particular spirit beast was captured from an otherworldly fragment that appeared in Sichuan province last year, making it a new breed and exceedingly rare. The Beast Arena in Xiangning had gone to great lengths to secure one, and it is currently the only one in the entire Shandao province, a prized possession of the Xiangning Beast Arena. Yes, that one. Thankfully we have it, otherwise, we would have to borrow from elsewhere, Huang Xiaoqin remarked, instructing Wu Hao to contact the caretaker of the rare spirit beast immediately. Wu Hao complied without hesitation. Truly, it is a rare spirit beast, with the arena possessing only one. Yet, what kind of spirit beast could it be? Qin Nian pondered silently. Soon, Huang Xiaoqin provided the answer. Your assessment subject is a myrmecophagidy, Qin Nian. You should have seen news regarding the myrmecophagidy, correct? We initially planned to cultivate more of them, but the plan was never realized, and the young myrmecophagidy we received encountered issues. I am aware, Qin Nian replied thoughtfully. So, it is a myrmecophagidy. Having emerged merely a year ago, it has already captured considerable attention and amassed a substantial following due to its endearing appearance, skyrocketing to prominence within the realm of spirit beasts. Although the state is still in the preliminary stages of researching the myrmecophagidae, Qin Nian felt no trepidation. All pertinent information is contained within the Encyclopedia of Spirit Beasts. Moreover, the myrmecophagidae is akin to the giant panda of his world. How could he possibly be unfamiliar with it? Huang Xiaoqin appeared somewhat fatigued. She leaned slightly, her body gracefully resting against the adjacent table. This simple gesture accentuated her alluring curves. Although she remained blissfully unaware of her own beauty, with a smile, she addressed Qin Nian. This is a new breed of spirit beast, and it poses a greater challenge than a standard senior diagnostician assessment, but it remains within the permissible limits of difficulty. Qin Nian looked at Huang Xiaoqin and replied, understood. He then naturally shifted his gaze away. Meanwhile, Wu Hao had already made contact. Director, the caretaker has confirmed that we may proceed. Very well, let us go, Huang Xiaoqin said as she personally led the way. Qin Nian once again found himself in the spirit beast nursery area. The myrmecophagidae nursery is situated in the prime location of the entire spirit beast nursery area, at the center of it all. Although the trio had arrived at the vicinity of the myrmecophagidae enclosure, they did not see the beast's presence. Is the myrmecophagidae inside during the day? Qin Nian inquired with curiosity. The myrmecophagidae has been experiencing some issues lately and has been confined, the caretaker replied. Follow me. Under the caretaker's guidance, they entered an indoor observation hall adjacent to the myrmecophagidae nursery. Concurrently, the myrmecophagidae was brought in by two other caretakers. The creature was confined within an iron cage, draped with a semi-transparent veil to obscure visibility. The caretaker briefly explained the situation regarding the myrmecophagidae. The recently encountered iron-eating beast has displayed a notable disinterest in its meals, coupled with an increasingly irritable temperament, prone to aggressive outbursts. Exercise caution when approaching it shortly. Aggressive and prone to violence? That poses quite a predicament. However, one must confront the situation head-on. Qin Nian responded affirmatively, rolling up his sleeves as he advanced. As a beast diagnosis specialist, one inevitably encounters a plethora of challenges in the course of their work, which inherently carries considerable risks. Experiencing such scenarios during assessments is, in fact, part of the evaluative criteria. At Huang Xiaoqin's signal, the caretaker removed the gauze. Qin Nian then beheld the complete form of the iron-eating beast. The creature, diminutive in size and still in its juvenile phase, resembled a little chubby ball. At that moment, it was confined within a cage, sitting in a corner with its head lowered, exuding an air of pitiable vulnerability. Just as Qin Nian had rolled up his sleeves halfway, he abruptly halted, rendered momentarily speechless. This little creature? It can be violent? Surely, that must be a jest. Qin Nian found it hard to believe. How could such a tiny creature pose any threat? It seemed more likely to endear than to intimidate. Nevertheless, taking the caretaker's warning to heart, Qin Nian remained vigilant. The practical assessment commenced, with a diagnostic time limit of 15 minutes. As the invigilator Wu Hao outlined the procedure, Qin Nian approached cautiously. As the gauze was lifted, the little iron-eating beast caught sight of the nearby caretaker. In the next instant, the creature erupted in a sudden frenzy. It bared its teeth and fiercely struck the caretaker with a claw. The caretaker winced, clutching his arm as he recoiled. The iron-eating beast possessed considerable strength. This single blow would surely leave the caretaker in discomfort for several days. Qin Nian, however, abruptly halted, his brow furrowing in concern. The beast's reaction seemed decidedly amiss. If an animal were to dwell in a warm, comfortable environment for an extended period, it might exhibit playful mischief, but this response was rather excessive. It bore the marks of a stress reaction. As Qin Nian advanced again, he did so with trepidation. Iron-eating beast, I am here to diagnose your condition, so please cooperate. Even as Qin Nian placed his hand on the creature's plump rear, it refrained from attacking. Soon enough, Qin Nian discerned the cause. His expression darkened. As time elapsed, the diagnostic session extended beyond the norm. It appeared to be a challenging case, Wu Hao remarked. After all, being a newly discovered, rare species of spiritual beast, a prolonged assessment was to be expected. Huang Xiaoqin understood. In her hands lay the diagnostic results for the little iron-eating beast. Approximately half a month prior, when the creature first exhibited abnormalities, the caretaker promptly reported the issue. Subsequently, Huang Xiaoqin hastily summoned a senior diagnostician from the neighboring city. The diagnosis indicated that the sweltering weather had adversely affected the creature's appetite and temperament. In light of this diagnosis, Huang Xiaoqin immediately arranged for the staff to provide the iron-eating beast with appetizing fruits and beverages, as well as an air-conditioned room. Yet, the little beast showed a marked aversion to the air-conditioned space, preferring to spend most of its time outdoors. As for the reason behind its persistent decline, Huang Xiaoqin speculated that it was likely still related to the heat. Before the iron cage, Qin Nian's expression grew increasingly grim. From the outset, he sensed that the iron-eating beast's reactions were unsettling. Indeed, the images obtained from the diagnostic process revealed that the iron-eating beast had suffered prolonged psychological abuse in the beast-fighting arena. Each night, a man clad in the arena's uniform and wearing a mask would appear at the beast's dwelling, startling it awake and employing various intimidating props. The mental torment had rendered the iron-eating beast listless, losing its appetite. Chapter 14. Please wait for me to finish writing. With the arrival of nightfall, the little iron-eating beast would become exceedingly agitated, fearing what was to come. It resisted returning to its quarters and would even lash out at the staff attempting to soothe it. This was because the abuser donned the same uniform as the arena's personnel. Under the relentless mental duress, the creature had etched the image of the black uniform into its memory. Yet, all uniforms at the beast-fighting arena were indistinguishable. The iron-eating beast lacked the capacity to discern friend from foe. In its eyes, anyone clad in the arena's black uniform was a villain seeking to torment it. Qin Nian glanced down at his own attire. Today, he wore a beige shirt, a stark contrast to the black uniforms of the arena staff. This, he realized, was the reason the little creature had not attacked him. However, there was yet another reason, unbeknownst even to Qin Nian. When his hand rested on the iron-eating beast's rear, it experienced an extraordinary sense of affinity, feeling remarkably comfortable, which accounted for its docility. At this moment, others who had completed the preliminary theoretical examination began to arrive at the spiritual beast cub rearing area. The supervising teacher, having heard of the rare spiritual beast kept at the beast fighting arena, inquired curiously of the invigilator, Lu Haoyang. Indeed, there is one. The invigilator Zhang Yiheng replied with a nod. What? A rare spiritual beast? Where? Can we see it? The others, upon hearing this, were eager to join in. Rare spiritual beasts are indeed a rarity for the average person. Considering it might broaden these students' horizons, Zhang Yiheng agreed. When we arrive at the rearing area, please refrain from making excessive noise, he cautioned. Shortly thereafter, the group reached the iron-eating beast's enclosure. Meanwhile, Qin Nian finally stood up. Huang Xiaoqin glanced at the time. Unfortunately, the diagnostic period had just concluded, and Qin Nian had yet to document his findings. This indicated that he had not passed his assessment. Given his prior perfect score on the theoretical exam, Huang Xiaoqin held high hopes for him, even allowing him to take an advanced examination. Yet the outcome did not meet her expectations. At this juncture, the advanced assessment had already concluded, but Qin Nian seemed oblivious to the passage of time, seeking out a nearby table to write his diagnostic results. It's unnecessary to write it now. You've already exceeded the time limit, Huang Xiaoqin remarked, her tone tinged with disappointment. Just wait for me to finish writing, Qin Nian replied somewhat coldly. At that moment, Zhang Yiheng and the other candidates approached. Wow, there really is a rare spiritual beast. And it's an iron-eating beast. So adorable, I want to pet it. I wish I could hold it. Upon encountering the legendary iron-eating beast, the crowd was excited yet mindful of the invigilator's admonition, keeping their voices subdued. Amidst the throng, Lu Haoyang and his brother Lu Haoyan, upon first sight, noticed Qin Nian seated there. Lu Haoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this the rare spiritual beast rearing area? What is he doing here? Perhaps, like us, he has come to visit the iron-eating beast, Lu Haoyang speculated. No sooner had he spoken than the supervisor, Zhang Yiheng, interjected, You're referring to Qin Nian, aren't you? He is here to participate in the practical assessment for diagnostic specialists. What? Practical assessment? But this is the rare-grade spirit beast breeding area, Lu Haoyan exclaimed. Indeed. He has come to partake in the advanced diagnostic specialist practical assessment, Zhang Yiheng clarified more directly. Lu Haoyan was left in a state of bewilderment. Lu Haoyang responded with disbelief. He is participating in the advanced practical assessment? The two were momentarily taken aback, even questioning if they had misheard. An advanced practical assessment? Qin Go is truly remarkable. Lu Haoyang marveled first. Upon hearing his brother's words, Lu Haoyan was once again lost in thought. Is it really advanced? But didn't Qin Nian just finish the preliminary theoretical examination? How did he leap directly to the advanced practical? What transpired within that brief half hour? What on earth happened? Soon, Qin Nian completed writing the diagnostic results. He placed the pen down on the table, his expression calm as he rose. Huang Xiaoqin, curious about what Qin Nian had written, picked up the outdated diagnostic report. Diagnostic result. The iron-eating beast has long endured psychological abuse, leading to poor appetite and an irritable temperament. Psychological therapy is required. After just a glance, Huang Xiaoqin's brow furrowed deeply. What does long-endured abuse even mean? This is a blatant slander. Anger simmering, she glared at Qin Nian, infuriated, and tossed the diagnostic report onto the floor. What nonsense are you scribbling? Beside them, the examiner, Wu Hao, was equally intrigued by what Qin Nian had written that could provoke such fury from the usually composed curator. He picked up the diagnostic report and, upon reading the results, his expression shifted dramatically. Realizing something, he shot a glance at another examiner, Zhang Yiheng. Startled by Huang Xiaoqin's reaction, Zhang Yiheng had already formed a suspicion. Upon meeting Wu Hao's gaze, he understood immediately. He waved his hand. Candidates, the practical assessment for junior diagnostic specialists is about to commence. We must leave quickly. Using this as an excuse, Zhang Yiheng ushered the other candidates away from the iron-eating beast breeding area. Though the candidates were curious about what had transpired, they understood clearly that they were there for an assessment, not for gossip. Even as their inner curiosity burned brightly, they could only depart reluctantly. Once the other candidates had left, Wu Hao, having suppressed his anger for so long, finally retorted at Qin Nian, This is impossible. Our beast fighting hall would never mistreat spirit beasts. Even the lowest tier silkworms are well cared for. The iron-eating beast is our prized possession. The hope of the future for the hall. Are we mad? How could we possibly mistreat it? Moreover, our caretakers examine it daily and have found no external injuries. You are simply spouting nonsense. Faced with Huang Xiaoqin's fury and the examiner's interrogation, Qin Nian remained unperturbed. No external injuries? Of course not. Look closely. I wrote psychological abuse. How could there be external injuries from psychological abuse? Examiner Wu Hao couldn't help but glance again at the diagnostic report in his hand. Indeed, as Qin Nian stated, it was written as psychological abuse. But that does not validate your claim. Even for humans, psychological abuse is difficult to define, let alone for spirit beasts. Huang Xiaoqin now suspected that Qin Nian was deliberately causing trouble. Who sent you? She demanded. At this moment, Qin Nian suddenly cleared his throat. For some reason, after employing the diagnostic hand, he felt an overwhelming thirst. Having used it just once yesterday, he could bear it, but after using it twice today, it became increasingly unbearable. His throat felt dry and itchy. In just a few short minutes, his thirst intensified, akin to a fish deprived of water, desperately longing for hydration. Unable to endure his thirst any longer, Qin Nian made his way towards the water dispenser at the door, where disposable cups awaited to quench his thirst. However, his actions were misconstrued by Huang Xiaoqin. Chapter 15. A Sudden Report. Huang Xiaoqin swiftly shut the door. You cannot leave yet. Security, come here immediately. Seeing him seemingly attempting to escape, she pressed the emergency button on the wall, summoning the security personnel of the beast fighting hall. Regardless of the truth, if this news were to spread, it would be a blow to the hall and her reputation. She could not allow Qin Nian to leave so easily. Qin Nian felt somewhat speechless but quickened his pace. What do you intend to do? Huang Xiaoqin watched him warily, believing he was trying to force his way out. But unexpectedly, Qin Nian reached the water dispenser, took a cup, and filled it with water. He gulped it down. I just want some water. One cup was insufficient. So he filled another. Huang Xiaoqin found Qin Nian's behavior utterly incomprehensible. Those who have done wrong often resort to feigning innocence, pretending to faint, or acting mad. But pretending to be thirsty? At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Curator, what is happening? The voice of the security personnel called from outside. Hearing the commotion, Qin Nian hastily filled another cup with water and drank it down. Huang Xiaoqin frowned and opened the door. The security personnel rushed in, surrounding Qin Nian. Qin Nian, feeling exasperated, remarked, I assure you, I had no intention of leaving. I merely wished to drink some water. Do you believe me? Don't be ridiculous. Huang Xiaoqin scoffed. Arrest him and take him out through the back door. Wait. Qin Nian, emboldened, declared, I advise you not to act rashly. The consequences will be on you. Huang Xiaoqin's expression shifted slightly. What? Do you have a backup plan? Qin Nian spread his hands, revealing his cards. During the diagnosis just now, I already called the police. Huang Xiaoqin blinked in disbelief. You called the police? Are you joking? You dare to report us? Qin Nian raised his phone. Don't believe me? Just take a look. On his phone, a message was displayed. Recipient, Spirit Beast Management Bureau. Officially reporting that the rare-grade spirit beast in the beast fighting hall is suffering from psychological abuse. Please respond urgently. Reporter, Qin Nian. Huang Xiaoqin quickly realized that something was amiss. If Qin Nian were truly here to cause trouble, calling the police would only implicate himself. Yet he still chose to report it. Did he truly believe in the accuracy of his diagnosis? Qin Nian tucked his phone away, glancing at the time, and raised an eyebrow. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of sirens echoed outside the beast fighting hall. Hearing that familiar and pleasant sound, Qin Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him. The disturbance has drawn the attention of the Spirit Beast Management Bureau, which could lead to complications. However, Huang Xiaoqin reflected on the familial circumstances and work performance of her employees during this period. as well as their monthly psychological evaluation results. She remained convinced that the staff at the beast fighting arena were beyond reproach. Soon, representatives from the Spirit Beast Management Bureau arrived. Within the observation hall for the iron-eating beast, 7 or 8 individuals entered. The leader presented his credentials and declared, "I am Du Mingrue, the head of the investigative team from the Spirit Beast Management Bureau. We have just received a text message reporting that the rare-grade spirit beasts at the beast fighting arena are being subjected to mental abuse. Please cooperate with our investigation." Du Mingrue's keen gaze swept across the room, and upon seeing the crowd gathered, his expression turned solemn. "Who is the whistleblower?" Qin Nian raised his hand. "It's me." Du Mingrue's attention shifted to Qin Nian, and his tone softened considerably. "Come over here." The security personnel surrounding Qin Nian did not dare to obstruct him any longer. Qin Nian rushed over, finding himself encircled by the investigators, clearly being shielded. A sense of security washed over him inexplicably. Du Mingrue, adopting a serious tone, inquired, "Who is the person in charge of the beast fighting arena?" "That would be me. I am Huang Xiaoqin, the director of the beast fighting arena." Huang Xiaoqin replied with resignation. Despite facing the beauty before him, Du Mingrue maintained his stern demeanor. "Director Huang, please instruct your security to disperse." Huang Xiaoqin waved her hand, signaling the security personnel to step back. She then fixed her serious gaze upon Du Mingrue. "Director Du, I have grave suspicions that he is a spy sent by our enemies with the intent to tarnish the reputation of our beast fighting arena. Should this matter escalate, the reputation of Xiangning City will inevitably be implicated, and it involves rare-grade spirit beasts." Before Huang Xiaoqin could finish, Du Mingrue raised his hand to halt her words. "Director Huang, rest assured that this matter will not be determined solely based on one report." He then turned to Qin Nian, his voice taking on a notably grave tone. "Thus, as the whistleblower, you must provide evidence. Only by demonstrating a degree of authenticity will we proceed with the case. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoqin exhaled in relief. It was fortunate that falsehoods could not withstand scrutiny. Although she was uncertain about Qin Nian's intentions, the Spirit Beast Management Bureau was certainly not so easily deceived. "Qin Nian, our beast fighting arena is not a place where anyone can casually slander us. Where is your evidence?" Huang Xiaoqin urged. "I do not possess any evidence," Qin Nian replied flatly. Huang Xiaoqin could not help but twitch her lips in frustration. "Director Du, do you believe it is necessary to continue?" Du Mingrue regarded Qin Nian thoughtfully and warned, as the whistleblower, "If you cannot provide concrete evidence and merely make accusations based on speculation, that would constitute defamation." "Wait a moment." Qin Nian raised his hand and uttered words that took Huang Xiaoqin by surprise. He picked up a diagnostic report that had been discarded on the ground and had even been stepped on, handing it to Du Mingrue. Under Du Mingrue's questioning gaze, Qin Nian stated, "What if I report this as a spirit beast diagnostician? The Bureau should accept this case, correct?" The diagnosis from a spirit beast diagnostician serves as a basis. "What spirit beast diagnostician? You have not yet qualified," Huang Xiaoqin interjected, but fell silent mid-sentence. Just moments ago, Qin Nian had passed the 2 assessments to become a junior diagnostician. Although he had yet to receive his badge, according to regulations, he was indeed recognized as a junior diagnostician. In response to Qin Nian's inquiry, Du Mingrue nodded affirmatively. "If you possess a legitimate identity, we will naturally accept this case. But you must present your diagnostician certification, even if it is just a junior one." Qin Nian pointed to the proctor, Wu Hao, standing nearby. "I just took the exam today, and although I do not yet have my badge, this proctor can attest to my status." Wu Hao, taken aback, thought, "What is happening here? Why is the pressure suddenly on me?" As a proctor, he could not lie against his conscience. Yet, to speak the truth would essentially assist Qin Nian. After a moment of internal struggle, Wu Hao resolved to uphold his professional ethics. He confirmed, he has indeed passed the junior diagnostician assessments and is now recognized as a junior diagnostician. Chapter 16. Caught. Given this, the Spirit Beast Management Bureau will officially accept this case, Du Mingrue stated solemnly. "Director Huang, I trust there is no one more familiar with the personnel at the beast fighting arena than you. I am assigning you the task of gathering all relevant personnel for an assembly. That is not a problem." At this point, Huang Xiaoqin had no choice but to cooperate. But she could not help but remind Du Mingrue, "Director Du, the matter of spirit beast abuse is of utmost seriousness. I hope you will consider the reputation of the beast fighting arena in Xiangning City. I mean to say, if there are indeed individuals engaging in wrongdoing, it is merely their personal conduct. I will accept any penalties, but I request that you safeguard the reputation of the arena. We are only conducting an investigation. It is not our job to generate news or public opinion." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoqin felt a sense of relief. She instructed Wu Hao and Zhang Yiheng to summon the other relevant staff members without revealing the reasons for the summons. This was to prevent any potential perpetrators from being forewarned should Qin Nian's diagnosis prove accurate. Before long, all personnel responsible for caring for the iron-eating beasts were assembled. Is everyone here? Du Mingrue surveyed the gathered individuals, frowning as he inquired. Director, everyone is present, not a single person absent. Huang Xiaoqin leaned against the table and replied. Du Mingrue had brought a sufficient number of personnel. They began to question the staff in various empty rooms. Now, only Du Mingrue, Huang Xiaoqin, and Qin Nian remained in the practical examination room. Director Huang, where is the monitoring room? Du Mingrue inquired, demonstrating his adeptness in conducting investigations. After reviewing personnel, accessing surveillance, and analyzing the behavioral patterns of those involved, he indeed discovered a suspicious individual. This man appeared in the cub nursery area every night, ultimately vanishing from sight in a blind spot of the surveillance near the iron-eating beast cubs area. Who was this individual? Huang Xiaoqin gazed at the surveillance footage with a frosty expression. In the dead of night, this person moved furtively, clearly indicating something was amiss. What infuriated Huang Xiaoqin the most was that although the individual wore a mask and hat, obscuring his features, he was undeniably clad in the uniform of the beast fighting arena. Could it be that the arena harbored a traitor among its ranks? Director Huang, do you recognize this person? Du Mingrue inquired. Huang Xiaoqin shook her head and frowned. There are too many employees of similar build in the arena. I cannot identify who he is. Then we shall find all these individuals and identify them one by one. Du Mingrue did not perceive this as a significant challenge. Merely a matter of taking some time. At that moment, Qin Nian interjected, this person should not be an employee of the beast fighting arena. After all, it is nearly noon. Let us expedite the process so he can have lunch. Qin Nian, having skipped breakfast, was already famished. Du Mingrue raised an eyebrow in surprise. You believe he is not an employee of the beast fighting arena? Observing his demeanor, it was evident that he possessed a profound familiarity with the beast fighting arena. How could you discern this? In truth, Du Mingrue also suspected that this individual's identity was questionable. However, he relied on his years of investigative experience and intuition. What about Qin Nian? The answer was rather simple, derived from a subtle detail. Qin Nian pointed to a frame in the video. All the staff I encountered at the arena today wore uniforms that fit them perfectly, as if tailored specifically for them. Yet this individual, if you scrutinize his attire closely, appears to be somewhat loose-fitting, doesn't he? Upon hearing this, Du Mingrue magnified the surveillance footage for a meticulous examination. Huang Xiaoqin leaned in as well, keen to discern the truth. Subsequently, both of them indeed noticed the discrepancy. The uniform worn by this individual did seem a bit oversized at the hem. Although this distinction was not overtly pronounced, Qin Nian had spotted it at a glance. One could surmise that he was particularly observant. Impressive. Details are often the most challenging to notice, Du Mingrue exclaimed. Regrettably, had it not been for your more suitable occupation, I would have recruited you for our Spirit Beast Management Bureau. In response to the commendation from Captain Du, Qin Nian maintained his composure. Director Huang might inquire among his employees if anyone has misplaced a uniform. Huang Xiaoqin regarded Qin Nian with surprise. It was then she realized that throughout the ordeal, he had exhibited an unwavering calmness, as if he had anticipated the situation all along. His diagnostic acumen was indeed remarkable. I shall inquire immediately. Once the surveillance footage was revealed, Huang Xiaoqin recognized her misunderstanding of Qin Nian. Upon receiving his reminder, she did not dwell on her error, but rather acknowledged it directly. Her tone sincere. I misjudged you earlier, and I apologize. Thank you for bringing this matter to light. Huang Xiaoqin's expression was one of genuine contrition. Her gaze fixed on him, which inadvertently made Qin Nian feel somewhat bashful. Ah, it's all for the sake of the iron-eating beast, Qin Nian said, rubbing his nose. Observing his discomfort, Huang Xiaoqin could not help but chuckle. Through the investigation and inquiries regarding the arena's staff, it was discovered that one employee had indeed misplaced their uniform over a month ago. Consequently, since the infiltrator was not an employee of the arena, the scope of the investigation would need to be expanded. Fortunately, the streets were replete with surveillance cameras. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to evade detection entirely. Soon enough, traces of the infiltrator were found at a concealed corner of a street. He had even changed his clothing and hat along the way, yet left behind a flaw. He continued to wear the same shoes as before. Du Mingrue remarked with a relaxed demeanor. It's apparent that this infiltrator possesses some knowledge of counter-surveillance techniques, though he is not particularly adept. The next step was to utilize the electronic eyes to track this infiltrator and ascertain his residence. They found it. Upon confirming the infiltrator's address, Du Mingrue immediately contacted the action team of the Spirit Beast Management Bureau. In less than half an hour, the infiltrator was apprehended. The individual did not perceive his actions as criminal, thus he readily confessed upon entering custody. It turned out that he had been duped by foreign forces masquerading as pranksters, coaxed by monetary incentives. He claimed to have merely infiltrated the beast fighting arena to play a prank on the iron-eating beast. After sending a video of the prank to the pranksters, he believed he would receive some money in return. Although he had illegally entered the arena, he insisted that he had not stolen anything, proclaiming that pranks were not against the law. His defense was utterly ignorant of legal principles. After terminating the communication, Du Mingrui relayed the developments with a sense of exasperation. Rest assured, Director Huang, this individual will face repercussions, and we will continue our investigation. Thank you, Captain Du. At this juncture, Huang Xiaoqin felt a sense of relief. She had never anticipated that the strange behavior of the iron-eating beast stemmed from such a truth. Fortunately, the discovery had been made in a timely manner, all thanks to Qin Nian. Chapter 17, A Blind Date? Not interested. Huang Xiaoqin turned her gaze toward Qin Nian, poised to express something, but was unexpectedly preempted by Du Mingrui. Qin Nian, he tentatively inquired. You must be the esteemed teacher from Class 8 of the Senior 3 at Chengdu High School? With the investigation concluded, Du Mingrui finally had the opportunity to pose this question in his personal capacity. How does Captain Du know of me? Qin Nian was taken aback. Although he had not met all his acquaintances this year, it was clear that Captain Du was not among those he recognized. The other's reaction suggested he only knew his name without having ever seen him. It truly is you. Greetings, Teacher Qin. I am Du Yutong's elder brother. Du Mingrui said with a radiant smile, albeit somewhat nervously. Ding. Honor value 1. Were the personnel from the Spirit Beast Management Bureau to witness this side of the stern and impartial Du Mingrui, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoqin stood by, utterly flabbergasted. Qin Nian was, in fact, a high school teacher? The gaze Du Mingrui cast upon Qin Nian was imbued with genuine respect. How curious that he suddenly appeared so anxious while speaking. Du Mingrui mused that not only was he the head of the investigation team, but even the director of the Spirit Beast Management Bureau would feel a tinge of nervousness when faced with their child's homeroom teacher. So you are Du Yutong's brother. Qin Nian realized, piecing it together. No wonder he looked somewhat familiar upon entering. He had assumed the man was just another face in the crowd. Du Mingrui, feeling a bit sheepish, remarked, Teacher Qin, I apologize for not greeting you sooner due to my work. I must return to the bureau to attend to subsequent matters, so I shall take my leave. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the context, Du Mingrui would have relished the chance to properly revere Qin Nian. He was acutely aware of his sister's character. Had she not encountered Teacher Qin, given her capabilities, merely graduating from high school would have been a significant achievement. Now, she not only stood a chance of graduating, but also of attending a prestigious university. How could he not hold respect for a teacher who had so profoundly influenced his sister's trajectory? Farewell then. Qin Nian smiled and waved. In the surveillance room, only Qin Nian and Huang Xiaoqin remained. At this moment, Huang Xiaoqin regarded Qin Nian with a puzzled expression. She found herself perplexed. A teacher, with a stable job and a respectable social standing, why would he aspire to become a diagnostician? Moreover, his proficiency in tackling diagnostic theory questions was remarkably high. Was it true that not only students were feeling the pressure, but even teachers were being compelled to compete? Please, have a seat, Huang Xiaoqin invited with a smile. Qin Nian complied without hesitation, for he still had matters to discuss. Huang Xiaoqin cautiously inquired, Did you suspect the infiltrator's identity all along? What prompts that question? Huang Xiaoqin reiterated Qin Nian's earlier message regarding the public denunciation of the beast fighting arena for the alleged mental abuse of a rare spirit beast, which clearly left room for interpretation. Qin Nian remarked with a sense of certainty, I would never speak of matters I am unaware of. Huang Xiaoqin, keenly perceptive, detected Qin Nian's demeanor. Her eyes glimmered momentarily as she smiled and inquired, So, you do harbor some suspicions then? Qin Nian did not refute her assertion. Yet, this left Huang Xiaoqin perplexed. If you do not believe it was one of our beast fighting arena members, then why report it to the authorities? What do you say? Qin Nian felt a sense of helplessness. If given a choice, he would prefer to avoid escalating the situation. Huang Xiaoqin remained confused. Qin Nian posed a simple question. If I do not report it, would you believe my words? Huang Xiaoqin paused, and soon a realization dawned upon her. Certainly not. It became clear to her. The message reporting the incident had been sent within the 15-minute assessment period. Qin Nian had managed to make the most prudent choice in such a brief span of time. This maneuver was akin to that of a master diagnostician. Qin Nian, would you be interested in working at the beast fighting arena? We are in need of a diagnostician. Huang Xiaoqin extended an enthusiastic invitation. Qin Nian felt a spark of opportunity arise. He inquired, Do I need to retake the exam? No. Your advanced assessment has already been passed. Qin Nian was taken aback. Huang Xiaoqin chuckled and gestured toward Qin Nian's phone. Although the diagnostic report was overdue, the message was not. Ding. Honor points. 1. Qin Nian was enlightened. After discussing the terms of his employment with Huang Xiaoqin, he departed from the beast fighting arena. System. Why do I feel so parched after using my skills? On his way home, Qin Nian's mild dehydration persisted, prompting him to inquire. After a long pause, the system remained silent. Fine then, Qin Nian mused, noting that the system adopted a rather laid-back approach towards its host. It seemed that the adverse effects of using skills would need to be navigated through personal experience. After disembarking, Qin Nian purchased a portion of fried noodles at the entrance of his residential complex. He then promptly dialed the principal. Principal Sun, I plan to take the students for off-campus training for the next few days. I would like to request a leave of absence. Approved, Principal Sun replied without further inquiry, encouraging Qin Nian to pursue his ideas, as long as he returned to school on time on Monday. Such swiftness? Upon hanging up, Qin Nian ascended the stairs with a noticeably lighter step. Qin Nian's home was on the 5th floor of an old residential building. Though it was the top floor, a loft above provided some respite from the summer heat. Upon entering, Qin Nian was greeted by the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. Mom, you're home? When Changxiu emerged from the kitchen, adorned in a floral apron. Help me stir-fry for a moment. I need to grab some pickled vegetables for the porridge from the balcony. Initially a novice in the kitchen, Qin Nian had honed his culinary skills over the past year under Wen Mama's guidance. As she often stated, these are essential life skills. If you cannot learn them, you will have no hot meals to eat in the future. I am your mother, not your maid. Do not expect me to do everything for you. What? Do you expect me to cook for you when I am old? Under Wen Mama's firm insistence, Qin Nian had developed considerable cooking prowess. After dining, Qin Nian shared the location of the beast fighting arena in the class group chat. Starting from tomorrow morning until Sunday, there would be 5 days of intensive training at the arena, with an 8 a.m. assembly time and strict penalties for tardiness. Within seconds, all 15 classmates responded promptly, indicating they were likely preoccupied with their phones. They were not fatigued, but Qin Nian was in dire need of a nap. Hold on, Mom has something to tell you. When Changxiu called out to Qin Nian with a mysterious expression. What is it, Mom? Qin Nian queried, puzzled. Good news. When Changxiu beamed. Guess what? You and Uncle Yu are getting married? Uffed. While Uncle Yu and I share a good relationship, that is not the matter at hand. Aunt Zhang downstairs has introduced you to a potential match. You are to go on a blind date next Monday. Qin Nian. He was only 23. With ample freedom ahead of him, why would he need to go on a blind date? This is absurd. I'm not going. Chapter 18. Just bring out the spirit you usually display when causing trouble. Qin Nian flatly rejected the proposition. When Changxiu's expression immediately soured, and she shot him a glare. You, my child, I have already agreed to Aunt Zhang's arrangement. You must go. Qin Nian looked at Wen Changxiu in confusion. But you never pressured me about blind dates before. Are you truly considering marrying Uncle Yu? Wen Changxiu had been in a 3-year relationship with Yu Ziming, and their bond seemed to be strengthening. Qin Nian observed the recent signs indicating a potential marriage. Wen Changxiu was momentarily taken aback. Her child was far too astute. Guessing accurately, since Qin Nian had figured it out, Wen Changxiu chose to confirm. Yes, your Uncle Yu and I plan to get married next month. And then we will go on a honeymoon. Qin Nian. Getting married next month, and only now informing him? Is she even my mother? I have no objections. I'm going to sleep. No objections about the blind date. Qin Nian turned back helplessly. But I genuinely have something on next Monday. The school is hosting a citywide graduation beast taming match, and as the homeroom teacher for the graduating class, I cannot be absent. Oh, you really do have something on? I'll let Aunt Zhang know to reschedule. I've heard that girl is quite nice. Qin Nian was exceedingly tired and did not wish to argue further. He decided to take a nap first. As for the blind date, whoever wants to go can go. At this moment, Wen Changxiu was undoubtedly in high spirits. She vividly recalled this time last year when Qin Nian, despite not having fully recovered from his injuries, forcefully recontracted his spiritual beast, putting his life in jeopardy, leaving no possibility for recovery. At that time, when Changxiu had watched her son, nearly on the brink of death in the hospital, feeling utterly despondent. She feared for his survival, as well as the possibility of him being unable to recover fully even if he did survive. She had not dared to harbor any other expectations, merely hoping for her son to live a normal life. However, over the past year, Qin Nian's performance had led her to realize that she had perhaps underestimated her son's psychological resilience. Thus, the joyful notion of urging him to marry began to take root. Wednesday morning, at the entrance of the beast fighting arena, 15 young men and women dressed in light attire had gathered, though each bore dark circles under their eyes. Their excitement was palpable. Qin Nian arrived 5 minutes early, yet he was still the last to arrive. Let us go. I will show you the training grounds. The group entered the interior of the beast fighting arena, where Qin Nian instructed them to wait in the lobby while he proceeded to the director's office alone. Oh, you've arrived so soon? Huang Xiaoqin greeted with a smile. Director, where are my things? Qin Nian cut straight to the point. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? The competitive environment of the arena is far more brutal than that of the academy. Absolutely, he affirmed. Huang Xiaoqin raised her thumb in admiration. You truly are formidable. Qin Nian responded with a hint of resignation. These youngsters have grown accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. Without a bit of rigor, I fear they will not take it seriously. Huang Xiaoqin chuckled softly and picked up her phone to make a call. Go and take down that advertisement for recruiting spirit beast diagnosticians at the entrance, will you? Yes, do it now. After hanging up the call, Huang Xiaoqin handed Qin Nian a document pouch. Your senior diagnostician badge and work ID are inside. By the way, I have already granted you level 2 access. The work ID serves as your identification. If you need anything, just approach the service desk. As she spoke, Huang Xiaoqin retrieved 2 work uniforms from beneath the table. This is your work attire. Wear it during your shifts. Upon receiving the uniform, Qin Nian was momentarily taken aback by its color. The uniform is white now? Huang Xiaoqin nodded helplessly. Yes, to facilitate the recovery of the little iron-eating beast, all staff uniforms at the battle arena have been redone. Yours was prioritized, while the others are being gradually completed. Qin Nian nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Huang Xiaoqin raised an eyebrow at him. No need for thanks. Just remember to come for your part-time shift every evening. Rest assured, I will arrive punctually. Upon reaching the service desk, Qin Nian presented his special work ID to request a sequence of numbers. He then handed the number tags to Du Yutong for distribution, 1 for each person. Isn't this the tag used for the competitions at the battle arena? What do we need it for? Vice Class Leader Li Junyan questioned, momentarily puzzled as he held the tag. Du Yutong, while distributing the tags, responded with exasperation. Haven't you figured it out yet? The principal often mentions during school meetings that the best way to enhance combat experience is through practical battles. Our teacher must be bringing us for practical training. Are we going to participate in a competition? Isn't it required to have at least graduated from high school to compete in the battle arena? Well, we're here now. With our skills, will we become the stars of the show? Stop being so cocky, hee. The 15 students were a mix of anxiety and excitement, brimming with confidence. Indeed, today marked the commencement of their practical training as per Qin Nian's specialized training plan. After donning their masks, the group was escorted to the waiting area by the staff. Your opponents are all fellow Beast Tamers who have completed level 1 evolution. You can watch the competition matches on the large screen, and announcements will be made here, so simply wait patiently. After a brief explanation, the staff departed. The waiting area featured a large screen displaying live competition broadcasts, with the matches scrolling on the far right. Among the 15, Li Junyan was at the forefront of the sequence. Just 2 matches remained before it was his turn, and he felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Teacher, how should I fight when it's my turn? Qin Nian calmly replied. Just unleash the same spirit you exhibit when causing mischief. At the entrance of the battle arena, an unremarkable sedan came to a steady stop. The driver exited first and respectfully opened the rear door. A youthful girl, clad in cropped shorts and a midriff-bearing top, with a high ponytail, emerged. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. Mom complains every day that I'm too ostentatious when I go out. Uncle Lin, am I being low-key enough this time? Miss, you are indeed quite understated, the driver replied with a smile. Although the car was indeed unassuming, it smoothly navigated through East Mountain Forest Park and directly parked at the entrance of the battle arena. Anyone could discern that the individual inside the vehicle was of notable status. The girl, upon hearing this, felt a surge of pride, thinking, it seems I truly have a knack for blending in. She then glanced towards the battle arena entrance, perplexed. Didn't T-Uncle say they were recruiting spirit beast diagnosticians here? Why is there no recruitment notice posted? The driver speculated, before your arrival, the vice president might have given a heads up, so they likely removed the recruitment information in advance. Just then, a stout, fair-skinned middle-aged man approached with a welcoming smile. Miss Chung, welcome. Chung Riao recognized him as Zhou Shangji, the deputy director of the battle arena and a friend of her uncle. She greeted him politely. You must be Uncle Zhou. I'm Chung Riao, but you can just call me Yao Yao. Excellent, please come in. After some pleasantries, Zhou Shangji led Chung Riao to the Human Resources Department to complete her onboarding procedures. The HR officer adjusted her glasses in surprise. You're here to process the diagnostician's employment? But the position has already been filled. When did that happen? Zhou Shangji inquired. Bewildered. Just a moment ago, the officer replied. Chung Riao, quick-witted, realized that she could not bypass the deputy director to expedite the process. However, she needed the battle arena experience for her studies abroad in Eagle Nation. After contemplating, she decided to take a step back to move forward. Wow, that is fantastic. Uncle Zhou, I actually wanted to come in as an intern. Having a mentor to guide me would really help me improve. Hearing this, Zhou Shangji had no choice but to comply. Then let us process your application as a diagnostician intern. However, the HR officer appeared troubled. Deputy Director, The intern application requires the signature of an actual diagnostician for approval, meaning you need to find the recently appointed diagnostician for their signature before I can process it. Alright. Zhou Shangji thought this task was not overly complicated, merely requiring an additional trip. He then inquired, where is this diagnostician, and what is their name? The HR officer hesitated again. The personal information of the diagnostician is confidential and only the director knows. Perhaps you could ask the director? Zhou Shangji frowned, scratching his belly. Why is this procedure so convoluted? Uncle Zhou, you should hurry. I'll head to the battle arena to watch the matches first. Cheng Riyao cheerfully waved goodbye and left. Zhou Shangji proceeded to find Huang Xiaoqin without disclosing his frustrations. Meanwhile, Cheng Riyao arrived at the competition waiting area. She had taken a day off from school to thoroughly explore the battle arena and assess the skill levels of the competitors. Just then, it was Li Junyin's turn to compete. Everyone, I'm heading on stage now. He exuberantly waved to his classmates, blowing them a kiss. His confidence radiated so strongly that it seemed he was not headed for a competition, but rather to receive an award. The other students joined in the excitement, their initial nerves dissipating entirely. This group, who had just achieved perfect evolution of their spirit beasts the day prior, released their pent-up excitement at this moment, their confidence soaring. Dreams dominate the stage, Cheng Riyao thought, as the excitement in her heart reached its peak. Look, Li Junyin's match is about to begin. The large screen in the waiting area showcased the live competition. Li Junyin's opponent was also a young beast tamer, sporting a red bandana that gave him a cool vibe. As they took the stage, each released their spirit beasts. Li Junyin's contract spirit was a small white caterpillar, while his opponent's was a fire hound. Uft. Ha 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 ha. The opponent couldn't contain his laughter. Hey, what are you laughing at? Li Junyin retorted, visibly annoyed. Your spirit beast is just too adorable. Ha ha ha. Be careful during the battle. Don't let my fire hound step on it. Li Junyin was furious. In the waiting area, upon seeing the plain white caterpillar, Cheng Riyao couldn't help but laugh. She had seen many ordinary spirit beasts before. It is truly the first time I have encountered such utter ordinariness. I recall just moments ago thinking that Li Junyin was an impressive character, and now it all seems absurd. The fire dog is already rather commonplace, and this masked individual, I expected to witness a formidable spirit beast. Yet it turns out to be a mere white caterpillar? The quality of this spirit beast is utterly pathetic. Cheng Riyao stood at the center of the waiting area, arms crossed, her posture exuding arrogance as she mocked the Li Junyin displayed on the large screen. Du Yutong, whose view was obstructed by her, was about to shift positions when she suddenly heard a voice. Hey, the girl in front, what nonsense are you spouting? Your mouth is so filthy. Cheng Riyao glanced back at Du Yutong, her tone still dripping with sarcasm. What? Did I say something incorrect? You casually insult others' contracted spirits. Such poor manners. Du Yutong retorted, one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly at Cheng Riyao. However, Cheng Riyao, remaining composed, curled her lips in derision. If we're discussing manners, perhaps you should first examine yourself. Your frantic, shrewish demeanor is the epitome of impoliteness. Du Yutong, unable to match wits with Cheng Riyao, could only stomp her feet in frustration. The other boys from Class 8 also found Cheng Royao's attitude quite intolerable, yet unsure how to intervene in a dispute between two girls. Look, Li Junyin is about to begin. The match commenced. In a fit of anger, Li Junyin commanded his large caterpillar to attack first. Big Mao spits silk. Find that fire dog. The young man opposite couldn't help but smirk, instantly recognizing Li Junyin as a novice. Excellent, this match is secured. Unhurriedly, he instructed the fire dog, little dog, fireball attack. Immediately, Li Junyin watched as the silk spat out by Big Mao was swiftly turned to ashes by the fireball. Oh, Big Mao spits silk again. Little dog, fireball attack. Big Mao again. Little dog, fireball attack. In the audience, Qin Nian observed, this duel is painfully clumsy. After 3 rounds of circular exchanges, Li Junyin found himself entirely on the defensive. His luck was truly abysmal. In the first match, he had drawn the fire dog, which was perfectly capable of countering the white caterpillar's silk-spitting ability. Each time he commanded Big Mao to use the silk-spitting skill, it was effortlessly incinerated by the fire dog's fireball. Frustrated, he yearned to unleash Big Mao's mutated skill, Thunder Silk Spit. Yet, prior to the match, Qin Nian had specifically instructed that no one could use their spirit beast's mutated abilities without his permission during the arena battles. Thus, Li Junyin's white caterpillar could only endure the relentless assaults. The outcome of the match was unsurprising. In the 4th round, the opponent initiated the fireball attack first, leading to Li Junyin's defeat. He stood on the stage for a moment, lost in thought, until the referee reminded him, prompting him to lower his head and return to the waiting room. Dejected, his demeanor was a stark contrast to the confidence he had exhibited before the match, casting a shadow over the spirits of his classmates. However, Tranquility in the waiting room lasted but a brief moment before it erupted into chatter. Some classmates consoled Li Junyan, while others claimed they would never have lost had they been in his position. Soon, it was time for Du Yutong to take the stage. Just wait and see. Du Yutong clenched her fists at Cheng Ruoyao before entering the arena. Her opponent was also a girl, a first-year student from a modest spirit beast university in Xiaoning City. After taking their positions, both released their spirit beasts. One was a plump and adorable creature, while the other was a slightly larger version of the same. The latter was particularly charming, adorned in clothing and wearing a headpiece. Du Yutong was instantly smitten. As the match commenced, Du Yutong's attack was a moment too slow. Big girl, attack the lower body. Cutie, use bubble bomb attack on that chubby creature. Due to swift and concise commands from her opponent, the larger creature attacked first. Oh no. Cutie dodged quickly. Lacking combat experience, Du Yutong's chubby creature was defeated in the first round. The result left her disheartened. With each student exiting the arena, the waiting area grew increasingly despondent. The feeling of defeat is unbearable. If it weren't for my own shortcomings, I wouldn't have been eliminated in just one round. What on earth is our teacher thinking, making us compete like this? It's infuriating. A bunch of arrogant fools with no real strength. Cheng Ruoyao remarked disdainfully as she glanced at the students from Class 8. Already downcast from their losses, the others glared at her in anger. Li Junyan stood up. Say that again if you dare. Cheng Ruoyao, however, didn't even spare him a glance, her tone dripping with contempt. What right does someone with a white caterpillar contract have to speak to me? Li Junyan. This girl is even more arrogant than when he first entered the arena. Although my contracted spirit is a white caterpillar, my big Mao is, well. Li Junyan nearly blurted out the secret of the white caterpillar's perfect evolution. Thankfully, he caught himself just in time. But what? Unable to articulate it. Cheng Ruoyao dismissed the notion that a mere white caterpillar could possess any merit. Du Yutong, overhearing this, was infuriated once more, hands on her hips. What did I do to you? Why are you being so insufferably sarcastic? Are you asking for a beating? Other classmates, concerned for Du Yutong, gathered around her. Yet, Cheng Ruoyao remained unfazed, continuing to provoke them. What? Are you planning to bully me with sheer numbers? A friendly reminder. This is considered a disgraceful act among spirit beast trainers. Li Junyan retorted angrily. You criticize us while your own spirit beast hides away. If you have the guts, bring it out and let us see. Cheng Ruoyao had been waiting for this very remark. Very well, then I shall graciously enlighten you simpletons. Come forth, little gold. Suddenly, a flickering white light appeared in the air. 2 seconds later, a golden-winged bird materialized out of thin air. The golden-winged bird, roughly the size of an ordinary bird, boasted a splendid plumage, with its crest and wings glimmering in gold, thus earning its name. Despite its diminutive size, it was an exceedingly rare spirit beast. It's a rare spirit beast. The students from Class 8 were rendered speechless. Cheng Ruoyao reveled in their astonishment, relishing the moment of triumph as she slapped them in the face with her golden-winged bird. What do you think? Scared now, you bunch of garbage? Du Yutong, exasperated, declared, I challenge you to a duel. Cheng Ruoyao, with an air of superiority, extended a finger and shook it dismissively. Why would I duel with you? After all, battling your chubby creature would lower my golden-winged bird's prestige. Besides, do you really believe your chubby creature can contend with my golden-winged bird? Du Yutong clenched her fists. Even if I can't defeat you today, I will certainly surpass you in the future. Cheng Ruoyao scoffed once more, then turned her gaze toward Qin Nian. That individual, he must be your superior, right? Following a boss who lacks command. It appears that you all may have missed your opportunity. Cheng Ruoyao single-handedly took on a group of 8, showcasing her formidable prowess. Qin Nian couldn't help but applaud her in his heart. Just yesterday, Qin Nian had employed a stooge, intending to deliver a blow to this group of complacent youngsters, who seemed blissfully unaware of their own limitations. Although the process diverged somewhat from the villainous script he had orchestrated, the impromptu performance undoubtedly yielded superior results. Qin Nian was thoroughly engrossed. Originally priced at 230, he contemplated adding another 20. Don't question it. Merely acknowledge that the stooge's spontaneous display was worth that price. Just look at how agitated those kids have become. Their fervor is palpable, ensuring a seamless transition to the next phase of training. In high spirits, Qin Nian proceeded to settle the final payment. However, upon unlocking his phone, he was met with a message from the stooge sent an hour prior. Boss, I sincerely apologize. I suddenly have something else to attend to today, and I will refund you. I'm so sorry. Refund, 100 yuan. Qin Nian. What? The hired stooge didn't show up? His gaze shifted towards Cheng Ruoyao. So, this girl who had been sparring with his students for so long was merely an unknown bystander? Yet, one must admit, she proved far more effective than that stooge. Free and efficient. Qin Nian gave her a thumbs up. Miss Cheng, I finally found you. Vice Director Zhou Shangji approached Cheng Ruiyao, panting heavily. Previously, when Cheng Ruiyao mentioned watching the competition, he had searched several viewing areas without success. After much effort, it turned out she was in the waiting area. One could hardly blame him for his frustration. Uncle Zhou, Cheng Ruiyao's eyes brightened. Did you find that diagnostician? Zhou Shangji, still catching his breath, replied, I found him. He is right here. Where? Cheng Ruiyao stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. Over there. Zhou Shangji raised his arm, pointing at Qin Nian. Upon seeing the person Zhou Shangji indicated, Cheng Ruiyao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. That individual is merely a club owner accompanying his employees to the competition, isn't he? Uncle Zhou, are you pointing in the wrong direction? Doubt tinged her voice, lowering its pitch. Indeed, Zhou Shangji finally regained his breath. Let me take you over to meet him. He approached Qin Nian with a smile, his demeanor relatively humble. The social status of a diagnostician is quite elevated, particularly that of a senior diagnostician, who is a rare talent. Who would dare to act arrogantly in the presence of a senior diagnostician? After all, can one guarantee that their spirit contracts will never have issues? Underestimating a senior diagnostician would be sheer folly. May I inquire if you are the newly arrived senior diagnostician at our beast fighting arena, Qin Nian? That is correct. May I ask who you are? Although Qin Nian remained seated, his tone was courteous, as polite discourse serves as the universal language of society. I am the vice director of the beast fighting arena, Zhou Shangji. Ah, so you are Director Zhou. Zhou Shangji's face lit up with a broad smile upon hearing this, repeatedly waving his hands in modest denial. Oh no, just call me vice director. Our beast fighting arena has a strict hierarchy. If the higher-ups hear me, I might face repercussions, so I dare not let you call me director. Ha! Qin Nian. This individual tends to be rather verbose. Is there something you require? There is indeed a matter I need to trouble you with. My niece wishes to intern at our beast fighting arena. Zhou Shangji gestured for Cheng Ruiyao to come forward. However, upon turning around, he was met with Cheng Ruiyao's ashen face, akin to someone stricken by a sudden illness. Cheng Ruiyao's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could that person possibly be a senior diagnostician? Which esteemed diagnostician would associate with a group of practitioners so lacking in ability? Chapter 21. Is this your reason for distracting yourself? Seeing Cheng Ruiyao's pallid complexion, Zhou Shangji's expression shifted instantly. Cheng Ruiyao's uncle was the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association in Xiangning City, and her family background was formidable. It was imperative that she didn't falter in front of him. Miss Cheng, are you feeling unwell? Shall I call an ambulance? No. Cheng Ruiyao clutched her clothing nervously, her complexion still somewhat grim. Uncle Zhou, I am not unwell. I am just a bit anxious. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shangji exhaled in relief. Then come quickly. I will introduce you to our senior diagnostician. Cheng Ruiyao approached with hesitant steps. Qin diagnostician, what do you think of her? Is she suitable for employment? This scene left Qin Nian somewhat perplexed. Did the beast fighting arena not consult him when hiring new talent? Zhou Shangji, realizing that Qin Nian was unfamiliar with the hiring regulations of the beast fighting arena, saw an opportunity to exploit this gap. Our diagnostician's office is preparing to recruit another intern. She already possesses a junior diagnostician certificate and is undoubtedly a talented individual. However, our regulations are rather rigid, and we require your signature. Qin Nian. Did he truly think him Navi? If he were to recruit someone, they would ultimately be under his supervision. Furthermore, given the second-tier authority granted to him by the director, he had the power to decide whether to hire an intern for the diagnostician's office. Our beast fighting arena has accumulated too many problematic spirit beasts. I am overwhelmed as it is, and I have no time to train newcomers. You should send her back. The office is not currently hiring, and even if we were, we would not accept those of inferior quality. Inferior quality, you say? Zhou Shangji immediately realized that Cheng Ruiyao must have offended Qin Nian with her indiscreet remarks in his absence. Observing Qin Nian's unyielding demeanor, Zhou Shangji understood that this matter would not be resolved. If the diagnostician disagreed, there was no alternative. Meanwhile, upon learning of Qin Nian's true identity, Cheng Ruiyao had initially felt apprehensive. However, upon hearing his outright refusal regarding her employment, her princess-like temperament flared up once more. Uncle Zhou, aren't senior diagnosticians typically older men in their 40s? He looks so young. How could he possibly be a senior diagnostician? His badge can't be genuine, can it? Zhou Shangji. That stings. Is 40-something considered old? Moreover, that badge was submitted directly by the director of the beast fighting arena and issued by the higher authorities. Are you suggesting that his badge is fake? What does that imply? That the beast fighting arena is engaging in deceit? What nonsense is this girl spouting? Ha ha ha. It is getting late. Let me escort you home. The favors owed to individuals pale in comparison to the interests of the beast fighting arena. Zhou Shangji was clear-headed enough to recognize this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ascended to the position of vice director. He hastily led Cheng Ruiyao away. They had barely exited the waiting area when the students from Class 8 could no longer contain their laughter. Ha 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 ha. Oh my, this is hilarious. She was so full of herself, only to end up seeking assistance from the old class head. How absurd. I bet she never saw that coming. Ha. Just look at how distressed she is. It's truly satisfying. But when did the old class head become a senior diagnostician? As this question arose, the students gazed at Qin Nian with cheerful expressions, their curiosity evident. Qin Nian's countenance darkened. He was genuinely irked by this motley crew, wondering how they maintained such a carefree attitude. Stand at attention, he commanded, his demeanor shifting to one of stern authority, enveloping the room in a palpable tension. The students instinctively wiped the smiles from their faces and stood upright. Over the past year, their instructor had been unwaveringly strict during their physical training sessions. The advantage of this rigorous approach was that their spirit beasts also participated in the exercises, leading to the evolution of all spirit beasts in Class 8. The downside, however, was the psychological scar left by such intimidating commands. The mere sound of his voice sent shivers down their spines. Wasn't the gentle instructor more pleasant? Why this sudden transformation into the fearsome drill sergeant during training? Follow me, Qin Nian said, his expression unyielding, before turning on his heel and departing. The students exchanged glances and quietly trailed behind him. In the spacious, vacant training room, Qin Nian cast a penetrating gaze over the 15 individuals, his low, authoritative voice silencing them into submission. What have you accomplished in the preliminary matches? You were quite audacious when it came to causing trouble, yet now you appear utterly paralyzed on the competition stage. 15 battles, 15 defeats, and you still dare to chuckle? He reprimanded. If your combat skills are lacking, then practice more. If your intellect is insufficient, then study harder. But if your attitude is poor, then you are truly doomed. Li Junyan, you let your opponent provoke you right from the start, fighting chaotically. It's a wonder you didn't lose sooner. Li Junyan lowered his head. Teacher, I acknowledge my mistakes. Du Yutong. The match had already commenced, yet your gaze remained fixated on the opponent's spirit beast. Du Yutong hung her head. Its chubby figure was dressed in a little outfit and adorned with a flower crown. I was momentarily mesmerized. I'm sorry, instructor. Li Ziyu. What were you lost in during the match with your eyes closed? Li Ziyu mumbled. I hadn't eaten enough this morning, and it seemed someone in the audience was enjoying grilled buns. The aroma was too enticing. I lost my focus. I apologize, instructor. And you, Wang Zhao? Why are you craning your neck towards the audience during a match? Are you admiring the buns? Wang Zhao lowered his head. I heard someone arguing. Qin Nian retorted. Is that your excuse for being distracted? He proceeded to scold each of the 15 students in turn. Their myriad reasons for distraction were indeed bizarre, ultimately boiling down to a lack of concentration, a recurring malady among Class 8. At this moment, all 15 students were acutely aware of their shortcomings. Sensing it was time to shift gears, Qin Nian decided to move on. After all, reprimanding them incessantly was mentally exhausting. Being defeated and ridiculed, doesn't that ignite a fire within you? When others label you as trash, don't you yearn to retaliate with your strength? Tell me, do you desire this? Yes. The 15 students chorused in unison, their voices hoarse with fervor. Qin Nian continued to guide them. What else do you desire? I wish to improve. I want to be first. I want to win. Qin Nian nodded approvingly. Very well. Since you feel this way, I shall grant you an opportunity to win. It remains to be seen whether you can seize it. The 15 students stared at him with wide, sparkling eyes. They were determined to grasp this chance for victory, for the taste of failure was far too bitter to endure again. Chapter 22, Perception Training. At this juncture, a delivery arrived. Is Qin Nian present? Your ordered projection equipment has arrived. Please sign here. After signing for the delivery, Qin Nian proceeded to set up the equipment. Following some adjustments, he stepped outside to request a dozen chairs from the service desk. The students remained standing, their postures as rigid as if they were undergoing military training. Upon noticing Qin Nian's absence, Li Junyan whispered to Wang Zhao. Why was there an argument in the audience? Other students leaned in, eager to listen. Wang Zhao replied in hushed tones. Some complained that the bun smell was too strong. Li Ziyu lamented, don't mention buns. I'm so hungry. Qin Nian, who had just reached the doorway, overheard their murmurs and felt speechless. All right, everyone come over, he commanded. The students promptly approached him. The special training Qin Nian had prepared was, in fact, focused on perception training. In the realm of beast taming, mental acuity is paramount. However, most students in Class 8 led rather disorganized lives due to family circumstances, lacking the experience of maintaining a heightened sense of awareness for any prolonged period. Over time, the absence of mental training led to a perpetual state of distraction. Their scattered perceptions naturally absorbed all the information available in their environment, resulting in a common affliction known as lack of focus. Having prepared an entire night for the lesson, Qin Nian had devised 4 systematic perception training courses. When beast tamers gather environmental information, They typically rely on 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, with the first 2 being particularly crucial. Today's special training would commence with an exercise in fine visual acuity. Let's play a little game first. Qin Nian opened an image on his phone. With the aid of the projector, the image was clearly displayed on the wall. It depicted a cartoon bird, adorned with a scarf and blue glasses, tilting its head with wide, adorable eyes. Within this image were 99 identical cartoon birds, and one that was slightly different. Qin Nian pointed to a chair in the corner. Do you see that chair? Find the difference. Whoever spots it first gets to sit down during class. Upon hearing this, the students immediately widened their eyes, scrutinizing the cartoon birds. The prospect of sitting down was too enticing to ignore. They concentrated intently. A minute later, Li Junyan exclaimed, "I found it. Row 7, 5th bird. That one has a tuft of blue feathers on its head. It's a mutated blue bird." Triumphant, Li Junyan took a seat. Qin Nian then displayed another image, prompting the standing students to continue their search. Soon, Wang Zhao raised his hand. "I found it." Qin Nian proceeded to change the image again. After half an hour, all students were seated. Since everyone understands the rules now, let us proceed to the main topic. Swiping his phone, Qin Nian unveiled another image, distinctly different from the previous ones. It was a grassland scene. What are we supposed to do with a picture of grass? Qin Nian clarified. This image contains 10 plant-type spirit beasts. You have 10 minutes to find them all. The students gasped. 10 spirit beasts? Are you kidding? We can't see a single one. Qin Nian stated, "I'll step out for a moment. When I return, I expect to see answers. You may discuss, but let me remind you, I created this image myself. So searching online will be futile." With that, he exited the training room. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qin Nian returned, carrying a stack of takeout. "It smells delightful." Li Ziyu couldn't help but inhale deeply. "Have you found them?" Qin Nian inquired. Du Yutong timidly remarked, "Teacher, we have only found 9. Qin Nian feigned indifference. "Then let us hasten, for it is already past 12. We can only eat once everything is found." Li Ziyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Eating?" Her enthusiasm erupted like a supernova. She squinted her eyes and meticulously scrutinized the image, finally spotting the last hidden spirit beast in the upper right corner. Over there, she exclaimed, pointing eagerly. Qin Nian commented, "Indeed, she is the class's recognized glutton." He distributed the boxed lunches to everyone before unveiling the next image. The students' pace in locating the images accelerated, and as they searched, Qin Nian elucidated the various skills, characteristics, and preferences of the spirit beasts. Through this engaging game, the students committed the traits of mutated beasts and the related knowledge of dozens of spirit beasts to memory. An hour and a half later, they had completed the search for spirit beasts against diverse backdrops such as rocks, rainforests, snowy landscapes, and deserts. Qin Nian promptly presented a video, marking the final segment of today's visual acuity training. "I have 15 questions here. Each of you will draw one and have half an hour to find your respective answers." The students eagerly approached to draw their questions, only to be left in bewilderment. "What kind of question is this? How peculiar. What is your question?" "The reason behind the 7th action of the pink crystal cat. And yours? Why is the big-mouthed duck behaving that way?" What does that way mean?" "My question is about the wind eagle. That should be relatively easy, right? Mine is what the ringed weasel ate. I can just observe what it consumes, right? Done. Why is the long-eared rabbit crying? Where did half of the green-striped snake's body go? What on earth is this?" As they perused these questions, an ominous sense of foreboding arose within most of the students. When the video commenced, their apprehensions materialized. Goodness. The quality of this video rivals that of the riverside scene at Qingming Festival. The video was derived from drone surveillance footage of a massive foreign festival, where, for reasons unknown, multiple streets were engulfed in chaos. The cacophony of fighting, insults, screams, beast commands, elemental skills, and the buzz of onlookers created an overwhelming influx of information. It was impossible to discern who the protagonists were. The 15-second video played rapidly, leaving the 15 viewers utterly confounded. At its conclusion, they found themselves in a stupor. "Where's my pink crystal cat? What about my ringed weasel? I can't find my long-eared rabbit either." Qin Nian suggested, "If you can't find them, feel free to watch it again." As the 15-second video replayed repeatedly, the students gradually identified their respective objectives. Yet, soon new challenges emerged. They simply could not deduce the answers. This is too difficult. For instance, concerning the question about what the ringed weasel had eaten. The student who drew it fixated on the ringed weasel, only to realize it had not consumed anything throughout the video. Was the answer merely air? Was this a riddle? The long-eared rabbit is just an onlooker. It wasn't even attacked. Yet suddenly it began to cry. Could the green-striped snake that was beaten be its sibling? This doesn't add up. As for the 7th action of the pink crystal cat, they indeed found it, covering its nose. Please tell me why it is covering its nose. Is it overwhelmed by the sudden dancing of the big-mouthed duck? causing a nosebleed? Their thoughts were in disarray. As time slipped away, Li Junyan, encouraged by his classmates, stepped forward to plead for a hint. Dear old teacher, could you provide a clue? Qin Nian replied. Please remove your large nostrils. How did you all navigate the hidden spirit beast segment? Of course, we discussed it together. The students exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Within the video, many spirit beasts exhibited interconnections. If they solely focused on their individual questions, it would indeed be challenging to untangle the narrative in such a short span of time. Upon realizing this, the students began sharing information. Let us first clarify the sequence of events. The pink crystal cat's 7th action occurs at the 10th second of the video. I have yet to pinpoint when the ringed weasel eats. The erratic movements of the big-mouthed duck likely correspond to the 9th second. The long-eared rabbit's crying takes place at the 11th second. The green-striped snake's half-body vanishes at the 2nd second. Each student articulated their observations. Some identified the timing of their questions, while others remained at a loss. They arranged the known information chronologically: green-striped snake, big-mouthed duck, pink crystal cat, long-eared rabbit. Du Yutong suggested, let us first focus on the green-striped snake and see what transpires within the first 3 seconds. Through repeated scrutiny of the initial 3 seconds, a student uncovered new information. Although the green-striped snake was engaged with the big-mouthed duck, at the 2nd second, the ringed weasel just happened to brush past the green-striped snake, with the crucial moment obscured by a nearby individual. I seem to recall that the ringed weasel's food is likely serpentine, remarked the students who had drawn the green-striped snake and the ringed weasel. It seems we may have cracked the case. Du Yutong intelligently stated, answer the question, and we shall see if it holds true. The 2 students promptly provided their answers. Qin Nian nodded, his voice calm. Well done. You have finally unraveled the thread. There are 5 minutes remaining, and if even one of you cannot answer, everyone will have extra training tonight. Quickly unravel it. The students accelerated their efforts. Next is the big-mouthed duck. No, it should be the ringed weasel. Yes, the ringed weasel. Yet after the ringed weasel devoured the green-striped snake, it did nothing else. Wait, it must have passed gas. I remember the ringed weasel's skill is the stink bomb. The other students looked perplexed. Look, the big-mouthed duck is closest to the ringed weasel, and while it jumps around, its eyes seem heavy. It must have been affected by the smell. So, the pink crystal cat covering its nose is indeed due to the stench? And the long-eared rabbit too. It must have been overwhelmed by the odor. The connection grew increasingly clear and rather logical. Thus, the group began to respond. Qin Nian affirmed, remember the ringed weasel's skill. Excellent. All answers are correct. Now there are 30 seconds left, and one question remains unanswered. This question pertains to the wind eagle, which was initially deemed the easiest. The 15 individuals searched thoroughly for the elusive wind eagle, yet even after 15 seconds, it remained unfound. As the video played for the final time, not a trace was to be seen. This is it. We are truly facing extra training. Wait, a shadow? Yes, the shadow. Everyone, look for the shadow. In the last 2 seconds of the video, Du Yutong successfully spotted the shadow of the wind eagle, overlapping with that of the drone. Simultaneously, the video image jolted abruptly. Henceforth, it became evident that the wind eagle had captured the drone. Du Yutong responded at the very last moment. Subsequently, 15 pairs of eager eyes fixated on Qin Nian, awaiting the final judgment. Amidst the students' palpable anxiety, a smile gradually emerged on Qin Nian's face. Indeed, seizing the opportunity in the final seconds meant there would be no additional training that evening. Hooray! The classmates erupted in cheers. The meticulous vision training session thus concluded. Qin Nian shared the supplementary training images and videos from the lesson in the group chat. They were to continue practicing at home and participate in the remainder of the competition for the day. The students, clutching their identification tags, returned to the waiting area for their matches. Just before taking the stage, Qin Nian assigned one more task: to identify the most significant weakness of their opponents, ensuring that regardless of victory or defeat, they would document their findings and share them in the group chat post-competition. This time, Li Junyan was the first to take the stage again. However, his attitude towards this match was markedly different from that of the morning. With a serious demeanor, Li Junyan ascended the arena. As his opponents summoned their spirit beast, the first thought that flashed through Li Junyan's mind was the abilities of this particular creature. The long-legged spider, measuring 60 centimeters in length and standing at 1 meter tall, equipped with the skill of silk spinning and inherent long legs allowing for rapid movement. In contrast, his spirit beast, the fat worm, measuring 30 centimeters, with a short-legged, ground-crawling form and a single skill of silk spinning, albeit with sluggish mobility. A comparison revealed that the fat worm was once again pitted against a spirit beast that completely countered it in size, abilities, and speed. Nevertheless, Li Junyan remained unperturbed. As the match commenced, Li Junyan caught his opponent off guard immediately, while the long-legged spider became increasingly frantic, spinning in circles. The opponent, bewildered, exclaimed, "Referee. He hasn't even summoned his contracted spirit. How can we compete?" The referee, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Please continue the match." The opponent, perplexed, questioned, "Where's the contracted spirit? Who is he competing against? Has it been summoned? How come I can't see it? Could it be that this contracted spirit can turn invisible?" Seizing the moment of confusion, Li Junyan took action. He commanded his fat worm to utilize its silk spinning skill to burrow beneath the long-legged spider, executing the silk spinning technique once more, decisively ending the battle. The long-legged spider found its legs ensnared by the silk of the fat worm and fell to the ground with a thud, while the fat worm leisurely crawled out from beneath it. This audacious maneuver left the opponent utterly stunned. How cunning it was to have your contracted spirit hide beneath the little spider. No wonder it was spinning in circles earlier. With the victory secured, Li Junyan finally relaxed, flashing a grin and humbly deflecting compliments. In the segment concerning hidden spirit beasts, the old instructor had previously mentioned, aside from environmental advantages, smaller spirit beasts could even achieve invisibility in any setting. So what constitutes invisibility? It is the ability to obscure one's presence from the enemy's line of sight. The fat worm, being one of the smallest among ordinary spirit beasts, was previously perceived as a disadvantage. However, after hearing the old instructor's words, he realized that sometimes disadvantages could transform into advantages. Chapter 24. Wow. The audience today is incredibly professional. As for how he managed to have the fat worm sneak beneath the long-legged spider without being detected, it was still a matter of obscuring the line of sight. The old instructor had noted that since most beast tamers lacked perceptual training, opponents would often become distracted by their surroundings during battles. From the moment Li Junyan stepped onto the stage, he had been seeking an opportunity. Just as the referee announced the start of the match, his opponent momentarily glanced at the referee. It was at this precise moment that Li Junyan seized his chance. The referee declared the match result. Contestant 17 wins. Contestant 17 was Li Junyan's number. Returning to the waiting area, this descent was markedly different from the one earlier in the day. He descended with a broad smile, his gleaming teeth unmistakably visible. The next contestant to take the stage was Du Yutong. Coincidentally, her opponent was once again a fat worm. However, unlike the previous encounter, the scene on the stage had completely reversed. The girl opposite Du Yutong stared wide-eyed at the summoned fat worm, utterly astonished. How can there be such an adorable fat worm, dressed in a cute pink outfit, and even winking and tilting its head? Oh my, it's simply captivating. As the match commenced, Du Yutong learned from her previous experience and commanded her fat worm with the most succinct of orders. Striking first, she secured victory at the swiftest pace possible. It wasn't until she had lost the match that her opponent finally reacted. What kind of strategy is this? With hands on her hips, her ponytail swaying, Du Yutong flashed a cool V sign beside her chin, declaring, "Follow your opponent's path," leaving them with no escape. The opponent girl was left speechless. On the first day of special training, the students had garnered significant insights and were eagerly anticipating further perceptual training. Throughout the 5 days of specialized training, they experienced remarkable progress. Wednesday featured fine-tuned vision training techniques in the morning, followed by competitions in the afternoon, yielding initial results. Thursday saw fine-tuned hearing training techniques in the morning and substantial progress in the afternoon matches. Friday focused on fine-tuned olfactory training techniques, with commendable outcomes in the afternoon competitions. Saturday encompassed fine-tuned perceptual training techniques, culminating in comprehensive practice. On Sunday morning, in the training room, Qin Nian inquired, "Have you all had breakfast?" The students responded in unison. Yes. The old instructor had previously mentioned that both hunger and overeating could impair one's perception, hence the importance of timely meals and avoiding gluttony. Over the past few days, they had diligently adhered to this advice. Thanks to the intensive training, the students had made rapid strides. Today was the time for assessing their results. "Old instructor, we have confidence that we will win every single match today," the students declared with conviction. This confidence, bolstered by their capabilities, was pleasing to Qin Nian's eyes. Smiling, he raised his hand and exclaimed, "Let us go to the arena." Accompanied by 15 bright young men and women, Qin Nian arrived at the spectator stands of the arena. Why are we in the stands? The students wondered aloud as they jostled for the best viewing positions. Since they had arrived early, the matches had yet to commence, leaving the stands occupied solely by their group. Once everyone settled down, Qin Nian gently remarked, "After several days of intense concentration during training and competitions, everyone is quite fatigued. Today, there will be no matches. I want you to enjoy the experience of being an audience." "What? No, we want to compete. We can train our perception. We do not wish to rest," the students fervently insisted, waving their hands. It wasn't that they were overly enamored with studying. Rather, the very notion of rest felt utterly toxic. Just yesterday afternoon, The old instructor had suggested a change in training methods to allow them to rest. What happened instead? They were deceived into the spirit beast cub nurturing zone, where they ended up as playthings for those tedious spirit beast cubs. They had to both entertain the cubs and seek perceptual information from the environment, leaving them utterly exhausted. Just a single afternoon yesterday had taken its toll on them. The past few days of rigorous training have indeed taken a toll. Qin Nian, this time, it's a true respite. Classmates, really? Is that so? I don't believe it. Time swiftly passes, and the first match of the day is about to commence. Yet the students of Class 8 remain on edge. Du Yutong and her peers exchange frantic glances. Could it be a hidden mission today? Is the old teacher testing us? To see if we can discover it on our own? The likelihood of this is quite high. Once the match begins, we shall articulate our observations. MHM. Unbeknownst to Qin Nian, the students had reached a silent consensus. Thus, as the competition commenced, various murmurs surrounded Qin Nian. The opponent of this little duck was a rather large one, and their respective beast skills bore striking similarities. The large duck's flaw lay in its poor eyesight, while its strength resided in its sensitivity to biological magnetic fields. Meanwhile, the little duck boasted the ability to fly low and possessed a notably elongated neck, affording it a wide field of vision. The foundational capabilities of both spirit beasts were relatively equal, and the odds of victory for both beast tamers were quite comparable. The decisive factor would hinge upon the direction of enhancement following their evolution. The little duck sported several gray feathers on its wings, and its incessant wing flapping suggested that its evolutionary path was likely geared towards augmenting its flying prowess. In contrast, the large duck had seen considerable growth in its plumage, indicating that its evolution was aimed at enhancing its base stats and drought resistance, a direction that, in the old teacher's words, could be deemed somewhat superfluous. The disparity was thus quite pronounced. After completing its third evolution, the large duck would no longer require constant immersion in water. Although the journey to achieving 3 evolutions was a lengthy one, fraught with challenges that might render it unattainable, it would be a pity to squander such a rare opportunity on mere optimization, which could only yield troublesome drawbacks for the beast tamer. In this round, the large duck was destined to lose. The student's analysis left the other spectators utterly dumbfounded, internally exclaiming, "Wow, today's audience is remarkably professional." After their fervent examination, the students anxiously turned their gazes to the arena. At long last, the match commenced. The command abilities of both beast tamers were fairly comparable, but the little duck's evolutionary capabilities clearly prevailed. Its low-altitude flying skill and agile vision enabled it to secure victory with ease. We guessed right. The students breathed a collective sigh of relief. Having overheard their analysis, Qin Nian couldn't help but nod in quiet approval. This group had indeed made significant strides over the past few days. The volume of knowledge was not insurmountable. Remembering it was not the challenge, applying it was. Following their spirit beast's first evolution, the students' capacity for learning had also seen an uptick. Qin Nian seized the opportunity to conduct specialized training, which fostered a sense of synthesis among them. Yet, they were still far from matching the prowess of true academic prodigies. Their current advantage lay in their abundance of practical strategies. The road ahead was long, but they should face tomorrow's match without issue. Chapter 25. The Recurrence of Old Injuries. Class leader, what do you think of the old teacher's expression? Is he satisfied with Li Junyan in the front row? Someone whispered. Why don't you look for yourself? I dare not, Du Yutong replied, glancing back secretly. She noticed Qin Nian's pallid complexion and furrowed brows. We're doomed. She quickly turned back. What's the matter? Li Junyan inquired, while other classmates listened with bated breath. Du Yutong shook her head, her expression grim. The old teacher does not look pleased. What? We predicted the outcome of the match. Did we perhaps overlook something significant? It's possible. Let's South all pay close attention for the next round, striving to satisfy the old teacher. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Nian's grim demeanor was due to the resurgence of an old injury from a year prior, stemming from a spatial fracture. This familiar headache caught him off guard. It was a pain that, while not life-threatening, was incessantly tormenting. For such an ailment, an injection of a mental restorative at the clinic would provide relief. Counting the days, it had only been 25 since his last injection, and he should have been able to endure until next week. Why had it suddenly flared up? Could it be the recent strain? Qin Nian massaged his temples, adhering to the course schedule, which still had half a day to go. He resolved to endure. Throughout the morning, Qin Nian's complexion remained poor, while the students' postures grew increasingly erect, their gazes ever more earnest. They even ventured to analyze the match from various angles. Simultaneously, their understanding of various contracted spirits deepened. Finally, the clock struck noon. Inside the training room, the first phase of the perception training course had concluded. The student's performance left Qin Nian quite satisfied. He pinched the bridge of his nose and declared, "The specialized training ends here. Everyone, rest well. I look forward to your performance tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in cheers. Yay, it's finally over. Who's up for ranked matches this afternoon? Count me in. Qin Nian packaged and sent the perception training materials he had designed to the class group. This set of perceptual methods is tailored specifically for you. Continue practicing at home. The students were left utterly astonished. This remarkable training method had been personally crafted by the old teacher? How impressive. Curiously, Du Yutong asked, Old teacher, to what extent must we train to be deemed competent? Qin Nian, striving to suppress the pain within his skull, explained, when you can train to interweave and transition among the five senses, forming a new sense known as synesthesia. That will be considered satisfactory. Upon hearing Qin Nian's explanation, the students' eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Junyan eagerly inquired, Teacher, once we achieve synesthesia, wouldn't we be invincible in terms of perception? Qin Nian shook his head. All things exist in balance. Synesthesia is not without its counters. You'll understand once you encounter them. Naturally, the greatest vulnerability of synesthesia lies with those possessing dull senses. Such a condition is insurmountable, which is why Qin Nian refrained from informing them in advance. When Qin Nian reached the clinic, his complexion had grown even more ashen. Just as he was about to push the door open, it swung open from within, revealing a pair of young lovers embracing. The man playfully teased the woman, Ollie. Shall we meet at my place tonight? Oh dear, Ziqiang, have you forgotten what the doctor just said? We should wait until you're fully healed, she replied. Uft, such a minor ailment won't hinder my grand aspirations. As he spoke, the man noticed Qin Nian approaching and paused, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, if it isn't Qin Nian, what brings you to the clinic? Though Qin Nian did not recognize him, he was aware that this man was Zhao Ziqiang, a former classmate from university. After Qin Nian had been injured in his second year and became unable to summon beasts, this individual had often mocked him, even leaving derisive comments on his personal accounts, which greatly irritated Qin Nian. Faced with this man's insincere banter, Qin Nian chose not to be courteous. What else would I be doing at a clinic? Zhao Ziqiang, could it be that you have ventured to the clinic merely to indulge in excrement? Zhao Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Nian. You, when did your tongue become so venomous? In his recollection, Qin Nian was never one to retaliate against insults. Every time Zhao Ziqiang faced disdain from others, he found solace in belittling Qin Nian. What audacity has possessed this Qin Nian today? Ziqiang, who is he? A woman nearby inquired with curiosity. Upon catching sight of Qin Nian's visage, a flicker of admiration sparkled in her eyes, instantly piquing her interest in him. He, Zhao Ziqiang sneered, declaring, he is a figure of legend. What makes him legendary? The woman pressed, her curiosity intensifying, urging, Ziqiang, do enlighten me. When it came to this topic, Zhao Ziqiang was well-versed. He was once the prodigy of our school, a star in the Beast Mastery program, concurrently studying evolutionary design. Yet, he was ultimately betrayed by his contracted spirit, leading to a backlash that resulted in cracks in his Beast Mastery space. Although there was still a chance for him to regain his status as a Beast Master with proper recovery, some individuals simply fail to recognize their own limitations. I heard that last year, he forcibly contracted a new spirit beast, which caused his space to shatter completely, rendering him forever incapable of mastering beasts. Huh. Isn't that laughable? Ah, so he is a worthless individual incapable of mastering beasts for all eternity. The woman expressed her disappointment, lamenting the squandering of such a fine face and physique. Ha ha ha, the term worthless is indeed spot on. Zhao Ziqiang reveled in the moment, casting a triumphant glance at Qin Nian. Qin Nian, how vast was the chasm between us back in the day? You surely never anticipated your current plight, did you? How fickle the tides of fate are. The top scholar has become a mere waste, relegated to teaching at an ordinary high school with abysmal teaching skills. Meanwhile, I have secured an internship at the prestigious Beast Master Academy, and now it is your turn to look up to me. Qin Nian, how does it feel? Qin Nian, feeling a throbbing headache, could scarcely tolerate it. Scram, a good dog doesn't block the way. The woman, upon hearing this, lifted her chin in disdain and retorted. You are but an ordinary teacher, while Ziqiang is employed at the foremost Beastmaster Academy. What status does he hold, and what status do you possess? How dare you speak to Ziqiang in such a manner? Qin Nian frowned, replying, Fool, you should also leave. The woman, feigning anger, whined, Ziqiang, this worthless individual insulted me. A waste is a waste, Zhao Ziqiang scoffed. I haven't even begun to speak yet. Qin Nian, have you already crumbled? As he spoke, Zhao Ziqiang recalled another matter. Oh, by the way, tomorrow I will be attending the Beast Mastery competition hosted by your academy in my capacity as an intern instructor from the prestigious Beast Master Academy. When that time comes, do refrain from claiming to know me, for I cannot afford to lose face. Chapter 26. What affliction do I endure? At that moment, the clinic door swung open once more. A bespectacled male nurse rushed out in haste. Qin Nian recognized him. The doctors at the clinic referred to him as Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo called out to Zhao Ziqiang. Thank goodness you haven't wandered far. The doctor has had a last-minute change of plans. And your prostatitis surgery has been rescheduled from tomorrow to the afternoon of the day after. Be sure to arrive on time. Upon hearing the nurse's words, Zhao Ziqiang's steps faltered. Prostate. Inflammation. His male dignity was abruptly laid bare before what he considered his rival. The sardonic expression on his face shattered in an instant. His complexion transitioned from pale to crimson, then to a deep violet hue. Meeting Qin Nian's bewildered gaze, he quickly averted his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Luo seemed to finally notice Qin Nian. He greeted, "Hi, Teacher Qin. You are here for an injection, aren't you? Please, come in." Qin Nian nodded with a smile. As they brushed past each other, Zhao Ziqiang caught a faint, mocking laugh from Qin Nian. Prostatitis. As the clinic door closed, Zhao Ziqiang collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. Ziqiang. Inside the clinic, as soon as Qin Nian entered, he felt his strength waning. Supporting his head with his hands, he staggered to the wheelchair at the entrance. A feeble voice escaped with his exhalation. "Xiao Luo, could you please push me over?" "Certainly." Upon witnessing Qin Nian's condition, Xiao Luo's expression turned grave. He pressed the emergency button at his collar while swiftly pushing the wheelchair. In mere seconds, they arrived at the emergency room. The doctor summoned was the esteemed Gu, who frequently examined Qin Nian and had been sipping tea. Upon hearing the urgent call, his countenance shifted dramatically. He abruptly tossed aside his teacup and hastened to the emergency room. Upon seeing Qin Nian's state, he immediately deduced that this was a premature onset of after effects. Given the urgency, Dr. Gu ordered Xiao Luo to fetch medication from the pharmacy. After administering a revitalizing injection, he and Xiao Luo assisted Qin Nian to the hospital ward. The rejuvenating injection took effect swiftly. When Qin Nian regained consciousness, Dr. Gu was instructing Xiao Luo to admit him to the hospital. Burning the midnight oil, mental exhaustion, physical depletion. How could he neglect his health to such an extent? We must expedite his admission so he can rest properly. Dr. Gu, the patient who just arrived, spoke disrespectfully to Teacher Qin. I employed a little strategy to extricate Teacher Qin from that predicament. Dr. Gu praised. Well done, Xiao Luo. Teacher Qin is indeed our esteemed friend. We cannot allow anyone to bully him in the clinic. At that moment, Xiao Luo noticed Qin Nian had opened his eyes. Teacher Qin is awake. Xiao Luo exclaimed with delight. Having just received the revitalizing injection, Qin Nian felt utterly drained and could only weakly survey the room. The ward was equipped with a bookshelf and a projector. It was spacious and luxurious, featuring a grand single bed. Qin Nian chuckled helplessly. Dr. Gu, I merely came for an injection, yet you've placed me in your VIP room? For your recuperation. Qin Nian had to visit the clinic monthly for injections, spending nearly all his salary on this, even overextending himself financially. Where would he find the means to afford such an opulent ward? Dr. Gu explained with a smile. The last time the clinic held a promotional event, you won our VVVIP prize, granting you complimentary access to the VIP room. Qin Nian twitched his lips. What a farce this VVVIP is. What grave ailment do I possess? Dr. Gu continued with a laugh. In any case, your health necessitates frequent visits to our clinic, which represents a stable source of income for us. Occasionally granting you the luxury of the VIP room is no loss for the clinic. Qin Nian. Indeed, he undoubtedly harbored a grave ailment. One requiring lifelong treatment, one that remains unhealed. He had long acknowledged this reality, and such remarks could not wound him. Dr. Gu, aware of this, could jest with Qin Nian with ease. Nonetheless, Qin Nian adopted a serious tone. Dr. Gu, your words cut too deep. Be wary of my complaint against you. Dr. Gu, unperturbed, squinted his eyes, counting on his fingers, and with a triumphant gesture of 7, declared, You have uttered that phrase 7 times. It no longer intimidates me. Qin Nian shook his head resignedly. Very well, you win. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gu gleefully danced with delight. Hey, did you hear that, Xiao Luo? This stubborn fellow has finally conceded that I am the victor. Xiao Luo candidly replied. I believe Teacher Qin merely concedes in words. Dr. Gu shook his head, insisting. I don't care, he said it. All right, Dr. Gu, your movements are incorrect, retorted Xiao Luo, who unexpectedly joined in the dance. The flamboyant display of the two men was so glaringly absurd that Qin Nian couldn't help but turn his head away. It was wise for him to maintain a cordial relationship with the doctor. Initially, their interactions were somewhat superficial, but as time passed, they genuinely became friends. With Dr. Gu transforming from a stern, polite figure into a playful companion, he had become Qin Nian's sole friend in this place. The jovial atmosphere in the ward gradually dispelled the lingering shadows in Qin Nian's heart. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Host detected to be in a pathological state. Presenting the optimal treatment plan. If the host can elevate their honor points to 5,000 within 1 week, they will receive the formula for the space restoration agent. The mention of a space restoration agent formula stirred something within Qin Nian. He realized that this system was not without its merits. Although there were constraints, the opportunity to obtain the formula by amassing honor points within a week was a glimmer of hope. Currently, his honor points stood at 21. The Beastmaster duel was scheduled for tomorrow. Achieving this honor point goal within a week seemed attainable, and even if it posed challenges, he was determined to strive for it. As he contemplated Dr. Gu's earlier suggestion to admit him to the hospital, Qin Nian replied, Dr. Gu, I feel much better now. There's no need for hospitalization. Very well, Dr. Gu conceded, merely suggesting, if you don't wish to stay, then let us continue to observe for half an hour. If all is well, you may leave. Qin Nian agreed. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Xiao Luo quickly handed it to him. It was his mother, Wen Changxiu. Feeling fatigued and unable to hold the phone comfortably, Qin Nian instructed Xiao Luo to switch to speaker mode. Hello, Mom. In the next few days, I'll be heading back to our hometown. Remember to attend the blind date next Friday evening at the South Tower Rotating Restaurant. Make sure to free up your schedule. I want to be going. Qin Nian barely finished his sentence before Wen Changxiu abruptly hung up. So that's the tactic you're employing? He thought defiantly. He would not yield. Closing his eyes, he found the bed in the clinic's VIP room surprisingly more comfortable than his own at home. He unwittingly relaxed, preparing to rest for a while. Upon hearing Qin Nian mention the blind date, Dr. Gu appeared to have received significant intelligence. Stealthily, he slipped into the hallway and dialed a mysterious number. Yes, next Friday evening. The address is the South Tower Rotating Restaurant. Miss, please handle it as you see fit. Half an hour later, Qin Nian emerged from the clinic, feeling remarkably refreshed. In high spirits, he gazed up at the sky. At that moment, cumulus clouds were scattered across the heavens. As the saying goes, cumulus clouds, scorching heat to come. It was a clear omen that the following day would undoubtedly bring with it a sweltering heat. Chapter 27. Competition rules. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating waves of heat. The entire street was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. The beast fighting arena in Xiangning City was nestled within the Dongshan Forest Park, divided into 2 sections. One section housed the individual beast fighting arenas, featuring multiple venues where Qin Nian had conducted intensive training with the students of Class 8. The other section was the Grand Beast Arena, an oval structure resembling a bird's nest, which has become a landmark of Xiangning City. Most of the prestigious Beast Master competitions in the city were held here, including the upcoming duel hosted by Shenlu High School. According to the customary practices for school competitions, the opening ceremony was set for 7:30 a.m. Consequently, students from various high schools began queuing for entry at 7 o'clock a.m. As they walked, Qin Nian provided an overview of the participating classes. This time, 5 high schools from Xiangning City were competing. Xiangning No. 1 High School, Xiangning No. 2 High School, Xiangning No. 4 High School, Xiangning No. 7 High School, and of course, our Shenlu High School. The competition was class-based, with all participating classes being graduating classes. Xiangning No. 1 High School had 3 participating classes, the Rocket Class 1, Experimental Class 2, and Experimental Class 3. Given that Xiangning No. 1 High School almost monopolized the best student resources in the city, these 3 classes were all quite formidable. Xiangning No. 2 High School had 2 participating classes, Rocket Class 1 and Experimental Class 2. Classes from No. 4 and No. 7 high schools primarily focused on participation, each sending only 1 experimental class. As for Shenlu High School, being the host, all 8 graduating classes were required to compete. Among the 8 classes, there was 1 rocket class, 1 experimental class, and 6 regular classes, placing them in an awkward middle ground among the 5 schools, perpetually the 3rd best. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 8 gained a general understanding of their competitors. Du Yutong even counted on her fingers, summarizing 3 classes from No. 1, 2 from No. 2, 1 from No. 4, 1 from No. 7, and our 8, totaling 15. Why is that an odd number? Qin Nian explained, it is indeed an odd number, which means that in the first 3 rounds of competition, 1 class will be randomly drawn to receive a bye. The class drawn for a bye will not compete in that round and will automatically advance to the next. The competition would consist of 4 rounds to determine the ultimate champion. The first round would see 7 against 7, the second round 4 against 4, the third round 2 against 2, and the final round would feature 3 classes in a climactic showdown. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 8 remained unfazed, confident in their abilities regardless of the byes. In contrast, the students of Class 7 were stirred by their homeroom teacher, Wang Tianlei, who had also just introduced the bye system, creating a wave of anticipation among them. Compared to the normal discussions in Class 8 and the excitement in Class 7, the other classes exhibited a more disciplined demeanor. Li Junyan turned around and, upon seeing the signs held by the students behind them, exclaimed in surprise, "Are those students from Xiangning No. 1 High School trailing us?" Hearing this, the students of Class 8 turned to look, confirming his observation. One girl looked vaguely familiar. Wasn't she the one who had been rather foul-mouthed at the arena? Her surname was Chung. So it was her. She actually hailed from Xiangning No. 1, a member of Class 1. Then we will inevitably face her sooner or later. This statement resonated with Class 8, who found themselves somewhat excited. Finally, they had a chance to settle the score from their last encounter. Among the students of the Rocket class from No. 1 High School, Chung Riao noticed the students from Class 8. She was taken aback to realize that the group she had deemed worthless at the arena was indeed the infamous bottom-ranked class of Xiangning City, Shenlu High School's Class 8. No wonder they seemed so inept. Chung Ruiao's expression shifted to one of understanding before she averted her gaze. To her, this group was hardly worth a second glance. Meanwhile, the other top students in the Rocket class at No. 1 High School also recognized the signs held by Class 8. They frowned in unison. Is that not the bottom class of the entire city? Why must we be in close proximity to them? They are a group of outstanding individuals, renowned not only throughout the city but also across the province. Naturally, they possess the confidence to look down upon students from other high schools. As for the infamous Class 8 of Shenlu, the students from the elite Rocket class of Yizhong feel nothing but disdain and seek to have their seating arrangements altered. The teachers at Yizhong are notably indulgent towards these exceptional students, and thus, the request to change seats is promptly granted. Consequently, the students of Class 1 move to the back, while Class 3 is shifted to the front, adjacent to Class 8 of Shenlu. This sudden rearrangement creates quite a stir, drawing the attention of other competing classes. Upon learning of the reason behind this change, they cast mocking glances at the students of Class 8, relishing the spectacle. Indeed, Class 8 is universally despised. How dare they even think of competing with such a lackluster performance? Rumor has it that Class 8 has not a single evolved spirit beast among them. Are they here to compete, or merely to amuse us? One can only hope they do not end up facing Class 8, lest others accuse us of winning unworthily. Who would want to be their opponent? It seems even the other classes of Shenlu would shy away from such a match. Isn't there around where they can sit out? Let them sit it out. Class 8 of Shenlu is truly loathed by all, including their own schoolmates. Although they have a perfectly evolved Du Yutong, only the internal school community is aware of this fact. Moreover, Class 8 boasts just one successfully evolved spirit beast, while other classes, even the weakest among them, have at least two. In every regard, Class 8 remains destined for the bottom. The jeers from the other classes are unrestrained and unabashed. The change in seating involves two classes from Yizhong, but the one left feeling awkward is Shenlu High School S Class 8. The students from Yizhong S Rocket Class have, with a mere seating adjustment, relegated Class 8 to the position of ridicule. This demonstrates the profound influence of the elite Rocket class, not just within the city, but across the province. What is their intention? Are they truly resorting to such methods to insult us? The members of Class 8 furrow their brows in response. Du Yutong clenches her fists, gritting her teeth as she declares, "I can hardly wait to confront the students from Yizhong." In contrast, Li Junyan, who is typically easily agitated, maintains a calm demeanor. "I urge you all to remain composed. Regardless of who provokes us, let us not waste our emotions. Everything will be settled in the competition." The first battle in the training arena served as a profound lesson for Li Junyan. He is acutely aware of the detrimental effects of emotions on performance. Hence his reminder to the others. Du Yutong is the first to regain her composure, patting her chest. Li Junyan is right. We must not allow ourselves to become angry. I almost fell into their trap. Qin Nian also interjects appropriately. Achieving empathy is crucial, and an equally vital training aspect is emotional training. The Spirit Beast competition serves as a grand training ground. Let us treat today as the first lesson in emotional training. Regardless of how others belittle, mock, or insult us, no matter how you retaliate, your emotional core must remain stable. You will surpass them. Chapter 28. The Suspicious Opening Ceremony. Once all the students have entered the waiting area, the opening ceremony commences. The first segment involves the competing teams from each class making their way onto the red carpet, introduced by the announcer's booming voice. Following tradition, the participating students from the host school enter first. The initial class to enter is Class 1. The announcer, with a rhythmic and emphatic delivery, introduces the entering class. The first to grace the arena is the teacher and students of Shenlu High School's Class 1, who stride in with spirited confidence. As the Rocket class of Shenlu High, they proudly present 11 students who have achieved the first level of evolution in their spirit beasts. After a brief introduction of Class 1, the announcer shifts focus to Class 2. Even though Class 1 has yet to finish their walk down the red carpet, Class 2 is just entering. The second to enter are the students of Shenlu High School's Class 2, along with their teacher, Mr. Jia Feiyu. Mr. Jia has demonstrated unwavering dedication in his teaching. And within just a year, he has guided 8 students to achieve first-level evolution and 3 to perfect evolution, showcasing exceptional teaching prowess. The announcer's voice resonates throughout the venue, capturing the attention of nearly every teacher and student present. Suddenly, the entire venue falls silent. After a few moments, the teacher from Class 2 exclaims, "Did I just hear incorrectly? Class 2 of Shenlu High has produced 3 perfect evolutions? Is that for real? I heard it too." If they dared to announce it here, it must be true. There are murmurs of disbelief among the teachers from Yizhong. Has Shenlu High fed their students some miraculous elixirs? I never anticipated that they would conceal such a dark horse. The rocket class of Yizhong, comprising 14 students, includes 3 perfect evolutions and 11 first-level evolutions, making them only 3 first-level evolutions ahead of Class 2, while their count of perfect evolutions is the same. The students of Class 1 suddenly appear tense, as if facing a formidable adversary. Other high schools, once regarded as inferior to Shenlu High, now express nothing but astonishment. All of this unfolds exactly as Jia Feiyu had anticipated. He walks alongside the class, feigning an air of calm and humility while inwardly basking in satisfaction. He is grateful that the Xie family accepted the olive branch extended by Madame Qin, allowing him to board the grand vessel of the Qin family. Had it not been for this, he would not be enjoying such prominence today. As for Qin Nian, who has only managed to cultivate one perfectly evolved spirit beast, his opportunity for recognition has vanished. The glory of today belongs solely to Jia Feiyu. As the teachers of Class 1, Li and Zhan, listen to the announcer's contrasting introductions of the 2 classes, they instantly find themselves at a loss for words. Could this announcer have been arranged by the Jia family? They have heard that to give Jia Feiyu face, the announcer has deliberately downplayed the achievements of their rocket class. The Jia family's greed is truly shameless. Although Shenlu High is the host of this competition, the event was initiated by the Jia family, and recommending an announcer was only a courtesy. Principal Sun could not refuse the Jia family this favor. After Class 2 passes, the pace quickens for the subsequent classes as the announcer delivers brief and rapid introductions. Finally, it is Class 8's turn to enter. The 15 students of Class 8 march in unhurriedly, maintaining a neat formation. Upon seeing them, the announcer's eyes light up, and he begins to read loudly from the script. Next to enter is Shenlu High School's Class 8. It is widely known that Class 8 is not only the lowest-ranking class of Shenlu High, but also the lowest in the entire city. Yet, they still possess the courage to participate in this elite spirit beast competition where the finest students gather. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Qin Nian, confidently assures everyone that they will clinch the championship in this competition. Let us applaud their bravery. Of ta-ha-ha-ha, claiming the championship? Who bestowed upon them such audacity? This teacher from Class 8 truly knows how to spin tales. Perhaps they could win the biggest braggart award? Get off the stage. You rubbish. A trash class like yours does not deserve to share the stage with us. Get off. Get off. Following the announcer's introduction, shouts for Class 8 to leave the stage erupt from the audience. It was expected that the students of Class 8 would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such humiliation, either retreating in disgrace or those who are too ashamed to show their faces should hastily find a crevice to burrow into. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the 15 students of Class 8 remained utterly unfazed. Their formation was impeccably aligned, their strides leisurely, and their demeanor remarkably composed. At Qin Nian's subtle prompt, they fortified their psychological defenses, perceiving the situation as a training exercise in emotional resilience. Only those truly lacking in self-worth resort to incessantly belittling others. The state of the students in Class 8 is not easily comprehensible to all. Some marveled at their formidable mental fortitude, while others gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "What audacity!" It was not until Class 8 had completely traversed the red carpet that the host finally regained his composure and hastily proceeded to introduce the next class. Next to enter was the rocket class from Shaoning No. 1 High School. As the host began to introduce the students of Class 3, he was taken aback to see a placard for Class 3 being held aloft in front of this class. The host, caught off guard, scrambled to retrieve the script for Class 3 and continued the introduction. Meanwhile, at the judging panel, Principal Sun wore a thunderous expression. He gestured for the department head, Qi Li, to approach. Qi Li approached with a hint of trepidation, only to be met with Principal Sun's sharp reprimand. "Director Qi, you were responsible for the opening ceremony. How could you allow such an introduction for Class 8? Replace this host immediately." Unable to restrain herself, Qi Li explained, "Principal, although Qin Nian had the fortune of achieving a flawless evolution, what of it? The withdrawing sponsors have yet to reconsider their stance, and I acted in the best interest of the school. Fortune?" Principal Sun scoffed inwardly. You simply lack awareness of Qin Nian's true capabilities. Qili continued. Teacher Jia has produced 3 flawless evolutions. The CF family suggested this approach, which would also benefit the school. Why not seize this opportunity to? Silence. Principal Sun's expression turned icy. He was far from naive. He could discern that the host appointed by the GF family was up to no good. This was clearly an affront to Class 8, or more specifically, to Qin Nian. While such underhanded tactics may not alter the course of events significantly, Principal Sun would not permit the GF family to exert their influence on his territory. Director Qi, you must understand your position. You are a teacher at Shenlu High School, not a subordinate to the GF family. Is it merely a matter of replacing a host? Our Shenlu High School is replete with talented individuals. Principal Sun personally made a call to summon Lu Jingyi. Teacher Lu, we require your presence to host a competition. Chapter 29, Rarely Seen Beauty. The students of Class 8 took their seats in the viewing area according to their entry order. However, they soon realized that their assigned position was rather unfortunate. Being too close to the restroom. While the scent was not yet apparent, it was likely to become quite unpleasant as time passed. Wait, how did Class 2 end up in the middle? One student remarked. The entire viewing area was arranged in a semicircular formation, with the optimal viewing section accommodating 2 classes in the center, flanked by 8 viewing sections on either side, and the restrooms at the extreme ends. Logically, if the entry order was from the center outward, Class 1 should occupy the center, while Class 2 should be to the side, shouldn't they? Isn't it obvious? The gossip enthusiast Wang Zile replied with a knowing expression. Class 2's homeroom teacher has the surname Jia. They must have used connections. How shameless. Li Junyan scoffed as his emotions stabilized, chuckling. Isn't this even better? Others looked on in confusion. What do you mean by better? Class 2 must think this competition is their home ground, unaware that we are the true protagonists of the event. Haha, the vice class leader is right. But whose position is that? Soon enough, they discovered the answer. The next to enter was the students of the rocket class from Xiaoning No. 1 High School. As the top class of Xiaoning City, they boasted exceptional performance, with 14 students, 11 of whom had achieved first-level evolution and 3 having attained flawless evolution. This configuration inevitably drew comparisons to the students of Class 2 from Shenlu High School, making these 2 classes the strongest contenders of the competition, who would ultimately claim the championship. Let us await the outcome. As the host introduced them, the students of the rocket class took their seats under the guidance of event staff, finding themselves situated in the optimal viewing area. This prime positioning delighted the rocket class students. In stark contrast, the students of Class 3, who had entered before but seated themselves later, wore expressions of discontent, for they found themselves in the most undesirable location, adjacent to Class 8 and alarmingly close to the restroom. They could hardly fathom the odor that would permeate the air by midday as the heat intensified. Although the beast fighting arena employed staff for cleaning, the sheer number of attendees and the sweltering heat would prove challenging. Class 8 was also engaged in discussions regarding the restroom situation. Should we wear masks later? Forget it. We'll be too hot before we ever smell anything. Would you prefer to choose between stinking or overheating? A fun fact, while one cannot die from a bad smell, excessive heat can lead to heat stroke. Can masks really block out the odor? Is it even possible to have both heat and stink? Qin Nian, who was also leading the group, chuckled helplessly upon hearing the students' concerns. Why dwell on such trivial matters? Nevertheless, to maintain the students' focus, he decided to make a call to the internal staff of the arena. Shortly thereafter, employees clad in white uniforms sealed all restroom doors in that area and placed maintenance signs in front of them. They then informed everyone that the restrooms were out of order and directed them to the restrooms located outside. Conveniently, there was a door adjacent to the indoor restrooms leading directly to another restroom. It was close enough that the odors would not reach them, making it an ideal solution. The students finally ceased their deliberations over the restroom issue. They were aware that this resolution was due to Qin Nian's phone call and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Our homeroom teacher is truly considerate. Does that mean we are also enjoying a privilege? While it may be so, we are not merely seeking personal gain. We aim to benefit everyone." Well said. The students from Class 1 were under the impression that it was merely their good fortune until they overheard the comments from Class 8, which prompted them to look at Qin Nian in astonishment. The teacher of Class 8 can actually command the arena staff? What a remarkable status. After all, they are the organizers, speculated the teachers from Class 1. Upon hearing this, the students from Class 1 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale. Indeed, Shenlu High School was the organizer, so it should not be too difficult for their teachers to instruct the arena staff to seal off a restroom. Hey, look, the host has changed. Isn't that our school's teacher Lu? Du Yutong exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the stage. At that moment, teacher Lu Jingyi, clad in a stunning pure white gown, looked exquisite, immaculate and elegant, shrouded in an air of mystery. Lu Jingyi's appearance is already strikingly exquisite. At this moment, adorned for the occasion, She resembles a perfect work of art, captivating the gaze of all. The moment she steps onto the stage, she commands the attention of every individual present, both male and female. Du Yutong steals a glance at Old Class, fervently shipping the pairing of Old Class and Teacher Lu. However, at such a crucial moment, Old Class is inexplicably engrossed in his phone. Is this acceptable? Qin Nian, meanwhile, is engrossed in high-definition images on his phone. The photographs appear to have been captured by someone in close proximity, promptly shared in the school group, unfiltered and devoid of any beautifying effects. The image merely showcases a light application of makeup. Yet, the subject emanates a fresh and ethereal beauty, indeed a rarity. After a couple of glances, he saves the image and shuts off his phone. As various universities are introduced, Lu Jingyi confidently departs from her script, articulating her thoughts with grace and poise. The institutions in attendance include First Beast Tamer Academy, For Symbols Academy, Xiang Academy, Illusory Sea Academy, and Willow Academy, each boasting significant prestige. Among them, the First Beast Tamer Academy, For Symbols Academy, and Xiang Academy hail from the northern capital, the illustrious Jing City, while Illusory Sea Academy and Willow Academy are from the southern metropolis, Wunan City. Seated in the elevated viewing area, alongside faculty from various universities' admissions offices, are officials from the Education Bureau and the Vice President of the Beast Tamer Association of Xiangning City. Shenlu High School has indeed elevated the stature of this competition, albeit merely to embellish our own efforts, as one teacher from the rocket class remarks with a smile. Do you have any information on the perfectly evolved spirit beasts from Class 2 of Shenlu? A concerned student from the rocket class inquires. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. Yet we know nothing about Class 2 of Shenlu. The teacher reassures them. I've received word that the spirit beasts of Class 2 were just evolved yesterday. Given the brief time frame, they are likely unfamiliar with their new skills. And considering the battle training facilities at Shenlu High School, you need not worry about this match. Hearing this, the students of the rocket class visibly relax. This competition poses no worthy adversaries for us. Next comes the draw for the first round of the competition. Now, let us welcome Vice President Cheng Qinwang of the Xiangning City Beast Tamer Association to conduct the first round's lottery. Chapter 30. Shenlu Class 8 has a bye. Vice President Cheng rises slowly, approaching the lottery box to begin the drawing. Each time a pair of opponents is drawn, it is announced under the projector and reiterated by the host. In the first round of competition, Class 1 of Yizhong faces Class 3 of Shenlu. Class 2 of Shenlu competes against Class 1 of Erzhong. Class 7 of Shenlu battles Class 4 of Shenlu. Class 2 of Erzhong takes on Class 5 of Shenlu. Class 3 of Yizhong contends with Class 1 of Shenlu. Class 2 of Yizhong faces Class 1 of Qizhong. Class 1 of Xizhong competes against Class 6 of Shenlu. Shenlu Class 8 has a bye. Upon hearing that Class 8 was drawn for a bye, the audience erupts in astonishment. No one anticipated such good fortune for Class 8, automatically advancing to the next round. What? Our class received a bye? Du Yutong exclaims, disappointment evident on her face. Does this mean we can only sit idly this morning? Qin Nian, equally surprised, acknowledges that not participating in the first round is not necessarily a disadvantage for Class 8. With the first round off, it provides an opportunity to observe the competitors from other schools, particularly Classes 2 and the rocket class of Yizhong, which warrants special attention. The students nod in agreement. A first round bye indeed offers a strategic advantage to conserve strength while observing others. Class 8's luck incites envy from the neighboring Class 7, their eyes burning with jealousy. Nearly tempted to seize the bye for themselves, Class 8 has truly struck gold, advancing without even competing. Why was such a stroke of luck not bestowed upon us? Other classes exhibit a range of reactions, some envious, some indifferent, and others suspicious of possible foul play. At this moment, Vice President Cheng has something to announce. Traditionally, the class that receives a bye is expected to have their homeroom teacher share a few words of gratitude for the advancement. However, as this procedure often lacks significance, it is typically overlooked unless the host mentions it. Yet, since the guest has brought it up, it would be impolite to decline. Lu Jingyi graciously invites Qin Nian to the stage. Cheng Qinwang, with a cold demeanor, begins with a pointed remark. Let me jest with Teacher Qin. I see that Teacher Qin possesses such striking looks, yet his teaching abilities seem to fall short of matching such charm. From the moment Cheng called him to the stage, Qin Nian discerned the underlying malice in his words. Grasping the microphone, he recognizes the thinly veiled hostility cloaked in jest. How amusing it is that one would attempt to mask such intentions. He reciprocates with measured composure. Vice President Cheng, your opening attack on my appearance suggests perhaps a degree of insecurity in your own looks? The audience falls into a stunned silence. How audacious of Qin Nian. It is true that Cheng's appearance is notably less than favorable, yet such remarks are typically unspoken. As Cheng's attempt to belittle Qin Nian's abilities backfires, his expression darkens. He intended to make Qin Nian uncomfortable during the lottery, but did not anticipate Qin's fearless retort. Seeing Cheng's face growing darker, Qin Nian swiftly pivots. Just a jest. I hope you won't take offense, Vice President Cheng. Cheng falters, momentarily at a loss for words, as he realizes he cannot retaliate since the jest originated with him. Forcing a strained smile, he continues, I suppose you must be quite pleased with the buy, Teacher Qin? Qin Nian dismissively replies, we're open to it. If any class requires this buy, Class 8 is willing to trade, as the championship is destined for us. We can handle any competition. Seeing Qin Nian dig himself deeper into a pit, Cheng's expression softens with amusement. Ah, Teacher Qin must be aware that lottery slots cannot be exchanged. Is that why you say so? Your determination for the championship is commendable. Do you honestly believe you can continue to advance without competing? Laughter erupts from the audience at this remark. Is it not possible for our Class 8 to rely on our own strength? Qin Nian retorts, continuing to dig himself deeper. Cheng seizes the opportunity to further press him. Oh, then pray tell, Teacher Qin. What strengths does Class 8 possess that could possibly defeat the two favored seed classes seated in prime positions and claim the championship? Without hesitation, Qin Nian asserts. Our class comprises 15 students, all perfectly evolved. Does that count as strength? As soon as he utters these words, the room falls silent for a second before a collective gasp fills the air. Clearly, no one believes such an outrageous claim. It is an audacious boast, utterly absurd. Does he truly consider himself a national-level master of evolutionary design? Even if he were a national master, achieving a flawless 100 in evolution is an unattainable feat, let alone perfect evolution. The evolutionary path he designed allows students to attain a perfect evolution of 100. Can anyone, even on a global scale, genuinely accomplish such a thing? Not only the audience but also the guests on stage are laughing and jesting about this matter. How could he claim that all 15 students achieved perfect evolution? If that were the case, I would gladly turn upside down and laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Everyone knows that is patently impossible. He is merely boasting here. And the students of Class 8 are bound to suffer the consequences. Indeed, lacking any real capability, they will undoubtedly face ridicule once they take the stage. Among the guests, only Principal Sun from Shenlu High School and the leaders from the Education Bureau maintain an air of calm. Given the significance of the statement regarding all 15 students achieving perfect evolution, how could Principal Sun possibly refrain from reporting it to the Education Bureau? However, despite the leaders' calm demeanor, one can observe the corners of their mouths subtly twitching downwards. After all, under his management, Shenlu High School has produced such impressive academic results, all of which reflect his performance. Does this imply that Teacher Qin is so convinced of Class 8's excellence that he believes they will undoubtedly secure the championship? Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Cheng Chengwang added another remark. The question may seem ordinary, yet it effectively seals Qin Nian's escape route, leaving him no opportunity to conceal his earlier statement under the guise of jest. Consequently, Qin Nian's deception would be publicly exposed today. At that point, he would face derision from all and risk losing his job, perhaps even jeopardizing his future in the field of spirit beast evolutionary design. If he insists that he was merely joking, he would find himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, suffering a loss of reputation right there on the spot. In summary, Cheng Chengwang believes that regardless of what Qin Nian says, he has already stepped into the trap he dug for himself. Of course, the students of Class 8 are the most outstanding, Qin Nian asserted without hesitation. Upon reaching this point, Cheng Chengwang felt there was no need to continue questioning. He smiled and returned to his seat in the guest area. Chapter 31. Seimer hurriedly vacated the donation position. He did not deny it. Does he genuinely believe he has guided 15 students to perfect evolution? Has he lost his sanity? The other guests on stage were somewhat speechless. If Qin Nian were to acknowledge he was joking, it would indeed be awkward. However, it would be preferable to the students being exposed and mocked during their subsequent competition. Is such a person even worthy of being a teacher? Does he not fear the degradation of his reputation? Does he even have a reputation left? Indeed, hearing the surrounding jeers, Qin Nian felt somewhat speechless. He had laid his cards on the table, yet no one believed him. It appears that only the competition will convince everyone. After this additional segment passed, Lu Jingyi cast a worried glance at the background where Qin Nian had descended, then refocused her mind and continued with the competition proceedings. Next, we commenced the first round of the high school graduation beast duel in Xiangning City. Please welcome the teams from Class 1 of Xiangning No. 1 High School and Class 3 of Shenlu High School to enter the arena, while Class 2 of Shenlu High School and Class 1 of No. 2 High School should prepare in the waiting area. After a morning of tedious competition, the students of Class 8 were nearly dozing off. They had attentively watched the initial two matches, namely, Xiangning No. 1 High School's Class 1 against Shenlu High School's Class 3. and Shenlu High School's Class 2 against number 2 High School's Class 1. However, the subsequent matches featuring other teams were rather lackluster, rendering the viewing experience exceedingly dull. Moreover, the viewing positions for Class 8 were quite distant from the battle arena, causing fatigue to set in. Qin Nian, feeling utterly exhausted these past few days, simply leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Wang Tianlei from Class 7 seized the opportunity to socialize on stage. Coincidentally, the person in charge of Xiangning No. 1 High School also went up to the stage to network with the admissions officer from the First Beast Academy. At this moment, in the guest area, Zhang Nisi, a senior executive from Simmer Group, had just arrived at the arena with a corporate document. Upon stepping on stage, he cheerfully intercepted the person in charge of Xiangning No. 1 High School. Simmer Group is the very company that withdrew its donation. They criticized Shenlu High School's inaction based on Class 8's zero evolution results. The submitted application for withdrawal has already been approved by the Education Bureau. It merely awaits Principal Sun's signature before the donated funds can revert to Simmer Group's account. Meanwhile, Xiangning No. 1 High School is the next school Simmer Group has set its sights on for donations. Hello, I am Zhang Nisi, the general manager of Simmer Group. Here is my business card, Zhang Nisi said with a smile. The person in charge of Xiangning No. 1 High School accepted the card with an indifferent expression, slightly raising his head to inquire, General Manager Zhang, is there something you need to discuss with me? Well, I'll be straightforward. Our Simmer Group intends to make a donation to Xiangning No. 1 High School. The person in charge frowned, paused for a moment, and then replied. As far as I know, your withdrawal procedures with Shenlu High School are not yet completed, right? General Manager Zhang, it would be best to resolve that matter before approaching us. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Observing that other school representatives were also approaching, the person in charge of Xiangning No. 1 High School quickened his pace toward the position of the admissions teacher from the First Beast Academy. Seeing this, Zhang Nisi had no choice but to find Principal Sun to handle the withdrawal procedures. When Zhang Nisi faced the person in charge of Xiangning No. 1 High School, he appeared somewhat ingratiating. However, upon confronting Principal Sun from Shenlu High School, he adopted a superior demeanor. He tossed the withdrawal document in front of Principal Sunday. Principal Sun, you should sign this withdrawal document promptly. Principal Sun, who was engrossed in reviewing the donation documents, was taken aback by the interruption and felt rather displeased. Upon looking up, he realized that the person interrupting his review was from Simmer. He promptly tossed the document aside. If you have business, please wait your turn. Can't you see I am busy? Zhang Nisi chuckled. Principal Sun, what could you possibly be busy with? Principal Sun smiled and responded with a hint of implication. Naturally, I am occupied with selecting donation companies. If I do not exercise discretion, I will inevitably attract some uncouth entities. Corporate donations followed by withdrawals undoubtedly inflict a heavy blow to the school's reputation. Moreover, after Simmer announced its intention to withdraw donations, it did not first negotiate with Shenlu High School, but rather convened the media to publicly condemn the school's teaching capabilities. Such behavior is tantamount to declaring enmity. For Principal Sun to engage in polite conversation with the other party is already a testament to his character. Upon finishing, he picked up the donation documents and continued his review. Seeing this, Zhang Nisi assumed that Principal Sun was merely putting on a faade, trying to save face after being embarrassed by Simmer's withdrawal. Principal Sun, the Education Bureau has already approved it. Your resistance is futile. You might as well return the funds to us. Shenlu High School's teaching capabilities have already been tarnished. You cannot afford to have a reputation as a deadbeat. Zhang Nisi deliberately spoke loudly enough for the guests to take notice of the situation. What is going on? Zhang Nisi smiled. Principal Sun, the other schools are paying attention to this matter as well. The longer you delay, the worse it will be. Upon seeing this, Principal Sunday, no longer inclined to engage in lengthy discussions, he accepted the withdrawal document, affixed his signature, and set it aside. Zhang Nisi, with a sense of caution, picked up the document to scrutinize it, and upon confirming that everything was in order, he finally exhaled in relief. The matter of the donation withdrawal was finally resolved. However, just as Zhang Nisi tucked the document into his coat, he noticed the papers on the table had been jostled by Principal Sun's arm, revealing the official seals of those prominent enterprises. Zhang Nisi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be official seals? Is this not a forgery? Could it be? Principal Sun had just mentioned filtering the donating enterprises, and it turned out to be true. But why? These donating enterprises were all leading companies from Xiangning City. Were they truly foolish enough to donate to Shenlu High School? Zhang Nisi was momentarily stunned when he overheard a guest's next remark. What is going on? Isn't Class 2 of Shenlu High School known for producing 3 perfect evolutions? Why are there still companies withdrawing donations? I don't know. Perhaps the enterprises are facing financial crises? Upon hearing this, Zhang Nisi was once again taken aback. Shenlu High School had indeed produced 3 perfect evolutions of spiritual beasts? When did this happen? After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. After all, First High School had also produced 3 perfect evolutions this year, and compared to Shenlu High School, their student base remained the most elite. Zhang Nisi was convinced that his company's decision was not misguided. Unbeknownst to him, these leading enterprises had received first-hand news from the Education Bureau regarding the perfect evolution of all 15 students in Class 8, eagerly vying for a spot to donate. As for how that donation position became available, it was undoubtedly due to Samir's hasty arrangement. Chapter 32. The planet won't explode, but this venue is bound to ignite. After Zhang Nisi departed, Principal Sun found himself restless. He pushed his chair back and strode over to the Education Bureau leader seated at the center of the guest area. Noticing that several individuals on either side were absent, Principal Sun could not help but whisper to the leader, "Why are only the 2 of us aware of the perfect evolution of the 15 students in Class 8? I can hardly contain myself. Let us announce it." The leader nodded in agreement. No. Principal Sun shook his head. A trump card must be played at the final moment. Let us wait until the students make their appearance. With that, he disregarded the leader's incredulous gaze and returned to his seat. However, he failed to notice a figure standing like a statue behind him, utterly stunned. This person was Wang Tianlei, the homeroom teacher of Class 7. He had intended to mingle and cultivate relationships with the leaders and faculty from other schools, but had inadvertently overheard Principal Sun's words. The fact that all 15 students in Class 8 had achieved perfect evolution was true. It was indeed true. Qin Nian had not lied. It was genuinely 15 perfect evolutions. Incredible. My goodness. If the planet does not explode, then this venue will surely ignite. Soon. The results of the first round of matches were finally revealed. 9 classes successfully advanced. First High School's Classes 1, 2, and 3, Second High School's Classes 1 and 2, Fourth High School's Class 1, and Shenlu's Classes 2, 4, along with Shenlu's Class 8, which received a bye and automatically advanced. This outcome undeniably drew scornful glances towards Class 8, particularly from the students of Class 7, who had been eliminated in the first round. Naturally, they were intensely envious of Class 8's fortunate advancement. They spent the entire morning casting sarcastic remarks. One lucky draw doesn't guarantee consistent fortune. Let us see if they can draw a bye again in the next round. If Class 8 receives another bye, I will suspect foul play. They presumed Class 8's luck would soon run out. Wang Tianlei was unaware of how he returned to the viewing area. He merely did not expect to hear the mocking voices of Class 7 students targeting Class 8 upon his return. His heart sank. Oh dear little ancestors. Why choose to mock Class 8? Don't you realize those are the ones with perfectly evolved spiritual beasts? Mocking them is akin to courting disaster. To salvage the soon-to-be shattered pride of Class 7, Wang Tianlei immediately adopted a stern expression and reprimanded. What are you all doing? You're here to observe, not to ridicule. Show some decorum. The students of Class 7 immediately fell silent. After his scolding, Wang Tianlei slowly made his way over to Class 8. Clearing his throat, he donned a sycophantic smile, abandoning his previous antagonism and addressing Qin Nian with an unusually courteous tone. He aimed to demonstrate his understanding of the situation. Teacher Qin, could you please scoot over a bit? Qin Nian responded with confusion. Why sit beside him when there are plenty of seats in Class 7? Our relationship is hardly amicable. Is he out of his mind? Qin Nian didn't even glance in his direction. No need. I'm fine right here. With that, Wang Tianlei plopped down, humorously pretending to sit on air beside Qin Nian. Qin Nian was speechless. Wang Tianlei, with a grin, replied, no need to worry. I just wanted to sit next to Teacher Qin. Is there something you need? Qin Nian asked, perplexed. He had noticed Wang Tianlei's unusual behavior, but he wasn't concerned about any malice. After all, Wang Tianlei was straightforward and not particularly difficult to deal with. Teacher Qin, oh no. Brother Qin. Wang Tianlei leaned in and whispered, I've heard about your Class S students achieving perfect evolution. Hee. I was hoping to discuss Master Mingyan's evolution from the perspective of spiritual beasts with you. Could you offer some guidance? Qin Nian was taken aback. Though he was unsure how Wang Tianlei had acquired this information, he couldn't help but admire his adaptability. Did Wang Tianlei possess 2 faces? Wang Tianlei feigned contrition previously. I was ignorant, and besides, it was all because of Teacher Lu. His character is such that he bullies the weak and fears the strong. As long as someone is slightly superior to him, he won't dare to act arrogantly, especially since Brother Qin is far beyond him. Qin Nian responded nonchalantly. Wang Tianlei felt a pang of anxiety and quickly swore, rest assured, Brother Qin, I will never harbor any improper thoughts towards Teacher Lu again. From now on, I shall focus on my career. With that, he produced a long, rectangular wooden box from his breast pocket. One must admit, Wang Tianlei exhibited remarkable efficiency when he intended to curry favor. In a short span, he had even prepared a gift of apology. Qin Nian raised an eyebrow. Publicly gifting? Wang Tianlei hastily clarified. Rest assured, this is merely an apology, not a request for favors. If you are willing to forgive my past foolishness, please accept it. If not, I may not be able to sleep tonight. His words were sincere. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Between Qin Nian and Wang Tianlei, there was no deep-seated animosity. Since the other party had shown contrition, he had no intention of nitpicking. However, he also did not plan to cultivate a friendship with him. Qin Nian remarked, very well, I shall accept your offering, but since we are at school, it would be prudent for us to address each other as teacher. Wang Tianlei responded with delight, Teacher Qin, you are quite magnanimous. He then seized the opportunity to broach the subject of Master Mingyan's work. From the perspective of spirit beasts on evolution, Qin Nian replied, did you not claim to have not read this theory? Wang Tianlei shot him a look that conveyed, you underestimate me. In the past, I indeed lacked knowledge, but ever since I listened to your analysis last Tuesday, Teacher Qin, I have been diligently catching up and just finished reading it yesterday. In truth, the primary reason for his newfound diligence stemmed from a promise made while apologizing to Master Mingyan. Nevertheless, Wang Tianlei spoke these words with sincerity. Teacher Qin, in that theory by Master Mingyan, there is no explanation regarding the preferences of spirit beasts. Did you come across this information in other texts? Could you kindly recommend some to me? Wang Tianlei articulated his ulterior motive. Qin Nian shook his head, indicating that there were currently no such texts available. If you wish to delve deeper into this area, I suggest observing the behaviors of spirit beasts closely, engaging in dialogue with the spirit beasts of your fellow students, and conducting preference tests. Observe more, communicate more, and perform preference tests, he advised. Wang Tianlei appeared to ponder this. After a moment, he exclaimed, I understand now. Gratitude radiated from him as he continued. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Qin. I shall not disturb you further. I must return to class 7. He stood up, but halfway through his rise, he paused. Oh dear, Teacher Qin, could you lend me a hand? My legs have cramped up. Chapter 33. For whom does Master Mingyan come? At noon, the sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth. A waft of enticing aromas drifted into the semi-enclosed arena for beast battles. As the students inhaled the delightful scents emanating from outside, their stomachs began to rumble. The conversation gradually shifted from Class 8 to the topic of what they would have for lunch. The competition had reached its mid-game intermission. As the host, Shen High School was responsible for the catering of all faculty and students. Having prepared diligently throughout the morning, the food carts were now ready outside the venue. Qin Nian selected several classmates to fetch the meals, with Li Ziyu being the most enthusiastic. Her swift actions secured Class 8 the commendable title of first in food retrieval. After lunch, at 1:30 in the afternoon, preparations commenced for the second round of the competition. Once again, it was Vice President Cheng Qingwang of the Xiangning City Beastmaster Association who conducted the drawing of lots. In the second round, Class 1 of Yizhong would face Class 4 of Shen. Class 3 of Yizhong would compete against Class 1 of Erzhong. Class 2 of Shen would take on Class 2 of Yizhong, and Class 2 of Erzhong would battle Class 1 of Shen. Class 8 of Shen was granted a bye. The announcement of these results sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. No one had anticipated that Class 8 of Shen would draw the bye and automatically advance to the next round. Any one of the other 8 classes advancing could easily overpower Class 8. They had all hoped to witness the students of Class 8 in a state of disarray. Yet, how did Class 8 manage such fortuitous luck to draw the bye? What a dramatic turn of events. Some began to suspect foul play. What kind of foul play could there be? Even if they get a bye to the finals, it wouldn't matter, as prizes are only awarded to the champions. True enough. But can you believe Class 8 might actually make it to the finals? Just then, during the drawing for the third round, Class 2 of Shen would face Class 2 of Erzhong. Class 1 of Yizhong would compete against Class 2 of Yizhong, and once again, Class 8 of Shen drew a bye. On stage, aside from the higher-ups from the GF family, GF Feiyu, and Vice President Cheng, few were not astonished. The rest were in disbelief. Are they really allowing Class 8 to continue with a bye all the way to the finals? Is this sheer luck, or is there something more to it? Below, some students began to chant about foul play, their voices growing louder. Vice President Cheng, standing behind the drawing box, felt a slight tremor in his hand. He quickly took the microphone and declared, I assure you, there is absolutely no foul play. Let us commence the third round of the competition. The third round comprised just 2 matches and proceeded swiftly. After a lengthy day, the 3 classes that would advance to the finals were finally determined. Following a brief intermission, the host, Lu Jingyi, began to announce the results of the third round. Congratulations to Class 1 of Yizhong, Class 2 of Shen, and Class 8 of Shen for entering the finals. According to the rules, There will be 3 matches in the finals, with each of the above 3 classes competing against the other 2 in 2 matches. The class that wins both matches will be crowned champion of this Beastmaster duel. As they prepared to draw lots, the results were as follows. First match, Class 8 of Qin versus Class 1 of Yizhong. Second match, Class 8 of Qin versus Class 2 of Qin. Third match, Class 1 of Yizhong versus Class 2 of Qin. Please have Class 8 of Qin and Class 1 of Yizhong come to the stage. While Class 2 of Qin prepares, Qin Nian led the students of Class 8 towards the stage. At that moment, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd. All eyes were drawn to the stage. A new guest had taken a seat among the distinguished guests, a middle-aged man in casual attire. This man was none other than Master Mingyan. Who is that? I can't see clearly. It seems the other guests have risen. Wow, that person must hold a significant identity. On stage, at Principal Sun's gesture, Lu Jingyi proceeded to introduce Master Mingyan. As her words concluded, the audience erupted into a frenzy. My goodness, that individual is indeed Master Mingyan. Am I dreaming? I can't believe I've met Master Mingyan. Though Master Mingyan wore a mask that obscured his features, the students were determined not to miss the opportunity, and they quickly began taking pictures. At this moment, Master Mingyan stood up. Lu Jingyi promptly offered him the microphone. With an apologetic tone, he said, I had originally planned to depart Xiangning City aboard an airship today, but I wanted to witness the results of a teacher's evolution design firsthand. I hope my appearance at this time does not disturb the competition. Lu Jingyi responded with a smile. Just listen to the cheers from the audience. Your presence is indeed a delightful surprise for us. However, I wonder, Master Mingyan, who is it that you have come to see? With a gentle smile, Master Mingyan replied, I have come to learn from a teacher from the graduating class of Shen High School. His understanding of low-tier spirit beasts surpasses my own. I am here to learn from him and to observe the talents of his students. Having left this tantalizing hint, he then took his seat. Lu Jingyi smoothly transitioned back into the conversation, smiling as she said, given that Master Mingyan has arrived at this time, it is not difficult to deduce that the teacher he mentioned is among those leading the classes in the finals. Who do you think it could be? In truth, Lu Jingyi already knew the answer. Who else could it be but Qin Nian? Yet, others did not share this belief. The teachers of the graduating class of Shen High School. In the final class, only 2 individuals remain, Qin Nian and Xie Feiyu. Master Mingyan. Whom does he come to see? Is there even a need to ponder this? It is undoubtedly Xie Feiyu. He has produced 3 flawless evolutions. Could it possibly be for Teacher Qin? One student, who had witnessed Faikinia's evolution process, posed this question in confusion. The notion that Master Mingyan would come for Qin Nian is utterly ludicrous. Is it really that absurd? The very idea is enough to make Master Mingyan leave in haste. Apart from a handful of individuals, scarcely anyone believes that Master Mingyan's presence is for Qin Nian. Most simply bypass Qin Nian altogether. Casting envious glances towards the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Xie Feiyu. He has been acknowledged by Master Mingyan himself as possessing a deeper understanding of low-tier spirit beasts than even the Master. Even Master Mingyan seeks to learn from him. How impressive! Yet, the focal point of attention, Xie Feiyu, inexplicably feels a twinge of guilt. Others may be oblivious, but he knows all too well that he lacks the capability to garner Master Mingyan's interest. Those 3 flawless evolutions were the product of a path designed by a master of evolution, courtesy of the Qin family. They have no connection to him whatsoever. What will he do if Master Mingyan inquires about the analysis of those 3 perfect evolutionary paths? The thought sends a wave of panic through Xie Feiyu. Chapter 34. Du Yutong's stomach aches. Poisoned. The competition is about to commence. Students from Class 8 are making their way toward the arena. Suddenly, Du Yutong halts. Without warning, she is struck by a severe pain in her abdomen. The agony is sudden and intense. The next moment, her face turns pale as she crouches down, clutching her stomach. Her expression one of utter torment. A fine sheen of sweat quickly breaks out on her fair forehead. Teacher, help. My stomach suddenly hurts so much. Du Yutong cries out in distress. Stomach pain? Qin Nian wastes no time, scooping Du Yutong onto his back and sprinting towards the medical personnel. What happened to Du Yutong? The other students from Class 8, witnessing this, follow closely in concern. A throng of students rushes towards the medical team. This scene stands out starkly in the competition arena. Spectators turn their gazes in astonishment. What is going on? It seems a student from Class 8 has fainted. She looks like she is having stomach troubles. Could it be nerves before the competition? I've used the stomachache excuse myself before exams. Meanwhile, the medical personnel on the opposite side of the arena hasten toward the scene. For large competitions, a medical team is always present. The medical team hired by the school comes from the largest clinic in Xiangning City, Taiping Medical Clinic, led by an old acquaintance of Qin Nian, Dr. Gu. Before long, the medical personnel arrive. Qin Nian lays Du Yutong onto a mobile bed pushed over by Xiao Luo. Dr. Gu begins his examination immediately. However, after a thorough check, he finds it puzzling that Du Yutong's body shows no signs of any issues. This is strange. If it weren't for the cold sweat on this young girl, I might even suspect she is faking it. Could it be phantom pain? Dr. Gu conducts another examination. After repeated checks, his wealth of experience leads him to a bold hypothesis. He turns to Qin Nian and says, the issue likely lies with her contracted spirit. If the contracted spirit has been poisoned with a neurotoxin, the pain will manifest in the host. Qin Nian frowns tightly. The problem lies with her contracted spirit? But she hasn't summoned her contracted spirit today. Dr. Gu nods thoughtfully. Some poisons specifically target spirit beasts. If the host ingests them, the effect will manifest. However, but what? Dr. Gu replies helplessly. We are adept at treating humans, but the spirit beast's body, due to its spiritual energy, shields it from all internal examination equipment. Only a spirit beast diagnostician can manage that, especially for toxin-related diagnoses. Unfortunately, Xiangning City lacks senior diagnosticians. This will be troublesome. Not a problem, I am one. Qin Nian states with earnest resolve. Dr. Gu, is there a way to bring her back to consciousness for a moment? Dr. Gu stares in astonishment for a moment before replying. There is a way, but it is not to be taken lightly. Show me your badge. Qin Nian produces his senior diagnostician badge. Dr. Gu suppresses his shock and then firmly pinches Du Yutong's thumb. The sharp pain jolts Du Yutong awake for an instant. Seizing the moment, Qin Nian instructs, Du Yutong, summon Niunium. Without hesitation, Du Yutong calls forth Niunium. A flicker of blue light illuminates the air as Fikiniu drops down, immediately rolling in distress. Just as Dr. Gu predicted, the problem lies with Fikiniu. Qin Nian scoops it up and uses the diagnostic touch. This time, there are no images, but a line of text appears in his mind. Diagnostic result. Ingested toxin carried by the root of the flame flower. Qin Nian frowns. It's the flame flower root. Dr. Gu expresses surprise. So it is this. The symptoms match perfectly. This toxin, while not corrosive like typical poisons, inflicts unbearable pain on the afflicted spirit beast. The flame flower is a common ingredient in potion crafting, but its root is toxic. The antidote is simple, powdered flame flower. Dried and ground. I'll have the clinic send some right away. Dr. Gu dials the clinic S number. Soon, the powdered flame flower arrives. He quickly administers it to Fikiniu. After observing for a moment, he notes that after taking the antidote, Du Yutong's condition is rapidly improving. He breathes a sigh of relief, stating, this young girl will be fine with a bit of fluid. But this contracted spirit will take a few days to fully recover. She will need monitoring. Xiao Luo will take care of her closely. Qin Nian nods. With nurse Xiao Luo attending to her, he feels reassured. However, how could Fikiniu suddenly be poisoned? There is definitely something amiss. Dr. Gu, please report this. Understood. As the patient's condition, the doctor is most knowledgeable. Dr. Gu also recognizes the unusual nature of Fikiniu's poisoning. Although spirit beasts are not his responsibility, Du Yutong has suffered similar harm, and according to medical ethics, they must report the incident. Even if Qin Nian did not speak up, he would still suggest doing so. At this moment, Principal Sun rushes over. After assessing Du Yutong's condition with concern, he states, leave the rest to me. You take the other students to the competition. Qin Nian nods and returns to the arena with the students. His complexion was somewhat pallid, a consequence of the after-effects of his diagnostic abilities, and an insatiable thirst gnawed at him. He unscrewed a massive bottle of water, a 2-liter behemoth procured from Dr. Gu, and gulped it down in one breath. The cool liquid cascaded soothingly down his throat, significantly alleviating the parched sensation that had plagued him. After Qin Nian's departure, an astonishing light began to gather in the eyes of Dr. Gu and Xiao Luo. Exchanging glances, Dr. Gu remarked with a tone of incredulity. He truly is a senior diagnostic specialist. How could he be so unassuming? Xiao Luo was so astonished that all he could manage was an awestruck wow. Students from Class 1 and Class 8 of the Divine Deer Academy ascended the stage from opposite sides of the arena, each class boasting an equal number of 14 participants. In the eyes of the Jie family, the sole student capable of validating Qin Nian's pedagogical prowess, Du Yutong, was unable to compete, leaving the remaining 14 underwhelming students as no cause for concern. Across from them stood Cheng Ruiyao, the captain of Class 1. As they reconvened on the field, Cheng Ruiyao's gaze towards the members of Class 8 turned increasingly disdainful. Isn't this a bunch of abysmal beast masters, having fought 15 battles and lost them all? So, you are the bottom-tier class in the city. No wonder you are so pathetic. Upon hearing this, members from Class 1 joined in the mockery, laughing, with such dismal records. How dare you boast of perfect evolution? A petite girl in glasses from Class 1, clad in a cropped top and wide sun-protective jacket, her almond-shaped eyes sharp and discerning, chimed in, I could easily handle this group myself. Chapter 35. This Qin Nian is indeed quite remarkable. Fine, I can't be bothered to engage with them. What does the captain think? Replied a handsome, aloof boy standing next to the petite girl, his gaze towards Class 8 devoid of warmth. Cheng Ruyao mirrored the sentiment, her expression one of scorn. Since the format of the competition is unrestricted, so be it. Li Junyan, seizing the moment, called out provocatively, "Hey, you uncouth one. Don't just criticize us. Why not share your own embarrassing experiences from the arena? Who are you calling uncouth?" Cheng Ruyao shot back, glaring at Li Junyan. "Whoever responds is just as guilty," Li Junyan replied with a grin. Wang Zhao quickly added fuel to the fire. We didn't even name names. Yet she has already admitted it. Uncouth and blind, indeed. Other classmates chimed in unison. Cheng Ruyao, infuriated, clenched her fists and coldly declared, "If you're looking for trouble, don't blame me later." "Oh dear, I'm so frightened," the members of Class 8 chimed sarcastically. Following Qin Nian's emotional intelligence training, they had mastered the essence of emotional manipulation, causing Class 1 to furrow their brows in annoyance. "When does this competition start? I can't endure this any longer." As the two classes faced off, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Meanwhile, in the guest area, the head of the GF family surveyed the arena with satisfaction, turning to Vice President Cheng and stating, "It seems this match is devoid of suspense." Cheng Chengwang nodded solemnly in agreement. A teacher from the Four Symbols Academy remarked with a smile, "These students from Class 1 are astute and possess distinct personalities. They would fit perfectly in our academy." Without hesitation, Ziyang Academy chimed in. "Since everyone is here for the students of Class 1, it seems we must rely solely on our own abilities." Fuliu Academy added, "If you are all vying for Class 1, then no one from Divine Deer Class 2 should dare challenge me." Huanghai Academy laughed, "Haha. Let us each rely on our own skills." Other institutions engaged in discussions about Class 1 and Class 8, while Yun from the First Beastmaster Academy remained conspicuously silent amidst the verbal skirmish. A young man, seemingly in his late 20s. Yun boasted soft features and an elegant demeanor, setting him apart from his peers, while other recruitment officers focused on the students of Class 1 and Class 8. Yun found himself intrigued by the students of Class 8. Before arriving, he had not only learned of a perfect evolution emerging from Class 8, but had also obtained an analysis of Feek Nio's evolution path, which left him astounded. To his knowledge, on the same day, a perfect evolution had also been reported in the second year, the evolution path proposed by the homeroom teacher, Qin Nian. Upon receiving this information, Yun meticulously analyzed the academic performance of the students in Class 8. Du Yutong was unremarkable, even somewhat below average. Given that they were all taught by the same instructor, it seemed illogical for only her spirit beast to achieve perfect evolution while the others were unworthy of even a single ordinary evolution. This peculiarity piqued Yun's curiosity, prompting him to pay closer attention to the students of Class 8. This scrutiny, however, unveiled an astonishing revelation. These so-called underperforming students exuded a confidence reminiscent of those attending the First Beastmaster Academy. The First Beastmaster Academy gathered the nation's finest students, and each of these exceptional individuals radiated a self-assuredness that could not be feigned. Yet, Yun found this very quality present in every student of Class 8, including the girl who had fallen ill. This discovery was unprecedented. In an instant, Yun's interest in all the students of Class 8 intensified, as did his fascination with their homeroom teacher, Qin Nian. This Qin Nian is indeed quite remarkable. At that moment, Master Mingyan happened to overhear his murmurs and could not help but lean in to commend. "You have a good eye." Yun was taken aback by this remark. The brevity of Master Mingyan's words carried significant weight. Could it be that the individual he had previously referred to was indeed Qin Nian? Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Master Mingyan had already risen to depart the guest area. Eager to learn more about Qin Nian, Yun turned to his intern assistant, Zhao Ziqiang, and instructed, "Find out about Qin Nian's educational background. I wish to ascertain which esteemed institution this teacher graduated from." Zhao Ziqiang thought, "ISNT, this fortuitously landing right in my lap? I know Qin Nian from Class 8. At that moment, as silence enveloped the guest area, Zhao Ziqiang's words captured everyone's attention. "Oh, you know Qin Nian?" Yun exclaimed, astonished. "We were college classmates." Qin Nian, "Well, being classmates, it's a bit complicated. Some things I really can't say," Zhao Ziqiang replied, a reluctant expression crossing his face as he hesitated. This demeanor only served to heighten the curiosity of those around him. The head of the GF family, sensing the underlying tension, interjected, "Why not share your thoughts? We're all ears." "All right then," Zhao Ziqiang replied, appearing somewhat torn, and continued. In the past, Qin Nian had been beset by the backlash of his contracted spirit, resulting in the disintegration of his beast taming space. Subsequently, he forcibly contracted a new spirit beast, only to become a hapless individual incapable of taming beasts forever. Such events had surely reached the ears of the teachers at Shenlu High School. However, they likely remained unaware of the underlying reason behind Qin Nian's predicament. Oh, why? Someone inquired with curiosity. Zhao Ziqiang, donning a countenance of reluctance, spoke up. It is because Qin Nian's contracted spirit was stolen. That spirit already had an owner, and being forcibly contracted, it harbored resentment. This led to the ensuing series of events. Those of us at the school are well aware of his questionable character. This outcome is indeed a result of his own actions. At long last, Zhao Ziqiang had voiced this damning revelation about Qin Nian in front of the assembly. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through his heart. Is it true that Teacher Qin's character is so deplorable? The head of the GF family feigned surprise, exclaiming, to commit such a heinous act as stealing another's spirit beast, such a person is utterly unworthy of the title of teacher. Indeed, such an individual ought to be expelled. After all, allowing a rogue like him to remain tarnishes the reputation of Shenlu High School. Cheng Qingwang added with a grave expression. Chapter 36. Class 8 is Shenlu High School's ace. Zhao Ziqiang's assertions prompted He Yangyun to sense an inconsistency in the logic. Just then, Master Mingyan returned, cradling an exquisite box. Upon seating himself, his gaze immediately fell upon Class 8, imbued with an air of anticipation and admiration. After a moment's contemplation, He Yangyun boldly inquired, Master Mingyan, you appear particularly interested in the students of Class 8? Mingyan nodded with a smile, candidly expressing, the students of Shenlu Class 8 are both intelligent and unique. I find them delightful. Though He Yangyun had his suspicions, hearing Master Mingyan's words directly left him utterly astonished. So, you came here for Qin Nian? Precisely. It turned out that the individual who had drawn Master Mingyan's attention was indeed Qin Nian. He Yangyun marveled at this revelation, convinced that his instincts had been correct. The students of Class 8 were truly hidden gems. This remark reached the ears of the other guests. What? The utterance sent ripples of shock through the guests' seating area, leaving them all stupefied, as if they had never anticipated such a turn of events. Did I hear correctly? Master Mingyan favors not the head of Class 2, GFAU, but rather Qin Nian from Class 8? Look at you all, so agitated. Surely. Teacher, he was merely speaking in jest? Are you the one who has lost the ability to reason in your excitement? Does this seem like jest to you? In an instant, confusion enveloped the crowd. What? You mean to say Master Mingyan came for whom? For Qin Nian? The Qin Nian who teaches Class 8? Are you certain you haven't misspoken? In this brief span, they were left questioning what they had overlooked. The educators from various institutions, alongside the invited benefactors, found it hard to believe. The head of the GF family, upon hearing this statement, was rendered completely dumbfounded. Isn't Qin Nian the one who produced a perfectly evolved student? How could Master Mingyan hold him in such high regard? Zhang Ziqiang, too, was left in a state of utter disbelief. Repeating a single phrase, he exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is nothing but a waste. Yet, even amidst their incredulity, the words had been spoken by a teacher from the foremost Beast Taming Academy. Moreover, in the next moment, they beheld Master Mingyan nodding with a smile, affirming, indeed, I have come for him. The guests gasped in unison. Master Mingyan has confirmed it. In that instant, they recalled Master Mingyan's earlier assertion. He possessed deeper insights into low-tier spirit beasts than anyone else present. Thus, it appeared that Master Mingyan not only arrived for Qin Nian, but also regarded him as superior. Could this truly be the case? Master Mingyan's demeanor was serious, suggesting that he was not jesting. They were inclined to take him at his word. As the guests stood in shock, some remained skeptical. Cheng Qingwang, his tone laced with doubt, remarked, if Qin Nian is indeed so formidable, then why has no student from Class 8 evolved? No sooner had he finished speaking than an inconspicuous invited benefactor interjected, who says there hasn't been. Just a few days ago, didn't Class 8 produce a perfectly evolved student? At this, the representatives from the 4 major institutions were taken aback. Class 8 had a student whose contracted spirit perfectly evolved? Why was this not mentioned during the introductions? The vice president, Chang, who had raised the question, cast a disapproving glance at the head of the GF family. How could he be unaware of such information? He had allied himself with GFAU's class, yet had been kept in the dark about the true situation of Class 8, resulting in his words being publicly contradicted. Unbeknownst to him, the head of the GF family had not chosen to withhold information. He simply deemed it unnecessary. After all, that singular perfect evolution did not require a stage presence. Its existence or absence mattered little. As the crowd began to show interest in Qin Nian, the head of the GF family could not help but interject, but that is merely one perfect evolution. Surely Teacher Qin merely encountered a student with decent talent. He cannot possibly be compared to the 3 from Class 2. That does make sense. One could be a stroke of luck, but 3 is a testament to true ability. Thus, It followed that Qin Nian indeed fell short when compared to Fei from Class 2, who was evidently Shenlu High School's secret weapon, an incomparable entity. The guests nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the comparison. At that moment, Master Mingyan questioned, "Who says there are only 3? Class 8 has 15 spirits that have achieved perfect evolution. Are you all not aware of this?" What? Did Class 8 not comprise a total of 15 students? All 15 students achieved perfect evolution? How could we possibly know this? At this juncture, a voice timidly interjected. This morning, when Qin Nian responded to Vice President Cheng's question, did he not mention? The guests collectively gasped, especially the one who had previously boasted of his prowess, now appearing utterly mortified. If you had kept quiet, no one would have taken you for a mute. Nay, everyone certainly heard what Qin Nian said. Not only did we hear it, but we also engaged in vigorous mockery. Yet, while they had heard, none had taken it seriously at the time. They had thought Qin Nian was merely boasting. Yet now, those very words had been echoed by Master Mingyan. Heavens! So, it was true? All 15 students' contracted spirits had achieved perfect evolution. This revelation sent waves of exhilaration through the assembly. The hearts of all the guests raced with fervor, particularly those from various educational institutions, their gazes towards the students of Class 8 ablaze with fervent interest. They have all come for exceptional talents. Who would have thought that the promising students of Class 8 would be so concentrated? Among the 15 students, although only 14 are on stage, each one is indeed a candidate for special recruitment. This one is remarkable. Special recruitment. And this one too. Special recruitment. I can hardly keep up. It's utterly overwhelming. After much contemplation, it seems that the 3 perfect evolutions from Class 2 were merely a smokescreen. Class 8 is truly the ace of Shenlu High School. They are the institution's secret weapon. Everyone was utterly taken aback. The perfect evolution of all 15 students' contracted spirits was more shocking than the revelation that Master Mingyan had come for Qin Nian. It is simply unbelievable. The entire class achieved perfect evolution. What caliber of expertise does Qin Nian possess in evolution design? Who can accomplish the perfect evolution of an entire class's spirit beasts? Such a feat is unheard of. Even evolution masters cannot achieve this. This is absolutely unprecedented nationwide. It's insane. Utterly insane. Observing the audience's reaction, Master Mingyan found it quite amusing and couldn't help but exclaim, "Qin Nian is a genius in spirit beast evolution design. His future accomplishments will surely surpass mine." Upon hearing this, Qin Nian from the First Beast Master Academy felt a stir in his heart. He discreetly sent a message to the president of the First Beast Master Academy. Chapter 37, Instant Kill. This is an instant kill. The competition has begun. A guest reminded. Immediately, everyone's gaze shifted towards the arena. On the stage, the students from Class 1's rocket class remained blissfully unaware of the challenge ahead. Upon witnessing the contracted spirits summoned by Class 8, their eyes were filled with disdain. A big-mouthed duck, a white-hair caterpillar, a pidgey, a fanning chicken, a beetle, a spotted mouse, and a blue shadow ant. In stark contrast, Class 1's rocket class boasted a rare-level golden-winged bird, a rare-level leopard cat, a rare-level marsh dragon lizard, a fire dog, and a lava worm. The disparity was glaring. Is this it? How dull. Let us finish this quickly. Leave it to me, said a petite girl with glasses confidently. Upon seeing her contracted spirit, the audience below began to understand why she was so self-assured in facing all of Class 8's spirit beasts. She had contracted a rare-level spirit beast, the leopard cat. Unlike the ordinary pink crystal cat, the leopard cat is a true combat-oriented spirit beast. It has a slender body and long legs, with agile movements and formidable attack power, excelling in close combat. It is also the strongest contracted spirit of Class 1's rocket class. True to its nature as a combat-type spirit beast, it crouched low, adopting an aggressive posture as soon as it emerged. The girl crossed her arms and leisurely commanded, "Leopard, start with that little worm and take them all out." The little worm referred to Li Junyan's white-hair caterpillar. At the same moment, Li Junyan instructed the white-hair caterpillar, "Big White, unleash thunder." The leopard cat completely disregarded the white-hair caterpillar, not even utilizing elemental skills. It charged forward in a blur, claws at the ready. Simultaneously, Big White spat out a resilient thread towards the leopard cat. The thread was finer than a hair, floating delicately as if it could be blown away by a whisper of wind. The petite girl noticed the white-hair caterpillar's skill but thought nothing of the insignificant thread it released, failing to warn her contracted spirit. As is well known, the eyesight of daytime cat spirit beasts is quite poor. Moreover, the evolution path of this leopard cat did not enhance its vision, leading it to overlook the inconspicuous thread. In the next moment, the slender thread swiftly ensnared the leopard cat's neck. At the same time, the thread flickered like lightning. Crackling sounds echoed. Instantly, A powerful sensation of paralysis flooded through its body, and the leopard cat collapsed onto the ground, rendered unconscious. It was quite literally electrocuted. After losing consciousness, its body continued to twitch sporadically. What the heck? How could this happen? Class 1 lost in just one encounter? This scene left the students below utterly stunned. Many unconsciously rose to their feet. After all, this was an astonishing reversal. Who could have anticipated that a top-class rocket class, ranked first in the city, would be defeated by a class considered the worst? One side had a rare-level spirit beast, while the other had an utterly ordinary white-hair caterpillar. In this preliminary clash, the underdog class emerged victorious. Instant kill. This was indeed an instant kill. An ordinary-level spirit beast had annihilated a rare-level spirit beast. It was simply unbelievable, especially for the students of Shenlu High School. Their astonishment was unparalleled. As members of the same school, they understood all too well how lackluster Class 8 was. Yet at this moment, their perceptions were shattered. In the preceding rounds, aside from Class 2 of Shenlu, the other classes had been thoroughly bested by those from other academies. Class 1's rocket class seemed to be an entity that even the students of Shenlu rocket class had to look up to. But now, Class 1's rocket class had faced defeat. The ones who turned the tide for Shenlu Academy were none other than the students of Class 8. They didn't even know the name of the boy who had caused this upheaval. After a moment of stunned silence, someone started the applause. The students of Shenlu High School erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, the expression of the students from Class 1's rocket class was far from pleasant, especially that of the owner of the electrocuted leopard cat. She stared in disbelief at the white-hair caterpillar, unable to comprehend how such a seemingly insignificant creature could defeat her perfectly evolved rare-level leopard cat. How could it be? How could leopard lose? She rushed forward to pick up the leopard cat, but the residual electricity coursing through it still lingered. Upon touching the leopard cat, she felt a tingling sensation in her hand. Electricity. The petite girl was immediately struck with astonishment as she turned to Li Junyan, asking, "Why does your white-hair caterpillar's skill carry electricity? Did you cheat?" Li Junyan twitched his lips, exasperated. Of course, it's Big White's mutated skill after perfect evolution. What? Is it only permissible for your leopard cat to achieve perfect evolution while my Big White cannot? Upon hearing this, the petite girl was even more shocked. The white-hair caterpillar can evolve. She recalled that the initial base value of the white-hair caterpillar was merely around 20, right? The standard for a spirit beast to achieve perfect evolution is to reach a base value of 100. Her leopard cat, being a rare-level spirit beast, naturally exceeds 50 in base value. The evolutionary path raised its base value by 50 points, achieving perfect evolution. Indeed, during its evolution, the leopard cat's base value increased by 55, now reaching 107. But for the white-hair caterpillar to attain perfect evolution, it would need an increase of nearly 80 base points, wouldn't it? Could it be that this white-hair caterpillar's evolutionary path truly granted it an increase of nearly 80 base points? What is this astonishing data? Equally shocking are the other students from Class 1. As the CRME de la CRME of the city, their theoretical knowledge surpasses that of the average student. Were it not for the lightning mark on the abdomen of the white caterpillar following its flawless evolution, the evolutionary markers of the other students' contracted spirits remain concealed in hidden locations, invisible to outsiders. Otherwise, they too could analyze the evolutionary trajectories and skill alterations of the white caterpillar and other spirit beasts. Now, all that remains is a sense of astonishment, particularly for Chung Royale. During the beast fighting arena, she witnessed Li Junyan's contracted spirit being utterly powerless against a Fire Hound. If it truly underwent perfect evolution, she could not have failed to notice. Yet, the referee did not call for a halt, indicating that Li Junyan had not cheated. This implies that, at the arena, Li Junyan was merely concealing his prowess. The others from Class 8 contemplated a possibility, and Chung Royale's complexion turned ashen. "Hey, are you still fighting? If not, just concede quickly," urged Li Junyan. For this elite group from Class 1, conceding would be akin to humiliation. "Let us all attack together." With this declaration, everyone sprang into action. Class 8 would not be outdone. They had been eagerly anticipating this confrontation for an entire day. Little Jean, Phoenix, Slash Attack, Big Mouth Duck, Acid Splash, Bathtub Dragon Lizard, Rapid Tail Whip, Bobo Bird Water Ripple, Fire Hound, Fireball Release, Stirring Chicken, Skill Deviation. Chapter 38. Perfect evolution has truly become commonplace. The battlefield erupted with elemental skills as the two classes engaged in chaotic combat. Unlike the orderly formation of Class 1, the 14 members of Class 8 were staggered into two rows, seemingly chaotic, yet strategically targeting the opposing spirit beasts. During their special training, Qin Nian had conducted a preliminary analysis. Although high school students had not yet begun studying combination combat in earnest, this competition was conducted in a class format. necessitating a cohesive team effort on the battlefield. To this end, Qin Nian had devised a straightforward strategy. The front row consisted of high-output attackers with greater defensive capabilities, spaced apart, while the rear row comprised support and ranged attackers. A complete team cannot function without a commander, hence, Du Yutong and Li Junyan were appointed as the primary and secondary commanders, respectively. With the primary commander absent, Li Junyan stepped into the lead role. Thus his commanding voice resonated across the arena. Conversely, the commander of Class 1 was Cheng Ruiyao. Her command skills were formidable. Yet even the most powerful abilities could not withstand the skills unleashed by an opponent's contracted spirit, which were completely outside their realm of contemplation. They were aware of Big Mouth Duck's elemental skill, Waterline. But what on earth was Acid Splash? Was this skill not somewhat unscrupulous? Moreover, after Stirring Chicken executed its group skill deviation, their own skills were blown off course, failing to hit their targets. Who could have anticipated such an anomaly? This aberrant skill was tantamount to cheating. Class 8 concluded the match swiftly, leaving Class 1 thoroughly defeated. Not only were they overpowered, but they also discerned, through the variant skills utilized by Class 8's contracted spirits, that all of Class 8's contracted spirits had indeed achieved perfect evolution. In stark contrast, Class 1 possessed only 3. Each time they realized that their opponent's ordinary-level spirit beasts had undergone perfect evolution, their mental fortitude wavered significantly, ultimately leading to a complete psychological collapse. Against such adversaries, how could they possibly avoid defeat? Among the spectators, many teachers recognized at once that all 14 contracted spirits from Class 8 had achieved perfect evolution. In their astonishment, they could not help but voice their amazement. Notably, Du Yutong, who had not participated in the match, had the earliest perfect evolution among her spirit beasts. And this news swiftly spread from Shenlu High School to other institutions. Upon learning that all contracted spirits from Class 8 had reached perfect evolution, every student in the audience was left astounded. The news that all 15 members of the class had achieved perfect evolution was undoubtedly the most shocking revelation of the day. When Class 8 ultimately triumphed in the competition, students from Shenlu High School rose once again to cheer, even jumping in elation. Who could have anticipated that, prior to today, Shenlu High School would triumph over Class 1, especially with Class 8 emerging victorious? This was truly a remarkable turn of events. Class 8 was astounding. 15 perfect evolutions. Their homeroom teacher was even more impressive. Some students silently lamented, "Why isn't Qin Nian our homeroom teacher? We too desire a teacher like him." In the guest seating area, all attending dignitaries, including recruiters from several prominent universities and invited representatives from donor companies, were filled with disbelief and anticipation. As they witnessed the battle unfold before their very eyes, their astonishment solidified into reality. Indeed, it was true. All contracted spirit beasts had achieved perfect evolution. 15 spirits. 15 perfect evolutions. In Qin Nian's case, perfect evolution had truly become as commonplace as cabbages. Meanwhile, the head of the GF family seated among the guests bore a rather grim expression. The tasks assigned by the matriarch of the Qin family were beyond his capabilities. No wonder the matriarch sought to suppress Qin Nian, who would not fear such talent. Had they not already taken action, the GF family could have sought to ally with Qin Nian. Alas, it was too late. A fleeting expression of regret crossed the GF family leader's face, swiftly replaced by a look of resolve. This Qin Nian had even befriended Master Mingyan. Should he continue to grow, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to the GF family. In the waiting area, GF Feiyu's expression was even more dismal than his father's. All the painstakingly crafted plans of the GF family had been effortlessly dismantled. Despite the absence of Du Yutong, they still faced 14 perfect evolutions. All their investments in resources, manpower, and financial backing had culminated in a stage that ultimately benefited Qin Nian. Beyond anger and frustration, GF Feiyu was plagued by an insatiable curiosity. Designing evolutionary paths was notoriously challenging. He could not even achieve a standard evolution without assistance from the Qin family. Yet, all contracted spirits from Class 8 had attained perfect evolution. How on earth had Qin Nian accomplished this? Could it be that he had someone backing him? Yes, GF Feiyu appeared to have found the perfect rationale. He was convinced that the evolutionary paths of these students were undoubtedly not designed by Qin Nian. There had to be someone behind him. Where, then, were the evolutionary markers of Class 8's spirit beasts concealed? Ming Yan, brimming with excitement, swiftly made his way to the arena and posed a question to the students. After observing for quite some time, he had yet to discover a single evolution mark. His inquiry was not a challenge to the authenticity of perfect evolution. Rather, it stemmed from genuine curiosity. Once the competition concluded, Qin Nian ascended the stage. He noted that the students, facing Master Ming Yan at such proximity, were so overwhelmed with excitement that they struggled to articulate their thoughts. He began to point out the evolution marks on these perfectly evolved spirit beasts one by one. The white-haired caterpillar bore its evolution mark on its abdomen. The beetle's evolution mark was nearly indistinguishable from the patterns on its back. The evolution mark of the spotted mouse was found on the delicate patterns of its tiny paws. The evolution mark of the big-mouthed duck was located beneath its wings. With Qin Nian's introductions, the astonishment on Master Ming Yan's face only grew. After he finished speaking, Ming Yan appeared contemplative. How was it that all marks were concealed? Was it possible that Qin Nian had become so adept that he could even dictate the locations of evolution marks in the design of the evolution paths? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. If Qin Nian were privy to Master Ming Yan's thoughts, he would surely shake his head. This was beyond his control. Qin Nian explained. After a spirit beast undergoes evolution, it exhibits subtle changes in appearance or evolution marks, and the location of these marks depends on the spirit beast itself. From what Qin Nian understood, the spirit beasts of Class 8 had been extraordinarily ordinary since their birth. Throughout their remarkably mundane growth, they had become accustomed to being cautious. Consequently, the changes post-evolution were subtle, allowing them to gradually adopt a more reserved characteristic. These concealed evolution marks served as evidence of that. Incredible, simply astonishing. Master Ming Yan mused as he regarded the ordinary yet perfectly evolved spirit beasts, his eyes filled with profound admiration. Chapter 39 Ding. Honor Points 299. As the saying goes, an expert sees the subtleties. Master Ming Yan, who specialized in the study of evolution from the perspective of spirit beasts, immediately grasped the significance of Qin Nian's words. Understanding this key aspect would undoubtedly aid his research immensely. Master Ming Yan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. However, as he had a flight to catch shortly, he requested Qin Nian's contact information. Naturally, Qin Nian obliged. After exchanging contact details, Master Ming Yan hurriedly departed. Next, 2 more matches remained. Class 8 of the Divine Deer faced off against Class 2 of the Divine Deer. Subsequently, Class 2 would compete against the Rocket class of Yizhong High School. Should Class 8 triumph in the upcoming match, there would be no need for the match between Class 2 and Class 1 of Yizhong High School, as this final showdown only sought to crown a champion. The second match of the finals commenced. The strength of Class 2 of the Divine Deer was clearly not on par with that of the Rocket class of Yizhong High School. Against Class 8, which had easily triumphed over the Rocket class, Class 2 stood no chance. The outcome of this match was a foregone conclusion, with Class 8 achieving a decisive victory. This marked the final match of the day. Who could have anticipated that the champions would be Class 8? At this moment, a singular thought floated through the minds of all present. As the students of Class 8 joyously made their way to the podium to collect the prizes provided by all participating academies, the spectators remained in awe. It is noteworthy that the students of Class 8 were not prodigies, but rather acknowledged underachievers at the school. Yet, thanks to Qin Nian, their fates had undergone a transformation. A reversal of destiny, a fortunate ascent. Ding. The task for the graduation class Spirit Beast duel has been completed. Reward, Intermediate Spirit Beast Potion 15. Deposited into the reward slot. Ding. Honor Points 299. Current Honor Points, 320. There are 6 days remaining for the task, with only one opportunity. Please continue to strive. Host. Qin Nian. Although he was aware that 299 was an impressive number, considering the numerous classes present, with each class comprising roughly 15 students. And accounting for the teachers and guests from various schools, the total audience had yet to reach 400 individuals. Even with this prior understanding, witnessing the figure left Qin Nian momentarily disoriented. There was still a considerable gap to the target set by the system. How would he manage to achieve this in the remaining 6 days? Alas, this competition had been a resounding success for Divine Deer High School. The person in charge of leading the competition from Xiangning, Yizhong finally realized why Principal Sun of Divine Deer High School had been so eager to offer his private treasures as rewards, enticing them to participate. It was all a ploy to make them unwittingly assist Divine Deer High School. That cunning old fox, Sun. When Principal Sun stepped onto the stage to deliver his concluding remarks, he exuded an extraordinary sense of vitality. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for attending, and to the various high schools. Each of Principal Sun's expressions of thanks was genuinely heartfelt. However, just as Principal Sun began his speech, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the sky, reminiscent of thunderclaps. Observing this, the leader from Yizhong scoffed, "Ha, that's what you get for deceiving people. May the heavens strike you down." Yet, soon after, a series of deafening booms erupted from the eastern part of the city, akin to the air being abruptly torn asunder. Subsequently, the sky grew ominously dark. This unprecedented occurrence sparked a realization within Qin Nian. He gazed upward in astonishment toward the east. Through the glass walls of the arena, He could distinctly see mysterious shadows writhing in the depths of the profound night to the east. Distorted light and shadow extended like ghostly claws from the dark clouds. Eerie and enigmatic. To the uninitiated, this scene would evoke sheer terror. However, for those in the know, it ignited exhilaration. Not just Qin Nian, but the entire arena and city were drawn to the source of the thunderous sound. Everyone turned their eyes toward the east. Some wore expressions of shock, others of delight. While some could barely contain their eagerness, was a new dimensional space descending upon them, and so close to Xiangning City. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Indeed, shortly after the cacophony, a dazzling aurora spectacle began as anticipated. The radiant hues enveloped a 100-kilometer radius, prompting everyone to gaze upwards in awe. Reds, purples, blues, and greens intertwined in a harmonious dance, singing songs that reflected the boundless mysteries and romance of the universe. It felt as if something was being proclaimed, or perhaps summoned. For the first time, Qin Nian experienced the arrival of a dimensional space. The beauty of this scene was unparalleled, leaving him profoundly shaken. Could this direction be Jinyi City? Qin Nian speculated. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Principal Sun's lengthy gratitude speech was abruptly interrupted and hastily concluded. Meanwhile, the students, filled with excitement, couldn't wait to exit the arena and witness the extraordinary spectacle outside. Only Qin Nian, Principal Sun, and the personnel from the medical clinic remained. Along with them were the members of the Spirit Beast Management Bureau investigation team, led by Du Mingrui, who had arrived earlier. They had just returned from reviewing the surveillance footage. They had come before the conclusion of the competition and promptly initiated their inquiry. At that time, Du Yutong had already returned to her normal state. Subsequently, she provided a crucial lead. The toxin required ingestion to take effect. Today, the substances ingested by Du Yutong were minimal. Aside from the lunch prepared by the school, she had only consumed water provided by her classmates. The lunch had been served in disposable containers, which were collectively discarded into the trash after use. If someone had tampered with the food, those disposable containers would likely be long gone. However, Du Yutong had a habit of using her own water cup. She poured the water she received into her cup, and that water had not yet been fully consumed. After Dr. Gu's examination, it was confirmed that the water was indeed contaminated. Following this, Du Mingrui reviewed the arena's surveillance footage and ultimately traced the source to a student from Class 2, Year 3, at Shenlu High School. I don't even know this person. Why would they harm my spirit beast? Du Yutong queried, perplexed. Du Mingrui gently patted his sister's shoulder, reassuring her, we will continue our investigation into this matter. Principal Sun, wearing an expression of regret, stated, such an incident reflects on the school as well. Shenlu High School will fully cooperate with the investigation, showing no leniency towards either students or faculty. Hearing this, Du Mingrui's expression softened somewhat. Qin Nian also appeared apologetic, admitting, I bear some responsibility in this matter. However, Du Mingrui looked at Qin Nian with deep gratitude, saying, Mr. Qin, we owe you a debt of thanks for your timely intervention. Otherwise, Yutong could have faced grave danger. Given the unknown motives of the perpetrator, further investigation was warranted, and Du Mingrui escorted Du Yutong away. Meanwhile, Principal Sun handed Qin Nian a wooden box. Chapter 40. You dared to kick. Do you think you can? What is this for? Qin Nian asked, perplexed, as he accepted the box. He opened it to discover 3 gilded cards embedded with chips. Are these bank cards? Principal Sun chuckled. These are entry cards for the interdimensional space. Ming Yin asked me to deliver them to you, stating that your analysis of the evolution paths greatly inspired him. This is a token of gratitude. Interdimensional cards? Qin Nian instantly recognized the rarity of these 3 cards. It is worth noting that for the first month following the initial arrival of the interdimensional space, there were no entry restrictions. Once that initial month had elapsed, access would become regulated, and entry qualifications would necessitate obtaining corresponding dimensional cards. It was not an easy feat for ordinary individuals to acquire such cards. Firstly, one must possess at least one level 1 evolved spirit beast. Secondly, one must compete in rankings. After the interdimensional space manifests in a city, a challenge tower is swiftly constructed, where the top 100 competitors each year are granted entry qualifications for that city's interdimensional space. Of course, there are multiple ways to obtain entry qualifications. This is merely one of the most accessible routes for the average person. Furthermore, the chips embedded in the dimensional cards are not ordinary. They are crafted from meteorite fragments. The 3-dimensional cards differ in design, indicating opportunities for entry into 3 distinct interdimensional spaces. This was undoubtedly a significant gift for Qin Nian. As he prepared to decline the offer, Principal Sun interjected, I am merely the messenger, and once Ming Yin gifts something, it is not to be taken back. Accept it with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Nian had no choice but to accept. As he exited the beast fighting arena, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with colorful clouds continuing to burn in the firmament. Based on past experiences, such a state would likely persist for at least half a month until the interdimensional space truly opened. Qin Nian hurried onto the school bus, unaware of who had orchestrated the seating arrangements, but Class 8 was sharing the bus with Class 2. Arriving late, he found only one seat left unoccupied. Not one to be picky, he sat down without hesitation. However, no sooner had he settled than Jiexing Feiyu began to engage him in conversation. Mr. Qin, congratulations on Class 8's victory. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Jiexing family? The remuneration is negotiable. Qin Nian raised an eyebrow, instantly discerning the implications. The arrangement of Class 8 and Class 2 sharing the same bus must have been a deliberate decision by the Jiexing family. He had always found it curious why Jiexing Feiyu seemed to have a vendetta against him. In fact, he even harbored suspicions regarding the poisoning incident involving Du Yutong and its connections to the Jiexing family. Yet, these remained mere conjectures in need of verification. Is teacher Jiexing no longer intending to target me? Qin Nian asked candidly. Jiexing Feiyu smiled. That depends on Mr. Qin's choices. Qin Nian nodded. I will consider it. Subsequently, he casually removed his shoes, even taking off his socks. Witnessing this, Jiexing Feiyu grimaced, pinching his nose in distaste. Mr. Qin, isn't it inappropriate to remove your shoes on the bus? Qin Nian reclined against the backrest, responding, It's quite refreshing this way. I enjoy it. Does it concern you? Throughout the journey, Jiexing Feiyu endured considerable discomfort. He even began to regret arranging for Class 8 to share the bus with Class 2. It was akin to inviting unnecessary torment upon himself. Upon arriving at the school, as students disembarked, Jiexing Feiyu hastily stood up, unable to withstand the situation, and squeezed past Qin Nian. At that moment, Qin Nian abruptly extended his foot and delivered a vigorous kick to Jiexing Feiyu's rear. Jiexing Feiyu, caught off guard, stumbled out of the bus. Qin Nian, barefoot, followed close behind, delivering another kick. Taking advantage of Jiexing Feiyu's instability, he struck again. After delivering 4 or 5 consecutive kicks, Jiexing Feiyu collapsed to the ground. In that instant, Qin Nian was parched beyond measure, yet simultaneously reaped substantial rewards. With each kick, he employed the diagnostic hand technique. Initially, he had been uncertain whether the diagnostic hand could unveil the secrets concealed within others' hearts or if using his foot would have any effect. However, after delivering the first kick, a series of images flashed through his mind, compelling him to continue. The evolution path of Jiexing Feiyu had been provided by Madame Qin, Qin Nian's stepmother. The Jiexing family had sought to undermine Qin Nian by orchestrating Du Yutong's poisoning. Furthermore, Qin Nian had inadvertently uncovered some of the Jiexing family's hidden secrets. Just then, Jiexing Feiyu, now disheveled and covered in dust, finally managed to rise from the ground. Enraged, he pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Nian, exclaiming, Qin Nian, how dare you kick me? The students, having disembarked and walked a short distance, turned to observe the commotion. Qin Nian grinned broadly, retorting, you dared to kick. Do you think you can get away with it? You're courting death? Jiexing Feiyu's fury was palpable, nearly spilling over. Yet, upon hearing Qin Nian's next words, he found himself momentarily speechless. Qin Nian's expression turned serious as he addressed Jiexing Feiyu. Do you believe I am truly unaware of the deeds your family has committed? Jie Feiyu was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. What did he know? Never mind. I can't be bothered to talk to you, Qin Nian dismissed, treating Jie Feiyu merely as a messenger. Tell your father to come find me at the school's back gate at 7 tonight, or he shall bear the consequences. After saying this, Qin Nian departed, leaving Jie Feiyu in a daze, feeling as if some matter had transcended the control of the Jie family. At 7 o'clock that evening, at the back gate of Shenlu High School, the head of the Jie family stepped out of a luxurious car. Qin Nian had just arrived as well. What exactly do you know? The head of the Jie family inquired with a dark expression. Qin Nian wasted no time and handed over several documents. These were the materials he had organized after returning home. Printed documents always carried a more intimidating weight than mere spoken words. As the head of the Jie family perused the documents, his expression grew increasingly grim. Ultimately, he clenched them tightly in his hand. Realizing that Qin Nian's presentation of paper evidence served as a reminder, should he resort to underhanded tactics, Qin Nian could easily make this information public. Truly, the eldest son of the Qin family was not to be underestimated. He had misjudged Qin Nian. With a somber gaze fixed upon Qin Nian, he asked, what are your terms? Qin Nian smiled slightly and replied, first, ensure that Madame Qin believes I am still the inconspicuous Qin Nian. Second, I demand a satisfactory explanation regarding Du Yutong's situation. The head of the Jie family frowned for a moment before nodding, agreed. Qin Nian assured him that as long as the Jie family adhered to these 2 conditions, their family's unsavory matters would remain undisclosed. Once the deal was struck, the head of the GF family departed with a scowl. Having resolved this stumbling block, Qin Nian could finally set his mind at ease and embark on his plan to elevate his honor points. With a day job to attend to, he planned to test the waters through a live stream that evening. Upon returning home, Qin Nian first took a shower and changed into comfortable loungewear. He opened the largest domestic live streaming platform, Long, and began to register an account. Chapter 41, a name that explodes him. What should I name the live stream? Ideally, it should be something eye-catching and explosive. After settling on a name, Qin Nian donned a full-face mask he had purchased on the way home and initiated the live stream. Since it was a newly registered account, the platform provided some initial traffic boost. Within minutes, a dozen viewers entered the stream, evidently drawn by the intriguing title, 100 Perfect Evolution Path Analyst. That's quite the boast. The viewers who entered began to mock the host. 100 Perfect Evolution? This host is really full of himself. To grab attention, he's even wearing a mask, clearly. He's not a good person. If the host has any skills, let's see them. Boasting is all well and good. So boring, I just want to hear the host brag. As a newcomer to streaming, Qin Nian was well aware that he would not earn the audience's trust immediately. He had prepared himself mentally for this situation and thus remained unfazed by the comments in the chat. Feel free to ask any questions regarding contract spirits, he stated confidently. Wow, the host's voice is so pleasant. It's the kind of voice that screams handsome youth. With this voice, I'm not leaving tonight. Such a nice voice. This voice is so charming it could make me swoon. Hey, ladies, take it easy. This is a boys channel. Ding. Honor points 4. Qin Nian was utterly bewildered. Did no one have any questions? They could ask anything related to spirit beasts, and he would be more than willing to provide answers. Is that all you can say? Can't you boast about something else? Like contracting an ancestral dragon? You're just setting the host up for failure. The last person who boasted like that got banned. 100 Perfect Evolution? The host's claims are just as outrageous as those of Ancestral Dragon Bro. Let us get some questions rolling to ensure the host gets banned tonight. Who has a question? Finally, the first person ready to ask a question appeared. Qin Nian promptly reminded, those wishing to ask can connect directly. The individual expressing interest in asking was a netizen with the username Lizzie Ren. Lizzie Ren was a third-year student at the first Beast Master Academy. Last year, a classmate's spirit beast experienced issues after evolution. Despite consulting the school's diagnosticians, it remained unresolved. He had just finished dinner and stumbled upon this live stream. Drawn in by the title, of course, he was primarily there to hear the host boast, hoping for some entertainment at the hostess' expense. Hello, host. Why did my contracted spirit become irritable after evolution? He expected the host to offer some implausible excuse like the weather being too hot, and he had even prepared some mocking remarks. However, to his surprise, Qin Nian responded earnestly, since the issue with the spirit beast is related to its evolution. I need you to send me the spirit's data and evolution path analysis for review. This left Lizzie Ren momentarily speechless. The problematic spirit beast was not his, but belonged to a classmate. How could he possibly have access to that information? Moreover, spirit beast data and evolution paths were sensitive and private. It was one thing to show it to a diagnostician, but entirely another to share it with an online host. The other viewers in the live stream echoed similar concerns. Is this host trying to fish for someone's evolution path? It must be a scam. The person connecting should definitely not share. Absolutely not. Lizzie Ren thought to himself that even if he wanted to share, he wouldn't be able to. However, he did have a video of his classmate's spirit beast. Host, do you absolutely need the data? Can I send you the video of the spirit beast instead? Qin Nian nodded. That's acceptable. Let me see the contracted spirit first. Soon, a private message containing the video arrived. It featured a rare-level spirit beast, the Dream Fox. The initial form of the Dream Fox closely resembled that of a white fox, measuring about 1 meter in length, entirely white with no mixed fur, and possessing a pair of translucent lavender eyes, an exceptionally beautiful spirit beast. In the video, this Dream Fox had grown nearly 3 meters long, fitting the size for secondary evolution and nearing the threshold for tertiary evolution. The color of its fur had also changed. The originally pristine white fur now had streaks of purple as if dyed, appearing far more exquisite, particularly when viewed head-on, where the pale lavender collar perfectly complemented its lavender eyes. Of course, this was merely from a human aesthetic perspective. The transformation of this Dream Fox is minimal in appearance, indicating that both evolutionary stages likely followed a path of racial adaptation. Qin Nian, through the analysis of the Dream Fox's exterior, endeavored to deduce its evolutionary trajectory. From the video segment, he could glean the fundamental direction of the Dream Fox's evolution and genetic fusion. The audience watching the live stream remained captivated, unwilling to leave for a moment. The platform detected the high engagement within Qin Nian's live broadcast and subsequently amplified the traffic by tenfold. Soon after, an influx of 1 to 200 viewers surged into the stream. Wow, a perfect evolution at level 100? What kind of live stream is this? Is the host an evolution path analyst? I'm astonished. Is this the trend now? Host, have you figured it out or not? The impatient viewers urged. Upon completing his analysis, Qin Nian replied with composure. The initial evolution of this dream fox likely involved the genetic fusion with a snow spirit, correct? The second fusion was with a purple velvet weasel, which accounts for the purple fur around its neck. Am I right? The viewers were momentarily stunned because the host had indeed guessed correctly. One of them, who had a good rapport with a classmate, was aware of each other's contract spirit evolution paths. However, they were perplexed. How did you know? Qin Nian responded candidly. Naturally, I discerned it through the video. I had already speculated about the dream fox's anomalous behavior, but further confirmation was needed in conjunction with the evolutionary path. I need to think about this, the viewer said hurriedly before logging off, while also following Qin Nian's streaming account. After exiting, they found themselves uncertain. This host was not quite what they had anticipated. He seemed genuinely capable. Let us observe a little longer. Chapter 42. Cat Brother exposes the fraud? Qin Nian calculated the ratios on the spot. Meanwhile, skepticism began to brew in the live chat. Did he really get it right? That viewer can't be a plant, right? Absolutely a plant. Seeing the comments, the viewer was at a loss for words. Why are they questioning me? I'm still questioning the host. Are there any partners for a live connection? Qin Nian inquired. If there are any issues with your contract spirit or hurdles in evolution, I can assist in designing an evolution path, guaranteeing a perfect evolution. This prompted a flurry of comments in the live stream. Guaranteeing a perfect evolution? Even national-level evolution masters wouldn't dare to say that, let alone evolution masters. Not even grandmasters have made such claims. Haha, if the host can truly guarantee evolution, I'll stand on my head and... It must be said, the comments in the live stream indeed inspired Qin Nian. Since everyone was urging him to find a spirit on the spot, he decided to host an activity. Since today is my first live stream, the first viewer to sign up will receive a complimentary design of their contract spirit's evolution path. At that moment, the professional debunker, Cat Brother, entered Qin Nian's live stream. He had been alerted by his fans. Initially, he only planned to take a glance, but upon seeing the stream's title, he realized his moment of glory was about to arrive. He was the first to sign up. I'll participate, but under one condition. We must connect live. And you design it on the spot while I evolve it to see the results. How about that? Finally, someone was brave enough to take the plunge. And Qin Nian gladly accepted. Sure, send me the details, and I will provide you with the data in 10 minutes. Cat Brother promptly sent over the data for a spirit awaiting evolution. Qin Nian picked up paper and pen and began his calculations. As a prominent figure, Cat Brother's name would appear prominently in the live stream. Upon seeing his name, viewers initially thought they were hallucinating. When they read his comments, the audience, eager for entertainment, erupted in excitement. Wow, Cat Brother is here. This host is in trouble. I love watching Cat Brother debunk fraud, but losing a contract spirit for that is too costly. Cat Brother, noticing the comments, nonchalantly remarked, there are too many scammers nowadays. To prevent everyone from being deceived, a low-tier contract spirit is nothing for me. As long as people can see through the true nature of the fraud, it's worth it. Wow, Cat Brother is so bold, so moving. Cat Brother is heroic. If Cat Brother is on the case, he's serious. Looking at the time, Cat Brother said, all right, everyone, I will head back to start my live stream connection. Anticipate the moment of truth. After leaving Qin Nian's stream, he swiftly sent a connection request. Qin Nian took a moment to accept it and then resumed his calculations. Cat Brother appeared live, sporting a handsome demeanor, tall stature, and a slightly plump build. His straightforward manner of speaking suggested he was a forthright northern gentleman. With millions of fans, as soon as he started streaming, thousands flocked to his broadcast. His followers were well aware of his habits. He always debunked fraud when live. Thus, they eagerly opened the comments section. Cat Brother, are you going to expose another scam today? Last week, watching you debunk Zulong was exhilarating. What level of fraud are you tackling this time? I just came from a stream that's about to be debunked. I'll give you a sneak peek. It's definitely S level. Wow. ISNT that on par with Zulong? That host claims to design evolution paths for spirit beasts and guarantee perfect evolution. I can only chuckle. At this moment, Cat Brother addressed the audience. Hello, everyone. It's that thrilling time for Cat Brother to expose fraud. In 3 minutes, we will officially commence. Perfect evolution? I will debunk it live with a contract spirit for everyone to witness. Wow. Ridiculous. Can't wait for Cat Brother to expose the truth. Qin Nian's live stream maintained impressive viewer engagement, earning a real-time rating of a quality new broadcaster from the platform. The system once again pushed the traffic by tenfold, resulting in over 2,000 viewers flooding into the stream. With Cat Brother, a well-known figure present, and after the informative comments, many viewers were highly expectant. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. Qin Nian presented the drafted evolution path and calculated genetic ratios before the camera. Cat brother, we can begin now, Qin Nian called out to him. Is it ready? Let me take a look. Cat brother leaned closer to the camera, reading aloud. Rolling earthworm, I suggest fusing with the genes of the explosive ball. Ratios, 2G of flame flower concentrate, 18G of tranquil flower concentrate, 3G of ground root grass concentrate, 5G of ice cap grass concentrate, 75G of explosive ball gene fusion agent. Upon reaching this point, Cat brother couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, you're using some fine ingredients here. Everyone knows there's a place downstairs that specializes in gene evolution ratios. I've seen plenty. To be fair, what should be included in this ratio is indeed present, and it looks quite legitimate. As soon as these words were spoken, Cat Brothers fans in Qin Nian's live stream began to burst into laughter. Ah, it has begun. Brother Cat always initiates with a fair approach, allowing the opponent to lower their guard, only to execute a stunning reversal that leaves the opposing streamer utterly humiliated. The establishment beneath Brother Cat's residence specializes in genetic evolution and formulation. One could say it is essentially his domain. A swindler has finally encountered a true expert. Haha. So, I must ask, does the streamer feel apprehensive? Comments in Qin Nian's live stream are rife with mockery, eagerly anticipating his downfall and potential suspension. Meanwhile, Brother Cat, with a straightforward streaming style, wastes no time. After delivering this sentiment, he descends the stairs, knocking on the door of the evolutionary beast shop. He purchases the genetic evolution liquid according to the specified formulation and proceeds to the evolution chamber within the store. Brother Cat summons one of his contracted spirits, the rolling bug. He explains, let me clarify the process for everyone. This rolling bug is a creature of ordinary rank, with an initial base value of 18. According to last month's data, only 12 creatures worldwide with an initial base value below 30 have achieved perfect evolution. Take note, worldwide. There have been none with a base value below 20 that have undergone perfect evolution. Thus, it is clear that this endeavor to debunk is utterly devoid of suspense. It is regrettable, however, that this rolling bug has only just reached the evolutionary stage through training. As Brother Cat administers the genetic evolution liquid, a pang of sorrow tugs at his heart. Once the liquid is consumed, Brother Cat exclaims, next, we shall witness the miracle of debunking. Viewers in Qin Nian's stream fervently flood the comments with declarations of debunking, praising Brother Cat's might. Clearly, not a single soul believes Qin Nian. Even those who had previously wavered after connecting with him have now wholly sided with Brother Cat, urging their classmates to witness the spectacle. One viewer confides to a classmate, this streamer is utterly absurd. Just now, I tested him with Meng Meng, and after merely viewing Meng Meng's video, he had the audacity to claim he understood the issue, nearly leading me to believe him. The classmate, unimpressed, scoffs, if the advanced diagnosticians at our school cannot resolve it, what can one mere streamer accomplish? Chapter 43, The Evolution of the Rolling Bug. Faced with disbelief, skepticism, and ridicule in the live stream, Qin Nian refrains from rushing to defend himself. He recognizes that empty words will not convince others. Only by allowing them to witness the truth will they come to believe. Meanwhile, Brother Cat, after 2 or 3 minutes of the rolling bug consuming the genetic evolution liquid, begins to feel an inexplicable chill envelop him. What is happening? Is your air conditioning set too low, boss? Forget it. I shall just wait at home, he remarks, shivering slightly. Qin Nian cautions him. Contracted spirits are not easily moved during the evolution process, and the master may also be affected. It is advisable for you to remain in the shop, where the owner can keep an eye on you. However, Brother Cat brushes off the warning, dismissing it as a mere failure in evolution, something he is accustomed to. He scoops up the rolling bug and heads home. Late at night, the shop owner, weary himself, does not insist that Brother Cat stay, merely advising him to call if needed before reclining in his chair to doze off. Upon returning home, Brother Cat begins to sense that something is amiss. The air conditioning is not on, so why does he feel increasingly cold? His body temperature rapidly rises, and he begins to feel disoriented, swaying as he sits on the sofa. He gestures towards his phone. I say, that perfect one over there. Could it be that the evolution liquid you prepared has some issues? In the comments, reactions pour in. What on earth? Why is Brother Cat's face so flushed? My contracted spirit didn't react like this when it failed to evolve. This response is absolutely abnormal. As his body temperature escalates, Brother Cat utters his last coherent thought before closing his eyes, entering a profoundly enigmatic state. This sensation seems to originate from his exceedingly ordinary rolling bug. The audience cannot perceive Brother Cat's condition, yet they all witness his unconscious form. A chorus of anxiety erupts in the comments. Could Brother Cat's spirit be experiencing acute genetic incompatibility? Oh no, now that you mention it. That does sound like Brother Cat's symptoms. Disaster. Brother Cat is all alone at home. Quick, call the police. Qin Nian had anticipated this turn of events long ago. But alas, his warnings fell on deaf ears. Fortunately, while observing Brother Cat's stream moments ago, he noted the shop owner's contact information. To ensure the safety of Brother Cat and his spirit, Qin Nian promptly dials the phone number of the shop owner. Upon understanding the situation, the owner rushes upstairs. Luckily, Brother Cat's door is not securely closed, allowing the owner to enter with a gentle push. He first measures Brother Cat's temperature with a thermometer. Those in the two live streams breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the owner's arrival. Otherwise, they might have been compelled to call the authorities. After testing the temperature, the owner addresses the camera. He is indeed feverish, 39.5 degrees. Could it be acute genetic incompatibility? Oddly enough, some aspects do not seem to align. It must be said, perfect evolution bears a striking resemblance to genetic incompatibility, and both scenarios are exceedingly rare. However, when faced with such situations, most people instinctively suspect genetic incompatibility, primarily because perfectly evolved spirits are incredibly rare and precious. Qin Nian reassures him, rest assured, it is not incompatibility, it is perfect evolution. After his response, viewers in both streams realized that it was Qin Nian who called the owner upstairs. So he is the one who summoned the owner. I saw the shop owner's number flash by just now, but I didn't pay it any mind. Whether it's true or not, this streamer is quite observant. Brother Cat's condition is still his doing. He continues to speak of perfect evolution. The owner must not be misled by him. Indeed, his deception of the owner serves only his own narrative, yet Brother Cat is at risk. The owner of the Spirit Evolution shop, having navigated society for many years, does not easily place his trust in others. Though the genetic evolution liquid was concocted by Brother Cat himself, he remains responsible for any mishaps occurring in his presence. How can you be certain this is perfect evolution? The owner, having seen Brother Cat's live stream, now addresses him through the phone. Qin Nian explains, when acute genetic incompatibility occurs, it is invariably accompanied by suffering, whereas perfect evolution brings immense joy to both the spirit and the master. Observe closely the expressions of the rolling bug and Brother Cat. Are they signs of distress or delight? The owner has indeed heard such claims before and immediately scrutinizes the expressions of both Brother Cat and the rolling bug. The rolling bug's expression is inscrutable, but Brother Cat appears quite content, exhibiting no signs of pain. After his observations, the owner leans towards the notion that the rolling bug has achieved perfect evolution. Yet, he remains somewhat hesitant. Sensing this, Qin Nian presents his advanced diagnostician badge. Moreover, I am a senior diagnostician for spirit beasts. This badge serves as my guarantee. He called the owner upstairs as a precaution, yet he must also strive to persuade him, thus revealing the badge. My goodness, this badge appears genuine. But isn't the streamer an evolution path analyst? How has he become a senior diagnostician? Dazed and perplexed, one could not help but wonder about the authenticity of the situation. The shopkeeper, discerning and astute, immediately discerned the truth of the badge, promptly setting aside any doubts. Ah, so you are a senior diagnostician, then there shall be no issues. Rest assured, I shall keep watch over the creature. Although the proprietor had openly acknowledged the badge's authenticity, skepticism still permeated the live stream. Before long, a flash of yellow light heralded the successful evolution of the rolling worm, and the cat brother excitedly opened his eyes. Awake at last. Was it truly a flawless evolution? The shopkeeper inquired with curiosity. Cat brother, still exhilarated yet somewhat dazed, nodded vigorously in response. If my instincts serve me correctly, it should be. No sooner had cat brother uttered these words than the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased. Yet, cat brother, brimming with excitement, addressed the screen's Qin Nian. Who would have thought that we would uncover a genuine divine being through our quest for truth? Magnificent. I truly wish to pay my respects. Qin Nian replied. There is no need for that. To ascertain whether it is indeed a perfect evolution, let us descend to the lower floor and measure the data. The shopkeeper proposed. To which cat brother readily agreed, heading downstairs while announcing, Brothers, we can measure the data downstairs. Let us proceed. The comments flowed in. The spirit beast isn't with you. Brother, you've left the rolling worm behind. Oh dear, cat brother, you forgot the rolling worm. Upon reading these comments, cat brother facepalmed in exasperation and hurried back to retrieve the bewildered rolling worm that remained stationary. After the examination, the results were revealed. Species, rolling worm. Base stats, 106. Elemental skills, earth escape, earth collapse. Chapter 44 Ding. Honor points increased by 4152. My heavens. Cat brother was utterly astonished. The base stats had indeed risen to 106. This was a flawless evolution. Brothers, it is truly a perfect evolution, haha. I am beyond exhilarated. From 18 to 106. That is an increase of 88. The live stream comments read, May I timidly inquire? Is this the world's first instance of a perfect evolution from an initial base stat below 20? Cat Brother recalled this and became even more animated. It is undoubtedly a world first. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, a classmate of the humorous individual was left speechless. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he grasped the humorous one's arm. Hey, what did you just say? The humorous one replied. He mentioned he knows the issue with Ming Ming. The classmate became ecstatic. I want to connect. I want to connect. Having established proof, Qin Nian promptly disconnected the live stream with Cat Brother. Addressing the viewers, he stated, are there any further questions regarding spirit beasts? Or do you require an analysis of evolution paths? Feel free to connect, it is getting late. And we shall conclude with one last session tonight. As soon as Qin Nian finished speaking, viewers rushed to connect. The first to succeed was indeed the humorous individual. Hello, humorous one. Have you made your decision? Qin Nian inquired with a smile. An excited voice responded from the other end. Perfect master, greetings. I am the humorous one's classmate. The problematic dream fox he mentioned is actually my contracted spirit. You said you know the problem with Ming Ming? Is it true? Qin Nian affirmed. Indeed, it is true. However, I require additional information regarding the dream fox and an analysis of its evolution path before I can provide a diagnosis. Wonderful. I will send it to you right away. After reviewing the dream fox's information and evolution path, Qin Nian posed a rather peculiar question. Classmate, is the barbershop near your school still open? The humorous one replied, bewildered. Yes, it is. Why do you ask, perfect master? Let us get the dream fox a new hair dye, turning that circle of purple on its neck into white. Both students were left in a state of confusion. Qin Nian elaborated, for fox-type spirit beasts, white fur is most revered, all other colors pale in comparison. The infusion of the purple mink gene evolution liquid has transformed the dream fox's proud white fur into an unremarkable purple, which is why it has become irritable. So that is the reason behind the dream fox's agitation? Qin Nian nodded. It is as simple as that. We must intervene promptly. That evening, Tony, the barber at the shop beside the first Beastmaster Academy, attended to a rather special customer. The following morning, as Qin Nian awoke, he received a system notification. Ding. Honor points increased by 4152. Current honor points, 4476. Qin Nian was instantly alert. The previous night's live stream had remarkably elevated his honor points to over 4,000. Splendid. I must host another session tonight. Upon opening his phone, Qin Nian noticed a message from Master Ming Yan. Dear friend, have you received the token of gratitude? I had intended to discuss matters regarding spirit beasts with you, but I must participate in a secret research project soon. I shall contact you later. I am heading into the base, so please do not reply. Initially planning to reach out to Master Ming Yan that day, Qin Nian now had to postpone until later. After freshening up, he ventured out for breakfast, invigorated. Due to the arrival of the other dimensional space, the outside world remained shrouded in twilight. The streets were illuminated, with workers heading to their jobs and students to their schools. The emergence of the other dimensional space had little impact on the daily lives of ordinary people. As Qin Nian arrived at the school gate, the gatekeeper warmly greeted him. Teacher Qin has arrived. Qin Nian smiled and nodded. Good morning. Teacher Qin. Good morning. Teacher Qin is here. Teacher Qin looks particularly handsome today. As he walked along, both students and teachers greeted Qin Nian with enthusiasm, making him the center of attention at Shenlu High School. He courteously responded to each greeting, ultimately wearing a smile that felt somewhat strained. Upon finally reaching Class 8, he found the students busily packing their bags. What are you all doing? Qin Nian asked in mild surprise. The head teacher just informed us that we are switching classrooms. Du Yutong replied excitedly. She said there will be a parent-teacher meeting at 7 tonight, and the leaders will also be observing. This classroom is too dilapidated and impacts the impression. We need to swap with Class 7. Switch classrooms. With graduation approaching, why create such chaos? Qin Nian thought, exasperated, as he opened his phone. Sure enough, he found 2 notifications from the principal sent just minutes prior, announcing the upcoming parent-teacher meeting and the classroom change. The transition to the new classroom was swift. The students of Class 8 were in good spirits, while those from Class 7, also packing their belongings, wore visibly displeased expressions. However, their homeroom teacher, Wang Tianlei, appeared quite eager. Classmates, the classroom we are about to occupy has witnessed 15 perfect evolutions. It is truly one of a kind globally. Let us all take part in this experience. I personally requested this from the principal, and the students from Class 6 cannot claim it. As the students from Class 7 entered the old classroom, they expressed their disdain. Wow, the furniture here is quite antiquated. The light within the room is completely obstructed by the ancient trees outside. It is rather dim. Let us turn on the lights. Hiss bang. What just exploded? The light above. What kind of dilapidated classroom is this? Why are the lights still malfunctioning? At this moment, in the principal's office, Zhang Nisi, the general manager of the same year group, is bowing slightly as he brews tea for Principal Sunday. With a sycophantic expression, Zhang Nisi implores, Principal Sun, please grant us another opportunity. Our Samir group is genuinely sincere this time. Let us add a minor goal, shall we? Donating to the school can provide numerous benefits for the enterprise, such as eligibility for government project bids and reasonable tax evasion, among others. Moreover, the impact of donations varies significantly depending on the recipient high school. A prestigious donation position can truly showcase a company's connections and strength. The top donation position in Xiangning City was held by Xiangning No. 1 High School yesterday, and today it has already shifted to Shenlu High School. The donation position at Shenlu High School has caused a frenzy among the enterprises in Xiangning City. Meanwhile, the companies that previously occupied Shenlu High School's donation position are now grinning with delight. All thanks to Qin Nian. Principal Sun leisurely sips his tea, taking his time before responding. We at Shenlu High School remember the contributions that Samir has made. Zhang Nisi's eyes brighten. Indeed, Samir has made considerable contributions, he chuckles. As long as you remember, Principal. However, Chapter 45, the Parent-Teacher Meeting. Zhang Nisi's heart sinks. Is there a however? Principal Sun continues to sip his tea at a leisurely pace, slowly stating, the donation position that Samir vacated yesterday is indeed highly sought after. It has already been filled. Contract signed, and they have pledged never to withdraw their donation. Principal Sun places his teacup down and spreads his hands. Look at the caliber of that enterprise. I simply cannot refuse. Zhang Nisi finally comprehends that regardless of his apologies or pleas, Shenlu High School will not offer Samir another chance. After being subjected to Principal Sun's condescending remarks, Zhang Nisi can only leave in disgrace. Once the news of the parent-teacher meeting scheduled for 7 o'clock is disseminated in the parent group, the parents erupt in excitement. Those who were initially hesitant and frequently absent from such meetings are now clamoring to attend. Some parents, who have strained relationships, even resort to physical altercations just to be present at this meeting. Those who are often burdened with overtime work find the courage to confront their bosses to attend. Others set up a stool at the community entrance, proudly showcasing their intent to participate. At 6:50 in the evening, with 10 minutes until the meeting begins. Unlike the usual latecomers and absentees, all 15 parents of the students arrive early, with no one missing. The back 2 rows are reserved for admission officers from several universities, including Yun from the First Beastmaster Academy. This meeting is primarily mandated by the First Beastmaster Academy to facilitate special recruitment. Principal Sun naturally agrees and invites other universities, aiming to incite competition among them. The university representatives arrive even earlier than the parents. With everyone present, Qin Nian decides to commence early. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to all the parents for taking the time from their busy schedules to attend this meeting. I am Qin Nian, the homeroom teacher of Class 8. After this brief introduction, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupts from the audience. Every parent gazes at Qin Nian with profound respect. According to the customary proceedings of parent-teacher meetings, I must inform you about the students' Beastmaster achievements. At this, the parents instantly quiet down. Qin Nian begins to announce, Du Yutong, perfect evolution of the contract spirit. Li Junyan, perfect evolution of the contract spirit. Li Ziyu, perfect evolution of the contract spirit. Wang Zile, perfect evolution of the contract spirit. After reading the names of all 15 students, a profound silence envelopes the classroom. Some parents are already moved to tears. With a smile, Qin Nian concludes, that is my educational report. I hope I have not let any of you down. Upon hearing this, parents can no longer contain their gratitude towards Qin Nian. Mr. Qin, your teaching is exceptional. Mr. Qin, having you as my child's teacher is a stroke of luck. Mr. Qin, I never imagined my child could achieve such a championship. You are the best teacher in the world. Ding. Honor value 15. Qin Nian exhales gently, as if releasing a year's worth of confusion, frustration, responsibility, hardship, and effort. Amidst the applause and praise from the parents, all of it transforms into a 100-fold sense of accomplishment returned to him. The subsequent segment involves representatives from various universities taking turns to present their admissions. First up is the First Beastmaster Academy, followed by the Four Symbols Academy, Zhang Academy, Illusory Sea Academy, and Willow Academy, among others. After this introduction, a period for free exchange between the universities and parents commences. Admission officers from various universities rush to the parents, distributing brochures, business cards, and requesting contact information. Every student from Class 8 is being actively sought for special recruitment by the admissions offices. The parents, immersed in this dreamlike scenario, can hardly believe their eyes, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Who previously claimed their children were lacking? Look at this. Universities are clamoring for them. After the meeting concludes, parents sincerely express their gratitude to Qin Nian. Mr. Qin, Our family faces financial hardships and lacks the means to provide a better education for our child. You have transformed their life. Thank you so much. Mr. Qin, I am the general manager of Dafeng Enterprises. Here is my business card. Our company has been operating for decades in Xiangning City, and we have connections. Whatever you need, the Wang family will stand by you. Mr. Qin, we are distantly related to the Li family of Jing City, and because of you, Zhenyan now has the opportunity to enter the family corps for training. Thank you so much. Due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the parents, Qin Nian returns home at 11 o'clock, having missed the live broadcast. He decides to hold it the next day instead. Exhausted from the class meeting, he takes a shower and falls into a deep slumber. Little does he know, many people, including Cat Brother, are waiting for his live broadcast, holding onto their phones until the dead of night, including his classmate Lu Yanqing. The following morning, in the first Beastmaster Academy's combat class, the instructor stands at the front, displeased as he observes Lu Yanqing's contract spirit. I hope certain students will refrain from diverting their attention to improper pursuits. What is paramount in nurturing spirit beasts? Combat, combat, and more combat. Are you not concerned about the health implications of dying your spirit beasts? I'm talking about you, Lu Yanqing. What were you up to last night? At the barbershop? Ha! The surrounding students burst into laughter. The expression on the instructor's face grew increasingly grim. Under the instructor's intense questioning, Lu Yanqing was compelled to reveal the reason behind the dream fox's unusual coloration. You can't possibly have been deceived, can you? The instructor furrowed his brows deeply, immediately instructing Lu Yanqing to take the spirit beast to the school's diagnostician. Upon hearing the reason for their visit, the diagnostician exclaimed incredulously, "What? You claim the dream fox's agitation is due to the color of its fur? Utterly absurd." The instructor's demeanor was equally dismal. He suspected that this individual had acted on the misguided advice of a streamer from Longwang Network, and he feared it might cause harm to the dream fox. The diagnostician grimaced, sharing the sentiment of disbelief, acknowledging that these youngsters were merely throwing caution to the wind in their desperation. But do not panic just yet. I will conduct an examination of the dream fox. After the examination concluded, the diagnostician stood there, dumbfounded. Well? The instructor inquired. The tests indicate that all symptoms of the dream fox have vanished. He exclaimed, astonished. Dyeing its fur could cure ailments? What on earth is the principle behind this? The diagnostician could hardly contain his astonishment. Is this truly the case? The instructor asked, incredulous, prompting Lu Yanqing to carefully repeat the words of Qin Nian. Subsequently, the diagnostician appeared contemplative, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, looked at Lu Yanqing with excitement. What is the name of that streamer you mentioned? Please tell me at once. Lu Yanqing promptly opened Longwang Network and clicked on Qin Nian's account from his list of follows. The instructor, who had accompanied him, glanced over in surprise, mentally noting it down. Chapter 46. If you don't believe me, ask your father. Meanwhile, things were equally tumultuous on Cat Brother's side. As a renowned figure in his own right, news of the perfect evolution of the rolling bug spread swiftly throughout the local area. This was the world's first instance of a creature with a racial value below 20 achieving perfect evolution. The rarity of this event even drew the attention of the local Beastmaster Association. Early Wednesday morning, Qin Nian received a call from Du Mingrui. Teacher Qin, the student who poisoned others has confessed, and the mastermind behind it is none other than the homeroom teacher of Class 2 from the 3rd year, Xiefeiyu. Xiefeiyu, you say? Qin Nian was somewhat taken aback, astonished that the Xief family would so readily abandon one of their own. Du Mingrui sighed. So, we arrived at Shenlu High School first thing this morning, but Xiefeiyu has refused to cooperate, and even presented us with a condition. What condition? He wishes to meet with you. Without hesitation, Qin Nian replied, I will head there immediately. As he entered the school's office building, Qin Nian noticed a crowd gathered before an office door. Make way, he urged, pushing through. At the forefront of the crowd, Du Mingrui and other personnel from the Spirit Beast Management Bureau were in a standoff with Xiefeiyu. Between them stood a level 2 evolved flame bird. Its wings unfurled protectively in front of Xiefeiyu, glaring menacingly at Du Mingrui and his companions. Flames flickering at its beak as if poised to unleash a fiery assault at any moment. Meanwhile, in front of Du Mingrui stood a second-level evolved iron wolf. Bearing its sharp fangs, its hind legs slightly bent and forelegs extended, ready to pounce with a fierce glint in its eyes. This commotion caught Xiefeiyu's attention. Upon seeing Qin Nian's arrival, a flicker of emotion passed through his gaze. Qin Nian, you have finally arrived. Observing this, Du Mingrui signaled to his companions to ensure Qin Nian's safety, and the investigators and security personnel promptly shielded him from harm. Qin Nian raised an eyebrow. You were looking for me. Xiefeiyu regarded him with a calm expression. What exactly did you say to my father the night before last? Qin Nian looked at him, bewildered, as if he could not comprehend why Xiefeiyu would ask such a straightforward question. What else could I have said? Naturally. I urged your family to surrender the culprit. CFAU shook his head with a bitter smile, clearly unconvinced. Although he was the illegitimate child of the CF family, he had contributed significantly to them. It was implausible they would so easily forsake him. You are lying. You must have said something to my father. Or else why would he suddenly wish to cast me aside? Qin Nian blinked and began to jest. Perhaps he found you lacking, after all. You need him to fund your spirit beast's evolution path. If I had a son like you, a financial liability, I would wish to part ways as well. CFAU was momentarily taken aback. You even know about that. It dawned on him, so that is how it is? The calmness in his eyes visibly dimmed. Qin Nian nodded. If you don't believe me, ask your father. No need. CFAU shook his head, retracting the flame bird into his spirit beast space. Seeing him devoid of the will to resist, Du Mingrue immediately commanded his team to apprehend him. CFAU, lost in thought, cast a peculiar look at Qin Nian. Qin Nian, do you think I acted to suppress Class 8 and allow Class 2 to rise? Haha, there are deeper reasons behind my actions, but I shan't divulge them to you. Qin Nian replied, you're delusional. Wasn't it that old witch from the Qin family orchestrating everything? He had already pieced it together. Shortly after CFAU was taken away by the Spirit Beast Management Bureau, Qin Nian received a call from the head of the CF family. Are you satisfied with how this matter has been handled, Teacher Qin? Qin Nian grimaced, scoffing. Head of the CF family, your question is misplaced. Ever since my student was poisoned, I will never be satisfied with your family. However, I must admit, the CF family's actions have indeed taken me by surprise. To abandon even one's own son, truly ruthless. The head of the CF family chuckled nonchalantly. Though Feiyu is my eldest son, he is not the true first heir of the CF family. We have other exceptionally talented successors. Young man, it is wise to settle disputes rather than harbor enmity. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I hope you grasp this principle. Contemplating the head of the CF family's half-teaching, half-threatening words, Qin Nian pondered. It was evident that CF Feiyu was unfit to be the heir of the CF family. So, who then was the true heir? Upon returning to the office, he overheard the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Wang Tianlei, gossiping with colleagues. Have you heard? The second son of the CF family is coming back. The second son of the CF family? The remarkably talented rich heir? Isn't he studying abroad? Why is he suddenly returning? Wang Tianlei whispered. Isn't summer vacation approaching? I heard he is returning for the opening of the alternate dimension space in half a month. Qin Nian nodded and casually inquired. Who are you talking about? The second son of the CF family. The office gossip collective seemed to come alive at this. Teacher Qin, you haven't heard of this destined heir of the CF family? Qin Nian shook his head, affirming that he indeed had not heard of him. Is it possible someone doesn't know about the second son of the CF family? Hearing this, the office gossip team eagerly began to share information about the illustrious heir. The second son of the CF family is named CF Feijo. Not only is he handsome, but he also possesses extraordinary talent in spirit beast mastery. He is a top student at Feiyu Academy, and rumor has it that he has already achieved level 3 evolution of his contracted spirit beast before even graduating from university. Level 3 evolution? His talent is indeed impressive. After contracting a spirit beast, one is merely considered a trainee beast master. Only upon achieving first-level evolution can one be deemed a true beast master, while second-level evolution qualifies one as an advanced beast master. Unlike the first and second stages of evolution, the third stage marks a significant milestone. Upon completing this third evolution, beast tamers can harness the formidable power of their beasts, known as totemic energy, which leads to a qualitative transformation in their own capabilities, truly elevating them to the ranks of the skilled. Those who can wield totemic energy are referred to as Grand Beast Tamers, and a young Grand Beast Tamer holds boundless potential. Qin Nian's expression suddenly turned grave. Although he had not directly provoked the GF family, the events surrounding the beast taming competition had effectively created animosity between them. He remained skeptical of the words spoken by the head of the GF family, believing instead that their current restraint stemmed from uncertainty regarding the origins of the secrets he possessed. They were simply wary of his backing. Once the GF family confirmed his isolation, his troubles would undoubtedly escalate. Not to mention, the old witch from the Qin family was also scheming against him. It was imperative that he hasten his strength enhancement. At 7:30 in the evening, Qin Nian accessed the Dragon Network and initiated his second live broadcast. Chapter 47. Reward obtained. Formula for Space Repair Agent. As the stream commenced, the network experienced a momentary lag. Within mere seconds, an astonishing influx of 100,000 viewers surged into the chat room, and the numbers continued to rise rapidly. Countless comments flashed by so quickly that they were nearly indecipherable. This unexpected turn of events left Qin Nian utterly astonished. Qin Nian, what on earth has transpired in just 2 days? As he glanced at the barrage of comments, he discovered that the majority of the audience had arrived through a shared post. Curiosity piqued. Qin Nian clicked on the shared link and was directed to a trending post emblazoned with a fiery emblem. The title of the post read, "The world's first instance of perfect evolution. Contract spirit initial racial value below 20. Upon opening the post, he found that the author was none other than Cat Brother. Within the post, Cat Brother had directly included videos and testing data to substantiate the authenticity of his claims. The vividly narrative evolution experience described in the post captivated netizens, sparking immense interest in the enigmatic perfect streamer. Once released, the post quickly climbed the trending charts, amassing billions of views in short order. Ultimately, Cat Brother generously shared Qin Nian's live stream link. Unbeknownst to him, he had gained 2 million followers in just 2 days. As the broadcast commenced, viewers flocked to the stream upon receiving notifications. Wow, is this the perfect streamer? How mysterious. Is it truly possible to achieve 100 perfect evolution? Can we connect for a chat? The streamer looks incredibly impressive. Cat Brother also appeared. Upon entering, he gifted Qin Nian 100 golden accolades, each worth 500 yuan. Qin Nian mused, "Indeed, live streaming is my pathway to wealth." Qin Nian announced, "I shall now open the connection for consultations. Whether you seek to design an evolution path or require inquiries regarding spirit beasts, feel free to connect. Consultation fees will be charged at market rates." Seizing this splendid opportunity, Qin Nian promptly activated the paid voice connection channel, setting the fee at 100 yuan per session. This charging mechanism also served to filter potential clients, discouraging those merely seeking to spectate, as Qin Nian was keen to avoid wasting time. Despite the fees, the initial connection session felt akin to a throng attempting to traverse a narrow bridge, exceedingly congested. Ultimately, a male viewer with the username Giant Crab XX successfully connected. Qin Nian greeted, "Hello, Crab. Please state your inquiry." Giant Crab XX first rewarded Qin Nian with 10 golden accolades as a consulting fee before asking, "Hello, perfect streamer. Can I consult you on any matters regarding spirit beasts?" Qin Nian nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, any question related to spirit beasts is welcome." Hearing this, Giant Crab XX eagerly inquired, "I've heard you even know the likes and dislikes of dream foxes. What can you tell me about the rare level spirit beast, the leopard cat?" "Leopard cat," Qin Nian began, but Giant Crab XX quickly interjected, "Since I have paid for this consultation, could you send me the answer privately?" Qin Nian replied, "Certainly." The comments on the stream erupted with excitement. "Ah, so curious. You're chatting privately halfway through. How cunning. Once I connect, I'll also chat privately. Keeping it from you all." Qin Nian proceeded to send Giant Crab XX details regarding the leopard cat's temperament and characteristics. Soon after, he received a flurry of gratitude in the form of emoticons. As the number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise, the audience surpassed 200,000. The next connection came from a user named Dung Fighter. Qin Nian greeted, "Hello." Dung Fighter immediately got to the point. "Hello, streamer. Can you design an evolution path for me? I've sent you the details." Qin Nian responded, "Please hold on." Dung Fighter had sent over a comprehensive profile of a rare level spirit beast, the golden winged bird. "I have reviewed the materials. Please allow me 15 minutes. Dung Fighter readily agreed. 15 minutes is nothing. I can wait 15 hours. In truth, the higher the racial value of a spirit beast, the greater the likelihood of achieving perfect evolution, making the design of the evolution path comparatively straightforward. Of course, this was merely the perspective of a typical evolution path analyst. For Qin Nian, designing an evolution path for a rare-level spirit beast was a novel challenge, albeit not insurmountable. 15 minutes later, Qin Nian announced, "The evolution path is complete. Would you like it public or private?" Dung Fighter replied, "Public." Following this, Dung Fighter promptly rewarded Qin Nian with 100 golden accolades. After Qin Nian disclosed the evolution path in the live stream, Dung Fighter seemed well prepared. "Streamer, may I activate my camera?" Qin Nian naturally consented. Dung Fighter turned on the camera, revealing a room filled with numerous instruments and various containers, resembling a research laboratory. "Hello, streamer. I am a researcher at the Natural Beast Taming Research Center, and this is my workspace. Now, I will prepare the genetic evolution liquid based on the data you provided." With that, Dung Fighter entered his working state. Before long, the preparation was complete. He summoned the golden-winged bird and fed it the concoction. Subsequently, he quickly connected both himself and the golden-winged bird to the testing equipment to record the data, as had occurred in all previous instances of perfect evolution. Within 4 to 5 minutes, Dung Fighter felt his body begin to heat up. He remained unfazed, excitement evident as he observed the data displayed on the instruments. "Indeed, it's a perfect evolution, wonderful, absolutely marvelous. The data from a perfect evolution is incredibly valuable, streamer. Soon, we shall witness a miracle." With that, Dung Fighter closed his eyes. 10 minutes passed. The golden-winged bird successfully evolved, and Dung Fighter promptly conducted tests on it. Soon, the results emerged. Species, golden-winged bird, racial value, 152. Upon seeing this data, Dung Fighter's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it has lived up to my expectations, with a staggering base stat of 156. An increase of 101. A miracle. 101. Such a leap to a perfect evolution stat. My goodness. How extraordinary. I can hardly believe it. Is this the power of a perfect streamer? Truly terrifying. My mother asks why I am kneeling to watch the live stream. And this wave of connectivity has brought Qin Nian an abundance of rewards. Ding. Honor points. 187,509. Current honor points. 192,000. The host successfully raised their honor points to 5,000 within a week, earning the reward. The formula for space restoration solution. Qin Nian was momentarily taken aback. He then addressed the live stream. I have an urgent matter to attend to. See you next time. With that, he hastily closed the stream. His urgency was naturally driven by his desire to examine the formula for the space restoration solution. Chapter 48, The Red Directive. Qin Nian silently invoked his storage compartment. Before him appeared a panel, with the storage compartment displayed prominently at the top. The lower section was empty, save for 4 grand characters that read, "Please anticipate." The system storage compartment could hold a total of 20 items. Currently, only 2 slots contained anything. The first slot held 15 bottles of intermediate spirit beast potions, while the second contained a piece of paper, which presumably recorded the formula for the space restoration solution. Qin Nian opted to view the second slot. A piece of yellowed rice paper materialized in his hand. Space restoration solution, repairs shattered space. Alchemist level, no restrictions. Required materials, 1 space heart stone, 1 dragon crystal, 2 three-tailed phoenix leaves, 50g snow jadebone ginseng, 100g damling pulp. Upon reading this, Qin Nian was rendered speechless. Recognizing the rarity of the required materials, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Why hadn't anyone mentioned this sooner? All of them were materials of rare grade or higher. The space heartstone and dragon crystal were legendary materials. Not only was purchasing them out of the question, but they might not even exist in the world. After all that effort, it seemed futile. How could I ever dream of becoming a beast master? Perhaps I should simply resign myself to the life of a humble teacher. To languish in mediocrity seems to be my fate. Qin Nian slumped in his chair, silently sighing, believing all hope was lost. However, in the next moment, the system notification suddenly echoed in his mind, ringing incessantly. Ding. If the host raises their honor points to 10,000 within a week, they will receive 5 space heartstones. Ding. The host has successfully raised their honor points to 10,000 within a week, earning the reward, 5 space heartstones. Ding. If the host raises their honor points to 20,000 within a week, they will receive 5 dragon crystals. Ding. The host has successfully raised their honor points to 20,000 within a week, earning the reward, 5 dragon crystals. Ding. If the host raises their honor points to 30,000 within a week, they will receive 10 three-tailed phoenix leaves. Ding. The host has successfully raised their honor points to 30,000 within a week, earning the reward, 10 three-tailed phoenix leaves. The notifications continued for several minutes, culminating in honor points reaching 1,300,000. He had gathered all the materials necessary for concocting the space restoration solution. Qin Nian was overjoyed, just as he was about to act. However, the notifications persisted. Ding. If the host raises their honor points to 150,000 within a week, they will receive 1 legendary alchemy furnace. Ding. The host has successfully raised their honor points to 150,000 within a week, earning the reward, 1 legendary alchemy furnace. Ding. If the host raises their honor points to 180,000 within a week, they will receive the alchemy compendium. Ding. The host has successfully raised their honor points to 180,000 within a week, earning the reward, alchemy compendium. Qin Nian was astounded. Without the latter 2 rewards, it would have been impossible to concoct the space restoration solution. The materials themselves were exceedingly precious, particularly with 2 being of legendary status. Wealth can tempt the heart, and if word got out, the consequences would be dire. He would rather let these materials rot in the storage compartment than seek out external alchemists. Now, with the alchemy furnace and alchemy compendium at his disposal, it was clear that the system intended for him to learn alchemy and personally craft the space restoration solution. Was this not precisely what he desired? Qin Nian maintained his original posture, waiting patiently. After a while, when no further notifications came, he gradually straightened up and began to inspect the storage compartment. The items awarded by the system had occupied 16 slots, with 13 slots containing a total of 5 sets of materials for crafting the space restoration solution. Even if one set failed, he had 4 backups, greatly increasing his chances of success. Qin Nian endeavored to suppress the tumult of excitement within him, regaining his composure before withdrawing his gaze and closing his eyes, focusing on familiarizing himself with the newly acquired alchemy compendium. The first explanation in the alchemy compendium, spirit herb, a plant imbued with spiritual energy and medicinal value. For example, the tranquil flower possesses blood-nourishing and calming properties, making it essential for concocting gene evolution liquid. The second explanation, spirit liquid, derived from extracting the essence of spirit herbs, serves as one of the alchemical materials, with some being directly usable as potions. The third explanation, timing, which is crucial in the alchemical process and is exceedingly complex. Qin Nian spent 2 hours mentally reviewing the alchemy compendium. Yet, despite his theoretical understanding, he had never actually practiced alchemy. The materials awarded by the system for the space restoration solution were limited to 5 sets, each one immensely precious. He could not afford to be careless. Qin Nian resolved to purchase some ordinary materials to practice with the following day. The next day, Qin Nian rose early as usual for work. Upon arriving at school, he received a message from the principal's office, requesting him to visit at his earliest convenience. Noticing he still had time, Qin Nian redirected his path to the principal's office. This was a red directive issued by the Education Bureau. Principal Sun cast a discontented glance at Qin Nian, his expression grim as he tossed a document onto the desk. A red directive? Qin Nian picked it up, puzzled. Special appointment at the First Beastmaster Academy. Qin Nian is appointed as an honorary professor at our academy. Please report to the academy at your convenience. Qin Nian was astonished. Is this my transfer order? Indeed, it is yours. You have been promoted and reassigned to the First Beastmaster Academy. After speaking, Principal Sun let out a cold snort. He lamented that it had taken considerable effort to cultivate a talented teacher at his school, only to have them snatched away by the First Beastmaster Academy before they could fully settle in. Moreover, it was a red directive that could not be refused. What a travesty. He regretted it immensely. Had he known, he would never have organized the Beastmaster competition. How much better it would have been to keep things quiet. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The orders had already been dispatched. Principal Sun was filled with remorse. Is it possible not to go? Qin Nian inquired. You may request a deferral until August 30th, but you cannot refuse to go. Very well, I shall request a postponement. Regardless of the circumstances, I must complete my obligations to this cohort of students before departing. The final examinations are scheduled for next week. Although the students of Class 8 have been specially exempted from the tests, Qin Nian still wishes to accompany them until graduation. Moreover, the latest extension can last until August 30th, granting him just over 2 months to accomplish his intended tasks. With no classes in the afternoon, Qin Nian took a half-day leave and traveled alone by inter-city bus to the city center. Xiangning City has yet to experience the emergence of alternate dimensions and is somewhat lacking in spiritual plant resources. At present, only a few shops selling spiritual plants can be found in the city center. Prior to his visit, Qin Nian had made it a point to inquire about the reputations of several establishments and ultimately chose a shop named the Glide Boutique. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by a staff member who inquired about his needs regarding spiritual plants. At that moment, a man and a woman were also present, purchasing their own supplies. The woman turned upon hearing the voice and, upon recognizing Qin Nian, scoffed, "Strong brother, look, it's that worthless Qin Nian you mentioned last time. He is actually here buying spiritual plants." Who has arrived? Qin Nian? Zhao Ziqiang, startled by her words, quickly turned to cover his face. "Strong brother, you must see this. It's that good for nothing." Lily raised her voice, nudging Zhao Ziqiang's arm insistently, as Zhang Ziqiang nearby wished he could silence her. Despite Qin Nian still being inept in the realm of beast taming, he excelled in another domain. Continuing to provoke him would require Zhao Ziqiang to reconsider his actions. During the last arena duel, Zhao Ziqiang had brazenly exposed Qin Nian's past, which had already drawn the ire of He Yanyan. Had it not been for He Yanyan's subsequent investigation into Qin Nian, discovering that Zhao Ziqiang had not lied, he might have lost this assistant internship. "Strong brother? Shoo, be quiet." Zhao Ziqiang shot Lily a glare and turned to steal a glance at Qin Nian. To his dismay, he locked eyes with Qin Nian's dark gaze and froze in place. Great, he has noticed me, he thought, unwilling to appear cowardly before Qin Nian. Zhang Ziqiang puffed out his chest and shot a sideways glance at him. Upon hearing his name, Qin Nian turned and caught sight of Zhao Ziqiang's furtive expression, as if assessing whether he had been discovered. Why is it always this guy? Encountering Zhao Ziqiang, who relishes in belittling others, is becoming tiresome. I have no desire to waste my time with him, Qin Nian mused, averting his gaze to continue speaking with the staff member. Do you sell potion recipes here? He inquired. The staff member smiled and nodded, assuring him that they had a variety of common recipes available. Which one do you require? Qin Nian asked. Which is the least expensive? The staff member promptly produced a price list. The most affordable option was a recovery potion for ordinary spirit beasts, priced at 3,000 for the recipe. Should he purchase the recipe, the materials for the recovery potion would be offered at a discounted rate of 550, or 500 if he bought in bulk. Qin Nian examined the price list and noted that aside from the recovery potion, there were also strength potions and blood-boosting potions, all primarily meant for spirit beasts. Are there any potions suitable for beast tamers? He queried. The staff member shook his head. Potions for beast tamers are typically elixirs, which require a master-level alchemist to concoct. For beginners, it's advisable to start with lower-tier potions. Nodding in understanding, Qin Nian asked, do you also buy back potions? Though the staff member found Qin Nian's inquiries somewhat excessive, he patiently responded. We do buy back potions, but at a price lower than the market rate by 20%. Given that a reduction of 20% remained within reasonable bounds, Qin Nian accepted this, recognizing that the shop was a business, not a charity. After gathering sufficient information, he made his decision. I would like 1 recovery potion recipe and 50 sets of materials to brew recovery potions. 50 sets? I didn't expect such a substantial order. The staff member was taken aback. Very well, I will gather your items immediately. Zhao Ziqiang, who was selecting spiritual plants nearby, also looked astonished. It is well known that every alchemist is essentially forged through financial means. Potion materials are costly consumables. In Zhao Ziqiang's view, while Qin Nian displayed some talent in beast taming, alchemy is a profession that requires significant financial backing, with Qin Nian's meager salary and medical expenses each month. To aspire to be an alchemist was sheer folly. Furthermore, it was evident that Qin Nian was utterly ignorant of alchemy, resorting to purchasing recipes, and here he was, a novice, willing to buy 50 sets of materials. Was he out of his mind? Even more absurd was his inquiry about whether the staff would buy back potions, as if he could actually brew them. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Ziqiang taunted, Qin Nian, you delusional pauper. Do you seriously think you can become an alchemist? Enduring Zhao Ziqiang's ridicule, Qin Nian could no longer hold back. He regarded Zhao Ziqiang with the same disdain one would reserve for a fly, retorting, Zhao Ziqiang, do you have a prostate infection, or are you just mentally unstable? The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. What? This seemingly respectable individual suffers from such an ailment? In that moment, the staff's demeanor towards Zhao Ziqiang shifted dramatically. Zhao Ziqiang's face flushed crimson. It dawned on him that he had overlooked the fact that Qin Nian was aware of this weakness. Yet now, he could not afford to admit it. Through gritted teeth, Zhao Ziqiang pointed at Qin Nian. You were abandoned by your mother, spouting nonsense. I do not have such a condition. These words caused Qin Nian's expression to turn icy. The intensity of his gaze sent chills down Zhao Ziqiang's spine. Zhao Ziqiang stepped forward. What? You still intend to strike me? Come on, if you have the guts. Hit me. Qin Nian thought to himself. This person is insufferably arrogant. Is he begging for a beating? Very well, I shall oblige. Just as Zhao Ziqiang remained confident that Qin Nian would not dare lay a hand on him, Qin Nian decisively raised his hand and struck Zhao Ziqiang on the head with force. The impact sent Zhao Ziqiang sprawling to the ground. Feeling that a single slap was too lenient, Qin Nian delivered several kicks. Ah, they're fighting. Lily shrieked in terror. The staff members finally regained their composure, yet chose not to intervene. Zhao Ziqiang, dazed and curled up on the floor, could not believe what had transpired. Qin Nian, you actually dared to strike me today? Qin Nian's gaze bore into him. Do I need an auspicious day to strike you? Without hesitation, Qin Nian's actions made Zhao Ziqiang acutely aware that Qin Nian had changed. He was no longer the voiceless victim of bullying. The current Qin Nian was capable of disregarding everything in his path. Moreover, the look Qin Nian cast upon him was as frigid as ice, as if he were contemplating his demise. In that instant, Zhao Ziqiang felt a surge of fear at the intensity of Qin Nian's gaze. He rose from the ground, casting a disheveled glare at Qin Nian. Qin Nian, we shall see. Zhao Ziqiang was assisted by Lily as he departed. After completing his purchases, Qin Nian made a beeline for the Alchemist Guild. To aspire to become an alchemist, one must naturally prepare a cauldron, formulas, and materials. Additionally, there exists another indispensable element, spiritual fire. Ordinary flames are incapable of refining spiritual herbs. Even apprentice alchemists require the use of spiritual fire when concocting potions. Typically, an alchemist is also a beast master, and their contracted spiritual beasts are predominantly of the fire element. However, there are exceptions for those who transition into the profession later on. These beast masters, who do not possess fire elemental spiritual beasts, can rent an alchemy room directly from the guild. Within the alchemy rooms of the guild, not only is spiritual fire provided, but also the alchemy cauldron. The rooms are categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, each equipped with cauldrons of corresponding rank. Qin Nian approached the counter to inquire about the price of the beginner's alchemy room. Chapter 50. The initial deposit is 10,000. With 1,000 deducted for a failed cauldron. The attendant's demeanor was frosty. The beginner's alchemy room is 300 for 1 hour. We operate on a membership basis. The initial deposit is 10,000, and 1,000 is deducted for any explosion. If your balance falls below 2,000, entry is prohibited. Qin Nian could not help but click his tongue. This was exorbitantly expensive. The price for just 1 hour in a beginner's room surpassed his earnings for 2 days. It was astonishing that someone like Qin Nian, who was employed, could not even afford an hour in the alchemy room with his 2-day salary. Was there no sense of justice in this world? Qin Nian proceeded to obtain a membership card. The tips from his live streaming on Longwang required a 50-50 split with the platform. He had received over 50,000, but immediately repaid 15,000 to a certain app. Having spent nearly 30,000 on spiritual herbs, after this deposit, he was left with just over 300 in his account. The attendant remarked, "By the way, do you have the tools for refining spiritual herbs?" Qin Nian replied, "No." The attendant stated, "That costs 300. Qin Nian, feeling numb, paid the fee and gazed at the double-digit balance in his account, sensing a significant decline in his overall demeanor. He could barely afford a bowl. He might as well squat at the entrance. If he failed to produce results, Qin Nian would have to rely on the winds of the Northwest. Although live streaming could be profitable, it was far too ostentatious, not aligning with Qin Nian's consistent preference for discretion. In this world, where everyone yearned for the formidable power of beast mastery, standing out could lead to unnecessary troubles, which was not a sustainable approach. Qin Nian had initially planned to accumulate enough honor points to cancel his account. The overwhelming system messages from yesterday had caused him to forget this intention. Upon recollection, Qin Nian promptly canceled his Longwang live streaming account. Ironically, this very action spared him from a significant predicament. Meanwhile, on a certain offshore island, a group was investigating the personal account information of a Longwang streamer. The account bore the name 100 Perfect Evolution Path Analyst, and the individual they were seeking was none other than Qin Nian. Just as they were tracing the IP address of this account, the page froze and went black. The leader of the faction furrowed his brow. What is happening? Retrace the steps. The hacker had no choice but to switch machines and reattempt the trace, only to discover that this time it led to a dead end. The hacker, perplexed, commented, "Did you give the wrong account?" The faction leader insisted, "Impossible. It's definitely this account." After a third attempt, it still resulted in a dead end. The faction leader scratched his head. What the heck is going on? Drawing from his years of experience, the hacker ultimately concluded, who in the world can achieve 100 perfect evolution? This must be a smokescreen released by the Xian nation. Upon hearing this, the faction leader slammed the table in frustration. Damn it, we've been duped. Holding the timing card given by the service desk, Qin Nian made his way to the alchemy room in the backyard. As he passed by the bounty board in the hall, he inadvertently noticed that someone was seeking 3-tailed phoenix leaves and spatial heart stones. Qin Nian stared in astonishment at the bounty information displayed. A single 3-tailed phoenix leaf was priced at an astonishing 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, and over 1 million. The pricing for spatial heart stones was even more outrageous. With one stone valued at a staggering 100 million, Qin Nian's heart began to race. He had 5 spatial heart stones and 10 3-tailed phoenix leaves in his storage compartment. Not to mention, he also possessed dragon crystals and other precious materials of equal worth to spatial heart stones. If he sold these materials, would he not become a billionaire? Qin Nian lingered a bit too long in front of the bounty board, his dazed expression eliciting laughter from passers-by. Have you seen enough, country bumpkin? Hurry and move aside. Only then did Qin Nian come back to his senses, chuckling to himself as he shook his head and proceeded to the backyard. There were 10 beginner alchemy rooms in total. As he walked through, he noted that rooms 1 and 5 were occupied, while rooms 6 and 10 remained vacant. As a novice, the likelihood of my cauldron exploding is considerable. It's best to keep my distance from others. Without further hesitation, Qin Nian swiped his card to enter room 9. The beginner alchemy room was quaint, measuring around 5 square meters. Though small, it was fully equipped with shelves. A spiritual herb processing table, a spiritual herb refining table, an alchemy table, a cauldron, spiritual fire, a timer, and everything one might need. At first glance, it resembled the layout of a sophisticated kitchen. Following the prompts on the table, Qin Nian first examined the condition of the cauldron and the use of spiritual fire. The cauldron was intact, free of cracks, and operational. The spiritual fire was supplied through special pipes connected to each room, with switches located beneath the spiritual herb processing table and the alchemy table for easy access. Qin Nian found this akin to using natural gas. The difficulty level was remarkably low. For a beginner like him, it was exceedingly user-friendly. After locking the door, Qin Nian placed all the purchased spiritual herbs on the shelf. He then took out the spiritual herbs necessary for concocting a recovery potion and approached the processing table. The ingredients for the recovery potion included blood spirit grass, earth root, flower pulp grass, and white skin ginseng. Among these, white skin ginseng was the most expensive, while blood spirit grass served as the primary ingredient and was the least costly. Though there were only 4 types of herbs, the dosage was quite challenging to master. Qin Nian pulled out the recipe and began the first step of potion making, cleaning the spiritual herbs. After washing, he needed to dry them. During the drying process, Qin Nian continued to wash the second batch of spiritual herbs. Once dried, the herbs needed to be refined into spiritual liquid. Approaching the refining table, just as he ignited the spiritual fire, a tremendous explosion erupted. The sudden noise startled Qin Nian, making him nearly drop the spiritual herbs he was holding. Fortunately, the room only shook for a few seconds, and the noise had originated from another room. Curious, Qin Nian opened the door and peeked outside. At that moment, the alchemists in the other rooms also emerged to assess the situation. From room 2, a disheveled man stumbled out. Others from the surrounding rooms frowned upon seeing this. Oh no, not room 2 again. That's the 4th explosion today? Oh, enough already. I mismanaged the heat, and the spiritual herbs turned to ash. I can't stay next to room 2 anymore. I'm switching rooms. Thus, the chaos continued. The alchemists residing in rooms 1 and 3 have been relocated to the vicinity of Qin Nian, with one in room 8 and the other in room 10. Qin Nian exclaimed, "Is this truly how hastily you operate? This may not be the most prudent decision." Yet, the alchemists demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Neglecting to greet or inquire about the explosion rates before promptly shutting their doors to continue their work, primarily focused on timely remuneration, for time is indeed money. Witnessing this, Qin Nian also closed his door and commenced the refinement of spiritual plants. Each type of spiritual plant requires a distinct degree of heat during the refinement process, which varies significantly across the 3 phases: initial, middle, and final. Following the recipe's specifications, Qin Nian began refining the first spiritual plant, the flower pulp grass. Under the influence of the spiritual fire, the flower pulp grass gradually melted into a dark green liquid. After allowing the liquid to cool for a moment, he transferred it into a container. Thanks to Ms. Wen's extensive training in the kitchen over the past year, he had become adept at mastering various degrees of heat, ranging from minuscule to large, explosive to moderate. Chapter 51. Have you never witnessed an explosion? Qin Nian quickly adapted to this stage of refinement. After refining the 4 types of spiritual plants, blood spirit grass, earth root, flower pulp grass, and white skin ginseng, to the prescribed weight, he moved to the alchemy platform, placed the alchemical furnace, and ignited the spiritual fire. While managing the heat, he sequentially added the spiritual liquids into the furnace for fusion. In the alchemical process, controlling the heat is of utmost importance, and mastering this aspect equates to achieving half of the success. Due to his extensive cooking experience, Qin Nian felt an inexplicable ease in this endeavor. Crafting potions seemed akin to simmering a soup. Feeling a sense of relaxation, he habitually covered the pot. In the next instant, boom, a tremendous explosion propelled the pot lid skyward, embedding it firmly into the ceiling. Qin Nian coughed a few times, expelling a cloud of black smoke, and raised his soot-streaked face to witness the defiant pot lid, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. 1,000 had vanished in an instant. He opened the door to dissipate the smoke. Just as he stepped outside, he sensed 2 waves of lethal intent emanating from either side. Qin Nian remarked, "I did mention that their decision was far too hasty. It seems my words have come to fruition." Blinking, he greeted the alchemists in rooms 8 and 10 with a smile. "My sincerest apologies. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face." The alchemists in rooms 8 and 10 retracted their murderous aura upon witnessing him and cautioned Qin Nian, "Keep it down. Be mindful." Qin Nian nodded in acknowledgement, and promptly, they hastily closed their doors once more, evidently still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Qin Nian summoned the guild staff to clean the room and requested a new alchemical furnace. Upon seeing the lid embedded in the ceiling, the staff stood in stunned silence, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. With a darkened expression, Qin Nian remarked, "Have you never witnessed an explosion before?" The staff member chuckled, admitting they had seen explosions, but none quite like this. "Right," Qin Nian replied. "There is a ventilation fan here. Feel free to keep it running if necessary." The staff hesitated momentarily before reminding him, "You might want to consider it." "I appreciate your concern," Qin Nian responded before shutting the door. He activated the ventilation fan and resumed the refinement of the spiritual plants, this step proceeding without incident. As he prepared to begin the alchemical process once more, he resolved not to cover the pot again. Just as he was about to start, another resounding boom echoed through the room. Judging by the direction of the sound, it seemed room 2 had experienced another explosion. Qin Nian had quickly grown accustomed to the sound of explosions, remaining unfazed this time. He continued with the process, which went exceedingly smoothly. Soon, he reached the final stage of medicinal fusion. Just one step remained. Anticipation began to swell within him. However, with a thunderous boom, it happened again. The ventilation fan detected the thickening smoke and automatically increased its power. The smoke was overwhelmingly dense, nearly suffocating. Qin Nian hurriedly opened the door and rushed outside, coughing. Once he had cleared his throat, he sensed the return of lethal intent from both sides, this time even more pronounced. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he glanced at the two alchemists and suggested, "Perhaps you should consider relocating?" The alchemists in rooms 8 and 10 responded, "Relocate?" One alchemist, a lean young man in room 8, leaned against the doorframe, inquiring about Qin Nian's status as a novice. Qin Nian nodded affirmatively. The alchemist's expression shifted to one of realization as he remarked, "No wonder. Room 2 also has a novice. It seems you two have coincidentally encountered each other today." Which step went awry? The burly man in room 10, displaying a kind demeanor, offered his assistance, asking what he could do to help. Grateful for the offer, Qin Nian eagerly accepted. The process had been relatively smooth until the final step, which resulted in the explosion. The final step? Room 10's alchemist appeared surprised. After all, Qin Nian had just admitted to being a novice, yet he had managed to reach this stage, indicating a certain aptitude. After a moment of contemplation, the alchemist continued. While there could be numerous reasons for errors in other steps, the final step likely stems from inadequate refinement of the spiritual plants, leading to excessive impurities in the spiritual liquid, which caused the reaction during fusion and resulted in the explosion. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts. Room 8's alchemist nodded in agreement. Currently, spiritual plants are cultivated en masse, and impurities are prevalent, making it impossible to adhere strictly to the recipe during refinement. The spiritual plants originally came from alternate dimensions. After centuries of research, many varieties have been improved for cultivation. However, due to the necessity for a growth period from planting to harvest, the cultivation costs remain exorbitantly high. Even the prices of ordinary spiritual plants are substantial. Naturally, those originating from alternate dimensions command even higher prices, as the spiritual energy there is rich, and the plants contain minimal impurities. In contrast, the spiritual energy in this world is relatively sparse, resulting in a higher impurity concentration in cultivated plants. So it was a refinement issue. Qin Nian expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks. Just refrain from causing any further explosions," the alchemists in rooms 8 and 10 replied, preparing to re-enter the alchemical chamber. Qin Nian hastily called out to them, "Wait, would you like some earplugs?" Originally intended for his own use. He realized the neighbors would benefit more from them given the circumstances. After expressing their gratitude, the alchemists took the earplugs and returned to the alchemical room. Understanding the source of the problem, Qin Nian awaited the staff to come and clean up, exchanging knowing glances as they replaced the furnace. Once they departed under Qin Nian's friendly farewell, he closed the door again. He then lowered his gaze to scrutinize the remnants of the medicinal liquid on the table. To his naked eye, he could discern several impurities, confirming the alchemist's deductions were indeed correct. The spiritual plants, grown in areas with sparse spiritual energy, contained a greater concentration of impurities. His refinement steps had been flawless, and had he been refining plants rich in spiritual energy, the results would have been entirely different. Yet, it was evident that these particular plants were laden with impurities. His refining process was flawed. After discovering the cause of the furnace explosion, Qin Nian paid closer attention during the subsequent refining attempts. Through repeated experimentation, he determined that an initial burst of intense fire was essential for purging the impurities from the spirit plant. By the time he discovered the ultimate refining method, he had already consumed 15 portions of materials, and 3 hours had slipped away unnoticed. His stomach began to rumble, yet he understood the importance of maintaining momentum. Having finally identified the appropriate refining technique, he could not afford to abandon the process midway. He first retrieved a dried flower paste grass and ignited the spirit fire to its maximum intensity, initiating the intense refining. The flower paste grass melted into a vibrant green liquid, and under the intense flames, the dark impurities were thoroughly eliminated, transforming the liquid into a pure emerald hue. Success. Chapter 52 Ding. The Beast Master space has been successfully repaired. Qin Nian extinguished the spirit fire and set the refined liquid from the flower paste grass aside for later use. He then took a blood spirit grass and, after cleansing all 4 types of spirit herbs, commenced the alchemical process. Qin Nian was wholly focused on controlling the heat, and after continuous roasting, the 4 spirit liquids gradually merged into a perfect amalgamation. At that moment, a refreshing fragrance wafted from the furnace. Sensing this aroma, Qin Nian let out a sigh of relief. The emergence of the scent signified the completion of the elixir. The restorative potion had finally been perfected. With the experience of one successful attempt behind him, the subsequent processes proceeded much more smoothly. As he swiftly refined each batch of materials, Qin Nian's pace quickened significantly. By the time he completed the 50 portions, it was already past 4 in the morning on the following day. Upon glancing upward, he realized that dawn had arrived. Out of the 50 portions, he had expended 15, resulting in 2 furnace explosions. The remaining 35 portions were all successfully refined. Furthermore, beginning with the 21st portion, he utilized the legendary grade alchemy furnace awarded by the system, and there were no further failures. With a success rate of 70%, Qin Nian had certainly profited. However, there remained one crucial task yet to be accomplished. Seizing the momentum, Qin Nian retrieved the spirit plants and materials required for crafting the space restoration agent from his storage compartment. Following the steps outlined in the recipe, he meticulously processed and refined the 3-tailed phoenix leaf, snow jadebone ginseng, and other spirit plants, placing them in a container for later use. The spirit plants granted by the system contained no impurities, making this step even simpler than when he crafted the restorative potion. Upon completing the refining of the spirit plants, he finally commenced the crafting process. Qin Nian activated the spirit fire and heated the furnace. Then, he sequentially added the heart stone of the space and several other spirit stone materials. After a brief period of roasting, he gradually increased the heat according to the recipe's instructions and added the refined spirit liquids one by one. As the temperature rose, the flames shifted to a deep crimson hue, and several liquid masses began to merge during the roasting process. This was a promising sign that the potion was nearing completion. However, this phenomenon was short-lived, as a sudden plume of black smoke erupted from the alchemy furnace. Coughing violently, Qin Nian involuntarily inhaled a mouthful, nearly choking in the process. How could this have gone awry? After clearing the external furnace, he commenced the second refining attempt, only to encounter failure during the refining process. This was followed by the third and fourth attempts, with each failure occurring at different stages. Despite his efforts, Qin Nian could not ascertain the underlying cause. He meticulously analyzed each step of his technique, and no matter how many times he scrutinized it, his methodology was undeniably correct. Yet, failure persisted. With only one portion of materials remaining, Qin Nian was engulfed in confusion as he once again scrutinized the recipe. To his astonishment, he discovered an additional line at the very bottom. For meticulous attempts at refining the furnace are required before a successful attempt can be made. This implied that the first 4 attempts were meant to condition the furnace with the medicinal properties, inevitably leading to failure. It was only on the 5th attempt that he could truly succeed. Initially believing he had 5 opportunities, he realized he had only 1. Thankfully, he had refrained from impulsively pursuing the easily attainable riches displayed in the hall. Otherwise, he would have regretted it immensely. Reinvigorated, Qin Nian prepared for his final refining attempt. A faint golden light spread across the land, heralding a new day that seemed no different from the previous one. To secure a spot, many alchemists still opted to rise early and rent alchemy rooms. As they entered the courtyard while yawning, they were suddenly struck by an indescribable fragrance. This aroma surged into their senses, instantly invigorating them. With their experience, they immediately recognized that someone had successfully refined a new potion. While the successful creation of potions was a common occurrence, what was peculiar was that they had never encountered a scent quite like this before. Who could be up so early? What potion could produce such an exquisite aroma? They each closed their eyes in rapture, feeling as though they were immersed in a lush garden brimming with spiritual energy, a breathtaking vision they had long yearned for. Suddenly, the fragrance vanished, leaving them feeling as if they had plummeted from the heavens, their hearts filled with disappointment. Why did it disappear so abruptly? Such a pity. At that moment, within room 9, Qin Nian, brimming with excitement, consumed the successfully refined space restoration agent. As the liquid flowed down his throat and into his limbs, he felt a warm, comforting sensation enveloping his entire body. The fractured space began to mend rapidly. Ding! The Beastmaster space has been successfully repaired. Detected that the host qualifies to become a Beastmaster, unlocking new task permissions. If the host raises their honor points to 200,000 within a week, the system mall will be accessible. At that point, a system panel materialized before Qin Nian's eyes. The area beneath his storage compartment, once marked as coming soon, now displayed the words mall. However, the mall was currently inaccessible and required an increase in honor points to 200,000 to unlock. Qin Nian's current honor points stood at 192,000, leaving him still needing a full 8,000. Achieving this without live streaming would be quite the challenge. Just as he pondered his predicament, ding! Honor points increased by 160 from Cat Brother S livestream. Current honor points, 200, 160. The host has successfully raised their honor points to 200,000 within a week. The system mall is now open. Qin Nian. Cat Brother's livestream. This fellow is still promoting him in the livestream. One could hardly deny that this was a timely stroke of good fortune. The mall was now accessible. However, having gone without sleep for an entire night, Qin Nian felt waves of fatigue wash over him. There was no urgency to explore the mall. It would still be there later. He decided to return home for a much-needed nap first. Qin Nian was awakened by the ringing of his phone. For an office worker, hearing the phone ring in a dream often triggers the instinctual panic of being late for work. The boss is calling. Qin Nian jolted awake, sitting upright and grabbing his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he suddenly remembered that he had taken a day off and didn't need to go to work. With heavy eyelids, he flopped back down. The call was from his mother, Wen Changxiu. Hello, Mom. Son, remember to attend the blind date tonight. Blind date? What blind date? Qin Nian had completely forgotten about this matter. I knew you would forget. It's at 8 o'clock in the South Tower's revolving restaurant. I've already prepared the entry ticket for you. It's in the drawer by the door. You must go. After saying this, Wen Changxiu quickly ended the call, leaving Qin Nian in a state of bewilderment. Entry ticket? What entry ticket? Do you really need a ticket for a blind date? Qin Nian groggily climbed out of bed and opened the drawer of the cabinet by the door. Inside, he pulled out a luxurious buffet ticket. Upon seeing the price printed on it, his eyes widened in shock. 1,228? What kind of restaurant charges more than my fryer? However, this was not merely a simple dining ticket. The back of the ticket boldly proclaimed the elite association of Beast Masters in Xiangning City. A blind date for Beast Masters? Qin Nian stroked his chin thoughtfully. I wonder if this can be resold. As he continued reading, he discovered that his name was printed on the ticket. A note on the back read, "This gathering is for real name registration. The entry ticket is non-transferable." Qin Nian. All right, Ms. One. So this is your little scheme. You know I would be pained by the ticket price and reluctant not to attend, right? Well played. At that moment, Wen Changxiu sent another message. The girl I'm introducing to you is named Yurushua, 21 years old. I've seen her photo. She is young and beautiful. If you don't find her appealing, take a look at the other girls. Even those of average looks will please your mother. Qin Nian, if you like her, then you should go. 2 sentences condensed into one. Can't you see that you're implying something about me? He glanced at the time. It was just past 3 in the afternoon. There was ample time. After washing his face to fully awaken, Qin Nian opened the system panel and entered the mall. Initially, he saw 3 notifications. 1. All items in the mall can be exchanged for points. 2. Points can only be obtained through tasks. 3. Each item in the information section can only be redeemed once. Qin Nian's gaze shifted to the goods displayed in the mall. The system mall was divided into 4 sections: the information section, material section, finished product section, and points lottery section. However, both the material and finished product sections were grayed out and inaccessible. Presently, Qin Nian could only view the information and points lottery sections. Upon opening the information section, he was immediately greeted by various potions and elixir formulas, such as restoration potion, strength potion, blood enhancing agent, external injury medicine, power potion, life potion, mutation potion, de-icing potion, primary spirit beast potion, intermediate spirit beast potion, and other elixirs. There were also comprehensive guide to alchemy and various elixir recipes. Further down, he found numerous books on spirit beast breeding, such as Comprehensive Guide to Raising Big-Mouth Ducks, Comprehensive Guide to Raising Fat Conius, Comprehensive Guide to Raising Fiery Dogs, Comprehensive Guide to Raising White Woolly Worms, and thousands of other titles ranging from ordinary spirit beasts to legendary ones. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume, Qin Nian's mouth watered with desire. There was simply too much. He decided against examining each item in detail and instead checked the exchange prices for a few potion formulas that piqued his interest. For instance, the ordinary formula for Restoration Potion and Primary Spirit Beast Potion started at just 1 point. Meanwhile, intermediate formulas, like Intermediate Spirit Beast Potion, began at 50 points. The Comprehensive Guide to Raising Big Mouth Ducks also started at 1 point, while Rare Spirit Beast Breeding books began at 50 points. 50 points doesn't seem too steep, Qin Nian thought as he checked the value of the Intermediate Spirit Beast Potion he had received from a previous task. He discovered that it could sell for 20,000 per bottle in the market, but in the mall, it was only worth 10 points. Interesting, Qin Nian mused. The mall's points could not be directly compared to real currency. Overall, the recovery prices were relatively inexpensive. In the section where Qin Nian's information was stored, Complete Spirit Beast Knowledge, Comprehensive Alchemy Guide, and Spatial Repair Potion were listed. Curious, he checked the exchange prices for these 3 items. Redeeming Complete Spirit Beast Knowledge required just 1 point, while Comprehensive Alchemy Guide cost 100 points. However, the formula for the Spatial Repair Potion demanded a staggering 100,000 points. In that instant, Qin Nian grasped the nature of the system. It was inexpensive to buy, yet costly to use. Nevertheless, the system was generous enough to reward him with a recipe worth 100,000 points. Currently, Qin Nian's point balance stood at 0, rendering him unable to purchase anything. He also could not participate in the points lottery. The most pressing issue was to accumulate points. Besides accepting tasks, how could he earn points? Once the host successfully redeems an item from the mall, a side quest will be unlocked, and completing the quest will yield generous point rewards. Qin Nian, so? They want him to spend, huh? With his current points at 0, the only way to purchase items was to exchange the intermediate spirit beast potion for points. The side quest had to be activated. Qin Nian redeemed 1 bottle of the intermediate spirit beast potion for 20 points, and then spent 1 point to purchase the formula for the restoration potion. He wanted to compare it with the formula he had bought at the shop yesterday to see if there were any special features in the system's version. Upon comparing the two formulas, he found that indeed there were differences. The system's formula was evidently simpler and more comprehensible, with a detailed description of the refinement process for spirit plants. Had Qin Nian used the system's formula when crafting the restoration potion yesterday, he surely would not have experienced those 2 explosive incidents. The host has successfully redeemed an item from the mall, unlocking a side quest. Side quest 1. Please complete a points lottery within 5 minutes. Simultaneously triggering main quest 2. No time limit, please contract a spirit beast to receive a random reward. He set aside the main quest for now. The side quest seemed rather straightforward. Qin Nian opened the points lottery section and, as usual, checked the rules. Points lottery rules: 1 point for 1 draw. Limited to 1 draw per day. The longer the interval between draws, the more luck accumulated, increasing the chances of winning rare prizes. He proceeded to draw. You have 1 storage slot 1. You have completed side quest 1, earning 1 point. Storage slot 1. This reward was quite favorable. Qin Nian was very satisfied with the outcome of his first draw, fostering greater anticipation for the system. Since the chances of winning rare rewards increased with longer intervals, he decided that moving forward, he would not draw lightly and would save up his luck first. At that moment, Qin Nian's stomach began to rumble. After a quick meal with the ingredients from the fridge, he took the restoration potion he had crafted the previous day and stepped outside. It was still the same shop from yesterday. What do customers need? The staff was as enthusiastic as the day before and quickly recognized Qin Nian. Oh, it's you. What spirit plants do you need to replenish today? Beginners often find themselves ensnared in the intricacies of refining spiritual plants during their initial forays into alchemy, frequently incurring substantial losses with the same type of spiritual flora. Hence, the attendant posed such an inquiry. Qin Nian casually deposited his backpack upon the counter and declared, I have come to sell restorative potions, a total of 35. Please take a moment to inspect them. The attendant, taken aback, gaped slightly, his astonishment palpable. Wasn't he, this individual, a novice? Had he truly concocted potions on his first day? 35 potions. That signifies a success rate of 70%. Such an achievement seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere beginner. Could it be that he was a seasoned practitioner masquerading as a novice? Regardless, whether a true novice or an experienced one, he was undoubtedly a valuable client worth nurturing. The attendant's enthusiasm swelled further. Please, have a seat and allow us a moment to conduct an assessment. Qin Nian acquiesced, settling onto a nearby sofa as he awaited the results. Moments later, the attendant returned, his visage alight with joy. The results of the assessment had been remarkably favorable. The appraiser had been left astounded. Among the 35 vials, 5 boasted a potency of 80, while 30 achieved a perfect 100. Such proficiency was unequivocally beyond that of a novice, leading both the attendant and appraiser to surmise that this young man must be under the tutelage of an adept. In any case, this client was one they could not afford to lose. The assessment yielded no issues. We shall purchase them at an 8% discount off the market rate, which currently stands at 2,100 per vial, totaling 58,800. Does this price meet your approval? The attendant inquired with a smile. Based on Qin Nian's understanding, the market price for such common restorative potions hovered around 1,900. Thus, 2,100 was indeed on the higher end. He naturally held no objections. Very well. After receiving the payment, Qin Nian glanced at the time and promptly boarded an inner-city bus to the South Tower rotating restaurant. Chapter 54, The South Tower. The remnants of the dawn's glow on the eastern horizon had yet to fully dissipate, the sky cloaked in a deep azure, both beautiful and enigmatic. This, however, did nothing to dampen the spirits of the city's denizens. Nightfall marked the zenith of urban life's vibrancy. Before the South Tower, countless luxury vehicles lined the streets, exuding opulence. The staff of the South Tower approached with utmost deference, opening car doors and guiding patrons. At that moment, a young man clad in casual attire approached. He tilted his head to gaze at the pinnacle of the towering structure. The South Tower rotating restaurant was situated on the very top floor, the 56th. This establishment was indeed a considerable distance from the bus stop, and the walk had nearly exhausted him. He resolved to indulge in a hearty meal to recuperate. The young man was notably tall and remarkably handsome, exuding a distinctive aura of composure that compelled passers-by to steal glances. However, upon overhearing his musings and observing his naive demeanor, many displayed expressions of disdain. Taking the bus to the South Tower, hoping to recoup losses? Surely, he must be a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city. A child chimed innocently. Instantly, a man nearby covered the child's mouth, offering an apologetic smile to the young man before hastily leading the child away. Such a precocious little rascal, Qin Nian mused, just as he was intercepted by a security guard at the entrance. Stop right there. Entry is prohibited. Do not linger about. Leave at once, the guard stated coldly, his gaze directed at Qin Nian with a hint of contempt. The South Tower was the most affluent locale in Xiangning City. Even the guards stationed here seemed to possess an air of superiority, akin to that of individuals of considerable status and privilege, especially when confronted with someone like Qin Nian, who was neither clad in formal attire nor arrived in a vehicle. The guard quickly discerned that he was merely an inconsequential individual without any notable credentials. In response to the obstruction, Qin Nian retrieved a dining ticket from his pocket. I am heading to the restaurant on the 56th floor. The guard frowned, surprised that Qin Nian possessed a ticket for the upper level. Just as he was about to grant passage, the female manager of the rotating restaurant approached, her high heels clicking assertively against the floor. You lot. Anyone heading to the 56th floor must undergo stringent checks. Merely possessing a dining ticket is insufficient. We must confirm they are beast masters. Do you understand? Today is a gathering of beast masters, and no ordinary person is permitted entry. Understood. The guard bowed submissively as the manager departed. Turning back, he coldly demanded that Qin Nian present his beast master insignia. At that moment, Qin Nian realized he did not possess such an item. He had once held it, but it had been reclaimed by the Beast Master Association following the spatial collapse. I do not have the Beast Master insignia, but will this emblem suffice? Qin Nian inquired, producing his advanced diagnostician insignia. The guard dismissed it with a scoff. Such frivolous insignias hold no weight here. We only recognize the Beast Master insignia. Qin Nian chuckled. So the advanced diagnostician insignia is of no value? Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes widened in disbelief. What? An advanced diagnostician? Qin Nian presented the insignia before him. The guard, upon recognizing it, underwent an immediate transformation in demeanor. He promptly became obsequious, bowing and smiling. Please, do come in. Qin Nian cast a dispassionate glance at him, retracting the insignia as he stepped inside. Once Qin Nian had departed, the guard's expression fell drastically. I've offended an advanced diagnostician. What did that final glance mean? Surely, he wants to have the manager dismiss me? A fellow guard nearby silently scoffed. With your constant airs of superiority, it was only a matter of time before you stumbled. On the 56th floor, Qin Nian procured a light meal and found a secluded corner to sit. The restaurant was already bustling with patrons, men and women engaged in spirited conversations. It was indeed a matchmaking event. However, Qin Nian had come solely to dine and had no intention of participating. Midway through his meal, two young women settled beside him, continuing their lively conversation unabashedly. Rushui, what can you tell me about the matchmaker's recommendation? Well, it's rather difficult to judge. His name is Qin Nian. I haven't seen a photo, but I hear he is a high school teacher, quite tall and rather handsome. Isn't that promising? What is promising about it? I've heard his family circumstances are abysmal. He resides in a dilapidated old neighborhood and can't even tame beasts. Oh, how could your family introduce someone like that to you? He is not worthy of you. By the way, Lily mentioned she wants to introduce you to a boyfriend. A second-generation rich kid, no less. Ah, Lily has been telling me about him for ages. The guy is the second son of the senior group. How odd that she hasn't arrived yet. The girl named Rushui appeared eager, yet she kept scanning the crowd for Lily. Suddenly, she spotted her and exclaimed, there she is. Lily approached, arm in arm with a man in his 30s, who, while not overweight, was rather unattractive and was decidedly not Zhao Ziqiang. Lily, who is this? Rushui inquired curiously. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Yuankai, the second son of Semir. Ladies, these are my close friends, Rushui and Xin. Realizing he was indeed the second son of Semir, Rushui felt her cheeks flush. Zhang Yuankai's gaze, however, was fixated on the more striking Rushui. Upon witnessing this, Lily immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Rushui. Understanding the unspoken cue, Yi Rushui approached with a radiant smile. Zhang Xiao, please take a seat here. Zhang Yuankai naturally wrapped an arm around Yi Rushui's slender waist, settling closely beside her. Lily took her place on Zhang Yuankai's other side. Meanwhile, The girl named Xin felt a pang of displeasure, realizing Zhang Xiao had overlooked her. However, the sofa was already full, forcing her to occupy another nearby sofa. Unfortunately, that sofa was already occupied by Qin Nian. With a scowl, Xin attempted to dismiss Qin Nian. "This seat is taken. Could you kindly find somewhere else to sit?" Qin Nian, disregarding her unreasonable demand, did not even lift his gaze. "Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear me asking you to move?" Xin's voice rose, interrupting the flirtation between Zhang Yuankai and Yi Rushue, prompting Zhang Yuankai to frown and inquire. "What is going on?" With an expression of feigned innocence, Xin replied, "Zhang Xiao. He won't even budge when I asked him to shift his position." Zhang Yuankai, intolerant of any woman's distress, turned to Qin Nian and said, "Young man, it's rather crowded here. I would appreciate it if you could find another spot." Though his tone seemed polite, the underlying message was clear. He was dismissing Qin Nian. A person of lesser fortitude might have felt compelled to vacate their seat out of deference to Zhang's status, but Qin Nian remained unmoved, raising his head to meet their gazes with indifference. "Do you not comprehend the simple principle of first come, first served?" "Qin Nian, it's you," Lily exclaimed in surprise, followed by a derisive laugh. "What business do you have here at a Beastmaster gathering? You're utterly useless." Upon hearing Lily utter the name, Yi Rushue was momentarily stunned. "Qin Nian, he is indeed the blind date my family arranged for me?" This realization struck her. Had he overheard her earlier disparaging remarks alongside Xin? The thought that he was privy to her identity and had witnessed her intimate interactions with Zhang Yuankai ignited a flame of indignation within her. Pointing an accusing finger at Qin Nian, she exclaimed, "How despicable of you to eavesdrop from the shadows." Qin Nian merely twitched his lips in disbelief. "It appears you genuinely do not grasp the concept of first come, first served. Is this Qin Nian?" Xin glanced at Zhang Yuankai in astonishment. "Rushue, he is your blind date?" The revelation prompted a furrowed brow from Zhang Yuankai, his demeanor shifting as he scrutinized both Qin Nian and Yi Rushue. Lily, equally taken aback, queried, "Rushue, were you on a blind date just now?" Xin, realizing the implications of her words, hastily covered her mouth. "Rushue, did I say something wrong?" Sensing Zhang Yuankai's displeasure, Yi Rushue quickly clarified, "No, it's not what you think. This was arranged by my family. I don't even know him, nor do I intend to go on a blind date with him." "Really? Then what is he doing here?" Zhang Yuankai's expression softened slightly, yet his gaze toward Qin Nian remained unwelcoming. "Qin Nian, since Rushue does not recognize you, could you kindly explain your presence here?" Qin Nian raised 4 fingers, indicating 4 words. Zhang Yuankai narrowed his eyes in confusion. "What do you mean?" Qin Nian, exasperated, replied, "First come, first served. A bunch of fools." The trio of plastic friends, accompanied by one imbecile, had certainly broadened his horizons with their antics. However, the drama was far from over. Upon hearing the phrase first come, first served, Zhang Yuankai's expression darkened. "Who do you think you are to compete with me for a woman?" Qin Nian retorted, "I was referring to seats and timing. Why you bring up women?" Quite the misunderstanding. Unable to endure the absurdity any longer, Qin Nian resolved to leave. "I have no interest in competing. I wish you for a lifetime of happiness." With that, he stood to depart. "Hold on. Who said you could leave?" Zhang Yuankai stepped forward, forcefully gripping Qin Nian's shoulder, an act laden with humiliation. Qin Nian frowned, instinctively twisting to seize Zhang's wrist and yanking him forward while stepping aside, executing a flawless shoulder throw. Zhang Yuankai flew through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A scream pierced the air, drawing a crowd. "What happened? Is that not Zhang Yuankai?" Someone exclaimed. "Who has the audacity to strike Zhang Xiao?" Although Zhang Yuankai lacked beast mastery prowess, he was always accompanied by 2 beast master bodyguards. The individual who dared to confront him was certainly in for trouble. As 2 men clad in beast master attire rushed over to assist Zhang Yuankai, he grimaced, clutching his lower back as he glared menacingly at Qin Nian. "You two, drag him out and teach him a lesson." The bodyguards prepared to act when a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached. Instantly, someone in the crowd recognized him. "Isn't that Wang Hongmiao, the owner of the Dauphin Group? I heard he owns this revolving restaurant." The whispers spread. Wang Hongmiao was the proprietor of the entire South Building. Zhang Yuankai, well aware of Wang Hongmiao's reputation, felt a wave of unease wash over him. The Zhang family, operating Samir, was considered prominent in Xiangning City. Yet they could barely reach the Wang family's stature. Hearing that Wang Hongmiao was personally present at the revolving restaurant was an unexpected opportunity for Zhang Yuankai to ingratiate himself. He promptly signaled for his bodyguards to step back, plastering a smile on his face as he approached. "Uncle Wang, what a surprise to see you here." However, Wang Hongmiao did not even glance at him, striding directly toward Qin Nian. Grasping Qin Nian's hand, Wang's face broke into a broad smile. "Teacher Qin, why didn't you let me know you were coming to the South Building?" I would have personally welcomed you. This scene left everyone in the vicinity dumbfounded, speculating the young man's true identity that commanded such respect from the owner of the South Building. Zhang Yuankai, witnessing this unprecedented display of warmth from the typically aloof Wang Hongmiao, was rendered speechless. The very person he had intended to reprimand was now being treated with utmost reverence. Panic surged within Zhang Yuankai. Could it be that he had crossed a line with someone he should not have provoked? Yet, Qin Nian was indeed a stranger in the upper echelons of Xiangning City. Could he possibly be from the capital? Zhang Yuankai's mind raced with theories about Qin Nian's identity. The father of Wang Zile. The title teacher Qin ignited a spark of recognition in Qin Nian. Yes, you remember me. Wang Hongmiao beamed with delight, pulling Qin Nian toward the window. You simply must sit in the best spot. The parental enthusiasm was overwhelming, and Qin Nian found it difficult to refuse, especially as Wang Hongmiao firmly gripped his wrist, rendering him unable to pull away. To his astonishment, he realized Wang Zile was indeed a wealthy second-generation heir, hiding his affluence quite effectively. Wang Hongmiao escorted Qin Nian to the finest table in the restaurant, leaving the remaining patrons in a state of stunned silence. Xin, filled with confusion, whispered, Rushua, didn't you say his family is impoverished, and that he is a useless individual incapable of taming beasts? What is going on? Yi Rushua gazed at Qin Nian's retreating figure, equally astonished. I don't know. This must be a misconception. He is merely a high school teacher. How could he possibly possess such elite connections? Xin, secretly amused by Yi Rushua's lack of discernment, deliberately provoked her, saying, Does this seem like Qin Nian's connections to you? Reflect on the attitude of the owner of Nanlu. It is evident that he regards Qin Nian as a person of standing. At this, Yi Rushua stood frozen in place. It seemed that Xin was indeed correct. Anyone present could discern that the owner of Nanlu had treated Qin Nian with utmost respect. Yi Rushua could no longer deceive herself. Regret washing over her as she sank onto the sofa. Had she truly missed out on such a splendid match? It was all Lily's fault for insisting on introducing her to someone like Zhang Xiao. She glanced up at Zhang Xiao, a twinge of regret flooding her heart. Chapter 56. The Mysterious Golden Egg. Zhang Xiao was neither tall nor handsome. How could he possibly compare to Qin Nian? Observing Yi Rushua's unwilling expression, Xin quietly concocted a plan and gently advised, Rushua, as the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is merely a layer of gauze. Since you admire Qin Nian, why not take the initiative? A glimmer of hope ignited in Yi Rushua's eyes. Really, is that possible? Xin nodded affirmatively, concealing her own ulterior motives. Just as the two women were quietly strategizing on how to approach Qin Nian, the entire restaurant fell silent. Every gaze turned towards the entrance as a young woman clad in a light-colored long dress gracefully entered. The exquisite craftsmanship and tailored fit of her gown perfectly complemented her elegance. Beneath her serene and graceful demeanor, there was an ethereal, aloof aura about her. Her piercing gaze was unadorned, with her hair elegantly coiled, cascading naturally past her ears. Her porcelain skin, deep ebony hair, striking eyes, and rosy lips, combined with her lithe and statuesque figure, made her the object of envy for many women. Countless men, including Zhang Yuankai, stared, captivated, amid the fervent gazes of onlookers. She strode directly towards a window-side table. How beautiful! My goodness, whose daughter is she? I'm in love. She seems to be looking for someone. As the murmurs of astonishment echoed, Qin Nian, engaged in conversation with Prince Li's parents, abruptly looked up. Stunned, he thought, This is Teacher Lu? What is she doing here? Wait, something feels off. Is she coming towards me? Qin Nian's heart inexplicably raced. Lu Jingyi had spent an entire afternoon preparing for this visit. Seeing the momentary daze in Qin Nian's eyes made her feel that the effort was worthwhile. Lu Jingyi paused before Qin Nian, tilting her head slightly with a smile that even dimmed the brilliance of the starry sky outside. Teacher Qin, what a coincidence. Qin Nian raised an eyebrow. Coincidence? Observing this, Wang Hongmiao flashed Qin Nian an understanding look and promptly excused himself. You two continue your conversation. I'll go check the kitchen. After Wang Hongmiao departed, Lu Jingyi stood there, gazing eagerly at Qin Nian. Teacher Lu, please have a seat, Qin Nian offered. Only then did Lu Jingyi happily take her seat. I heard you're going to Jing City? In August, right? Oh, so soon? Yes. Qin Nian, do you have time tomorrow? I suppose so. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, Yi Rushua felt an overwhelming sense of loss. The woman named Xin realized her plans had been thwarted and began to seek her next target. Zhang Yuankai, having lost face and lacking the desire to pursue women, was momentarily at a loss regarding Qin Nian's identity and decided to leave the restaurant with his bodyguards. Lily, noticing the situation, followed suit. The restaurant buzzed with life once more. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from the eastern part of the city. The Beast Tamers were struck with alarm, rising to peer out the window. From Qin Nian's vantage point, unobstructed, the situation outside was crystal clear. The anomaly originated from the direction of the spatial breach in the eastern part of the city. Though the distance was considerable, everyone could clearly see a massive arm, robust and covered in dense brown fur, extending from the otherworldly realm. Following this was a similarly fur-covered head and upper body. Even though only half of it was visible, its immense stature was evident, shrouded in tendrils of black mist. At that moment, the otherworldly space had yet to fully open. The creature's forceful emergence had subjected it to the constraints of spatial rules. Its flesh was being torn apart, as if enduring a slow and torturous demise. The earlier roar was unmistakably its cry of agony. As the creature's colossal form breached the spatial boundary, its flesh began to rupture under the relentless constraints. Confronted with these spatial rules, it could merely shield its head with its spiritual energy. Yet, even so, it did not halt its pursuit. Indeed, it was traversing the void to hunt down a spiritual entity it deemed a significant threat. A colossal spirit beast? My heavens! This adult colossal spirit beast is comparable in size to a level 5 evolved spirit beast. I assenti it? With the black mist enveloping it. It's a spirit beast contaminated by miasma. What astonished everyone even more was that this colossal spirit beast, risking injury to itself, was intent on capturing a glowing golden egg. The bizarre sight left onlookers wide-eyed. Simultaneously, many recognized the extraordinary nature of this egg. Lu Jingyi exclaimed. Polluted beasts typically only emerge after the spatial realm has fully opened. This colossal spirit beast has ventured beyond the spatial confines, risking its life to eliminate that egg. Qin Nian too was filled with curiosity, pondering what kind of spirit beast egg it could be that had drawn such trepidation from a colossal spirit beast. Colossal spirit beasts are classified as rare level. This egg must be of an equal or higher tier, likely at least rare level. The pursuit concluded swiftly. The giant hand of the colossal spirit beast sliced through the air with remarkable speed. The beast tamers in Nanlu could even hear the sound of the air being torn apart. The massive paw quickly closed in on the golden egg. Just as the colossal spirit beast was about to seize and crush it, the egg suddenly accelerated, evading capture despite the spirit beast's relentless pursuit. The colossal spirit beast, constrained by the rules, could not exit the spatial realm and could only extend its colossal paw towards the direction where the golden egg had vanished, emitting a roar of frustration. Under the oppressive force of spatial rules, the colossal spirit beast had no choice but to retreat back to the otherworldly realm. The atmosphere fell silent once more. The colorful auroras from that location were scattered everywhere, reflecting the earlier turmoil. The flesh shed by the colossal spirit beast was a rare alchemical material, and as it vanished, many rushed towards the direction of the spatial breach. Of course, a greater number sought the mysterious golden egg. The beast tamers gathered here have mostly departed in haste. Such treasures naturally belong to those destined to possess them. Although the atmosphere over there is certainly tumultuous at present, fortune often favors the bold. Each opportunity for a beast tamer must be seized through their own endeavors. Qin Nian chose not to leave, nor did Lu Jingyi. Aren't you going? Qin Nian inquired. His reluctance stemmed from self-awareness, yet he pondered why Lu Jingyi remained. To his knowledge, her contracted spirit had undergone at least 3 evolutions, affording her a competitive edge in this contest. Yet, she displayed no inclination to move. Lu Jingyi shook her head and affirmed, my opportunity does not lie there. Qin Nian nodded, refraining from further questions. However, Lu Jingyi couldn't help but reveal, our family is rather unique. We possess our own sanctuary for nurturing spirit beasts, thus there is no need to contract those from the outside. Nurturing them ourselves? He mused. It would indeed be a shame to miss such an opportunity. At this moment, Qin Nian was unaware that when Lu Jingyi referred to their sanctuary for spirit beasts, she was alluding to a different dimension. He mistakenly believed it to be a conventional nurturing facility. Chapter 57. Contracting the Little Black Dragon, Ascending to Great Beast Tamer. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Qin Nian hummed a cheerful tune as he briskly entered his home. The night sky was so exquisite that he couldn't resist lingering a bit longer. As he fumbled to turn on the living room light, the chaotic scene within instantly aroused his vigilance. The room was in utter disarray. Clothes were strewn about, furniture lay toppled, and the once tidy space appeared to have suffered a calamity. Had a thief broken in? Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from his bedroom. Frowning, Qin Nian cautiously grabbed the baseball bat by the door and crept closer. A quick scan revealed his bedroom was equally chaotic. The noise seemed to be coming from the wardrobe. Come out, Qin Nian commanded sternly towards the wardrobe. I'll count to 3. If you don't emerge, I will call the police. 1, 2, 3. At that moment, the wardrobe creaked open, and a round object, topped with a down jacket, plopped onto the floor. The size of it struck Qin Nian as odd. Could this thief be a spirit beast? He gingerly prodded the down jacket with the baseball bat. With a flash of golden light, a round egg appeared before him. Qin Nian. An egg? Was this the cause of the mess in his home? Moreover, why did this egg seem oddly familiar? Images from just a few hours prior flashed in his mind. The otherworldly realm, roars, colossal spirit beasts, and a golden egg. Qin Nian was momentarily stunned. A golden egg? Could this possibly be the very egg that escaped from the other dimension? After its appearance, the golden egg showed no inclination to flee or attack. It simply stood there, motionless. Tentatively, Qin Nian poked it with the bat. With a crisp crack, fine fissures appeared at the top of the eggshell, leaving him dumbfounded. It seemed he hadn't even exerted much force. Just a casual poke and it cracked? Was this an egg made to be broken? At that moment, the golden egg shook violently, and something within it struck against the shell, creating even more cracks. It appeared to be hatching. Qin Nian let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps this inexplicably appearing golden egg was a stroke of fortune for him. Fortunately, it hadn't been ruined by his poke. As the cracks widened, there was a final crack. The eggshell shattered, revealing a chubby and adorable serpentine spirit beast wriggling out. It bore horns upon its head, scales along its body, and was entirely pitch black. Drawing upon his knowledge of spirit beasts, Qin Nian recognized it as a black dragon hatchling, a legendary spirit beast. This was extraordinary. Qin Nian gazed at the little black dragon, astonishment filling his eyes. The black dragon is a legendary spirit beast with an initial base value exceeding 500. The classification of spirit beast levels is based on their initial base values. Those with a base value below 50 are deemed ordinary. Values between 50 and 100 are considered rare. Values between 100 and 300 fall into the category of precious. Values between 300 and 500 are classified as uncommon. And those with initial base values between 500 and 1000 are recognized as legendary spirit beasts. As for those with values exceeding 1000, no records currently exist. The classifications of spirit beast values are documented in the Comprehensive Guide to Spirit Beasts. Spirit beasts of the same type typically have similar base values, with no significant drops in classification. According to the guide, the black dragon's base value is recorded between 800 and 850. Thus, the little black dragon before him was undoubtedly a legendary spirit beast. If a beast tamer contracts a legendary spirit beast, they will immediately ascend to the rank of a great beast tamer, gaining totemic powers and the ability to wield the strength of spirit beasts, catapulting them into the ranks of the elite. However, why was it a black dragon? The species of this spirit beast took Qin Nian by surprise. After all, the eggshell gleamed with golden light, leading one to expect a golden dragon. Yet here lay a pitch-black hatchling. How peculiar. Hello, little black dragon. Qin Nian greeted it in a gentle tone, resembling a mischievous uncle ready to entice a child. The little black dragon lifted its head, its large eyes sparkling with curiosity, reflecting Qin Nian's image within its innocent pupils. Black hair, black eyes, black clothing. It then glanced down at itself and, as if confirming something, gazed back at Qin Nian with delight, wiggling its chubby body as it crawled towards him. It halted before Qin Nian, fluttering its dark, glistening eyes in a friendly manner. Yeah. This little creature was rather affectionate, and Qin Nian found it charming as he lifted it into his arms. Surprisingly, the little black dragon was quite hefty for its appearance. The little black dragon nuzzled Qin Nian's arm affectionately, as if regarding him as family. Qin Nian feigned a serious expression, pointing at the chaotic mess on the floor, and asked, "Little black dragon, did you cause all this?" The little dragon displayed an innocent demeanor, blinking its big eyes and looking at the scattered clothes with a sense of grievance, shaking its head. Yeah. It seemed to protest Qin Nian's accusation. It shuffled its round body closer to Qin Nian, offering him a smile. Yeah. This undeniably adorable expression caused Qin Nian to surrender. All right, it's these clothes' fault. They tangled you up. The little dragon blinked again and then nodded in agreement. It affectionately rubbed against Qin Nian, appearing quite pleased. Seizing the moment, Qin Nian asked, "Little black dragon, would you like to become my first contracted beast?" The little black dragon nodded eagerly, gazing expectantly at Qin Nian. Reciting the incantation, Qin Nian seamlessly formed a pact with the little black dragon. At that moment, a surge of formidable power coursed through his entire being. From this instant forth, he was recognized as a great beast master, endowed with the ability to wield totemic power, thus entering the esteemed ranks of beast tamers. Ding! The host has successfully contracted a legendary spirit beast, perfectly completing main quest 2, and having activated his combat instincts 5 hours prior. Rewards include 1 dragon blood fruit and a one-time comprehension of supreme combat techniques. In an instant, an array of elite combat techniques manifested within Qin Nian's mind. However, his immediate focus was on examining the dragon blood fruit. Dragon blood fruit, a legendary spiritual plant, suitable for consumption by dragon-type spirit beasts. Capable of purifying the bloodline of dragon spirit beasts and directly increasing 200 to 500 race points. Specifics depend on absorption conditions. Qin Nian was exceedingly pleased with this reward. The system had graciously granted him a legendary spiritual plant, the dragon blood fruit. It appeared that the quality of task rewards correlated with the level of task completion. Since this task was flawlessly executed, he was directly rewarded with a dragon blood fruit, which was perfectly suited for the little black dragon. The items awarded by the system were always tailor-made, which was quite commendable. Yet, he was curious about the little black dragon's current abilities. Chapter 58. Consuming the dragon blood fruit to enhance race points. To discern the little black dragon's skills. Aside from allowing it to demonstrate and utilize totemic power for first-hand experience, there was another more convenient method, the diagnostic hand. Type, black dragon. Race points, 850. Bloodline purity, 65. Elemental skills, water tornado, water wall, water escape. The black dragon was classified as a water-type spirit beast, possessing 3 skills related to water, 1 for offense, 1 for defense, and 1 for evasion. Quite balanced, indeed. Unfortunately, the current environment was not conducive to utilizing totemic power, otherwise he could have directly experienced these skills. The little black dragon, being newly born, was the most opportune candidate for consuming the dragon blood fruit. Qin Nian took out the fruit and placed it before the little black dragon. Instantly, the little creature detected a fragrance that penetrated to the depths of its soul. And with a joyful yelp, it consumed the dragon blood fruit in one gulp. Almost immediately, it began to feel drowsy. Recognizing that the little black dragon was about to succumb to slumber to digest the medicinal properties of the fruit, Qin Nian returned it to the beast taming space. Once the little black dragon fully absorbed the dragon blood fruit, its race points should exceed 1,000, equivalent to a 4th level evolution of a rare spirit beast. He pondered whether its skills would change after the bloodline purification. After tidying up his home, Qin Nian stood in the middle of the living room, eagerly closing his eyes to recall the combat techniques he had just comprehended. Various elite combat maneuvers flickered in his mind. Simultaneously, his body instinctively began to move. With each technique he executed, Qin Nian gradually grasped these elite combat skills in their entirety. By the time he had mastered all the techniques, dawn was approaching. After quenching his thirst, he collapsed onto his bed. Just before drifting into sleep, he suddenly remembered one thing he had neglected, naming the little black dragon. It was rather dismissive to continue calling it little black dragon. It deserved a proper name. But what should he name it? At that moment, the name Heiyue flashed through his mind. Henceforth, it would be called Heiyue. Several hours later, Heiyue had finally absorbed the entirety of the dragon blood fruit. A dark blue light shimmered in the air. Heiyue emerged unsteadily on Qin Nian's bed, wobbling as it crawled towards him. Qin Nian awoke to find Heiyue coiled upon his chest, babbling as if urging him to rise. No wonder he felt so constrained. This little creature was pressing down on him. Heiyue, you are too heavy, please get down. Heiyue tilted its head in confusion. At that moment, Qin Nian remembered he had yet to inform it of its name. Little black dragon, from now on, your name shall be Heiyue. Heiyue is you, do you understand? Heiyue nodded, clearly comprehending Qin Nian's words. Heiyue, get down, you are too heavy. Upon hearing this, Heiyue levitated effortlessly. It dawned on Qin Nian that dragon-type spirit beasts inherently possessed the ability to fly. Unfortunately, as a beast master, he could not share the innate abilities of his spirit beasts through totemic means. Heiyue had awakened, signifying that it had completely absorbed the dragon blood fruit. He was curious about how its various attributes had changed. Placing his hand upon Heiyue, he employed the diagnostic hand. Type, black dragon. Race points, 1350. Bloodline purity, 70. Elemental skills, water tornado, water wall, water escape, dark erosion water spell. Remarkably, its race points had increased by 500, and its bloodline purity had risen by 5. Furthermore, due to the enhancement in bloodline purity, it had acquired an additional skill, dark erosion water spell. Judging by its name, one might easily misconstrue it as a dark-type skill. However, it bore no relation to dark-type abilities. Dark erosion involves directly using water elements to invade an enemy's body, inflicting dark damage. The dark erosion water spell condenses the water element and infiltrates the enemy's body, causing continuous damage. When the cause of such symptoms is unclear, it may feel akin to being cursed, though it is not related to any actual curse. After reviewing the changes in Heiyue's attributes, Qin Nian also checked its adversarial relationship with the colossal spirit beast. Utilizing the diagnostic hand once more, images flashed through his mind. The colossal spirit beast was indeed classified as rare. It was the Lord-class spirit beast of that otherworldly realm, having sensed the extraordinary nature of the dragon egg. Fearing that it might pose a threat to its own position as Heiyue grew, It pursued the little dragon, seeking to eliminate it while it was still vulnerable. Qin Nian gently stroked Heiyue's round head, feeling a pang of sympathy. Poor little one, facing such peril even before birth. Heiyue nuzzled against Qin Nian's hand, clearly content. After playing with Heiyue for a while, he returned it to the beast taming space. Feeling a dryness in his throat, Qin Nian sighed in resignation. It seemed he was thirsty once more. Each time he employed the diagnostic hand, he had to replenish a considerable amount of fluids. He was almost accustomed to it. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 1 in the afternoon. Having promised Director Huang to assist at the beast fighting arena, he had been on leave for too long. It would be best to head there today. As soon as he stepped into the arena, the system prompt chimed. Ding. Side quest triggered. Diagnose 100 spirit beasts. Completion yields a random reward. The beast fighting arena had been in dire need of diagnosticians, and they had accumulated a plethora of issues with their spirit beasts. Diagnosing 100 should not pose a challenge. Upon arriving at the spirit beast rearing area, Qin Nian was promptly intercepted by Huang Xiaoqin. She regarded him with a hint of displeasure. Oh, Qin diagnostician finally finds time to grace us with his presence at the beast fighting arena? You promised to come in the evening for part-time work, yet you have vanished for days. I thought you were pulling a fast one on me. Feeling a sense of guilt, Qin Nian explained. How could that be, Director? I have indeed been preoccupied these past few days, but as soon as I found a moment, I came right away. Huang Xiaoqin rolled her eyes at him and said, Enough with the excuses. Let me take you to see the iron-eating beast. Qin Nian nodded. I was just about to go. The two of them arrived at the nursery area for the young iron-eating beasts. Ever since the uniforms in the museum had been changed to white, the mood of the iron-eating beasts had noticeably improved, though they still did not appear as lively as when they first arrived, which genuinely concerned him. After examining the little iron-eating beast, Qin Nian found no significant issues. Its lack of liveliness was likely due to the absence of recreational facilities in the yard. He suggested, we shouldn't just plant bamboo in this yard. We could also plant a few trees and create a treehouse for it to play in. Perhaps even a swing. It would surely enjoy that. Oh, and please, do not plant trees that grow too tall. Huang Xiaoqin asked, puzzled, why can't we plant tall trees? Qin Nian hesitated, uncertain how to explain, thinking it inappropriate to say that a tall tree could pose a risk to the creature's safety. In any case, shorter trees would be more suitable for it. Chapter 59, A Day at the Beast Fighting Arena. Ding, honor points, 10,000 from Long Network. Current honor points, 210,000. Qin Nian had already deactivated his live streaming account, but due to Cat Brother, his 2 previous streams continued to gain traction on Long Network. Cat Brother's spirit beast had achieved a perfect evolution during a live stream aimed at debunking fakes, marking it as the first ordinary spirit beast with a base value below 20 to evolve perfectly. This became a sensational topic for Cat Brother, attracting a flurry of new followers. Now, Cat Brother had become a well-known streamer with millions of fans. Due to his busy offline schedule, he streamed sporadically on Long Network. When Cat Brother narrated the evolution process of the rolling bug in his live stream, many viewers expressed a keen interest in the enigmatic perfect streamer, even idolizing him. This unexpected boon had become a primary source of Qin Nian's honor points in recent days, and he hoped for such delightful surprises every day. This weekend, Qin Nian immersed himself in the beast fighting arena. There were simply too many spirit beasts that required attention. He intended to review them all within a week, necessitating some overtime. As night fell, Qin Nian left the nursery area for the young big-mouthed duck and moved to the adjacent nursery for the pink crystal cats. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of meows and shrill cries. He soon discovered 2 caretakers were attempting to break up a brawl among a dozen young pink crystal cats. Given that pink crystal cats were spirit beasts, even as cubs, their size rivaled that of an average adult cat, making such skirmishes rather challenging to manage. Peering over the enclosure, Qin Nian recognized the 2 caretakers. They were familiar faces, the same invigilators who had overseen his assessment as a diagnostic specialist. Wu Hao and Zhang Yang. Both were covered in cat fur, with various scratches adorning their faces and hands, clearly having endured the onslaught of these cubs. Qin Nian, come help us, Wu Hao exclaimed, spotting him as if he were a beacon of hope. What happened here? Qin Nian inquired, intrigued. We have no idea. It just started for no reason. Hurry over. At Wu Hao's insistence, Qin Nian entered the fray, though he was uncertain how to intervene. He opted to scoop up the largest pink crystal cat to diminish the strongest contender in the melee. However, even the most robust of the bunch was soon left with a scratch on its ear amidst the chaos. Not to mention the other pink crystal cats. In the midst of it all, Wu Hao and Zhang Yiheng sustained additional injuries. Qin Nian, cradling the hefty cat, skillfully dodged the unfolding drama. This won't do it all. He proposed. Do we have any healing beast masters at the arena? Skills for mental soothing should be effective. That's me, Zhang Yiheng replied, smacking his forehead in realization. The scene was too chaotic. He had momentarily forgotten. He promptly set down the 3 pink crystal cats he was holding. With a flash of white light, a graceful white dove materialized before them. As a quintessential healing spirit beast, the dove possessed a group healing skill, Light Shower, even in its pre-evolution form, making it perfectly suited for the situation. As the skill activated, a cascade of white light descended from above, quickly soothing the agitated pink crystal cats. Being sensitive creatures, they often engaged in skirmishes over the slightest disturbances. With their spirits calmed, the pink crystal cats settled down, lying quietly. After gently placing the pink crystal cat he had held down, Qin Nian shook his arms, realizing how heavy it was. This cub likely weighed around 20 to 30 pounds. Exhausting. Wu Hao and Zhang Yiheng sat on a nearby stone bench, wiping the sweat from their brows. Ouch, my face still hurts. Wu Hao grimaced, baring his teeth. The work isn't done yet. Let us apply some medicine while they are calm. All right, Zhang Yiheng agreed, carefully wiping his sweat as he stood up. I'll handle the medication. Qin Nian stifled a laugh as he took over the task, adding, you two should hurry and treat your wounds too. Wu Hao and Zhang Yiheng exchanged glances, both astonished. Old Zhang, why is your face all scratched? Yours is too. Wu Hao grinned through the pain. I wondered why it hurt so much. Let us go grab some disinfectant quickly. Qin Nian, the medicine is in that refrigerated box over there. We're leaving this to you. Qin Nian nodded, assuring them not to worry. When the pink crystal cats weren't fighting, they could easily be regarded as the most adorable species in the entire beast fighting arena. Qin Nian meticulously checked each one according to their numbers, applying medication where needed, and offering gentle strokes to those uninjured. Before long, Wu Hao returned. Qin Nian's work hours were quite flexible. He could arrive at any time, but the other employees at the beast fighting arena had fixed working hours. Curious. It's past time for you to clock out. Why hasn't Brother Hao gone home? Qin Nian mused. Wu Hao, a decade older than Qin Nian, was casually referred to as brother by him. Wu Hao picked up the medicine and cotton swabs, applying treatment to the pink crystal cats as he shook his head. Not going home. I'm staying in the dorm tonight. With my face looking like this, my wife would definitely misunderstand. Qin Nian choked slightly, caught off guard by the revelation. He never expected this usually serious and meticulous worker, Wu Hao, to be under the thumb of his wife. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. As they continued to treat the pink crystal cats, their conversation meandered onto the topic of live streaming on Long Network. Wu Hao recounted his intrigue with a mysterious streamer he had recently followed, only to find the account vanished after just one day. I suspect that perfect streamer must have joined a government secrecy department. Otherwise, why would they deactivate their account? Qin Nian replied, how did you suddenly start talking about me? However, he congratulated Wu Hao on his incorrect guess. The reason Qin Nian had deactivated his account was precisely to keep his true identity concealed. While making a name for oneself in a small circle was manageable, the online world was an entirely different matter. We now lived in an era of explosive information about spirit beasts. Revealing too much could easily attract unwanted attention. After all, while reputation is valuable, true strength is the key to survival. Gaining fame without sufficient prowess is undoubtedly not advisable. Thus, the identity of the perfect broadcaster is not something Qin Nian would readily disclose to anyone around him. It should be, he concurred. Wu Hao then exclaimed, he is undoubtedly a genius. Not only is he a senior diagnostic master, but he can also facilitate the flawless evolution of ordinary spirit beasts with a racial value below 20. It's truly remarkable. After merely 2 live broadcasts, he has become one of the most discussed broadcasters on Dragon Network. Why don't I possess such talent? Qin Nian coughed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being praised in person by an acquaintance. However, Wu Hao continued, I've heard that many foreign forces are inquiring about him. Currently, the international community believes this is a theatrical performance orchestrated by our nation, with Cat Brother and the perfect broadcaster colluding in deception. To be honest, there is a modicum of truth to this speculation. After all, who can genuinely achieve a 100 flawless evolution? Chapter 60. It turns out that a baby face can also deceive. Having finally finished reading, Qin Nian rose and exited the white-haired caterpillar breeding area. The moon was now high in the sky, and the entire beast fighting arena had fallen silent. After administering medication to the pink crystal cat, Wu Hao returned to his dormitory to rest. Qin Nian, having diagnosed the problematic pink crystal cat, proceeded to the next cub breeding area. Between 1:30 p.m. and 10 p.m., Qin Nian had diagnosed around 10 varieties of ordinary spirit beasts, including the little beaked duck and the big beaked duck, thereby accomplishing 1/3 of his total progress. His pace was indeed swift. Throughout the diagnostic process, Qin Nian employed the diagnostic hand only 3 times, thus accumulating a considerable amount of diagnostic experience. Even without the diagnostic hand, His skills were entirely commensurate with those of a junior diagnostic master. Qin Nian yawned. Given the late hour, he felt too lazy to return home and thus found a small bed in the office to spend the night. Early the next morning, Qin Nian was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. He glanced at his phone. It was barely past 6 o'clock. Who is it? Isn't the beast fighting arena supposed to start at 8? Who could possibly come knocking so early? Are you the diagnostic master, Qin? A young man, visibly anxious, stood outside. He was not tall, had a baby face, and wore a tattered beast master robe stained with blood. Qin Nian, taken aback, asked, "You aren't an employee of the beast fighting arena, are you?" The baby-faced youth, now nervous under scrutiny, explained, "I came from another province. My attire is tattered due to a battle I fought last night. My contracted spirit encountered issues during the fight, and after searching all night, I learned that the arena has a senior diagnostic master." With palpable anxiety, the youth added, "You refuse to diagnose me just because I'm not an employee. Will you?" "Not at all." Qin Nian waved him in, gesturing towards the bed. "Where's your spirit? Summon it so I can take a look." Hearing this, the baby-faced youth sighed in relief and promptly summoned his contracted spirit, revealing a rare-level spirit beast, a Songlong. Known for its prowess in the melee category, the Songlong was both precious and rare. Although still in its growth phase, its massive form nearly filled the entire bed, suggesting it had undergone a second evolution. The pairing of the baby-faced youth with the Songlong was quite intriguing. Moreover, to have contracted a rare-level spirit beast spoke volumes about the youth's aptitude. He must have considerable background. It is worth noting that in the vast beast-fighting arena of Xiangning City, there was only one rare-level spirit beast. The Songlong appeared to be in a deep slumber, showing no signs of waking even after being summoned into the external space. The baby-faced youth gently stroked the Songlong's head, saying, "It has been like this since last night. Unfortunately, since my spirit is a rare level 1, I could only seek out a senior diagnostic master. I wasted a whole night. I wonder if it will." "Don't worry, let me see what the issue is." Faced with a rare-level spirit beast, Qin Nian did not underestimate the situation and directly employed the diagnostic hand. This time, the diagnostic result manifested as an image. After reviewing it, Qin Nian remarked, "The temperament of its Songlong is generally calm, yet fierce. But this one seems to have adopted characteristics akin to a husky." Noticing Qin Nian's unusual expression, the baby-faced youth felt a pang of anxiety but dared not rush him. Instead, waiting anxiously, Qin Nian, with a peculiar expression, stated that Songlong isn't unconscious due to battle, it has been poisoned. Last night, did it consume anything on its own? The baby-faced youth's complexion shifted immediately. He suddenly recalled that while searching for traces of the golden egg in the forest the previous night, that Songlong, in a moment of mischief, had rolled around in a thicket of trees bearing red fruits, and might have inadvertently eaten a couple. Could those fruits be poisonous? "It did eat something, but I don't know what that plant is called." Qin Nian interjected, "It's called the Dihong fruit, also known as the Sleeping Beauty. Whether human or spirit beast, once ingested, it falls into a deep slumber." "The Dihong?" The baby-faced youth was taken aback. "What? That was the Dihong? Such a precious spirit plant, and I failed to recognize it." His face was filled with chagrin. The Dihong plant only appears within 100 miles of the spatial anomaly and is exceptionally rare. Its roots can be used to concoct potions or elixirs. But its fruits are toxic. Nonetheless, it is indeed a valuable natural spirit plant. After a moment of frustration, the baby-faced youth looked at Qin Nian with renewed hope, asking, "Now that we know what the poison is, does that mean that Songlong can be saved?" Qin Nian nodded. "Indeed, as long as we concoct a special antidote for it, it should be fine. However, while the other ingredients for the antidote are manageable, the main ingredient is rather difficult to procure." The baby-faced youth's eyes widened. "What is the main ingredient?" "I'll go find it." Qin Nian replied, "It's still the Dihong." The baby-faced youth was momentarily stunned, then elatedly exclaimed, "I remember where the Dihong is. I'll go find it right now." He swiftly recalled the Songlong and dashed out in haste. "Wait!" Qin Nian called out as he watched the baby-faced youth disappear rapidly. "You haven't paid the diagnostic fee yet." However, just moments later, the youth had vanished without a trace. Qin Nian sighed in resignation. "Well, I'll just collect it when he returns, along with the cost for the elixir." Yet, by the time Sunday evening rolled around, having completed the diagnosis of all problematic ordinary and rare-level spirit beasts in the arena, the baby-faced youth had still not returned. Did he skip out on the fee? Or has something happened? Concerned that the youth might have encountered some trouble, Qin Nian lingered in the beast-fighting arena for another night. By Monday morning, the baby-faced youth had still not arrived. It turns out that a baby face can also deceive, Qin Nian muttered to himself as he washed up, changed, and made his way downstairs, biting into a fried dough stick with a hint of frustration. Meanwhile, the baby-faced youth, in his quest for the Dihong, was nearly beaten to death. After leaving the beast-fighting arena, he took a flying transport straight to Jincheng City. Upon calling his companions, he hurriedly made his way to the location where he had previously encountered the Dihong. Fortunately, the patch of Dihong remained untouched and undiscovered by others. Just as the baby-faced youth was about to harvest it, 3 individuals appeared, one of whom was none other than Xie Feizhou, with whom he had battled the previous night. This is the Dihong? Xie Feizhou immediately recognized the rare spirit plant growing in the ground and signaled to his companions. Subsequently, the baby-faced youth found himself pinned to the ground by Xie Feizhou's spirit beast. Xie Feizhou and his companions naturally would not let this rare spiritual plant slip away, and they immediately began to harvest it. I discovered this spiritual plant first. According to the rules, you cannot touch it. The doll-faced youth exclaimed anxiously. You discovered it? Xie Feizhou scoffed, lifting his head with a mocking smile. Who can prove that? I could just as easily claim that I arrived first. Chapter 61. This lesson must be attended. The other 2 chimed in with laughter. Exactly, we clearly arrived before you. Even if you discovered it first, what of it? You won't be able to harvest a single one. The doll-faced youth fumed. You are being unreasonable. Ha ha ha, is this kid foolish? This isn't school. Who has the time to reason with him? They laughed. That naive boy should just get beaten up by society a little more. You guys. The doll-faced youth's eyes began to redden. The red earth was the primary medicine for saving the Tsang wolf, making it exceedingly vital for him. Setting aside its value, this spiritual plant was exceptionally rare. Missing this opportunity would mean losing the chance to save the Tsang wolf. You are going too far, he shouted, straining against their grip. However, Xie Feizhou's rare-grade contract spirit, the Gale Leopard, had already completed its 3rd-level evolution, its robust body exuding immense strength, rendering the doll-faced youth utterly powerless to escape. Still trying to resist? A playful smile crept across Xie Feizhou's face as he waved his hand at the Gale Leopard. Gale, teach him a lesson. The Gale Leopard roared and lunged forward with its gaping maw. Suddenly, an ice spear shot out from the shadows, swiftly aimed at the Gale Leopard. Taken by surprise, the Gale Leopard was struck by the ice spear and rolled on the ground in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the doll-faced youth rolled away in another direction. Kai Jinbao, are you all right? The doll-faced youth, also known as Kai Jinbao, was quickly approached by 3 of his classmates accompanied by their spirit beasts. The most handsome and fastest runner, Qin Nian, helped Kai Jinbao to his feet, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. Kai Jinbao coughed a few times and succinctly explained the situation. I discovered the red earth, and they are trying to steal it. Red earth? Such a large patch. Both Bu Chuntian and Li Jinyan were astonished as they finally caught sight of the spiritual plant. At that moment, Xie Feizhou and his companions also stood up, abandoning their harvesting. Oh, reinforcements have arrived? Xie Feizhou's scrutinizing gaze swept over Qin Nian and the other spirit beasts before he chuckled. Rare-grade spirit beasts, I see. Just perfect for sharpening my Gale's teeth. When Qin Nian and his companions arrived, they were confronted by the imposing figure of the Gale Leopard. After all, it was a rare-grade, 3rd-level evolution spirit beast, which carried a considerable amount of intimidation. In contrast, Kai Jinbao's contracted spirit was poisoned, and Qin Nian's companions had only 2nd-level evolved spirits. The earlier advantage was merely due to a surprise attack. Collectively, their spirit beasts might not even match the Gale Leopard's strength. As a Grand Beast Master, Xie Feizhou could wield totemic power, which, combined with the Gale Leopard, was nearly equivalent to the strength of 2 3rd-level evolved beasts. Moreover, the Grand Beast Master had 2 assistants to back him up, should they engage in battle or retreat. Qin Nian's expression was conflicted. Xie Feizhou's demeanor turned frosty as he threatened, still not leaving? Do you truly wish for my Gale Leopard to sharpen its teeth on you? We should go. Kai Jinbao clenched his fists, reluctantly uttering the words. What else could they do? Staying would only burden their classmates. Jinbao? Qin Nian and the others understood that Kai Jinbao had come to gather red earth to detoxify the Tsang wolf. If they left empty-handed, what would happen to the Tsang wolf? But Kai Jinbao shook his head at them. Seeing the determination in Kai Jinbao's expression, Qin Nian realized that the 4 of them were no match for Xie Feizhou, and that staying would likely yield no benefits. Weighing their options, he could only helplessly say, let's go. After Qin Nian and his companions departed, Xie Feizhou signaled for his 2 companions to continue harvesting the spiritual plants. He let Qin Nian and the others go, primarily to prevent them from damaging the plants during a scuffle. To Xie Feizhou, these spiritual plants were of utmost importance. After walking a distance, Kai Jinbao cautiously retrieved a complete red earth from his bosom. This precious red earth had been secreted away while he was pinned to the ground by the Gale Leopard. Fortunately, he had successfully brought it out. So you did manage to get the red earth? Qin Nian sighed in relief and cheerfully patted Kai Jinbao on the shoulder. That's wonderful, you are quite clever. Bu Chuntian and Li Jinyan also visibly relaxed. With the red earth, the Tsang wolf had hope. Just now, You mentioned that the senior diagnostician is in Xiaoning City? Kai Jinbao tucked the red earth back into his bosom and inquired, what are your plans? Are you staying in Jini City to search for the golden egg? Qin Shua shook his head. We have not found it after such a long time. It has likely been picked up by someone else. We plan to accompany you to Xiaoning City. By the way, I have a cousin there whom I haven't seen in years. I miss him. As the four of them walked into the city district of Jini City and then boarded a flying transport to Xiaoning City, it was already Monday afternoon. Upon arriving at the beast fighting arena, they discovered that Qin Nian was absent. They inquired with the arena staff, but were unable to learn his whereabouts. Wait, is the senior diagnostician you mentioned named Qin Nian? Is he quite young? Qin Shua's expression turned bewildered. His cousin was also young and named Qin Nian. What a coincidence. Then, Qin Shua shook his head internally. It couldn't he possibly be the same person? He remembered that his cousin taught at a high school. How could he be a senior diagnostician at the beast fighting arena? It must be a case of sharing the same name. Just as the group sat anxiously outside the arena, unable to locate him, Qin Nian was inside, sternly lecturing the students of Class 8. I only took a 2-day leave, no? A day and a half, and even arranged for a teacher to substitute for me. Is this how you all study? He admonished. How well do you think you are doing in theory? Don't you have any self-awareness? The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Just because you're special recruits doesn't mean you can neglect your theoretical studies. Once you enter university, what will you face? Fellow beast masters of the same level. And in terms of spirit evolution and combat, others won't fall short of you. However, in theoretical knowledge, you will still be at the bottom. I tell you, without solid theoretical knowledge, no matter how formidable your combat skills, it will be in vain. For instance, just yesterday, a beast master brought his contracted spirit to me for a diagnosis. What spirit was it? A rare grade, Song Wolf. Second level evolution. He took his spirit out for field training, but due to a lack of theoretical knowledge, Qin Nian continued his lecture, specifically citing the previous day's events as an example. It seemed to have a slight effect. The students began to realize the importance of theory and settled down to resume their studies. Tomorrow was the college entrance exam. Qin Nian did not expect them to make significant improvements in their theoretical knowledge in just one day. After all, there were 15 students in the class, all of whom had been specially recruited. Whether or not they improved their theoretical scores tomorrow was not particularly significant. His goal was to instill the importance of Beastmaster theory in these students. They had been specially recruited due to the perfect evolution of their contracted spirits, and it would be easy for them to develop a condescending attitude towards theory in the future. Therefore, this lesson was essential. Qin Nian hoped that when these students entered university, they would each carve out their own niche. Chapter 62. Collaborating with number 8 and number 10 to refine potions. Evening. Qin Nian arrived at the beast fighting arena via an inner-city bus. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but upon receiving a call from Huang Xiaoqin shortly after finishing work, he learned that a child was waiting for him at the arena. A child? Could it be that cherubic face? After disembarking, Qin Nian approached to find that indeed it was. The child sat on the stone steps at the entrance of the arena, his head bobbing as he nearly succumbed to slumber. Hey, wake up, Qin Nian said. Kai Jinbao, upon hearing the voice, jolted awake, and upon seeing Qin Nian, leaped to his feet with excitement. Dr. Qin, I have finally waited for you. Where's the Dihong? Qin Nian inquired. Right here. Kai Jinbao presented the intact Dihong to Qin Nian. You only picked one. You do know that alchemy has a success rate, don't you? Upon this question, Kai Jinbao's eyes reddened. Just this one. All the others were snatched away. Hearing this, Qin Nian refrained from further inquiry. After inspecting the roots, he nodded. This Dihong was indeed of sufficient age. Will you accompany me to the alchemy guild, or shall we return to your place first? I will accompany you. Kai Jinbao replied earnestly. Then let us proceed. Wait, Kai Jinbao called out, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Isn't there a payment to be made first? How much do I owe for the diagnosis in alchemy? At this, Qin Nian slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to charge. Such a habit could lead to financial losses if it continued. After calculating the costs, he quoted a steep price. 20,000. Kai Jinbao's eyes widened in disbelief. That much? Qin Nian raised an eyebrow. Is it too expensive? Kai Jinbao exclaimed. No, it's actually quite reasonable. Qin Nian retorted. This is the fee for the diagnosis. The alchemy will cost an additional 30,000, and you must procure all the materials yourself. No problem. Kai Jinbao nodded vigorously, admitting. Your prices are far more favorable than those in Jing City. A diagnosis plus alchemy, there would easily exceed 100,000. Each place has its own pricing. Qin Nian mused, bemused by the child's remarkable honesty. One must be cautious in the world. Such candor could lead to exploitation. After Kai Jinbao completed the transfer, the duo first visited a botanical shop in the city center to gather the additional materials necessary for crafting the antidote, before making their way to the alchemy guild. Qin Nian headed straight for room 9 in the back courtyard. Wait here. I shall return shortly, he instructed. Kai Jinbao obediently settled himself in the yard, awaiting his return. This time, Qin Nian opted once again for room 9, as he was already familiar with it and preferred not to change. In the courtyard, Kai Jinbao wore a troubled expression, anxious about the possibility of failing to concoct the antidote. After all, he had only managed to bring back a single Dihong. Should he fail, he would be at a loss for where to find another. If it came to failure, he would have no one to blame but himself. Half an hour later, Qin Nian emerged from the room. Kai Jinbao stood up, his gaze tense, too apprehensive to ask, fearing he might hear unfavorable news. Qin Nian smiled and handed him a glass vial. Here, the antidote. Really, you succeeded? Kai Jinbao's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He quickly summoned his contracted spirit and administered the antidote. Soon enough, the gray wolf stirred to life, shaking itself awake, its gaze wandering, slightly dazed by its surroundings. As the wolf rose, Qin Nian observed its full form, a striking gray-white coat adorned with splendid silver-blue fur on its limbs, tail, and chest, presenting an image of both elegance and majesty, particularly when one overlooked its wise blue eyes. Kai Jinbao joyfully approached, affectionately rubbing the wolf's large head. After expressing his gratitude to Qin Nian repeatedly, he prepared to depart. Hey, room 9, are you interested in collaborating? Qin Nian turned to see two young men approaching the entrance. One was lean, the other robust. They were none other than the alchemists from rooms 8 and 10, who had previously offered him guidance. Qin Nian held a favorable impression of them, thus did not outright decline their invitation. How shall we collaborate? The alchemist from room 8 stepped forward, speaking in hushed tones. We recently landed a sizable order, but we are short-handed. I recall your proficiency in refining botanical materials. Would you be interested in assisting us? We can split the profits evenly. Is it really that simple? Just lend a hand and share the earnings? Qin Nian replied candidly. To be frank, I have only refined materials for restorative potions. I lack experience with others. The alchemist stroked his chin thoughtfully before nodding. That will suffice. We need to produce restorative potions. If you're unfamiliar with refining, you could handle the cleaning and drying instead. The alchemist from room 10 added. We're simply in dire need of help. Very well, Qin Nian readily agreed. When do we start? Tonight. The finished products must be submitted by 8 tomorrow morning. Intrigued, Qin Nian asked, how many do we need to produce? 500, room 8 replied. We have already paid a deposit for these materials. And if we fail to deliver by tomorrow morning, not only will we lose our payment, but we might not even retrieve our deposit. That's quite a gamble, Qin Nian remarked, pulling out his card. The three entered a large alchemy room. Qin Nian took a portion of the botanical materials and began processing them with practiced ease, washing, drying, and refining. Observing Qin Nian's reliability, both room 8 and room 10 relaxed, engaging him in conversation while they worked. This order was actually a small fraction of a larger one that many alchemists in our town have taken on, room 8 explained. Qin Nian expressed surprise. Such a large quantity. Room 8 nodded. It's said to be for the southern regions. The south? Qin Nian inquired curiously. What is going on down there? Room 10 elaborated. The border of Jifeng province has long been tumultuous. Beast tamers from the Heiyang kingdom frequently cross into our Xia kingdom to abduct spirit beasts, leading to continual conflicts. I've heard that Jifeng province has dispatched a group of beast tamers to rescue those abducted spirit beasts. Qin Nian nodded, understanding the situation. No wonder so many restorative potions were in demand. Once the first batch of washed and dried materials was complete, the trio ceased their chatter and focused on refining the botanicals. After finishing the initial batch, Room 8 and Room 10 approached the alchemy furnace to begin the actual potion crafting process. This stage was the most time-consuming. Both alchemists, evidently seasoned practitioners, managed to oversee 3 furnaces each. Room 8 instructed, Room 9, your refining speed and quality are impressive. I'll assign you the tasks of processing and refining. No problem, Qin Nian replied, eager to hone his speed. This distribution of labor indeed saved a considerable amount of time. Crafting potions is an endeavor that demands immense concentration. As time passed, the pace of Room 8 and Room 10 began to wane, while Qin Nian's processing and refining speed increased. The accumulation of refined liquid on the workstation grew steadily. By approximately 4 in the morning, Qin Nian had completed the refinement of all 500 botanical materials. However, Room 8 and Room 10 had only managed to produce around 200 potions, with nearly half of the materials still unprocessed. Only a mere 3 hours remain until the delivery deadline. Chapter 63, a 6-furnace operation. Both Number 8 and Number 10 are becoming increasingly anxious. Number 8, stifling a yawn, inquires of Number 10, Gongzi, how many more can you refine? Number 10 wipes the beads of sweat from his forehead, replying, a maximum of 50 batches. No. 8 furrows his brow, At this pace, it seems unlikely we'll complete it. What if we enlist number 9's help? Number 10 suggests, even if it lowers the success rate, it's better than failing to deliver. Number 8 concurs with this notion and immediately invites Qin Nian to assist in the refining process. Given their generous approach to profit sharing, Qin Nian does not decline. After all, if the delivery fails, he would receive nothing. Qin Nian prepares the refined spiritual liquid, opens the alchemical furnace, and methodically adds the liquid, commencing the refinement. Number 8 and number 10 periodically observe Qin Nian, contemplating whether to halt him if it becomes necessary. They notice his hand movements accelerating with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to them, they detect a hint of experience in Qin Nian's alchemical techniques. This shouldn't be the case. Wasn't he a novice? Yet, his deft handling of the materials is evident. Each type of spiritual liquid is added at precisely the right moment. Most astonishingly, his control over the flame is impeccable. Could it be that he possesses extensive experience in refining thousands of restorative potions? With their concerns alleviated, number 8 and no. 10 redirect their focus toward their own 3 furnaces. Meanwhile, Qin Nian begins refining the second batch. This time, he simultaneously operates 3 alchemical furnaces. Refining 3 batches at once proves to be less complex than Qin Nian initially anticipated. Additionally, as he observed number 8 and number 10 during the previous process, he gleaned insights into their methods of managing 3 furnaces concurrently. It is quite simple. By slightly staggering the opening times of the furnaces, the entire operation remains orderly and efficient. Under the flickering flames, Qin Nian seamlessly adds the refined spiritual liquids into the 3 alchemical furnaces, his movements flowing like a gentle stream, executed with remarkable ease. He then proceeds to the 3rd batch, simultaneously igniting 6 furnaces. His speed increases further, and the temperature in the alchemical chamber rises sharply. The 3 of them begin to sweat profusely. Before they realize it, dawn has broken. Upon completing the final batch, Qin Nian pours all the spiritual liquids into the prepared potion vials. Noticing that number 8 and number 10's potions will take a bit longer to finish, he refrains from disturbing them and sits back on the platform, closing his eyes to rest. Once number 8 finishes refining his batch, he instinctively reaches for the refined spiritual liquid, only to find an empty space. He turns around in shock. Where's the spiritual liquid? How come there's not a single vial left? At that moment, number 10, having just completed his batch, looks over in surprise. Did we finish? The 2 exchange glances, each reflecting astonishment. They simultaneously realize that it cannot possibly be the work of the other. Could it be number 9? Both turn to gaze at number 9's area, where mountains of potion vials cause their expressions to change dramatically. Has number 9 really refined this many? Panic surges through their minds. As a novice, number 9's speed and success rate are indeed impressive. However, the essence of alchemy lies in the quality of the potions. Surely he wouldn't recklessly prioritize speed over quality, would he? Would this batch achieve a potency of 70? Their hearts sink at the thought. Perhaps it's normal for number 9, being a novice, to lack such understanding. Realizing this, number 8 feels a wave of regret wash over him. It's all his fault for neglecting to inform number 9 in advance. Approaching the pile of potions, number 8 picks one up with a serious expression. If the potency truly falls below 70, they would have no choice but to purchase ready-made potions from the market. They must successfully deliver this batch to secure future collaboration with the client. With little expectation, number 8 opens the vial, and a rich fragrance wafts forth. He is taken aback. For an experienced alchemist, the aroma alone can indicate the quality of the potion. This must be above 90. Really? No. 10 rushes over to open another vial for inspection. As soon as the cork is removed, the potent fragrance clears his mind. What about yours? Mine too. The 2 randomly open several more vials, and without exception, each reveals a potency exceeding 90. This revelation fills them with both shock and joy. But wait, even with a high success rate, it's impossible to have refined this quickly, right? Number 10 muses, observing the sheer number of potion vials. 1 furnace alone wouldn't suffice. Suddenly, they seem to grasp something. Their gaze is shifting toward the line of alchemical furnaces, and they are once again astonished. He has indeed operated 6 furnaces simultaneously. Wow, have newcomers become this extraordinary? Number 8 and number 10 gaze at Qin Nian with newfound admiration, simultaneously thinking, "We've struck gold." Qin Nian opens his eyes, startled by their intense stares. "What are you 2 doing?" Number 8 and number 10 hurriedly avert their eyes. Qin Nian glances at the time. It is already 7 o'clock. He still has to supervise an examination at school today. Before we proceed, how do we settle the payment? Qin Nian inquires. Typically, such collaborations would involve receiving payment up front. However, after witnessing Qin Nian's reliability, number 8 changes his mind, stating, "We'll pay you half now, and the remainder will be given once we receive payment for the goods." That works, Qin Nian nods, providing his account number. Upon receiving the first half of the payment, he says, I need to head to work shortly. Let us exchange contact information. The three exchange details. Number 8 and no. 10 gather the funds and provide Qin Nian with half of his share, assuring him that the remaining half will be transferred before 7 that evening. Qin Nian supervises the exam in the morning and returns home for a nap in the afternoon. In the evening, the sound of money arriving jolts Qin Nian awake. With the previous sum combined, he now has a total of 350,000, equivalent to many years of his salary. It must be said that being an alchemist is indeed a lucrative profession. However, Qin Nian's primary ambition remains to become a beast master. Alchemy, at best, is merely an additional skill. After all, life is not easy, and being multifaceted is beneficial. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupts him. Who could it be at this hour? Perhaps someone collecting the electricity bill? Yawning, Qin Nian trudges to the door, wondering if there is a potion that could alleviate his drowsiness, as he is in dire need of one. Upon opening the door, he finds a spirited young man of 18 or 19 standing there, though his expression appears somewhat dazed. Who are you? This young man seems somewhat familiar. Yet Qin Nian cannot place him. Upon hearing this, Qin Shua is momentarily taken aback, a visible look of disappointment crossing his face. Brother? You don't remember me? I'm Qin Shua. This time, it was Qin Nian who was taken aback. Why did that name sound somewhat familiar? Chapter 64. Coming to mooch a meal, yet becoming the host instead. Little Shua? After pondering for a while, Qin Nian vaguely recalled that he had a starry glass orb on his bedside, which was a gift from his cousin named Qin Shua. He knew this because Qin Shua had inscribed a lengthy message of blessings along with his signature on it. Qin Nian mused that since he was a member of the Qin family, he must have come from the capital. It seemed that not all members of the Qin family held ill will towards him. Upon hearing the familiar address, Qin Shua broke into a broad smile, nodding vigorously as he cheerfully exclaimed, It's me, brother. I thought you had forgotten about me. Forgotten? I just didn't expect you to have grown so tall. Come in. Qin Nian beckoned. No, brother. I'm just passing by to deliver something. Qin Shua replied as he handed a package to Qin Nian. This is from my dad for you. You take it. I have to go now. My classmates are waiting for me downstairs. You've come all this way. It would be rude not to invite you in. Call your classmates up with you, Qin Nian started to say, but before he could finish, Qin Shua flashed a grin and scampered down the stairs. Wait. Qin Nian called after him. He had intended to inquire about the situation of the Qin family in the capital, but that fellow was remarkably quick in his escape. As Qin Shua dashed downstairs, he felt a surge of compassion for his understanding cousin. He had not expected his older cousin to live in such a dilapidated place. It seemed his current living conditions were indeed poor. Thank goodness he had hurried away, or else Qin Nian would have felt compelled to treat him to a meal, further exacerbating his financial strain. Closing the door, Qin Nian curiously opened the package. Inside was a vial containing a medicinal pill, with the word space nourishing pill prominently affixed to it. A flicker of realization struck him. This was indeed a pill meant for healing within a therapeutic space. Such medicinal pills for repairing fractured spaces were virtually non-existent in the market, while those for therapeutic spaces were exceedingly rare, with the nourishing pill being among the finest. Although consuming the nourishing pill may not provide a complete cure, its long-term use would yield certain therapeutic benefits, which was already a significant advantage. Rare therapeutic pills like the nourishing pill were exceedingly scarce in the marketplace, often existing as a commodity with a price but little availability. The notion that someone from the Qin family would go to such lengths to procure this pill for him was truly unexpected. Although he no longer required it, he could not help but value this gesture of goodwill, especially since he would eventually confront the old witch. Having allies within the Qin family would undoubtedly prove beneficial. However, ever since Qin Nian relocated to Xiangning City, it felt as though all ties to the Qin family had been severed. When Changxiu had never once mentioned anything regarding the Qin family to him. How many people were there in the Qin family? Who was Qin Shua's father? Should he address him as uncle or elder uncle? Which branch of the Qin family did they belong to? Qin Nian was left in the dark regarding all these matters. He did not even know to whom he should attribute this kindness. He would have to wait until he traveled to the capital to ascertain these details. The streetlights illuminated the night, and under the deep blue sky, even the snack street took on an enchanting atmosphere. Many people were out enjoying late-night snacks. In this particular snack street, there was a clear rule against summoning one's contract spirit. Thus, a glance around revealed it to be quite similar to the snack street that Qin Nian frequented before. As he passed by a barbecue stall, he noticed two familiar figures hunched over their food, one slender and the other robust, standing out distinctly. Were those not number 8 and number 10? Qin Nian's eyes brightened as he approached. These two had just made some money. Surely, it wouldn't be amiss for him to join them for a meal, right? You two are quite ungracious, holding a gathering without inviting me. Just as he was about to finish, the remaining words caught in his throat. Number 8 and number 10 were both gnawing on steamed buns. Why come to the night market just to eat steamed buns? Excuse me. Qin Nian abruptly changed his tone and turned to leave. However, the two caught sight of him, their eyes lighting up. Wait, don't go. They seized Qin Nian, who looked down to see two woeful faces. What happened to you two? He inquired. Indeed, they seemed to be in trouble. Number 8, catching a whiff of the grilled meat nearby, swallowed hard, suddenly finding the steamed buns unappealing. Could you treat us to a meal first? We'll tell you everything afterward. Number 10, famished to the point of having dull eyes, could only nod in agreement. With a sigh, Qin Nian sat down. The two immediately signaled the vendor to place their orders, behaving as though they hadn't eaten in 3 days. After paying, Qin Nian felt puzzled. He had come to mooch a meal, yet somehow ended up treating them instead. However, after hearing their predicament, he realized that this meal was one he truly had to pay for. Number 8 was named in Chun, and number 10 was Lu Gang. These two had paid a 30,000 deposit to secure a contract for 500 batches of medicinal products. They had successfully refined the medicine and delivered it on time, only to find that the other party had taken advantage of their trip to the bank and vanished with the medicine, leaving them with nothing. They had not only lost their money, but also their deposit. The two had risked nearly all their savings for this job. Upon discovering they had been scammed, they decided to shoulder the burden alone. They pooled what little money they had left and agreed to transfer the remainder to Qin Nian as promised. Now, they were indeed penniless and had gone a whole day without eating, hence their presence at the night market, nibbling on steamed buns while surrounded by the aroma of grilled meat. And Shun remarked, there are many scams and trafficking of spiritual beasts from the Black Sun Kingdom. We were quite supportive of confronting them, yet we never anticipated encountering such a situation. Lu Gang shoved a hefty piece of meat into his mouth, chewing vigorously as he added, we're not the only ones scammed in Xiangning City. There are likely 7 or 8 other alchemists as well. Upon hearing this, Qin Nian mused, using the guise of combating scams and trafficking to orchestrate a scam themselves? How inventive. Lu Gang concluded, any job that requires a deposit is off limits. And Shun nodded vigorously, absolutely. Damn it. But now, no amount of talking will change the situation. Since they had one trap, they likely have more. Retrieving our losses will be difficult. Have you reported this? Qin Nian asked. No, it's too embarrassing, they replied. Qin Nian urged, which is more important, money or face? Of course, money is more important. They acknowledged. After finishing their meal, the three set off together to report the incident. This scam was quite novel. Even the police officers were taken aback. Indeed, the fastest evolving aspect of the world is the art of deception. We will investigate promptly and notify you as soon as we have any updates, they assured. Upon leaving the police station, Qin Nian finally felt a sense of relief. Since they were partners, he believed that the money he had acquired felt too burdensome. This matter concerns me as well. I'll return your money. There had been a fleeting moment when Qin Nian suspected this was a scheme devised to target him. But upon reflection, he felt it unnecessary. While scammers might exploit someone's moral boundaries, would they dare gamble on it? Clearly, they would not. Chapter 65, Jincheng City. In Jincheng City, at the Beastmaster Square, 2 men, one slender and the other robust, were approaching at a brisk pace from a distance. The slender man exudes an air of composure and restraint. His physique, while not frail, bears the subtle marks of a long tenure as an alchemist, his skin slightly pallid beneath a face that is both ruddy and parched. In contrast, the robust individual possesses a square jaw, his gaze resolute, with well-defined pectorals and muscular arms that clearly testify to a rigorous fitness regimen. Have we made any progress in tracing the swindler known as Quail? Qin Nian inquired as he approached. The 2 men were indeed Quail and Gongzi. Oh, Quail is actually known as Enchan, a moniker that Lu Gang has consistently used, leading Qin Nian astray. The trio had journeyed to Jincheng City in pursuit of the con artist, spurred by information from another alchemist who had also fallen victim to deceit. It is likely that the other alchemists who provided tips have now arrived in Jincheng City as well. Quail stepped forward and whispered, We've discovered a beast taming group called Banyu. Someone has seen the fraudster in contact with members of this group. The official title of the beast taming organization is the Registered Beast Taming Association, a private entity sanctioned by the Beast Tamer Guild. It operates under the direct oversight of the guild rather than any official governance. Such organizations function akin to errand services, albeit with members consisting exclusively of beast tamers, undertaking tasks primarily related to beast taming, such as sourcing various spiritual plants and materials. Every city boasts such organizations. Yet apart from the few prominent ones listed by the guild, the smaller entities remain relatively obscure. Is the Banyu Beast Taming Association registered in Jincheng City? Qin Nian asked. Indeed, Quail replied, his lips curling in a momentary grimace of exasperation. If it is indeed the Banyu Beast Taming Association behind this, Their audacity is quite remarkable. Upon reuniting with the other alchemists, the truth that unfolded was astonishing. The restorative potions had indeed been ordered by the Banyu Association. However, their dealings with the fraudster were merely transactional. To clarify the situation, a deputy leader from the Banyu Association had also arrived at the scene. This deputy appeared to be in his 30s, of average build, and maintained a courteous demeanor. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhou Yi, the deputy leader of the Banyu Beast Taming Association. He produced a document. Here is the information on the swindler. He introduced himself to us as Qin. This was our first collaboration, and we never anticipated such an outcome. Nevertheless, since this matter implicates the Banyu Association, we shall not turn a blind eye to it for the sake of our reputation. With Zhou Yi's assurance, the alchemist's demeanor softened considerably. After exchanging a few words, he continued, "Should we obtain any information on his whereabouts, I shall promptly inform you all." At that moment, Zhou Yi's phone rang. "What? The suspect has been apprehended? We shall head over immediately." After hanging up, Zhou Yi joyfully relayed the news to the group. How fortuitous. The individual has been captured near the Beast Tamer Guild. Captured? What are we waiting for? The alchemists from Xiangning City rushed off without delay. They soon spotted a slight man encircled by several individuals clad in Beast Tamer robes. Upon recognizing him, Quail declared with a serious expression, "It's him." The young alchemists from Xiangning City collectively sighed in relief. "Excellent. We finally tracked down this rogue. Our gratitude extends to the Banyu Association for facilitating this swift resolution." A few alchemists expressed their appreciation directly to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi assured them, "There is no need for formality. Now that the swindler has been located, I guarantee that the Banyu Association will continue to pursue this investigation. Within 12 hours, all funds lost by you will be returned to your accounts. If you have any concerns, you may appoint 2 individuals to oversee our operations. Thank you so much. The Banyu Association is indeed quite reliable." "Who shall go?" Quail asked. "Gongzi and I will go," he volunteered. The consensus favored Quail and Gongzi. And after expressing their gratitude once more, the group returned to Xiangning City with a sense of reassurance. While Quail and Gongzi followed Zhou Yi of the Banyu Association. Standing alone on the street, Qin Nian felt a peculiar sense of unease regarding the smooth progression of events. They had pursued a lead with great fanfare, only to arrive at a resolution with relative ease. The situation seemed almost too fortuitous. Yet, observing the unwavering confidence of the others, he wondered if perhaps he was simply being overly suspicious. "It must be my imagination," he mused. Following this brief interlude, Qin Nian turned his attention to the streets and environment of Jincheng City. True to its name, Jincheng City was an incredibly picturesque locale. As he inhaled the sweltering summer air, he strolled through the bustling thoroughfares, marveling at the vibrant surroundings. This place was entirely unlike Xiangning City. If Xiangning City represented the prosperous urbanity of Qin Nian's memories, then Jincheng City exceeded his wildest expectations. The streets of Jincheng City were remarkably spacious. Even a pedestrian walkway boasted 6 lanes of width. Aerial traffic was commonplace, and spirit beasts were permitted to roam freely outside of their designated spaces. This particular street, likely adjacent to the Beast Tamer Guild, saw an extraordinary prevalence of spirit beasts. Creatures scuttled along the ground, soared through the air, and were cradled in the arms of passers-by, a dazzling array of spirit beasts that left Qin Nian awestruck. Everything here surpassed the advancements of Xiangning City by a considerable margin. In stark contrast to Xiangning City, where calling forth contracted spirits was prohibited, here, contracted spirits being visible in public spaces was seen as the norm. Thus, a solitary beast tamer, like Qin Nian without a spirit beast in tow, appeared distinctly out of place. Observing this, Qin Nian summoned his black gemstone. To his surprise, the little creature was fast asleep. Thus, he returned it to the spirit beast space. As he wandered, Qin Nian arrived at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Guild. His primary purpose for visiting Jincheng City was to access the alternate dimension, yet entry necessitated a review of his Beast Tamer badge, which he lacked. He had come to re-register as a Beast Tamer. Approaching the registration desk, he presented his materials to the attendant. "Hello, I wish to re-register as a Beast Tamer." "Re-register?" The attendant looked at Qin Nian with surprise. "Ah, so you are Qin Nian. Please hold on a moment." Generally, re-registration occurs under specific circumstances, usually following the death of a contracted spirit and the subsequent acquisition of a new one. The attendant meticulously scrutinized Qin Nian's documents, inputting the data into the computer. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a look of astonishment overtook his face. No wonder Qin Nian sought to re-register. The shattering of the dimensional space had resulted in the confiscation of his Beast Tamer badge. This is a matter of dimensional rupture. Re-register? Surely you must be joking? Chapter 66. Re-registering as a Beast Tamer. This revelation elicited an involuntary laugh from the attendant. With an expression of incredulity, he addressed Qin Nian, "Esteemed sir, please present your contracted spirit." Anticipating that Qin Nian would be unable to comply, he had already reached for the intercom to summon security. Without hesitation, Qin Nian summoned the Black Gemstone. One of the legendary spirit beasts' innate abilities allows it to alter its appearance. Presently, the Black Gemstone resembled an ordinary black serpent. Disturbed from its slumber, it yawned lazily, coiling around Qin Nian's shoulder. Before stepping out, Qin Nian had made a pact with himself to conceal the distinctive traits of the Dragon Clan, ensuring that his current guise would not attract unnecessary trouble. A mere ordinary little black snake? The receptionist had been bowing his head moments before and had not witnessed the spectacle of the little black snake being summoned. Now, upon lifting his gaze, he swiftly concluded that it was simply an unremarkable black snake. He curled his lips in disdain and retorted, "Sir, a pet cannot substantiate your identity as a beast tamer. Please refrain from causing a scene. Security, come here. We have an ordinary person causing a disturbance." His call for security resonated throughout the hall, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present at the Beast Tamer Guild. There are always those who foolishly aspire to become beast tamers. Look, yet another. Why hasn't security arrived yet? What if he goes mad? Who knows? Better keep our distance. The unusual gazes and the whispers of gossip made Qin Nian feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Is this how the Beast Tamer Guild treats its guests? Qin Nian remarked, his displeasure evident. Before the staff could respond, a voice filled with unabashed mockery erupted from the entrance of the guild. The Beast Tamer Guild welcomes beast tamers, not useless individuals like you. Qin Nian, a worthless waste, attempting to register as a beast tamer? Huh, just relying on this ordinary little black snake? Qin Nian furrowed his brow and glanced over. A group of individuals entered, led by a middle-aged man clad in a brocade white shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of cultured composure befitting a superior. This man, flanked by a throng of admirers, strolled into the hall of the Beast Tamer Guild, his gaze swiftly landing on Qin Nian, momentarily taken aback. "Qin Xiao, your words are rather excessive," the middle-aged man uttered in a tone tinged with reproach. Qin Xiao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated encountering Qin Nian here, the once promising genius of beast tamers. Unable to resist the urge to ridicule, he had overlooked the presence of the guild's esteemed president, Zhang Xinghe. Instantly, Qin Xiao lowered his head, acknowledging his faux pas. "President Zhang, I misspoke." Regret washed over him once more for failing to restrain himself. How could he forget that President Zhang was an old acquaintance of Qin Nian's mother, and thus would not tolerate seeing Qin Nian humiliated in his presence? President Zhang? My goodness. Is that the president of the Beast Tamer Guild, Zhang Xinghe? It is he. The surrounding beast tamers were left in a state of shock. They had never expected to witness Zhang Xinghe in their lifetime. After all, which branch president wouldn't bow and scrape upon meeting him? Qin Nian, upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, was also taken aback. Yet, when his gaze met that of President Zhang, an inexplicable sense of recognition washed over him. Zhang Xinghe regarded Qin Nian with a gentle gaze, as if reminiscing about something. Upon noticing the little black dragon coiled around Qin Nian's shoulder, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Security personnel finally entered the scene, but sensing the unusual atmosphere in the hall, they hesitated to make any sudden moves. Meanwhile, the president of the Jin City Beast Tamer Guild, having received the news, hurriedly approached. With a face beaming with delight, he welcomed Zhang Xinghe. "President, your esteemed presence is a great honor. We apologize for not extending a proper welcome." At this moment, Zhang Xinghe spoke in a calm tone. "Let us skip the pleasantries. I'm merely here to take a look, so do not delay the business of the crowd." Hearing this, the branch president immediately fell silent, gesturing for everyone to continue their work. "President Zhang, I shall take my leave to the second floor," Qin Xiao stated before leading several individuals upstairs. Qin Nian, in turn, shifted his focus back to the staff. The attendant, however, remained unyielding, looking at Qin Nian with a troubled expression. I cannot assist you." In truth, whether it was the radiance of Qin Nian summoning his contract spirit or the current appearance of Yao, a mere glance would reveal that it was anything but an ordinary black snake. However, this staff member had already formed a preconceived notion, dismissing the possibility of repairing a shattered space. At that moment, Zhang Xinghe approached the attendant and stated, "Undoubtedly, this is indeed a spirit beast." The staff member was momentarily stunned, hastily rising. "Are really a spirit beast? But his space is shattered." Upon hearing this, the branch president shot him a stern look. "Such a conspicuous spirit beast, and you insist on labeling it as an ordinary snake? Do we truly have such unprofessional individuals in our branch?" Zhang Xinghe offered Qin Nian a knowing smile. "It can indeed be proven through skills." Qin Nian, still uncertain of the man's identity, suppressed his confusion for the time being. However, showcasing skills on the spot was indeed an excellent means of self-verification. Subsequently, Qin Nian subtly moved his palm. And under his deliberate control, a slender water vortex slowly ascended from his hand. Does this suffice as proof? A grand beast tamer? How is that possible? The staff member exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. How could someone whose space was completely shattered just a year ago become a grand beast tamer in such a short span? It was only then that the staff member began to regain his composure, hurriedly nodding. Why yes, it can be verified. After some flustered operations, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and handed a grand beast tamer badge to Qin Nian. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Qin Nian accepted the badge, tucking it into his pocket before turning to Zhang Xinghe to express his gratitude. Thank you for your reminder. Zhang Xinghe smiled warmly and patted Qin Nian's shoulder. Little Nian, it's been years. Why the formality with Uncle Zhang? Today is indeed a splendid day. Not only have I witnessed your return as a beast tamer, but I also heard you address me as uncle again. Little Nian, you're here for the interdimensional opening, aren't you? Would you be interested in joining my team? Me? Qin Nian glanced at the individuals trailing behind Zhang Xinghe. Judging by the beast tamer badges they wore, they were all grand beast tamers, some even higher-ranked beast masters. Each one was a formidable expert, suggesting that President Zhang had significant intentions for this visit. Since He Yao had consumed the blood spirit fruit, Qin Nian had already ascended to the rank of beast master. Mingling among such esteemed company wouldn't be a bad idea. Just moments ago, the staff had mistaken him for a grand beast tamer, so he might as well play along. After all, standing out too much was not advisable. The title of grand beast tamer was perfectly balanced. It would neither attract disdain nor draw excessive attention. However, Qin Nian had initially intended to navigate the interdimensional space alone. Chapter 67. Gathering before the interdimensional entrance. Amid the astonished gazes of those around him, Qin Nian and Zhang Xinghe shared a vehicle, making their way directly to the temporary base where the interdimensional space would descend. Hearing the commotion, Qin Xiao hurriedly descended the stairs. Naturally, he did not enjoy the same privilege of riding in the President's vehicle. He traveled with other participating beast tamers in a common bus. Sitting in the bus, Qin Xiao cast an envious glance towards the vehicle ahead, contemplating Qin Nian's stroke of good fortune. He could not fathom that Qin Nian, whom he deemed a mere waste, could receive such treatment. Would President Zhang truly hold him in esteem? The atmosphere within the vehicle was remarkably harmonious. Zhang Xinghe slightly turned his head, his fatherly gaze resting gently on the side of Qin Nian. On the occasion of the Little New Year, now that you have resumed your role as a beast master, what thoughts do you have regarding the forthcoming plans and arrangements? I am preparing for a transfer to the capital city, Qin Nian responded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinghe's expression momentarily faltered. Returning to the capital city is certainly favorable. Do you intend to continue your teaching? Qin Nian nodded. Over the past year, he had invested considerable effort into this vocation, leading him to believe there was nothing amiss with being a teacher. Teaching is indeed commendable, Zhang Xinghe thought, albeit with reservations. To him, the responsibilities of a teacher were immense, leaving little room for personal time, and he feared it would hinder Qin Nian's innate talent as a beast master. However, he deemed it inappropriate to dissuade him at that moment. Upon arriving at the temporary base, Qin Nian was truly astonished by the sheer insanity brought upon this city by the emergence of the alternate dimension. This temporary base was located on the western outer ring of Jining City. The remnants of signage indicated that this area had once been an industrial zone. Yet now, it had been transformed into an expansive plain. Not far off, new construction projects were underway. On the plain, a multitude of tents in various colors lay sprawled out like a vibrant dragon, stretching endlessly into the horizon. On the opposite side, several clusters of similarly colored tents indicated the presence of well-known domestic beast master organizations. Every year, new alternate dimensions emerged within the Xia Nation. Yet it was rare for them to attract the attendance of the president of the Beast Master Association. As Qin Nian and Zhang Xinghe alighted from the vehicle, they stumbled upon a gathering of the leaders from various beast master groups who were deliberating the order of entry into the alternate dimension. The entrance to the alternate dimension was relatively small, necessitating a sequence for entry. Naturally, no group wished to be left behind, resulting in heated discussions. The president is here. The administrators of the beast master groups simultaneously displayed expressions of respect. Although the Beast Master Association was not an official organization, it remained loyal to the governmental authorities. For every branch president was a retired senior member from a specialized department, the Beast Management Division. Prior to his presidency of the Beast Master Association, Zhang Xinghe had served as the minister of the Beast Management Division. With such a background, who could fail to show respect? However, upon noticing Qin Nian, who had disembarked alongside Zhang Xinghe, perplexity spread across the faces of the gathered crowd. Despite his youthful appearance, riding in the same vehicle as the president suggested an extraordinary status. Who is this? One could not help but inquire. Zhang Xinghe placed a hand on Qin Nian's shoulder, ready to introduce him, but upon seeing Qin Nian shake his head slightly, he altered his words. He is a junior of mine, brought along to broaden his horizons. Upon hearing this, the crowd misunderstood, believing him to be a member of the Zhang family's younger generation. He appears quite exceptional. That black serpent coiled upon his shoulder. Could it possibly be the rare-level spirit beast, Tingyin? It resembles it indeed. As expected of the Zhang family, they possess rare-level beasts. While rare-level spirit beasts were exceedingly uncommon, they paled in comparison to those of legendary status. If they were to discover that the black serpent was, in fact, a legendary spirit beast, they would likely be left utterly astounded. Just as Qin Xiao had exited the vehicle, he caught sight of this scene. With disbelief, he regarded Qin Nian and the black serpent upon his shoulder, a wave of astonishment surging within him. The outsiders were unaware, but as a member of the Qin family, he knew of the severe injuries Qin Nian had sustained a year prior. His space had completely shattered. A cataclysmic rupture, one that could not be mended. In the brief span of a year, how had Qin Nian miraculously restored his spatial integrity and contracted a rare-level spirit beast? How could this be possible? Had the fungi airlifted from Jifeng province the previous night been undercooked, causing him to hallucinate? No, something was amiss. Qin Xiao pondered deeply. If the space had merely developed fissures, there would still be a chance for recovery. However, once shattered, restoration was impossible. Yet the undeniable evidence of this explosion lay before Qin Xiao, forcing him to believe. Could it be that the reports sent back to the capital city a year ago were erroneous? The administrators of the Beast Master groups followed Zhang Xinghe into the large tent that had been hastily erected, and Qin Nian followed suit. What was the discussion about just now? Once seated at the central position, a dignified aura emanated naturally from Zhang Xinghe. We were just preparing to report to you. The group is struggling to finalize the order of entry into the alternate dimension and requires your guidelines, President. The number of entrants to the alternate dimension was also limited. Yet this limitation was rather arbitrary. No one knew precisely how many individuals would be permitted to enter the newly emerged Beast Master space. Consequently, everyone was eager to secure an early position. Zhang Xinghe nodded thoughtfully and stated, the top 10 Beast Master groups will be ranked according to their total task scores to determine the order of entry, with no more than 10 pioneers from each group. Those beyond the top 10 may enter alongside their individual Beast Masters. Upon hearing this, some furrowed their brows while others rejoiced. Restricting the number of pioneers would indeed disadvantage the higher-ranking Beast Master groups, while the remaining members still had the opportunity to enter as individual Beast Masters, albeit with less security. Conversely, this rule was exceedingly favorable to the lower-ranking groups, as they previously might not have had any chance of entry. Now, with only 100 positions available for the top 10 Beast Master groups, their opportunities had significantly increased. The upcoming task was perilous, and it was presumed that everyone was aware of the recent anomalies in the alternate dimension, where a creature comparable to a level 5 evolved giant spirit beast had been pursuing a golden egg, likely to be of rare status. Zhang Xinghe paused before continuing. This indicates that a rare-level adult spirit beast may exist within this alternate dimension, perhaps even two. The task of capturing the adult giant spirit beast requires your utmost dedication. Upon successful completion, not only will you earn substantial points, but the Beast Master Association will also offer generous rewards. If any of you capture spirit beasts below the rare level within the alternate dimension, our association can assist in their taming. Upon concluding, Zhang Xinghe cast a stern gaze around the assembly. Assistance in taming spirit beasts, including rare-level ones? The crowd could not help but display expressions of delight at this announcement. Qin Nian's brow furrowed slightly, for he understood that the hierarchy among native spirit beasts was strictly delineated: legendary, rare, precious, uncommon, and ordinary. High-level spirit beasts with powerful bloodline pressure could tame those of lower levels. To tame a rare-level spirit beast, one must possess a spirit beast of at least rare status. It was well known that Zhang Xinghe's contracted spirit beast was of rare status. This benefit brought joy to every individual present, leading Qin Nian to surmise that none among them had contracted a spirit beast of rare status or higher. Otherwise, their astonishment would not be so pronounced. Spirit beasts of rare status or above were indeed a rarity. Consequently, organizations boasting increasingly rare spirit beasts thrived at a rapid pace. Yet Qin Nian possessed a legendary spirit beast. With the innate bloodline pressure of the Dragon Clan, he could directly tame all spirit beasts of rare status and below. With this thought, Qin Nian found himself looking forward to the upcoming expedition into the alternate dimension. Let it be known, this task is mandated by the authorities. Zhang Xinghe revealed. This mission is spearheaded by the authorities, executed and disseminated by the Beastmaster Guild, and undertaken by various Beastmaster teams, constituting a remarkably large-scale collaboration between the government and the populace. Rest assured, esteemed President, it is our honor to serve our nation. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. Many voiced their resolute determination. As citizens of Xia, serving our country is an unassailable duty. Furthermore, the Beastmaster Guild's sincerity is immense and exceedingly alluring. Those who accomplish the task shall reap generous rewards and abundant points. What of danger? For the sake of our nation and our interests, we shall not falter. Zhang Xinghe nodded in satisfaction and remarked, since everyone is resolute, I shall await the outcome. However, I must reiterate, the otherworldly space operates outside the constraints of our laws. Killing is permissible, but cruelty must be avoided. The crowd nodded in agreement. Within the otherworldly space, injuries and deaths do not translate to real harm in our realm. Rather, it is akin to being eliminated from the otherworldly space, as one will be ejected from the external world at the moment of demise. Although one may be killed, their life is not at stake. Nevertheless, the otherworldly space is indeed a perilous domain, replete with various mystical flora and treasures, and amidst the scramble, conflicts are inevitable. In a fit of rage, some may resort to cruel revenge. Even if the victim knows they will not perish, the psychological torment remains unavoidable. Upon returning to the external world, enmity can easily arise between the parties involved, while such inhumane occurrences transpire in every otherworldly space. Zhang Xinghe still hopes to avert them in advance. After finalizing the order of entry, the managers of the various Beastmaster teams returned to their respective tents to rest. Meanwhile, the Beastmasters who had gathered in search of opportunities deliberated on strategies for entering the space. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall descended. Beneath the enchanting auroras, bonfires flickered in the tent area. Some prepared raw food to cook on site, while others merely boiled water for instant noodles. Or, for sheer convenience, some opted to eat compressed biscuits with cold water. The mingling aromas of diverse dishes nearly led Qin Nian to believe he had not arrived at the periphery of an otherworldly space, but rather at a grand gourmet plaza. Zhang Xinghe produced instant noodles from his supplies to treat Qin Nian. Seeing his favorite pickled vegetable flavor, Qin Nian generously offered his hometown specialty ham in return. While cooking meat over a fire was perfectly acceptable outside the otherworldly space, instant noodles and compressed biscuits were far more suitable for the interior. As Zhang Xinghe meticulously covered the noodle packet with a bowl and pressed down with chopsticks, he imparted survival wisdom for the otherworldly space to Qin Nian. The aroma of grilled meat would attract ferocious spirit beasts, although the outer regions of the otherworldly space typically harbored few large spirit beasts and posed minimal danger. It was better to err on the side of caution. Grilled meat was out of the question, and alcohol even more so. Qin Nian nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Dining in the wilderness offered a unique charm. He stepped outside the tent, soaking in the lively ambience and inhaling the tantalizing scents of beer and grilled meat. Gazing upward at the deep, dark starry sky, the vibrant auroras resembled stage lights illuminating this temporary base. In such a beautiful setting, it was indeed fitting to savor meat and wine. Amidst the vast wilderness, living so carefree was, in itself, a blessing. Qin Nian, too, was swept away by the atmosphere and began walking toward the colorful tent area. At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the air. Qin Nian looked up, witnessing a scene that filled him with astonishment. The aurora in the sky had torn apart. The revelers in the tents, previously engaged in merriment, rushed out with solemn expressions. They all gazed up at the rift. Instantly, a wave of exhilaration enveloped the temporary base. Even the bonfire before the tents flared with renewed vigor. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, hearts raced wildly. As the rift widened, the crowd surged forward. The otherworldly space was about to open. Quick, seize the opportunity. The positions occupied by the Beastmaster teams were naturally more advantageous. Thus, they reached the forefront first, followed by individual Beastmasters. Upon hearing the thunderous sound, Qin Nian had already pivoted on his heel, hastening toward the spatial portal. Although he was not alongside Zhang Xinghe, his position was not lagging behind. After a blinding flash of light, the spatial rift gradually morphed into an ancient, grand door. As the door swung open, the leading Beastmasters charged in. Qin Nian, swept along by the tide, successfully entered the otherworldly space. However, as the crowd surged in, the door closed behind them. Distant, low, and furious roars reverberated nearby. Could it be a spirit beast riot? How could there be a spirit beast riot at the periphery of the otherworldly space? The sound seemed to draw closer. Run. The ground trembled, and clouds of dust billowed in the distance. While encountering spirit beasts was advantageous, an army of spirit beasts could be deadly. Seeing this, Qin Nian immediately took flight. Yet, the number of people congregated at the entrance was overwhelming. The larger Beastmaster teams exhibited some organization, and with the manager's prompt reactions, the elite teams displayed their caliber, evacuating in an orderly fashion. The chaos, however, stemmed largely from smaller organizations and individual beastmasters. They were in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions, causing a stampede. Those who fell to the ground found no chance to rise again, being ejected from the otherworldly space. The Beastmaster Guild had personnel stationed in the external world. They were taken aback by the rapid ejections of so many individuals from the otherworldly space, standing in astonishment. What on earth happened? Chapter 69, Treasures. We just entered and encountered a terrifying spirit beast riot, recounted a survivor. Still shaken by the memory of a comrade trampled beneath the beasts. A spirit beast riot? How could a spirit beast riot occur? The external crowd erupted in murmurs. Individuals continued to be ejected from the portal, and the expressions of those outside grew increasingly grave. What magnitude of riot could result in such casualties? The timing of the riot coinciding with the opening of the spatial portal seemed too coincidental. Someone furrowed their brow and speculated. Could it be the work of that giant spirit beast? It might be depleting our combat strength. If that were the case, the difficulty of this mission would likely surpass our expectations. The otherworldly space had barely opened, yet it had already drained a significant portion of humanity's strength. If indeed orchestrated by that giant spirit beast, we had severely underestimated its power. What might be happening inside? The roars within the otherworldly space echoed ominously. Those unable to escape were trampled to death by the onrushing spirit beasts. Then, in a flash of light, their bodies vanished. This scene drew the attention of the frenzied spirit beasts entirely toward the fleeing humans, undoubtedly exacerbating the remaining crowd's sense of crisis. The scent of blood mingled with a pungent stench wafted from behind, as if some viscous liquid had dripped onto the nape of his neck, chilling and bone-piercing, causing the hair on Qin Nian's body to stand on end. He did not dare to look back. He simply ran with all his might. Upon spotting the lake ahead, he leaped into its depths. Activating his water escape technique, his figure vanished beneath the surface. As people scattered in terror, the chaos of the spirit beasts gradually subsided. Soon, the otherworldly space returned to its former tranquility. With a splash, Qin Nian emerged from the frigid waters, drenched and shivering. Internally, he lamented, "This water is abnormally cold. I nearly froze to death in it." Fortunately, although spirit beasts inhabited the lake, their powers were weak, and he encountered no significant danger on his way. The lakeshore was bordered by a forest. Seeing no one around, Qin Nian stripped off his clothes to wring them out before donning them again, then promptly summoned Hiao. Upon its emergence, Hiao seemed to sense something, gesturing towards the lake and whispering to Qin Nian. Then, it plunged into the water. Qin Nian felt a surge of anticipation. Hiao had just informed him of treasures concealed within the lake. As a water attribute spirit beast of legendary status, it reigned supreme in aquatic realms. It dove deeper and deeper, and the water-dwelling spirit beasts sensed a powerful bloodline pressure, retreating in haste. Hiao successfully navigated to the lake's deepest recesses, circling around a colossal clam. It could sense that the treasure lay within the clam's shell, yet its tightly shut mouth posed a challenge. Hiao grew agitated, expanding to several times its usual size, and clamped its jaws onto a corner of the clam, forcibly dragging it away. With a splash, the massive clam was flung onto the shore. Hiao then transformed back into its familiar form, perching on Qin Nian's shoulder. "Is this the treasure you spoke of?" Qin Nian inquired. Hiao chirped in affirmation, urging him to open it. Taking out a dagger, Qin Nian deftly sliced along the edges of the clam's mouth, severing the tendons on either side with ease. As the clam opened, a pearl radiating a soft blue light lay quietly at its center. The moment Qin Nian's hand brushed against it, a wave of icy cold surged through his body. This bone-chilling sensation made him instinctively withdraw his hand. He then plucked a few leaves from nearby trees to cushion his grip before gingerly holding the pearl. What on earth is this? So cold, he pondered. The lake's frigid temperature must be attributed to this very pearl. Although he was unaware of its origins, there was no doubt it was a treasure. Qin Nian stored it in the system's inventory, which also reminded him of his current inadequacy in knowledge regarding spirit plants and rare treasures. Without delay, Qin Nian accessed the system's marketplace, locating the comprehensive guide to spirit plants and complete compendium of rare treasures. Both books required 100 points each, totaling 200. He checked his points balance. A mere 18 points remained. He still possessed 14 vials of mid-tier spirit beast elixir, each redeemable for 20 points. Given the necessity of the guides, he faced no hesitation and exchanged for 10 vials, garnering 200 points. His remaining balance stood at 218 points. Qin Nian promptly applied for the exchange. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Besides spirit plants and rare treasures, he realized he should also familiarize himself with minerals. He browsed the marketplace once more and discovered the complete guide to minerals needed for beast control, only to find it required a staggering 500 points. Too expensive. he exclaimed. With 4 vials of mid-tier spirit beast elixir remaining, even with his 18 points, he barely approached 100 points. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to complete a side quest. He quickly checked his task progress. Side quest 3, 99 out of 100 spirit beasts diagnosed. Just one more to go. He could finish this side quest during his exploration. Qin Nian ventured deeper into the forest. The outskirts were primarily inhabited by ordinary spirit beasts. Adult ordinary spirit beasts possessed strength comparable to first-level evolved spirit beasts, making it unlikely for a beast tamer to encounter serious danger near the forest's edge. After half a day, he had only encountered 7 or 8 spirit beasts, all robust and without any apparent issues. Diagnosing a problematic spirit beast proved more challenging than anticipated. As he walked, he felt a lightness on his shoulder. Where's Hiyao? Turning around, he spotted Hiyao, its mouth clamped around a red fruit, floating in midair. That fruit is poisonous. Don't eat random things, Qin Nian warned. Hiyao, understanding little, promptly swallowed the fruit. Qin Nian sighed. You just had to do that, didn't you? Hiyao returned to his shoulder, burping and emitting a plume of red smoke from its mouth, followed by a fit of continuous burps. This red fruit is called a chokeberry. Once ingested, it fills the stomach with red smoke. Thankfully, you burped it out, otherwise, the smoke would have swollen your stomach to the point of bursting. Hiyao tilted its head in confusion, releasing a cloud of red smoke that enveloped Qin Nian's face. Ding! The host successfully diagnosed 100 spirit beasts, earning 500 points. Wait, did I just complete that side quest? Qin Nian coughed twice, waving his hand to disperse the smoke. Hiyao, were you trying to help me? Chapter 70, The Polluted Beast. Hiyao tilted its head, burping again and releasing another burst of red smoke. With a joyful demeanor, it soared into the air, weaving through the smoke. Qin Nian realized he had overthought the situation. With 500 points secured, he swiftly spent them, simultaneously acquiring knowledge about minerals. Hiyao, no longer burping and bored with the absence of red mist, returned to Qin Nian's shoulder. At that moment, an unusual aura wafted from ahead. Qin Nian turned alertly, discovering an adult giant swamp beast shrouded in black mist. The giant swamp beast, an ordinary-level spirit beast, was equivalent in strength to a first-level evolved spirit beast, though its elemental skill attacks were relatively weak. The black mist surrounding it indicated that it had been contaminated. Qin Nian understood that this black mist emanated from an otherworldly space, the exact origin unknown. This black mist could be transmitted through wounds and was notoriously troublesome. Spirit beasts tainted by the black mist became more ferocious and aggressive than their normal counterparts. Upon noticing Qin Nian, the giant swamp beast let out a roar and lunged toward him. Although this tainted beast was formidable, it was no match for Qin Nian. However, keen to observe a polluted beast up close for the first time, he had no intention of dispatching it hastily. He conjured a water wall to obscure the creature's line of sight, then leapt powerfully onto a tree branch. Yet the colossal swamp beast found itself thwarted in its initial attempt. However, it swiftly discerned the whereabouts of Qin Nian and unleashed its mud-splashing technique in his direction. A great mass of sludge surged towards Qin Nian, but before it could reach him, a diminutive water vortex whisked it away effortlessly. Immediately thereafter, the swamp beast employed its body slam ability, crashing into the tree where Qin Nian stood. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered from the base. Miraculously, Qin Nian emerged unscathed, gracefully returning to the ground. It appeared that the dark mist had not impaired its assault logic. Rather, it had significantly augmented its offensive power, making the recent impact nearly equivalent to that of a second-tier evolved swamp beast. Seeing the swamp beast preparing to attack again, Hiyao commanded, "Use the water vortex to deal with it." Without hesitation, Hiyao unleashed the water vortex technique, and the swirling torrent descended upon the swamp beast's head, shredding it into fragments. The water vortex is indeed quite formidable, Qin Nian remarked with satisfaction. He approached the remains of the swamp beast, observing its lifeless form. The dark mist dissipated with the creature's demise, leaving no threats in the vicinity. Rest in peace. Beep. Detected that the host has slain a pollution beast. Triggering side quest 4. Eliminate 100 pollution beasts to receive 1,000 points, along with a mysterious potion formula. Qin Nian thought, after wandering around the forest's outskirts for ages. I finally encounter a pollution beast. When will I find the other 99? However, the reward was quite generous, and the promise of a mysterious potion formula was enticing. Let us do this. I've heard that the closer one gets to the center of the alternate space, the more pollution beasts one encounters. It seems I must delve deeper. With that, Qin Nian altered his course toward the center of the alternate space. Along the journey, Hiyao eagerly gazed around the forest. Curiosity etched on its face. The temperature of the alternate space mirrored that of a summer day, with lush greenery surrounding them. Occasionally, beautiful flying spirit beasts flitted by, prompting He Yao to attempt to play with them, which sent the lesser bloodline spirit beasts fleeing in terror. This became a new source of amusement for He Yao. In the absence of spirit beasts, He Yao marveled at the stunning flora. Beams of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and as the wind blew, the light danced, illuminating a plethora of unique petals that changed colors in the sporadic sunlight, creating a particularly enchanting scene. Just as He Yao was about to leap towards the flowers, Qin Nian promptly pulled it back. Don't be mischievous. Those flowers may appear beautiful, but they are highly toxic. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Startled, He Yao retreated a meter, returning to perch obediently on Qin Nian's shoulder. Weary from their travels, Qin Nian decided to find an open patch of ground to rest. This area, filled with toxic flowers, was generally devoid of spirit beasts. He took out water and food to replenish his energy. He Yao also ventured to explore the surroundings, yet it remained cautious, keeping its distance from the toxic blooms. Qin Nian chuckled at the sight. Legendary spirit beasts are inherently resistant to toxins. Those flowers could potentially kill Qin Nian 100 times over, but would likely never harm He Yao. Still, as a juvenile, it was wise to exercise caution. After finishing his compressed biscuit, Qin Nian brushed off the crumbs and stowed the trash bag in his backpack, preparing to lean against a nearby tree trunk to rest. At that moment, however, the unmistakable sound of footsteps reached his ears. He turned to see a young man, roughly his age, approaching with a lively gait. Not far behind him, the sounds of 3 more footsteps trailed. Bu Chuntian, having spotted Qin Nian, took little notice. After all, the 4 of them were in a group, while Qin Nian was alone, on the first day in the alternate space. Apart from the initial chaos caused by the spirit beasts, Bu Chuntian and his companions had encountered no further dangers. The ordinary spirit beasts they came across did not attack, and they had successfully gathered numerous spirit plants, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Bu Chuntian felt a sense of safety in the forest periphery. Such beautiful flowers. The allure of the vibrant blossoms dulled one's vigilance. As Bu Chuntian stepped forward to pluck a flower, Qin Nian raised an eyebrow and offered a cautionary word. I advise against touching those flowers. Bu Chuntian shot Qin Nian a disdainful glance, stepping forward with mock intent to pick the flowers, smirking as he retorted, What? Are you the guardian of the forest? Are you going to police flower picking? Qin Nian had no intention of meddling, but the thought of this fool meeting an untimely end and his body vanishing upon being ejected from the alternate space troubled him. The others trailing behind would likely misinterpret the cause of death, potentially leading to conflict. Qin Nian had just finished his meal and wished to avoid any strenuous activity, merely trying to issue a warning. I'm looking out for your well-being. The flowers are speaking to you, can't you hear? Bu Chuntian, taken aback, gazed at Qin Nian in astonishment. Plants can talk? Of course, Qin Nian replied. Bu Chuntian blinked, thinking to himself, do you take me for a fool? Or perhaps a child of 3? You think I'll fall for such nonsense? Very well, let us play along. He grinned and asked, Oh really? What are they saying? They say, we are poisonous. Be cautious and do not pick us indiscriminately, Qin Nian replied. Bu Chuntian's smile faltered instantly. Poisonous? His gaze fell upon the nearby petals, and beads of sweat began to form in his palms. A gust of wind stirred, causing the petals to tremble and lean toward his outstretched hand. Chapter 71, Companionship. Bu Chuntian, startled, stumbled back 2 steps, only to trip over his own foot and fall hard onto the ground. Ouch! He winced, clutching his rear, utterly devoid of dignity. At that moment, Bu Chuntian's 3 companions, hearing the commotion, quickened their pace to catch up. Chuntian, what happened? I told you not to rush ahead. The trio's exclamations echoed as they arrived, discovering that Bu Chuntian had merely tripped, and they collectively sighed in relief. Qin Nian observed the approaching trio, recognizing 2 of them. However, their focus remained on Bu Chuntian, oblivious to Qin Nian's presence. Qin Shua pulled Bu Chuntian to his feet, exasperated. That scream was so dramatic. I thought you were going to perish on your first day in the alternate space. Bu Chuntian, still shaken, breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. What do you mean, close? Qin Shua asked, perplexed. With a pale expression, Bu Chuntian pointed toward the vibrant flowers. Those flowers. Goodness. Qin Shua peered intently at the sea of crimson petals, promptly tugging his companions back a step. What a vast expanse of bone-crushing flowers. Bu Chuntian's voice trembled as he stuttered. Bone-crushing flowers? Qin Shua explained. Ranked 86th on the poison index, the sap of this spirit plant is extremely toxic. If one inadvertently inhales the sap, their bones will begin to shatter from the throat down, a truly horrifying fate. Let us keep our distance. Hearing Qin Shua's explanation, Bu Chuntian recalled his near encounter with the petals and felt a chill run down his spine. I'm so glad I didn't tee upon observing the demeanor of Bu Chuntian, Qin Shua surmised his recent peril and cautioned, the more exquisite something appears, the more treacherous it often is. It would be prudent to exercise caution henceforth. Bu Chuntian nodded, casting a somewhat uncomfortable glance at Qin Nian, parting his lips as if to speak, yet after several coughs, the words remained unuttered. It was only then that the other three noticed Qin Nian resting beneath a tree. Brother? Qin the diagnostician? Upon seeing Qin Nian, both Qin Shua and the cherubic-faced Kai Jinbao expressed their astonishment. Qin Nian greeted them with a smile and a wave. So, you have come as well. Hearing each other's exclamations, Qin Shua and Kai Jinbao were taken aback. He is your cousin? The diagnostician? Your brother isn't the one you sought in Xiangning City, is he? Kai Jinbao, in excitement, nodded vigorously. Indeed. Who would have thought that Qin the diagnostician is your cousin? What an extraordinary coincidence. Reminiscing about his earlier behavior, Bu Chuntian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Scratching his head and murmuring, So, you all know each other? Why couldn't this have been mentioned sooner? The others failed to catch his mumbled words. Brother, it is truly wonderful to see you. Qin Shua exclaimed, joyfully approaching Qin Nian. Qin Nian produced a packet of compressed biscuits and offered them to Qin Shua. Are you hungry? Hey, thank you, brother. Qin Shua gratefully accepted the gift. Although his backpack was not lacking in provisions, this was a gift from his brother, making it all the more special. Is uncle well? Qin Nian inquired. You mean my father? He has been. And the two engaged in conversation for a while. Through Qin Nian's seasoned inquiries, he gleaned a general understanding of the Qin family's circumstances from Qin Shua. The previous generation of the Qin family consisted of 3 brothers. Qin Nian's father was the eldest, working in a governmental department with considerable influence. Qin Xiao's father was the second, engaged in business. Qin Shua's father, the youngest, worked in a classified governmental department, specifics of which remained unknown. As for the old hag, years ago, after the third wife ascended to prominence, she brought forth a son and a daughter, both of whom were said to possess exceptional beast-taming talents. The son had contracted a rare-grade spirit beast, while the daughter had managed to bond with a spirit beast of uncommon rarity. Currently, that old hag, due to her high-ranking husband and her 2 outstanding children, was living quite the opulent life in the capital. Qin Nian snapped a branch forcefully in 2. Thinking of the old hag and her wretched father, realizing that those 2 children were not entirely innocent either. Qin Shua understood that Qin Nian was harboring painful feelings and comforted him with pursed lips. Brother, I will always support you. Encountering Qin Nian in this alternate space filled Qin Shua with immense joy, yet once calmness returned, worry began to creep in. Naturally, Qin Shua could not fathom that Qin Nian had already restored the beast-taming space. He was aware of the items sent previously, realizing they were likely insufficient for Qin Nian's injuries. The thought of Qin Nian venturing here alone conjured numerous concerns in his mind. While his cousin had achieved the status of a senior diagnostician through hard work, he still lacked the means to protect himself. It was likely that he had come to this alternate space in search of rare materials to heal his injuries. The journey must have been arduous. It would be best for his cousin to travel with them, allowing Qin Shua to safeguard him. However, before he could voice this thought, Kai Jinbao preempted him. Qin Shua, since everyone is acquainted, why not invite Qin the diagnostician to join our ultimate beast-taming team on our adventure? Upon hearing this, Qin Shua eagerly nodded. Yes, brother. Come along with us. It would provide mutual support. Qin Nian, in contemplation, replied, I will consider it. He still needed to venture inward to seek out the pollution beasts. And bringing along these individuals might pose certain dangers. What is there to contemplate? Bu Chuntian scoffed. Do not think that being a senior diagnostician grants you immunity. The alternate space is fraught with peril. Regardless of how knowledgeable or capable one may be, without strength, it is of little consequence. Traveling with us would ensure greater safety. Nearby, Li Jinyan chuckled at this, gently patting Bu Chuntian's shoulder and warmly remarked, Our Chuntian has quite the awareness. He knows the alternate space is perilous. Bu Chuntian's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that his earlier words to Qin Nian had been somewhat inappropriate, though his intentions were good. Brother Qin, please join us. Kai Jinbao urged as all 4 turned their earnest gazes towards Qin Nian. Faced with such sincere expressions, Qin Nian found it difficult to decline their goodwill. Very well. What are your plans moving forward? Li Jinyan stated, My contracted spirit is a rare-grade treasure-seeking mouse, which sensed something valuable 15 kilometers to the north. We were just preparing to search in that direction. North? That was precisely toward the inner perimeter of the space. Qin Nian rose, declaring, Let us set off. We should aim to arrive before nightfall. Once darkness enveloped the land, distinguishing pollution beasts would become increasingly challenging. The group journeyed northward, ultimately arriving at the location Li Jinyan had described just before dusk. They concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, cautiously peering forward. Before them lay a misty hot spring. with a massive ice-blue gemstone emanating layers of frosty vapors. As these vapors met the rocky ceiling, they transformed into droplets cascading downwards. These droplets appeared to harbor boundless vitality and energy, and upon landing on the earth, the nearby spirit plants surged upward in growth. Beside the hot spring lounged a majestic golden lion, its mane shimmering like silk, while its sharp claws glinted ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 72, The Peril at the Golden Lion Spring. From behind the boulder, the group stared wide-eyed. Heavens! It is the Golden Lion Spring, Li Jinyan exclaimed. The milk of the Golden Lion is a treasure. Kai Jinbao interjected. What is Golden Lion milk? Why is there a Golden Lion nearby? Qin Shua replied. It is obvious. Without the Golden Lion's guardianship, how could it be called Golden Lion milk? The Golden Lion milk is that ice-blue liquid, exceedingly rare, capable of directly enhancing the spirit energy within spirit beasts. It is said that a second-level evolved spirit beast consuming it can immediately attain an evolved state. We have stumbled upon a treasure, Li Jinyan excitedly elucidated. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and collect some. Bu Chuntian echoed, equally exhilarated. And just as he was about to rise, Qin Shua grabbed him. Those spirit beasts in the alternate space typically do not attack humans. That is only if humans do not provoke them. This adult golden lion possesses at least the strength of a third-level evolved spirit beast. We must tread carefully. I have a plan, Li Jinyan proposed. I will go out first to divert the golden lion, and you all can collect the golden lion milk. We can regroup here in half an hour. That is a splendid idea. Kai Jinbao agreed enthusiastically. Qin Shua and Bu Chuntian also found it feasible. Qin Shua turned to Qin Nian and asked, Brother, what do you think? Yet, Qin Nian shook his head, suggesting they wait a while. I have a nagging feeling that something is off around here. What is it, brother? Qin Shua immediately grew alert. Qin Nian whispered, if I am not mistaken. There should be pollution beasts nearby, and not just one. Given Qin Nian's higher beast taming level compared to the 4, his perception was considerably stronger. Since they had approached within 100 meters of the Golden Lion Spring, the unsettling sensation around them had only intensified. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Golden Lion Spring, the nauseating aura seemed to linger more palpably. It felt as if a subtle, nauseating presence was hovering around the Golden Lion Spring. If his memory served him right, this aura should originate from pollution beasts. Upon hearing this, the others immediately became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Yet, all was eerily silent, devoid of any indication of pollution beasts. Pollution beasts? From which direction? I do not see any, Qin Shua queried, perplexed. Qin Nian shook his head, stating, I cannot pinpoint the direction. I just sense that something is amiss. A feeling? Bu Chuntian wore a skeptical expression, questioning, can we really rely on feelings for this? Li Jinyan, contemplative, turned to Qin Nian. Although Qin Nian could not assure that his intuition was infallible, he merely shook his head. Even Qin Shua began to harbor doubts. Bu Chuntian seemed to ponder something amusing, chuckling softly as he glanced at Qin Nian. You're not afraid, are you? Enough. Li Jinyan cast a meaningful glance at Bu Chuntian, urging him not to overstep, considering Qin Nian was Qin Shua's cousin. Qin Shua shot him a warning look, signaling him to silence. I didn't say anything, Bu Chuntian muttered under his breath. Although Qin Nian believed his instincts to be accurate, he lacked the evidence to support them. He merely intended to alert them. Whether they chose to believe was their prerogative. Nonetheless, Qin Nian remained unfazed. For him, the absence of pollution beasts in the shadows was preferable. If they did exist, it would not be detrimental for these individuals to face some adversity. When the moment arrived, it would be telling to observe the reactions of these novices. After all, they had ventured into this alternate space to hone their skills. Qin Nian chose not to elaborate further. After deliberation, they resolved to follow Li Jinyan's suggestion. He would lead the way to divert the Golden Lion, while the others would gather its milk. Qin Nian, however, did not intend to approach the Golden Lion Spring, stating, You all go ahead. I will remain here on guard. That works, Li Jinyan nodded. Yet Qin Shua felt uneasy and suggested, Brother, how about letting my contracted spirit stay with you for company? Qin Nian declined, no need. Having He Yao with me is sufficient. Qin Shua glanced at the little black snake coiled on Qin Nian's shoulder, letting out a silent sigh. The black snake appeared to be a spirit beast, one that seemed thoroughly domesticated, a mere juvenile one that could be kept as a pet without a contract. However, this seemingly innocuous little black snake lacked any significant offensive capabilities. Qin Shua remained somewhat apprehensive. Li Jinyan had already taken action. With an unknown item in hand, he effortlessly lured the Golden Lion away. Observing this, Qin Shua no longer hesitated and, alongside Kai Jinbao, approached the Golden Lion Spring. Bu Chuntian followed closely behind, always hiding behind others, unwilling to even gather the Golden Lion's milk. Was he destined to spend his life trailing in the wake of others? lacking strength yet refusing to train. What would happen when he faced danger alone in the future? Tian quietly derided Qin Nian. Qin Nian, though he heard this soft mockery, found it beneath him to engage with someone so simple-minded. Reality would eventually teach him a lesson. The three stood at the edge of the Golden Lion Spring, holding jade vials to collect the milk. Yet, the abundance of drops on the stone slab was overwhelming. They could barely keep up, and many fell to the ground. Was it not a pity that those drops had been wasted? The three exchanged glances and promptly summoned their spirit beasts to catch the falling drops, ensuring not a single drop was lost. With each drop consumed, the spirit beasts visibly grew stronger. This astonishing spectacle ignited their excitement, gradually eroding their caution. Although Qin Nian shared an interest in the Golden Lion milk, he could not ignore the noxious aura permeating the air. If his senses were not deceiving him, the nauseating stench was intensifying. He vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the treetops swayed slightly, followed by the sound of flapping wings approaching from ahead. Qin Nian looked up, but as dusk settled, the shadows of the trees obscured his view. Surely, it must be a flying spirit beast, he surmised. However, in the next moment, he noticed the treetops shaking violently. Qin Nian's expression shifted. This was not merely one beast. The leaves beside the Golden Lion Spring trembled lightly as a massive maw, lined with vicious spikes, suddenly gaped open from the shadows. Careful, he shouted. Tian was startled by the enormous mouth that appeared before him, letting out a high-pitched scream. In his panic, he accidentally fell into the Golden Lion Spring. The owner of that monstrous mouth had no intention of letting him go, diving down to seize his arm. Simultaneously, a vine-like spirit plant, resembling metal, slithered from the depths of the spring, expertly ensnaring Tian's ankle, exerting a powerful force that began to drag him downward. The opposing forces caused Tian's abdomen to tighten alarmingly. Was he to be torn asunder? Help! He cried out in desperation. Chapter 73. Successfully completing Side Quest 4. A colossal figure with robust legs and a beak as sharp as a falcon's, emanating wisps of dark energy. This was evidently a corrupted scarebird. Its screeches, designed to intimidate other creatures, reverberated ominously. Scarebirds typically appeared in groups and possessed a collective immunity against high-level bloodline pressure. Unlike ordinary spirit beasts, they exhibited a particular penchant for attacking humans, earning the title of the most fearsome predators in the alternate space. The emergence of a single scarebird often heralded greater troubles ahead, especially one tainted by corruption. Sensing the impending danger, Qin Nian swiftly unleashed a water vortex, obliterating a scarebird poised to ambush him. Elimination of corrupted beasts progress, 100. In the instant Tian fell into the Golden Lion Spring, Qin Shua and Kai Jin Bao rushed to assist him. Yet, almost immediately, a second and third corrupted beast swooped toward them. Two startled cries rang out as they instinctively dodged. When they finally discerned the nature of these beasts, terror gripped their hearts. They were indeed corrupted beasts. However, the true source of their fear lay ahead. The air filled with the sound of frantic flapping from all directions, as countless corrupted beasts converged upon the Golden Lion Spring, blotting out the sky. All untainted beings, humans and spirit beasts alike, were their targets. Qin Nian, sensing the overwhelming stench, severed his olfactory and gustatory perceptions. He could no longer endure the nauseating odor, lest he retch. As he severed these senses, his tactile awareness heightened simultaneously. A frigid chill enveloped him, an extreme cold. The last vestiges of warmth from the setting sun had vanished, leaving the place as cold as a frozen abyss. Just as a dozen corrupted beasts surrounded him once more, Qin Nian seized the opportunity to unleash a large water vortex, eliminating a significant number in one fell swoop. In the ensuing chaos, he glanced toward Qin Shua's direction. The corrupted beast that had latched onto Tian had been drawn away by Kai Jin Bao. Yet in the next moment, Tian was dragged further underwater. The two on the shore were evidently unaware of the lurking dangers beneath the surface, and it was too late to rescue him now. The airborne corrupted beasts had already encircled them. Qin Shua and his companions, all still university students yet to graduate, faced their first encounter with corrupted beasts, and panic ensued. The two individuals found themselves besieged by several tainted beasts, paralyzed with fear and momentarily uncertain of their next move. As the elemental abilities of the tainted beasts loomed dangerously close, Qin Nian swiftly unleashed a water vortex skill. Bolstered by the intense water element below, he obliterated a swarm of intimidating birds in an instant. The sight of countless bird carcasses plummeting to the ground left the two onlookers in shock, immobilized in disbelief. Especially upon witnessing the serpentine totem behind Qin Nian, Kai Jin Bao exclaimed, who claimed that Master Qin couldn't command beasts. Qin Shua added, a grand beastmaster. His brother is an undiscovered powerhouse. Why are you standing there like fools? Use your skills. Qin Nian's boisterous prompt jolted Qin Shuo and Kai Jinbao back to reality. They quickly took cover behind their contract spirits, commanding them to unleash their skills. As tainted beasts were systematically eradicated by the abilities of their contract spirits, Qin Shuo and Kai Jinbao gradually regained their composure, realizing the tainted beasts were not as formidable as they had imagined. Just then, a deep, ominous bird call resonated through the air. A gargantuan, intimidating bird appeared, several times the size of its kin, soaring towards the Golden Lion Spring. Qin Nian's gaze sharpened. Clearly, this imposing bird was their leader. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Without hesitation, Qin Nian launched a formidable attack. Dark Corruption. With the rich water properties of the Golden Lion Spring enhancing his skill, dense water elements surged into the intimidating bird's body, causing it to thrash wildly. Seizing the moment, Qin Nian unleashed another water vortex, decapitating the beast. Without their leader, the remaining intimidating birds were poised to scatter in panic. However, Qin Nian had no intention of letting them escape. Elimination of tainted beasts, 58-100. The task was far from complete. There was no way he would allow them to flee so easily. Standing by the edge of the Golden Lion Spring, he rapidly cast numerous water vortex skills, indiscriminately launching them, quantity over quality, as long as they were effective. The task completion count soared. Once the area surrounding the Golden Lion Spring was cleared, Qin Nian's kill count became quite impressive. Elimination of tainted beasts, 186-100. The host has successfully completed side quest 4. Eliminate 100 tainted beasts. Reward, 1,000 points. 1 legendary potion formula. However, the total number of beasts eliminated exceeded Qin Nian's initial calculations. It seemed that He Yao had also encountered tainted beasts. Qin Nian had instructed He Yao to follow Li Jinyan. What about Buchuntian? I recall he was quite the swimmer. Why hasn't he surfaced yet? Qin Shuo frowned, glancing at the rippling water. Could there be spirit beasts lurking in this spring? But this is already the territory of the Golden Lion. It shouldn't be the case. It's likely not a spirit beast. You two stay alert. I'll dive down to investigate, Qin Nian said, plunging into the Golden Lion Spring and swimming downstream. As he had suspected, there was indeed a mutated blue lotus thriving at the bottom of the spring, nourished by the water's essence over time. Buchuntian had likely been dragged down by this mutated blue lotus. Qin Nian descended because this rare mutated blue lotus was an invaluable spiritual plant, surpassing even the worth of Golden Lion's milk. Moreover, the ice blue pearl he had previously acquired, known as the water concealment pearl, bestowed the ability to breathe freely underwater. As he descended, Qin Nian spotted the roots of the blue lotus sprawling across the entire pool's bottom, intertwined and dense. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these roots had all originated from a single blue lotus. What an enormous specimen! Since Qin Nian held the water concealment pearl, the mutated blue lotus, preoccupied with digesting its food, remained unaware of his intrusion. However, Qin Nian unexpectedly discovered Buchuntian bound by the lotus stems. Since Buchuntian's body was still intact, Qin Nian didn't need to approach to ascertain his condition. It was clear he was merely unconscious. After all, if one were to die, they would be expelled from this alternate space, leaving no remnants behind. Is he still alive? Qin Nian had presumed that Buchuntian had met his demise upon being dragged underwater. What incredible luck he had. Qin Nian drew out a dagger, attempting to sever the mutated blue lotus's stems, only to find his dagger shattered upon impact. Forget it. I want to rescue him, he muttered. But how to transport this mutated blue lotus? After some contemplation, inspiration struck him. He reached out to touch the blue lotus's stem while silently reciting a command to retrieve it into his storage space. As he had anticipated, in the next moment, the entire mutated blue lotus vanished from the pool's bottom. Simultaneously, an item appeared in Qin Nian's system storage. Chapter 74. Encountering a robbery? Aiming to steal from He Yao? Gazing at the blue lotus nestled within his storage space, Qin Nian was filled with delight. He had succeeded. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's capabilities. Merely touching a corner of an item allowed him to store it away. Could this be considered a loophole? Nonetheless, this revelation endowed Qin Nian with an additional layer of self-preservation. He pondered whether the storage space was limited to spiritual plants and minerals, or if it could also accommodate living beings. Turning his gaze towards Buchuntian, who lay submerged at the bottom, he resolved to test it. A few seconds later, disappointment washed over him as he withdrew his hand, concluding, living beings could not be stored. Currently, his storage space had 21 slots, with 6 already occupied. The contents included, for intermediate spirit beast potions, a spatial repair agent formula, a legendary alchemy furnace, the water concealment pearl, a legendary potion formula, and the mutated blue lotus. This left him with 15 vacant slots. Qin Nian felt a sense of emptiness lingering. His eyes drifted towards the massive sapphire, as Qin Shuo and Kai Jinbao, along with a bug-grass beast, anxiously awaited. The water's surface erupted with a splash. Qin Nian resurfaced, dragging Buchuntian along. Qin Shuo and Kai Jinbao rushed forward, combining their efforts to pull both of them ashore. The bug-grass beast immediately lunged at Buchuntian, licking his cheek in an attempt to awaken him. "Brother, are you all right?" Qin Shuo inquired with concern. "I'm fine, but this guy is still uncertain," Qin Nian replied. After checking Buchuntian once they were on land, Qin Nian was astonished to find that he had not choked on water after being submerged for so long. It appeared that he had held his breath the moment he was pulled under, and even while unconscious, he had somehow managed to control his breathing. It seemed he truly was a swimming expert. "He is fine. We just need to wake him up," Qin Nian stated. Qin Shuo obediently stepped forward to rouse him. Qin Nian cast a wistful glance at the enormous sapphire nestled in the center of the spring. It was indeed a treasure he desired to claim, but not at that moment. After all, if he were to manipulate the sapphire to disappear before Qin Shuo and Kai Jinbao, they would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. He would have to wait for a more opportune time. Coughing, Buchuntian finally regained his breath, appearing bewildered as he murmured, "I can't believe I'm still alive." "Qin Shuo, it was my cousin who personally rescued you. Is that so?" Qin Nian maintained a calm demeanor, casting a sideways glance at Buchuntian, who lay on the ground, astonished. Buchuntian's initial reaction was one of disbelief, yet among their group, aside from himself, only Qin Nian's clothes were damp. It was impossible for him to deceive himself. How much courage must Qin Nian have summoned to plunge into the water and save him? Especially given that he didn't even dare to approach the edge of the spring to collect golden lion milk? Was he truly this kind-hearted? In that moment, Buchuntian's gaze towards Qin Nian carried a hint of astonishment. He seemed to be touched by the unique charisma exuding from Qin Nian. Qin Nian had not anticipated that Buchuntian would engage in such elaborate speculation. If he were aware, he would likely inform him that he was simply overthinking it. "You seem rather fatigued," Buchuntian remarked to Qin Nian, and, under Qin Nian's puzzled gaze, he commanded the cordyceps beast to cast a healing spell on him. A beam of verdant light enveloped Qin Nian. He felt as if he had just awoken from a deep slumber. The exhaustion from battle dissipated instantaneously. This was his first experience with the power of a healing attribute spirit beast, and the effect astonished him. It seemed that a healing spirit beast was indeed indispensable for wilderness exploration. Qin Nian cast an appreciative glance at Buchuntian. "Your spirit beast is quite useful." Just as Buchuntian was awkwardly contemplating how to express his gratitude to Qin Nian, a faint yet discernible commotion arose from a distance. "Did you hear that sound?" Kai Jinbao inquired, his eyes wide with concern. Qin Nian expanded his senses, discerning a familiar voice amidst the crowd. Li Jinyan was in trouble. Qin Shuo's expression shifted. "Let us go see." Perhaps out of embarrassment, Buchuntian sprinted ahead. When the trio arrived, they witnessed Buchuntian shouting at the opposing group, "Are you all insane? I told you there's nothing to give. Are your eyes blind and your ears deaf? How could what I witnessed be false? Hand it over promptly, and I might let you off easy." "Ha ha, why waste breath on these two fools? Just snatch it from them." Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, since they are so unyielding. Let us work hard and send these two white fools home to suckle, huh?" The 5 members of the extreme Beast Tamer group glared fiercely at the two, clearly ready to strike. They all wore similar attire, with a uniform insignia stitched on the collar, bearing the word extreme, indicating they belonged to one of the top 10 Beast Tamer groups. The badge on the chest revealed that the arrogant man with a handlebar mustache leading the group was a Grand Beast Tamer, while the other 4 were intermediate Beast Tamers whose spirit beasts had achieved level 2 evolution. Had it been just the 4 of them facing the extreme Beast Tamer group, the situation might have been dire. However, with Qin Nian present, Qin Shuo and Kai Jinbao felt no worry whatsoever. As the 3 approached, their expressions naturally turned stern upon seeing the hostility in the 5 newcomers. "What is going on?" Qin Nian inquired. "I'm not sure. These people suddenly appeared and insisted I hand over a rare-level spirit beast cub. Utterly ridiculous. If I had a rare-level spirit beast cub, would I need to contract a rare-level one?" Li Jinyan frowned, explaining that he had lured the golden lion away but soon encountered a horde of polluted beasts. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, these individuals emerged, demanding he surrender the rare-level spirit beast cub, refusing to believe his explanations. Hearing this, even Qin Shuo frowned. The arrogant man with the handlebar mustache glanced at the newcomers, noticing their youth, and dismissed them. "Extreme Beast Tamer Group? Do we have a grudge?" After listening to Li Jinyan's account, Qin Shuo queried, perplexed. He, too, doubted that these individuals had truly seen a rare-level spirit beast cub. It seemed more like an excuse to provoke trouble. The mustached man scoffed. "No grudge, just robbery." "Robbery? Such blatant thievery?" Tian erupted in rage. You are members of the top 10 beast tamer groups. How can you engage in such behavior? Less chatter. We just saw that rare cub behind him. The mustached man threatened. Hand it over quickly, or you five will die together. Behind me, Qin Nian, hearing their words, found it hard to discern truth from deception. Meanwhile, Qin Nian quietly glanced at the obsidian hidden among the branches, his understanding deepening. Chapter 75. Journey to the Inner Circle. Objective: eliminate the giant spirit beast. Qin Nian had lured the golden lion away, and sensing the surrounding danger, Qin Nian had instructed the obsidian to follow Qin Nian covertly for protection. Apparently, they had caught sight of him during the skirmish. It seemed the rare spirit beast cub the extreme beast tamer group referred to was, in fact, the obsidian. There had indeed been whispers that the obsidian resembled the rare-level spirit beast, Tengying. Qin Nian smirked internally. Mistaking a legendary spirit beast for a rare one showed these individuals were far from perceptive. However, since they had already noticed the obsidian, he and the obsidian would treat them to a surprise. Qin Nian signaled to the obsidian, preparing for action. The obsidian promptly conjured a colossal water vortex. A legendary spirit beast with the power equivalent to a level 4 evolution could easily handle several level 3 and below beast tamers. Before the members of the extreme beast tamer group could react, their figures vanished within the waves. Once the water settled and the figures disappeared, Qin Nian and Tian remained momentarily stunned. However, Qin Shua and Kai Jinbao, having witnessed Qin Nian utilize this skill before, were not overly surprised by the scene. Brother, where did your spirit beast go? Qin Shua inquired curiously. Since the battle by the Golden Lion Spring, he had not seen Qin Nian's contracted spirit. That little black snake. He had not paid much attention earlier, but now he recalled that the little black snake could very well be the Tengying beast they spoke of. Clearly, he was not the only one thinking this. Kai Jinbao also looked on with eager anticipation. Qin Nian waved his hand, and the obsidian leaped down from the branches, landing on Qin Nian's shoulder in the form of a small black snake. Indeed, it's right here, Qin Shua confirmed in his heart. The little black snake was the Tengying beast. The little black snake is actually a rare-level spirit beast, Tengying. Kai Jinbao exclaimed in astonishment. This is my first time seeing a Tengying beast. It really does look like a black snake. No wonder I didn't recognize it, Qin Shua marveled. So they really did see a rare cub? Qin Nian mused, realizing that the obsidian had been protecting him in the shadows, allowing him to escape so easily from the horde of polluted beasts. What? Rare-level spirit beast. Tian stammered, his disbelief evident in his gaze towards Qin Nian. Qin Nian? It appeared they had all misunderstood. However, Qin Nian had no intention of clarifying. Sometimes, it was better to let misconceptions persist. After learning that the obsidian was a rare-level spirit beast, Qin Shua and the others were taken aback. The revelation that Qin Nian was a beast tamer struck Tian the hardest. He found it difficult to process, as Qin Shua's earlier words had led him to presume that Qin Nian could not tame beasts. He never anticipated that Qin Shua had also been mistaken. Qin Nian was not only a beast tamer, but had also contracted a rare-level spirit beast, and was a formidable grand beast tamer capable of casting skills with his bare hands. Such a young beast master can undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy in beast taming. What words did he utter earlier? Tian found herself ensnared in a web of infinite regret and turmoil. After Qin Nian collected the spoils and some spiritual plants revealed by the extreme beast taming squad, they returned to the Golden Lion Spring to continue gathering Golden Lion milk. With nothing pressing to do, Qin Nian decided to collect a few for himself. Although this substance held little utility for him, it was better than nothing. Exchanging it for currency would certainly be advantageous. The Golden Lion milk here could be harvested endlessly, provided one had sufficient containers, and gathering it for 10 days or half a month posed no issue. However, Qin Nian did not intend to linger for that long. He planned to depart early the next morning, continuing his exploration of the inner regions in search of items of greater value to him. While the group was busy collecting the Golden Lion milk, the ground suddenly began to tremble without warning. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be another beast riot? The previous encounter with such chaos upon entering the alien space had left them with profound psychological scars. However, this time it was indeed something different. Qin Nian looked up towards the east. The sky in that direction had transformed in hue, igniting into a fiery red, as if half the heavens were ablaze. Qin Nian deduced, something must have transpired in the inner regions of the alien space. The others also noticed the extraordinary phenomenon in the eastern sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the distance was considerable, and it would not affect their collection of Golden Lion milk. Beep. Main Quest 3, No Time Limit. Activated. Please proceed to the inner regions of the alien space and eliminate the contaminated giants to receive random rewards. Qin Nian pondered. The system's tasks always seemed to correlate with the current situation. This disturbance might be linked to the giant beasts. It appeared he would need to leave ahead of schedule. I intend to explore the inner regions, Qin Nian declared. The inner regions? That sounds perilous. Li Jinyan expressed his concerns. Nonetheless, there are opportunities as well. With Qin Gu's strength, you could manage, but we should remain here to gather golden lion milk. It's far more practical. Qin Nian replied. Staying in the outer regions is also advantageous. At least it offers higher safety. Brother, do take care, Qin Shuo advised. Qin Nian nodded and turned to leave. Stay safe. Bu Chuntian called out after a moment of hesitation. Qin Nian waved his hand over his shoulder, and soon his figure vanished into the dense thicket of trees. After bidding farewell, Qin Nian walked towards the source of the disturbance for nearly 4 hours. He then found a suitable spot to rest for the night, before continuing his journey the following day. The alien space had its boundaries. The direction of the spatial gate lay in the western part of the alien space, and the area closest to it was known as the outer region. The further east one traveled, the closer they would be to the inner regions. Beep. Side Quest 5 activated. Eliminate 1,000 contaminated beasts to receive a reward of 10,000 points and an additional storage slot. 1,000. The sheer magnitude of this task astonished Qin Nian. It seemed the road ahead would not be peaceful. Qin Nian quickened his pace, leaving behind Qin Shuo and the others, significantly enhancing his speed. Along the way, utilizing his extraordinary sensory abilities, he hunted down over 100 contaminated beasts in the vicinity. Alone with his dragon, he advanced rapidly towards the site of the anomaly. After a week of relentless travel, Qin Nian and his obsidian dragon gradually approached a valley. They were now perilously close to the area where the disturbance had occurred, and while seeking a place to rest, Qin Nian noticed numerous tents set up nearby. Clearly, this anomaly had drawn many individuals to the location. During his journey, he had already encountered adult spirit beasts comparable to level 4 evolution. Further in, the giant beast awaited. Concealed behind a tree, Qin Nian gazed intently at the summit of the mountain. To slay a giant beast of level 5 evolution would undoubtedly be no simple feat. And given that the giant beast was a Lord-level spirit beast, it likely commanded numerous lower-level beasts at its behest. Qin Nian, being cautious by nature, would never act recklessly without confidence. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that since many beast-taming squads had also arrived, it would be prudent to let others take the initial risks. Chapter 76. It feels quite impressive. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence of the forest, signaling that those who had rushed ahead were unfortunate enough to encounter a powerful contaminated beast. Qin Nian was not surprised, as they neared the domain of the giant beast. The lurking dangers were unknown in number. Charging up the mountain recklessly would only lead to such dire outcomes. Yet, this incident did not deter the ambitions of others. Many small beast-taming squads pressed on undeterred. The results were uniformly grim. They were all expelled from the alien space after being slain by the contaminated beasts. The distinction lay in that those below the rank of Great Beast Master perished at the mountain's base, while those of slightly greater strength met their demise halfway up. This scene seemed to convey a stark truth. In the alien space, strength was paramount. Who wouldn't desire to grow stronger? Rising to his feet, Qin Nian observed that the mountain indeed concealed a plethora of contaminated beasts. Were there even 1,000 at the mountain's base? Having ascertained a portion of the situation, Qin Nian chose not to linger and directly ventured into the mountain to commence his sweep. When fatigued, he would retreat to rest. When his spiritual energy waned, he would partake of the golden lion milk he had recently collected. In the span of a day and a night, Qin Nian had slain over 800 contaminated beasts. Contaminated beast elimination progress, 950-1000. Almost all the contaminated beasts at the mountain's base had succumbed to Qin Nian's hand. News of a great beast master wreaking havoc in the mountains quickly spread in the vicinity. It was said that he had single-handedly cleared out the contaminated beasts at the mountain's base. The corpses of such low-level spirit beasts held little value. It was a thankless task. What could be his motive? Was he merely playing the role of a good Samaritan? Perhaps he was indeed a virtuous individual. Beep. Honor points, 66. Current honor points, 250,000. While resting, Qin Nian was momentarily taken aback. This was the first instance in several days that he had received honor points outside of Cat Brothers' livestream. It was quite invigorating. Help! A frantic cry echoed from behind. Such desperate pleas had become a common occurrence, happening multiple times a day. Most merely ignored them. Yet, upon recognizing that the individual being pursued by a massive contaminated beast was Qin Shuo, Qin Nian leapt down from the tree without hesitation. Help! Qin Shuo stumbled as he fled, inadvertently tripping over a vine beneath him. A ghost-faced spider leapt onto him, activating its web skill to ensnare him, rendering him immobile. while its razor-sharp legs advanced towards his throat. This horrifying scene compelled him to resign himself and shut his eyes, believing his end was nigh. When he felt no pain after a significant pause, Qin Nian wondered, had he died too quickly to feel it, and was he now expelled from the alien space? Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Qin Nian, who was smiling at him. Qin Nian's heart leapt with joy. Brother? What a relief to see you. Then, Qin Nian beheld the gruesome remains of the ghost-faced spider, its enormous body utterly obliterated into mere pulp, unrecognizable and irreparable. Staring at the scene before him, Qin Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, your brutality is truly excessive, Qin Nian remarked, slightly rubbing his nose. Do you have any idea of the profound impact this scene has on my tender psyche? Qin Nian lamented. At your age, still speaking of a tender psyche, how utterly shameless. Qin Nian retorted, pulling him up with a firm hand. What brings you to the inner circle? Where are Kai Jinbao and the others? I almost forgot. Qin Nian hastily gestured behind him. Just 5 minutes ago, we were all together, but suddenly over 50 ghost-faced spiders appeared. We realized we couldn't possibly fight them off and fled. The other 3 must have retreated. Over 50? Qin Nian mused. The ghost-faced spider was barely classified as a rare spirit beast, and such creatures typically do not appear in swarms. Something is amiss. You continue ahead. The encampment is that way. It's safe. I will search for them. With that, Qin Nian signaled his obsidian companion to head toward the location of the others. Not far away, Kai Jinbao, Li Jinyan, and Bu Chuntian struggled against the onslaught of the ghost-faced spiders. There are far too many of these tainted beasts. Even if we manage to take down this one, we cannot hope to defeat the entire horde behind us. Bu Chuntian exclaimed in despair. Li Jinyan, standing resolutely before him, replied, Our goal is not to eliminate them, but to buy time. We are not far from the central peak. If Qin Nian can successfully escape, we might yet find salvation. Are you suggesting that Qin Nian will come to our rescue? Bu Chuntian's gaze rekindled with hope. If he knew, he would certainly come. Kai Jinbao expressed an inexplicable trust in Qin Nian. After a strenuous effort, the trio managed to vanquish the solitary ghost-faced spider before them, only to find themselves pursued by the entire horde. As they turned to escape, they were shocked to discover another dozen ghost-faced spiders had surrounded them. This is disastrous. We are encircled. The towering arachnids cast immense shadows upon the ground as they advanced, brandishing their lethal appendages, seemingly poised to devour them whole. A chill ran down their spines. Surely, a bite from these creatures would be excruciating. Perhaps if he arrives, he might at least reclaim our bodies, one mused, pondering the grim fate that awaited them. Curse that scoundrel who stole our golden lion milk. I have yet to exact my vengeance. Just as despair loomed, a colossal waterspout materialized out of thin air, instantly turning the tide. The waterspout swept through the area like a harvester, leaving behind a gruesome tapestry of severed limbs and viscera. In mere moments, the ghost-faced spiders lay in disarray. The trio stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the spectacle before them. We are spared from death, Kai Jinbao exclaimed with elation, relishing the scene. This familiar sense of security, how comforting. Li Jinyan sighed in relief. Bu Chuntian, however, was still in disbelief that assistance had arrived so swiftly. Moreover, a singular thought flashed through their minds. Such formidable power could only belong to a master beast tamer. Half an hour later, Qin Nian had obliterated the 50-odd tainted ghost-faced spiders. The forest lay in ruins, reeking of a nauseating stench. Yet, Kai Jinbao and the others appeared blissfully oblivious, their faces aglow with the joy of survival. Their eyes converged upon Qin Nian, who, despite the carnage, stood impeccably clean, untouched by the filth of the ground. He merely stood there, his gaze calm and composed, exuding an aura of undeniable charm. Chapter 77, Spirit Plant Harvesting Point. Ding. Side Quest 5 completed. Eliminate 1,000 polluted beasts. Reward, 10,000 points. Storage slot, 10. Upon reuniting with Qin Nian at the mountain's base, Qin Nian's expression turned grave. With your inadequate strength, barely at the level of a novice beast tamer, what folly brings you to the inner circle to court death? Before entering the alternate realm, Qin Nian had heard a saying. In the dimension of the extraordinary, ordinary beast tamers are only fit to operate on the periphery. Qin Nian and his companions were surely aware of this. Having been a teacher for a year, Qin Nian's authority was formidable, and the four bowed their heads in silence. Tell me, did you encounter any trouble? He inquired. For advanced beast tamers, golden lion milk was among the most practical and coveted treasures. They had no reason to forsake such an easily obtainable prize for the peril of the unknown. With a clenched jaw, Qin Nian explained, Brother, we had no desire to take risks, but after you left, we encountered members of the extreme beast tamer group. This time, there were over a dozen of them. and they immediately sought to seize the Golden Lion Spring. If it weren't for my spirit's rapid movement ability, we might not have escaped. So it is. It seems the entire Extreme Beast Tamer group exhibits such troubling conduct, not just a few individuals. We must exercise caution when next we encounter them, Qin Nian replied, furrowing his brow. And what led you to the inner circle? My treasure-seeking mouse, having consumed the Golden Lion milk, sensed a treasure in this direction. Perhaps the presence of that treasure was too strong. In any case, we followed its guidance and, unexpectedly, stumbled upon that horde of polluted beasts. Through Li Jinian's explanation, Qin Nian began to comprehend their motives for venturing here. After all, the inner realm of this alternate space was not lacking in precious materials. As he traversed the area, he had already discovered numerous rare spirit plants, most of which he had stored away, leaving only the less significant ones in his backpack. However, in such a place, opportunities and dangers coexisted. You are indeed audacious to venture into the inner circle in search of treasures, Qin Nian remarked. Li Jinian hesitated before responding. We haven't yet found anything. The treasure-seeking mouse indicated the treasure lies on the mountain's backside. Most individuals come here with their sights set on the peak. But Li Jinian's assertion raised Qin Nian's suspicions. What secrets might the mountain's rear conceal? Could it be connected to the giant spirit beast? We have come to recognize our own limitations, Li Jinian confessed. To prolong our stay in this alternate space, we will not pursue it any further. The other three, equally self-aware, shook their heads in unison, resolutely declining. The specific location should be at the mid-slope. As for whether any spirit beasts guard it, I cannot say. Li Jinian's clarity was intended to relay the treasure's information to Qin Nian. Brother, did you accept a mission from the Beast Tamer Guild to capture the giant spirit beast? Qin Shuo inquired. Before the main quest from the system had been issued, Qin Nian had no intention of undertaking that task. After all, the giant spirit beast was equivalent to a level 5 evolution, while his own strength was akin to that of a level 4 evolution beast tamer. The disparity was significant. To attempt capturing the giant spirit beast would be tantamount to courting death. The system's task was to eliminate the giant spirit beast, which appeared considerably easier than capturing it alive. However, Qin Nian did not disclose his true intentions to the four individuals. Indeed, I have accepted the task of capturing the colossal spirit beast. Qin Shuo was taken aback and hastily retorted, then brother, good luck to you. We shall refrain from participating. Let's take a rest here for now. If things get chaotic later, you can seize the opportunity while the spirit beasts gather to venture into that valley and test your luck. If my assumptions are correct, there should be a plethora of rare-level spirit plants there. That valley was originally a designated spirit plant harvesting site marked by Qin Nian. Since Li Jinian had divulged the treasure location to him, he felt it only right to share this information as well. Before long, two massive flying-type spirit beasts appeared in the sky, their size indicating they had undergone a 4th-level evolution. Perched atop these magnificent creatures were two individuals, whose emergence immediately captivated the attention of the onlookers. Are those flying spirit beasts? 4th-level evolved beast tamers. They must be the experts brought by President Zhang. To the astonishment of the crowd, these two adept individuals did not linger in the valley but soared directly toward the peak. They intended to ascend to the summit. According to the customary practices of major missions, as long as we are nearby, it counts as assisting in the task. Quick, follow them. The people in the valley hastily packed up their camps and rushed up the mountain, eager to join the mission. The pollution beasts at the foot of the mountain had been cleared away by Qin Nian, yet a large group still lingered halfway up the slope. Most of the individuals had not actually ventured into the forest, hence they were unaware of the circumstances at that altitude. Within a few hours, chilling screams echoed from the mountainside. The individuals below hesitated momentarily out of fear, then gritted their teeth and pressed on. It's time, Qin Nian remarked. Qin Shuo and the others nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to Qin Nian as they made their way toward the relatively safe valley. Qin Nian, accompanied by He Yao, surged up to the mountainside after several hours. However, this time he did not pause to slay pollution beasts. Instead, he adeptly evaded the scattered pollution beasts and continued his ascent toward the summit. The higher he climbed, the fewer pollution beasts he encountered, which greatly facilitated his journey. Whenever nearby pollution beasts detected Qin Nian's presence and pursued him, he had already reached an area guarded by even higher-level pollution beasts. Before long, he successfully reached the peak, only to find the two experts from the Beast Tamer Guild awaiting him, with not a trace of the colossal spirit beast in sight. The two adept individuals evidently recognized Qin Nian and nodded slightly in his direction. Qin Nian approached and inquired, "Where's Uncle Zhang?" President Zhang mentioned he wouldn't compete with the younger generation for resources, so he didn't come in. One of them replied with a smile. Qin Nian nodded, refraining from further questions. Like Qin Nian, there were many individuals who prioritized expediency over conflict. Soon, over a dozen people arrived at the summit. Where's the colossal spirit beast? Did we come to the wrong place? The crowd murmured in confusion. Qin Nian scanned the area and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, his cousin Qin Xiao, with whom he had a strained relationship. Qin Xiao had evidently noticed Qin Nian as well. After masking his astonishment, he approached Qin Nian with a few companions. Qin Nian, you useless waste, you also came to join the fray? President Zhang truly values you. Allowing a laggard like you to tag along. One of Qin Xiao's companions feigned surprise. What? Bringing a burden along? Aren't you afraid of being dragged down at a critical moment? At this, several others burst into laughter, oblivious to the peculiar expressions of the two experts from the Beast Tamer Guild. How could such a young beast tamer be deemed a waste? What did that make them? Members of an elite beast tamer group. Qin Nian, however, took note of the matching uniforms worn by Qin Xiao and his companions, along with the unified insignia on their collar. So, Qin Xiao was indeed a member of the elite beast tamer group. Oh, still pining for our elite beast tamer group. Are we? Qin Nian remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yet, what Qin Xiao said next took Qin Nian by surprise. Well, you are still one of us in the elite beast tamer group, aren't you? Speaking of which, how did we forget to expel you from the group? Qin Nian was momentarily dumbfounded. He never expected to be associated with this shameless elite beast tamer group. Qin Xiao's expression turned more self-satisfied. Qin Nian, I had previously overlooked you, but now I have been promoted to the vice captain of the elite beast tamer group, and I possess the authority to expel you directly. Why was he not afraid? After making this declaration, Qin Xiao adopted an air of superiority, as if awaiting Qin Nian to plead with him. However, Qin Nian not only exhibited no sign of fear, but appeared utterly indifferent. When did Qin Nian become so composed? For some unknown reason. His current demeanor irked Qin Xiao even more than his previous prodigious self. In a fit of anger, Qin Xiao arrogantly reiterated, Qin Nian, you are utterly unworthy of remaining in our elite beast tamer group. I hereby represent the group and expel you. Upon hearing this, those around them turned in surprise. He really expelling him? This action would directly impact personal credibility. Being expelled from the beast tamer group is akin to having a blot on one's record. What could that young man have done to deserve such a severe punishment? In response to Qin Xiao's domineering attitude, Qin Nian maintained a stoic expression, merely casting a faint glance at Qin Xiao. Are you finished? Have you completed your speech? Qin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean, finished? Do you think I'm rambling? Or perhaps, you simply do not regard me at all? Qin Xiao interpreted Qin Nian's words as a blatant dismissal. In reality, he was correct. Qin Nian was indeed dismissing him. If a person of decent upbringing had heard this, they would have merely scoffed and retorted. Yet, Qin Xiao's demeanor was evidently lacking, and he frowned, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Nian. What do you mean by that? Qin Nian delivered the final blow. You're simply too verbose. If the previous remark required interpretation, this one was an unvarnished insult. Qin Xiao's face flushed crimson, rage bubbling to the surface. Qin Nian, you are truly emboldened by President Zhang's backing, aren't you? You think that guarantees your place in the elite beast tamer group? But you've miscalculated. Even President Zhang cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the beast tamer group. The expressions of the two experts remained intriguing. The other onlookers atop the summit were taken aback. They had not anticipated that within a brief exchange, such a significant figure would be involved. But I am not a member of the elite beast tamer group, Qin Nian asserted, denying the claim outright. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were once again astonished by this unexpected twist. If he was not a member, then why was he being expelled? The situation seemed rather absurd. Qin Xiao appeared equally baffled. Why is he not adhering to the script? Ridiculous. You are one of us. It was now Qin Nian's turn to question him. You claim I am a member of the elite beast tamer group. What evidence do you have? Evidence. Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Was not evidence something one presented to prove oneself? How could he possibly possess any? Do you really have it or not? Qin Nian raised his voice slightly, inquiring once more. No, but, Qin Nian interrupted. If you don't, then hasten to silence. How desperate is your extreme beast taming group for members that you would claim anyone you catch? As far as I know, your group is notorious for robbing others of their spiritual plants and treasures. This statement immediately garnered agreement from others present, indicating that some had experienced similar encounters. You dare say such things? You were the one who pinned the application to join. Qin Xiao suddenly recalled something, and his expression brightened. That's right, the application form. I have a photo of your application. He swiftly retrieved a somewhat blurry image from his phone and magnified it to show Qin Nian. Although the handwriting was somewhat altered, Qin Nian, having studied his previous notes, recognized it instantly as his own. He had indeed produced evidence. Qin Nian silently lamented, then declared, enough of your efforts. Even if I did apply in the past, I hereby officially withdraw from the extreme beast taming group. I disdain to associate with you. The words disdain to associate struck like thunder among the crowd. They had already discerned that Qin Nian lacked the ability to tame beasts, yet here was a young man, incapable of beast taming, boldly asserting his refusal to associate with one of the 10 esteemed beast taming groups. His stance revealed him to be a person of principle and conviction. "Oh, well done, young man," someone remarked. "A clever strategy of retreating to advance. This youth is quite astute." Qin Nian's taunts left Qin Chao humiliated. Struggling to suppress his urge to retaliate, Qin Chao gritted his teeth and asked, "You truly wish to withdraw? Have you thought this through?" Qin Nian raised an eyebrow. "What other choice do I have?" "Fine," Qin Chao replied. "But do you know that to withdraw voluntarily, you must challenge a member of the group, and only if you win do you qualify? Then it shall be you." Qin Nian casually pointed at Qin Chao. "You wish to challenge me?" Qin Chao found it incredulous. He believed Qin Nian had lost his senses. How could a worthless individual without even a contracted spirit dare challenge a formidable beast master like himself, who had instilled such audacity in him? Was it that ordinary black snake? "Very well, I shall teach you a lesson." Qin Chao summoned his contracted spirit, a mountain lizard that had undergone 3 evolutions. According to the rules, a duel between spirit beasts was required, but Qin Nian, where is your contracted spirit? Why don't you summon it? Qin Nian pointed to the black serpent perched on his shoulder. "Couldn't you see it? Are you blind?" Chapter 79. This seems like a toilet? Merely a black snake. Qin Chao scrutinized the serpent on Qin Nian's shoulder, and his expression shifted dramatically. He trailed off mid-sentence. Something felt amiss. The texture of the snake's skin, the unique patterns on its body. This couldn't be. Could it be the rare-level spirit beast, shadow serpent? Qin Chao stammered in disbelief. Naturally, Qin Nian did not have the patience to answer his queries. With a gentle wave of his hand, the classic technique, water tornado, unleashed its formidable power. Qin Chao, eager to strike first, was ultimately a fraction too late. Confronted by the massive vortex that seemed capable of shredding him to pieces, he belatedly recognized how naive his assumptions had been. The scale of this water tornado indicated that Qin Nian had likely ascended to a level higher than his own as a beast master. Qin Chao's complexion paled as he hastily attempted to evade with his contracted spirit, but could he escape? Misjudgment, delayed reflexes, and a psyche shattered in an instant sealed Qin Chao's fate. With a scream, the water tornado mercilessly obliterated him. Or rather, before he was completely disintegrated, he was expelled from the alternate space, a fortunate escape indeed. Qin Nian felt a twinge of regret. Although Qin Chao would emerge with severe injuries, it still seemed too lenient a fate for him. The remaining debts would have to be settled later. However, the few members of the extreme beast taming group could not be spared. "Will you perish by your own hand, or shall I take action?" After a brief moment of shock, the remaining members of the extreme beast taming group reacted swiftly, commanding their contracted spirits to launch an assault on Qin Nian. Anticipating their move, Qin Nian retaliated with another water tornado, dispatching them neatly into the alternate space. Subsequently, Qin Nian gazed at the pile of items that had erupted onto the ground, astonished by the treasures Qin Chao and his group possessed. He speculated about how many of these riches were pilfered. Nevertheless, they were now his spoils of war. Qin Nian began collecting the items, quickly realizing he had gathered too much for his backpack to contain. As he picked up the final item, he was unexpectedly shoved hard from behind. His body lurched uncontrollably toward the precipice. Oh no, a sneak attack. He recognized the folly of scavenging with his back turned, yet moments ago, no one had been behind him. After flipping himself around to regain balance, he finally saw the assailant. Yet, at that moment, the stone beneath his feet cracked ominously. Then, he experienced the thrill of bungee jumping, without a cord. The two masters atop the mountain, noticing that Qin Nian managed to stabilize himself, refrained from intervening. But they had not anticipated the stone would shatter. By the time they rushed to the edge of the cliff to investigate, Qin Nian had already vanished into the mist below, lost from sight. Both men felt regretful. What a pity, we've lost a capable ally. He must have exited the alternate space by now. Meanwhile, Black Yao, help me slow my descent. Without prompting, Black Yao had already reverted to its true form during Qin Nian's fall, clutching his collar with all its might and struggling to ascend. However, the effort was minimal. Being merely a juvenile, it found flying to be quite taxing, making it impossible to lift Qin Nian. Qin Nian sensed a slight decrease in his falling speed, but it was insufficient to prevent a fatal outcome. Although he wouldn't truly perish, being expelled from the alternate space would jeopardize his main quest. He attempted to retrieve a dagger for assistance, only to recall that the dagger had long been rendered useless. It seemed he was out of options. Black Yao, return to the beast space. I've had enough of this fall. Suddenly, Black Yao's dark eyes flashed, and it unleashed a surge of strength, safely landing Qin Nian on a sturdy branch jutting from the cliff face, turning calamity into safety. Qin Nian quickly regained his composure. However, moments later, Black Yao fainted in front of him. Black Yao. Qin Nian hurriedly employed his diagnostic hand to assess the situation. After evaluating the results, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Black Yao was not gravely harmed. It had merely exhausted itself. Recalling the recent close call, Qin Nian felt a mix of gratitude and concern. Qin Nian, filled with gratitude, gently patted its round, plump head before returning it to the beast's space. He then began to survey his current predicament. Truly, he found himself in a situation where he could see neither the top nor the bottom. He was unexpectedly trapped atop a tree on a sheer cliff. Wait, this tree. It is a rare spirit plant, the water cloud tree. Have I really been so fortunate? Qin Nian gazed in disbelief at the uniquely shaped tree beneath him and soon discovered that it bore clusters of blue fruits, flourishing splendidly. The peculiar appearance matched, and the blue fruits confirmed it. According to the comprehensive compendium of rare materials, the water cloud tree only thrives in places where both flowing water and mist coexist. With the mist present, he turned his gaze to the tree roots. Sure enough, he spotted a gentle stream trickling down the cliff. With both flowing water and mist available, it truly was the water cloud tree. Qin Nian struggled to suppress the overwhelming impulse to directly store the entire tree in his system. After all, doing so would be akin to courting death. He needed to devise a more balanced approach. Leaning carefully on the water cloud tree, Qin Nian observed closely and noticed a cave, obscured by vines, about 20 meters below. At this height, it was worth a try. He was unsure of the sturdiness of the vines, so he cautiously crawled backward towards the cliff wall. Upon reaching the edge, he grasped a tangle of vines on the cliff to test their strength. To his relief, they proved quite sturdy, allowing him to store the entire water cloud tree in his inventory. Subsequently, Qin Nian began to descend along the vines until he successfully entered the partially concealed cave. Sitting down heavily, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He truly needed a flying skill to ease his travels. Qin Nian couldn't help but ponder the second evolution of his obsidian creature. As a legendary spirit beast, the evolution process of obsidian was naturally distinct from that of ordinary spirit beasts. Ordinary spirit beasts, hampered by significant bloodline defects, required the synthesis of genetic evolution liquids. In contrast, legendary spirit beasts possessed a nearly perfect bloodline. To facilitate evolution, they must consume legendary materials. Such materials were exceedingly rare. Obsidian's first evolution was achieved by consuming the blood dragon fruit provided by the system, and Qin Nian understood that the second evolution could not be rushed. It would depend on chance. After resting for a moment, Qin Nian began to examine the cave. Although the entrance was somewhat narrow, it widened considerably as one ventured deeper. The air inside was somewhat murky, laced with an unpleasant odor. Was there something extraordinary hidden within? Perhaps a legacy left behind by a master? Novels often depicted such scenarios. As he progressed inward, the foul stench grew increasingly intense. Minutes later, Qin Nian found himself staring at a pile of excrement on the ground ahead, utterly dumbfounded. There was indeed no legacy to be found. This seemed more like a latrine. Heaving a sigh, Qin Nian pinched his nose to avoid the stench as he ventured further into the cave. From the colossal droppings, he surmised that the cave must connect to some spirit beast's lair. But what kind of spirit beast would defecate in its own nest? As he walked, Qin Nian arrived at a fork in the path. Ahead lay a steep descent, while the route alongside the cliff featured 4 or 5 branching paths. The downward passage likely led to the spirit beast's den, while the paths toward the cliff were illuminated and odorous, presumably the latrines dug by the spirit beast itself. It appeared that this creature had a certain level of sophistication, even providing ventilation for each latrine. Continuing forward for several meters, Qin Nian abruptly halted. Ahead, there was no further passage. Instead, a vertical shaft had appeared before him. Utilizing the dim light, he peered down the opening. The shaft was unfathomably deep and entirely vertical, devoid of any curvature. Most astonishingly, it was a perfectly cylindrical shape, so precise that it appeared more like a hole drilled by machinery than one excavated by hand. If this shaft was indeed created by a spirit beast, it must be a creature with a penchant for precision. Suddenly, a jarring sound of metal scraping against stone echoed from the depths of the shaft, growing ever closer. It must be that spirit beast approaching. Hastily, Qin Nian retreated, backtracking to the fork and hiding in the passage he had previously traversed. Unfortunately, the spirit beast also entered this passage. With no choice, Qin Nian continued to retreat, exiting the cave and clinging to a vine on the side. Initially, he thought the spirit beast had come to relieve itself, but to his surprise, it did not linger inside the cave and instead exited directly. As it climbed the cliff with its pure white, somewhat juvenile forelimbs, Qin Nian finally discerned its appearance. It was a rare-level spirit beast, the golden cicada. At this moment, however, its body appeared semi-transparent, filled with liquid, resembling a creature suffering from edema. In truth, this was a characteristic trait of juvenile golden cicadas. As its tender forelimbs scraped against the stone wall, the familiar sound of metal scraping resonated once more, leaving Qin Nian in awe. Even in its juvenile stage, its forelimbs were already remarkably resilient. One could only imagine how sharp they would become in adulthood. If Qin Nian's conjecture was correct, this juvenile golden cicada was nearing its metamorphosis. The juvenile golden cicada circled the cave entrance, passing right by him. Its hooked claws scraped against the cliff, the metallic sound brushing past his ears. Perhaps the stench from the latrine masked his scent, for it did not detect his presence. Qin Nian could not help but lower his head to sniff his own clothes. Oh, they definitely bore the scent. At that moment, however, the juvenile golden cicada suddenly turned, gazing in Qin Nian's direction. Qin Nian. For a brief moment, the two, one human and one beast, locked eyes. Just as Qin Nian thought he had been discovered, the juvenile golden cicada merely adjusted its position and continued its ascent. Qin Nian recalled that while the eyes of juvenile golden cicadas were quite large, they were clouded, almost as if veiled in mist, rendering their vision nearly non-existent. No wonder it hadn't noticed him earlier. After climbing approximately 20 meters, the juvenile golden cicada appeared somewhat bewildered, ceaselessly traversing back and forth, as if searching for something. Could it be searching for the water cloud tree? Juvenile golden cicadas possess a unique instinct before metamorphosis, prompting them to seek a safe place for their transformation. According to their habits, they would only undergo metamorphosis on trees. The water cloud tree, growing atop a cliff and shrouded in mist, offered exceptional concealment and safety, making it an ideal location for metamorphosis. Upon exiting the cave, the juvenile golden cicada headed straight up, clearly aiming for the water cloud tree. Alas, the tree had already been uprooted by Qin Nian. Now, it anxiously circled, its water-filled head clearly perplexed, unable to comprehend why the tree that had been present yesterday had vanished today. With the metamorphosis imminent, it needed to swiftly find an alternative location for its transformation. As Qin Nian observed the young golden cicada returning, it did not pause at the cave entrance, but continued its descent. Realizing that the path within the cave was impassable, Qin Nian followed the vines downwards. Driven by a keen interest in the golden cicada, he was eager to witness its intentions and perhaps seize the opportunity to capture it. Naturally, his descent could not match the speed of the golden cicada, which possessed 6 agile legs adept at climbing. After approximately half an hour, Qin Nian finally emerged from the mist-shrouded cliff and spotted the cicada's silhouette below. It had come to a halt beside a colossal ancient tree. Beneath this tree lay an expansive platform, leading down to a steep slope. It appeared that reaching this platform safely would allow for a smooth descent. Qin Nian quickened his pace and soon leaped onto the platform, concealing himself behind a massive boulder. He observed the young cicada as it ascended the ancient tree to mark its territory. Prior to entering this alternate realm, Qin Nian had prepared a selection of tools, including a spirit-catching net. He intended to throw the net when the cicada returned to its nest, capturing it in the process. Just as he awaited the opportune moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the steep slope below. Shortly thereafter, the immense form of the giant spirit beast leapt onto the platform, causing the ground to tremble violently upon its landing. Unfortunately for the cicada, the tremors sent it plummeting from the tree. The giant spirit beast immediately noticed this uninvited guest encroaching upon its territory. The diminutive cicada was fortuitously positioned to become its dinner. Sensing the peril, the cicada swiftly darted behind the ancient tree for cover. However, the giant spirit beast was relentless, maneuvering around the tree in pursuit. The cicada, demonstrating remarkable agility, circled the tree to evade capture. This clever little creature certainly possessed a degree of cunning. Qin Nian, hidden nearby, silently reveled in the unfolding spectacle. After several laps around the tree, the giant spirit beast grew enraged. How could such a formidable creature be toyed with by a mere young cicada? With a powerful thrust of its chest, it clasped the ancient tree with both arms and, with a mighty roar, uprooted it. Qin Nian was left astonished by this display of strength. At that moment, the cicada's situation became dire. Without hesitation, Qin Nian cast the spirit-catching net, pulling the cicada close. Though the cicada struggled against the restraints of the net, it unexpectedly vanished in the next instant. Seizing the moment while the cicada was bewildered, Qin Nian attempted to establish a contract. Mere seconds later, the cicada abruptly disappeared, transported into Qin Nian's beast master space. The cicada, now in a state of confusion, found itself in a new realm. Meanwhile, the giant spirit beast's furious roar reverberated through the mountains, reaching the ears of 2 esteemed beast masters from the guild, who immediately took flight on their spirit beasts to investigate. Hovering in midair, they scrutinized the scene unfolding on the platform. By the heavens! Is that Qin Nian hiding behind that boulder? One exclaimed. Indeed, it was him. The giant spirit beast seemed to have sensed his presence. Should they intervene? There was no time to waste. If they could slay the giant spirit beast, Qin Nian might yet be safe. But they could not afford to kill it. Their mission was to capture it alive. Chapter 81. Slaying the corrupted giant spirit beast. When Qin Nian made his move atop the mountain, anyone with even a modicum of vision could discern his true prowess, especially the two experts from the Beastmaster Guild. As a Beastmaster, Qin Nian had already attained a considerable level of skill. However, he was up against a creature comparable to a level 5 evolved corrupted beast. The disparity between level 4 and 5 was indeed vast. For the two hovering above, the choice to intervene or not was clear. He would not perish, at worst. He might be ejected from the alternate realm. The mission took precedence. The two experts reached a consensus and swiftly concealed their presence. Both were classified as heavenly tier beastmasters and possessed their own trump cards. Together, they could vanquish the giant spirit beast, though capturing it would prove challenging. It was wiser to utilize Qin Nian, allowing him to deplete the beast's strength before they made their move. Meanwhile, on the platform halfway up the mountain, Qin Nian lay in ambush behind the boulder. After establishing the contract with the cicada, he had envisioned a second totem in his mind. Unlike the dark, oppressive dragon snake totem brought forth by the obsidian, this new totem was golden, depicting a delicate and ornate golden cicada with wings. With his newfound experience, Qin Nian understood the totem's function well. As his thoughts connected with the second totem, the cicada's skill information materialized in his mind, revealing species, golden cicada. Base stats, 475. Elemental skills, aesthetic burrowing, adhesive coating. Upon seeing the skills, Qin Nian felt a strange blend of surprise and anticipation. He pondered how these abilities would manifest in battle. Just as he contemplated this, a gust of wind swept past him. He barely had time to look up before the uprooted ancient tree plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, it struck the very spot where Qin Nian stood, shattering even the nearby boulders into dust. Witnessing this scene, the two concealed experts were left speechless. After observing for a moment and seeing no indication of life from Qin Nian, they exchanged glances, shaking their heads. We thought perhaps Qin Nian could help us deplete the giant spirit beast's strength, but look at this, even the rocks were pulverized. If he was ejected from the alternate realm, he would likely be gravely injured. It seemed they had no choice but to act, just as they were about to intervene. The giant spirit beast stumbled, then fell backward with a tremendous crash, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Astonishingly, it appeared to be dead. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a perfectly round hole had suddenly appeared in the beast's chest, penetrating straight through to its heart. A fatal blow. Strangely, no blood or remnants of flesh oozed from the wound. The walls of the hole were smooth and glistening, as if crafted by a skilled artisan and coated with a layer of adhesive powder. This surreal scene evoked an unsettling chill. What is happening here? The two experts stared, dumbfounded, as a shiver coursed down their spines. It seemed a more powerful spirit beast lurked nearby, perhaps not even in the vicinity, but at a greater distance. In any case, it was unwise to linger here. With the giant spirit beast's demise, their mission had failed. Remaining would serve no purpose. It would be wiser to collect spirit plants instead. Thus, they hastily departed. While on the platform, Qin Nian emerged, disheveled and covered in dust, from the gaping hole in the giant spirit beast's chest. Moments ago, he had believed his fate was sealed. In a moment of desperation, he employed the recently acquired skill of aesthetic excavation to burrow underground, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. However, in his haste to evade the force of the colossal spirit beast, he delved too deeply, the shaft being a vertical descent, rendering him unable to ascend. Qin Nian pondered for a moment and attempted to utilize the adhesive coating skill. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could ascend by harnessing the adhesive properties of the coating. Qin Nian exclaimed in exhilaration. Could these two skills possibly be a combination technique? It was as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities, filling him with uncontainable joy. Yet, he refrained from rushing out, as a bold plan began to form in his mind. He continued to excavate, penetrating the cliff face. Upon reaching a certain height, he created an opening from a concealed angle and beheld the towering spirit beast standing there, roaring in fury. Qin Nian hurled a water vortex into the cave. Propelled by the force of his spiritual energy's recoil, he was catapulted toward the heart of the beast. Utilizing aesthetic excavation and adhesive coating almost simultaneously, he pierced directly through the heart of the colossal spirit beast. Ding! The host has successfully completed main quest 3. No time limit, slay the tainted colossal spirit beast and acquire the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight, capable of detecting spies within a 10-mile radius. 10 miles. Does this mean I can examine everything within that distance? Qin Nian activated the Eye of Insight, surveying his surroundings. The scenery within his view fluctuated in size. as if drawing near and magnifying objects from an unknown location before retracting to a normal perspective. He even glimpsed the other side of the mountain, where two beast-taming factions were clashing, along with Qin Nian and his companions who were foraging for spiritual plants in another valley. Additionally, he noticed a group of individuals approaching the valley. Upon recognizing the leader's visage, Qin Nian's brow furrowed instantly. This was the very mastermind who had orchestrated his fall from the cliff. A sharp pain pierced his eyes, prompting Qin Nian to retract the eye of insight. After his reconnaissance, he found no spies present. He promptly stored the corpse of the colossal spirit beast in the system's storage compartment. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, he surmised that Qin Nian and his group were likely to encounter trouble. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly felt the plea of the golden cicada. He summoned the golden cicada hatchling, which stood before him, unable to see clearly, yet sensing a fondness for this human. However, its purpose was not merely to express affection. The cicada hatchling raised its forelegs and scuttled toward the ancient tree that had been severed. While marking the tree, it discovered something thrilling. Qin Nian followed, only to find several tightly adhered eggs clinging to the branches. Due to the rampage of the colossal spirit beast, some of the eggs had cracked, releasing a milky white slime. The unbroken eggs appeared to have tough, leathery shells. Yet, this posed no challenge for the cicada hatchling. It climbed forward and effortlessly pierced the eggs with its sharp mouth parts, devouring the viscous contents within. After a satisfying burp, it returned to the beast-taming space. Having completed this task, Qin Nian wasted no time and hurried down the mountain. The valley was situated on one side of the mountain, featuring two entrances, front and back. Qin Nian and his companions had entered through the front entrance and were nearing the rear entrance. The group approaching from behind was also utilizing the front entrance, albeit at a considerable distance from Qin Nian and his companions. Descending from the back mountain, Qin Nian found himself in close proximity to the rear entrance of the valley. Chapter 82. Powder of Spirit-Attracting Grass. Brother. Upon seeing Qin Nian approach from the front, Qin Nian and the others were filled with immense joy. The four of them rushed to greet him. Qin, we just heard the roar of the colossal spirit beast, and we're worried about you. There are indeed numerous spiritual plants here. Our harvest has been abundant. They had thoroughly foraged the area. After exchanging pleasantries, the group excitedly showcased their collected spiritual plants to Qin Nian. The most numerous were rare-grade spiritual plants, and remarkably, they had even gathered several precious-grade ones. It was evident that their haul was quite impressive. Setting this aside, Qin Nian informed them about the new group entering through the front entrance and recounted the incident of his treacherous fall from the cliff, asserting that he would settle the score. Upon hearing this, Qin Nian and Kai Jinbao immediately grew serious, ready to confront them. Only Buchun Tian, with his unique flair, remarked, although my strength is modest, my talent for insults is formidable. I could undoubtedly infuriate them into internal injury. If we truly wish to teach them a lesson, I believe Qin could handle it alone, but merely allowing them to leave this otherworldly space would be too lenient. Li Jinyan, stroking his chin thoughtfully, mused. I have a plan. What kind of plan? Qin Nian inquired with curiosity. Li Jinyan posed a question. Qin, are they also here to forage for spiritual plants? Qin Nian nodded and analyzed. Even if they didn't come specifically for the plants, they are likely to be drawn here once they discover the signs of your recent foraging. Since they will undoubtedly come, that makes it easier, Li Jinyan concluded, pulling a glass bottle from his backpack. After taking a few steps forward, he cautiously opened the cap and sprinkled the powder from the bottle onto the path they would traverse, ensuring they would pick up some as they passed. What have you sprinkled? Qin Nian asked, intrigued. Li Jinyan responded, it's powdered spirit-attracting grass, dried and ground. It's used to lure spirit beasts. Once they come into contact with this powder, the scent will linger for at least 7 days, during which they can expect to be pursued by spirit beasts. Qin Nian, with his straightforward demeanor, was left speechless. Wow, Li Jinyan, you're quite devious, but I like it. The idea of using spirit-attracting grass to ensnare their opponents was indeed clever. Furthermore, he knew that spirit-attracting grass was a rare-grade spiritual plant, only found within the otherworldly realm of the capital city. Given its rarity, it was exceedingly valuable, typically sold by the gram, and was an essential ingredient in concocting certain elixirs. Utilizing it to attract spirit beasts was a brilliant strategy. Even a tiny amount of the powdered grass would incite frenzy among the beasts. Not to mention, Li Jinyan had poured an entire bottle. Where had this prodigal come from? Setting aside the immense value of that bottle of spirit-attracting grass, it would likely draw every spirit beast in the surrounding mountains. Fortunately, the valley was devoid of wind at that moment. Otherwise, they too would risk being overwhelmed. Qin Nian cleared his throat. Let us retreat. They're coming. Jeff Ajo appeared quite distressed. After scouting the valley, he had determined that it harbored a considerable quantity of spiritual plants. Yet, they had arrived too late. The spiritual plants had already been stripped away. The lingering faint fragrance of the plants surrounded them, but in their vicinity, vital parts had been ravaged. Looking over there, only remnants remained. Damn it, Jia Feijo fumed, having found not a single spiritual plant on his journey. Brother Jia, look, the severed ends of these spiritual plants are oozing sap. They must have been freshly harvested. His companion pointed excitedly at the ground. Hearing this, Jia Feijo's expression softened, and he lifted his gaze to the front. They must be just ahead. Let us hurry. Their pace quickened as they pressed onward. As Jia Feijo's heart raced with excitement, he found himself increasingly drawn to the notion of usurping the fruits of another's labor rather than reaping his own rewards. This gave him a sense of elation akin to a cunning fox outsmarting a hapless sheep. Regrettably, having failed to eliminate Qin Nian at the mountain's peak, he was deprived of the spoils that could have been his. Once he acquired the spiritual plants, he intended to venture to the back mountain in search of Qin Nian's point of descent, where he was certain treasures would remain. His knowledge of Qin Nian stemmed from his father, the head of the Jia family, who had forewarned him that Qin Nian was a sworn enemy that must be eradicated. For Jia Feijo, urging Qin Nian to exit the alternate space early was merely a prelude to the intimidation he intended to inflict as the heir of the Jia family. Quickly, hasten your steps, Jia Feijo commanded, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, upon emerging from another valley, they found no trace of their quarry. How could they have fled so swiftly? He scoffed. Continue the pursuit. I refuse to believe they can soar away like birds. Yet, as they stepped out of the valley, a sharp claw lashed toward Jia Feijo's face. Be careful, Brother Zhou. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he rolled to evade the lethal strike of a wolf. Before he could catch his breath, his arm was viciously clamped by a guava cat. How could there be another one? Jia Feijo gasped in pain, hastily using his skills to repel the creature, clutching his arm as he retreated. Having exited the valley, their vision expanded immensely. The lush jungle and rolling hills lay ahead. A mere glance in that direction nearly caused him to faint. Good heavens! How can there be so many spirit beasts? As Jia Feijo gazed upon the throng of spirit beasts charging toward them in a frenzy, despair washed over him. Brother Zhou, am I seeing things? We're done for. We must return home early for dinner. Or perhaps we should flee. There might still be a glimmer of hope. His subordinates wore expressions of terror, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. What are you dawdling for? Run! Jia Feijo shouted with urgency. He summoned his contracted spirit beast, the Gale Leopard, and mounted it, galloping away. The Gale Leopard's speed was unmatched in their flight for survival. Unfortunately, his subordinates were not as fortunate. Under the onslaught of the colossal spirit beasts, the frail bodies of ordinary humans stood no chance. Cries of agony echoed behind Jia Feijo as several of his companions fell victim to the stampede, crushed to a pulp beneath the massive paws, only to vanish in an instant, expelled from the alternate space. Such grievous injuries would undoubtedly result in severe fractures, even if they survived the ordeal. If Jia Feijo remained oblivious to the treachery at play, he would be unworthy of his lineage. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? He seethed. I, Jia Feijo, shall avenge this wrong. Chapter 83. The stone lotus on the stone pillar hidden amidst the vines on the cliff. Qin Nian and his companions watched the unfolding spectacle with great amusement. The trap had been set. They could not leave without witnessing the consequences of their adversary's plight. It's them. Kai Jinbao recognized the leader, Jia Feijo, clenching his fists. Not long ago, they stole my land's essence. Thankfully, Brother Qin alerted us. Otherwise, we would have fallen prey to them once more. Indeed, this serves as poetic justice. He remarked with a smirk. What a pity they escaped. If they had perished in the alternate space, it would have been a fitting end, Li Jinyan chuckled. Kai Jinbao considered this and found merit in the sentiment, his spirits lifting once more. For the next week, they would be relentlessly pursued by a horde of spirit beasts, a terrifying prospect. Where do we head next? Kai Jinbao inquired. I'll summon Jinbao and ask if there are any treasure locations nearby, Li Jinyan replied. He then summoned the treasure-seeking mouse. After a moment of sensing, he hesitated. What is it? Is there something amiss? Qin Shua asked urgently. Upon noticing Qin Nian's gaze, Li Jinyan hesitated before confessing. The treasure-seeking mouse detected a treasure site that still exists. Where? Qin Nian pressed. Li Jinyan pointed upwards. Just above us, less than 20 meters away. Remarkably close. Let us ascend. The five of them climbed the vines until they discovered a narrow passageway, just wide enough for one to traverse. Another cave? Li Jinyan exclaimed with delight. Indeed, this must be it, Qin Nian affirmed. As the closest, he pushed aside the vines and entered first, followed closely by Li Jinyan. Once all five had entered, Qin Nian produced a flashlight, illuminating their path. The deeper they ventured, the wider the tunnel became, ultimately leading them into an expansive cavern. Qin Nian estimated the chamber's height to be around 7 or 8 meters. Moreover, Through careful observation, they concluded that no spirit beasts frequented this place. It appeared to be a naturally occurring grotto within the mountain. A faint sound of dripping water echoed. They traversed the cavern, following the sound as they navigated through several rocky crevices. After winding their way for approximately half an hour, they finally reached their destination. Upon arrival, they were momentarily stunned, and then elation washed over their faces. Within this grander cavern, an array of stone pillars had formed, a rare sight indeed, as the creation of stalagmites typically spans eons. These pillars also served as a crucial ingredient in alchemy, used to clear blockages in spiritual channels, and were essential in concocting spiritual elixirs that enhanced the bond between beastmasters and their spirit beasts, thus possessing immense medicinal value. However, their excitement stemmed not from the pillars themselves, but from the stunning sight of stone lotus flowers blooming atop them. The stone lotus was a vital component in crafting the rebirth pill, which could significantly elevate a person's innate talent for beast mastery, albeit limited to those under 18 who had yet to form contracts with spirit beasts. In essence, one stone lotus equated to an individual with exceptional beast mastery potential. This discovery held tremendous value for individuals, families, and even nations alike. Thus, the existence of the stone lotus was evidently more precious than that of the stone pillars. Stone lotuses could only bloom atop stone pillars, yet not every pillar bore them. They were exceedingly rare and sought after, making these stone lotuses the true treasures of their expedition. But the sheer abundance of stone lotuses here was astonishing. Almost every stone pillar bore at least one. Some even boasted 2 or 3 blossoms. Good heavens, our luck is nothing short of miraculous, Qin Nian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Nian, I owe you a great debt this time. I, Qin Shuo, am forever in your debt. My Kai family also owes you a favor. My Bu family as well. We're all brothers. No need for such formalities, Qin Nian replied, feeling slightly bashful at their earnestness. Qin Nian, as Qin Nian was about to speak, Qin Nian, startled, hastily gestured to interrupt him. Brother Qin, there's no need for such words. If it weren't for you, the 4 of us would never have reached the inner perimeter of the alternate space, let alone this place. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without you, I would remain oblivious to what I have missed. Qin Shuo also cast a grateful glance at Qin Nian. Brother, I won't waste words. Do you still need a younger brother? Kai Jinbao leaned in to inquire. My brother has no need. I can reluctantly take on the role of your brother. Qin Shuo sensed a looming crisis and quickly pulled Kai Jinbao away. Brother Qin, from this day forth, you shall be my sole idol. I shall obey your every command. Bu Chuntian earnestly confessed to Qin Nian, then bashfully turned away. Qin Nian, feeling helpless, thought, why has this turned back to me? If you all continue with such courtesy, who will collect the stone lotus flower? Qin Nian understood their excitement. For facing a treasure of great value, who could remain composed, especially since they were all quite young? It was only natural for their emotions to run high. In fact, Qin Shuo and the others had long been eager to harvest the stone lotus flowers. Upon realizing this, they ceased their hesitations and promptly began to gather the flowers from the stone formations. Qin Nian, however, did not rush to join them, for haste was futile. The stone lotus flowers grew intertwined with the stone formations and required a sharp instrument to sever them from the base. Qin Nian's dagger was long lost. He certainly could not cut them barehanded. This world lacked spatial technology, and how much one could carry depended solely on their strength. The abundance of stone lotus flowers here was such that the 4 of them alone could not possibly harvest them all, so Qin Nian remained unperturbed. He found a stone step to sit upon and opened his system panel to inspect his storage compartments. Having been preoccupied with slaying pollution beasts and completing side quests these past few days, he had neglected to check the newly acquired rewards. Now seemed a fitting moment to inventory and organize all items within his storage compartments. Currently, Qin Nian possessed 31 compartments, containing, for intermediate spirit beast potions, a space repair agent formula, a legendary grade alchemy furnace, water concealment pearls, a legendary grade potion formula, a mutated blue lotus, water cloud trees, the corpse of a giant spirit beast, and various rare grade spirit plants. Items of the same category could be stored within a single compartment, such as the intermediate spirit beast potions, which conserved space. Throughout their journey, Qin Nian had collected a diverse array of spirit plants, resulting in the occupation of numerous compartments. The storage compartments were nearly filled to capacity. Regardless of the abundance of stone lotus flowers, they would only occupy a single compartment, alleviating any concerns he had regarding storage. Qin Nian retrieved the legendary grade potion formula. Reconstruction potion? Upon reading the potion's description, he was instantly filled with joy. It truly was a windfall. The materials required for the reconstruction potion were minimal: 1 stone lotus flower, 2 blue lotus leaves, 50 grams of blue lotus root elixir, and 200 grams of tranquil flower elixir. After committing the crafting method to memory, Qin Nian returned the formula to his system storage. Subsequently, he checked his current points, totaling 11,018. While it seemed he had amassed a substantial sum, it was still insufficient to purchase even a single legendary-grade reconstruction potion formula. He accessed the points section, where the lottery rules dictated that the longer the interval between attempts, the greater the accumulation of luck, thus increasing the likelihood of winning rare-grade prizes. Qin Nian felt it had been quite some time since his last lottery attempt, though in reality, only a week had passed. To draw or not to draw? After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Better to continue accumulating luck for the time being. Meanwhile, Qin Shuo and the others had ceased their harvesting of the stone lotus flowers, as their bags were all of the same size, each having collected 7 flowers. They exchanged glances, feelings of regret lingering. Even after discarding the less valuable ordinary spirit plants, they could still only carry so much. My bag can no longer hold any more. Mine too. Who said that spirit plants and treasures were scarce in the alternate space? Had I known, I would have brought a suitcase instead. After expressing their regrets, Li Jinyan contentedly remarked, however, I am already quite satisfied with the number of stone lotus flowers we've gathered. Since we can only carry so much, I intend to leave now. What about you all? Me too. Remarkably, all 4 of them had reached the same conclusion. They understood the folly of greed. After all, possessing such treasures while lacking sufficient strength was precarious. Remaining in the alternate space any longer would be too risky, as there was a high likelihood that someone would snatch the stone lotus flowers before they could reach the next treasure site. Qin Nian had no objections to their decision, believing it wise for them to exit the alternate space at this moment. Leaving now would easily allow them to be perceived as mere eliminators of the alternate space. Drawing no undue attention, once you all exit, make sure to contact your families promptly and have them come to fetch you, Qin Nian reminded them. Time is of the essence. I shall take my leave first. Li Jinyan appeared genuinely anxious, ruthlessly plunging a knife into his own heart. Instantly, he was ejected from the alternate space. Wow, Li Jinyan is so ruthless. Is he not afraid of pain? Bu Chuntian, emulating him, grasped the knife and trembled as he aimed it at his heart, yet he could not bring himself to make the cut. Kai Jinbao's face turned pale. I can't do it either. How about we help each other? All right, Bu Chuntian agreed. The 2 of them took turns gesturing towards each other's hearts, only to find it increasingly bizarre. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Summoning his resolve, Bu Chuntian ultimately exited the alternate space. Kai Jinbao looked to Qin Shuo for help. Qin Shuo hurriedly stepped back and shook his head. Don't look at me. I can't stab a teammate either. You should do it yourself. Then I shall take my leave as well. After bidding farewell to Qin Nian, Qin Shuo followed suit. Kai Jinbao, with his cherubic face, turned to Qin Nian, brother Qin. Qin Nian cleared his throat and encouraged him, their essay saying, one who can be ruthless to themselves can be ruthless to others. You can do it. Kai Jinbao seemed encouraged by these words, gritting his teeth as he resolved, then I shall go. Just then, Qin Nian suddenly recalled something. Wait, lend me your dagger. Before he could finish his sentence, Kai Jinbao's astonished eyes widened, and he vanished before him. Qin Nian. He had completely forgotten to borrow a dagger from them. Once the 4 had departed, the cave fell into a relative silence. Yet, gazing at the remaining half of the stone lotus flowers, Qin Nian felt a headache coming on. With so many, he certainly couldn't cut them by hand. I need a sharp instrument, a sharp instrument. Qin Nian's eyes brightened. He promptly summoned his golden cicada. What could be more fitting for cutting stone than the golden cicada's forelegs, equipped with hooks? However, at that moment, after emerging, the golden cicada anxiously circled around Qin Nian before climbing up the stone formation. Once perched at a height, it firmly grasped the stone formation with its forelegs, securing its grip with the rest of its long legs, and then raised its head. Seeing the golden cicada remain motionless, Qin Nian instantly understood. Was it about to evolve? He eagerly anticipated the evolution of the golden cicada offspring. After all, once the golden cicada larvae undergo their evolution, they will acquire the ability to fly, a skill that Qin Nian urgently requires. As time passes, the cicada's claws and exoskeleton gradually harden, and its back splits open from the center. The transformation of the golden cicada takes approximately half an hour, finally emerging from its shell. At this moment, the cicada's appearance is vastly different from its juvenile form. The most striking change is the pair of enormous, delicate, transparent, and resplendent wings adorning its back. Additionally, its body color shifts from a tender green to a deep black, exuding a metallic sheen that renders its form remarkably resilient. The shell it has shed is composed of an exceedingly rare material. Naturally, Qin Nian does not intend to waste it and promptly stores it in his inventory. Through the second totem, Qin Nian gains insight into the cicada's evolution. Species, golden cicada. Race value, 891. Elemental skills, aesthetic digging, adhesive coating, and song of noise, area attack. Qin Nian had previously regarded water tornado as an area attack skill, when in fact, it is a single target skill, merely relying on his high spiritual power to overwhelm foes. The song of noise, as its name suggests, is clearly an auditory area attack, marking Qin Nian's first genuine area attack skill. With the cicada fully evolved, it is now time to attend to pressing matters. Little Jean, I need your assistance. After a brief exchange, the golden cicada eagerly prepares to leap towards the stone lotus perched atop the stone pillar. Go, Little Jean. But be careful not to damage the stone lotus. The cicada takes flight, using its sharp claws to gently slice free a stone lotus from the pillar. Qin Nian catches it and deposits it into his inventory. Little Jin's claws are far more effective than a dagger. After about 10 minutes, the pair has successfully harvested all the stone lotuses within the cavern. Upon inspecting his inventory, Qin Nian discovers he has collected 28 stone lotuses. Ding. Triggered side quest 5. Successfully concoct 7 reformation potions. Completion rewards. Inventory slot 7. Ding. Triggered main quest 4. No time limit, please personally cultivate at least 7 top-tier beast masters. Completion rewards. Random reward. Ding. Material panel has been unlocked. Please proceed to view it. Chapter 85. Crafting reformation potions. With the material panel now accessible, Qin Nian eagerly wonders if he can purchase various spiritual plants and minerals directly using his points. He hastily opens the system interface and enters the material panel. The offerings within the material panel differ slightly from his expectations. In addition to various spiritual plants and minerals, there are also spiritual fire, spiritual water, and hundreds of tools for concocting pills and potions. Such an extensive selection. The tools available here are far more specialized and diverse than those found in the market. And there are even bundled packages. Prices range from hundreds to thousands of points. Qin Nian had originally intended to find a more secluded place to craft the reformation potions after leaving the alternate space. But since the system can provide him with items he currently lacks, what better place to serve as an alchemical chamber than this cavern? However, he still lacks legendary grade spiritual fire. The spiritual fire available in the material panel varies in level and price. The minimum cost for legendary grade spiritual fire begins at 100,000 points, a sum far beyond Qin Nian's means. Yet, as he continues to browse, he discovers that, aside from permanent items, spiritual fire can also be purchased for different time frames. 1 day, 7 days, 1 month, and so forth. The cost for 1 day of legendary grade spiritual fire is 1,000 points, 5,000 points for 7 days, and 20,000 points for a month. Resolutely, Qin Nian spends 5,000 points to acquire the 7-day legendary grade spiritual fire, in addition to another 4,000 points for a comprehensive tool package. He procures a collection of bottles and jars intended to hold the refined spiritual liquids. The containers designated for legendary grade potions are rather pricey, costing 100 points each. With his remaining points, he purchases 20 of them. After this expenditure, he is left with a mere 18 points. Truly, money does not last long. Subsequently, Qin Nian retrieves the alchemy furnace and the materials needed for the reformation potions: stone lotuses, blue lotus leaves, and blue lotus roots. The blue lotus leaves and roots were harvested from mutated blue lotuses. Throughout his journey, he did not collect any tranquil flowers, but fortunately, Qin Shuo and the others gathered a considerable amount. To make room for more stone lotuses, they discarded the tranquil flowers within the cavern. After arranging all the materials, Qin Nian skips the washing and drying steps, opting instead to directly refine them with spiritual fire. 1 week later, ding. Host successfully completed side quest 5. Crafted 7 reformation potions. Reward, inventory slot 7. Excellent. He now possesses 38 inventory slots. Gazing at the 20 reformation potions within his inventory, Qin Nian feels immense satisfaction. The success rate for this batch of potions was 100%. 8 stone lotuses remain, and only a small portion of the blue lotus leaves and roots were utilized. Although the tranquil flowers have been exhausted, they are abundant in the surroundings, so he does not worry about their availability. He refrains from continuing the crafting process due to a lack of containers for preserving the potions. 20 reformation potions is already a significant yield. Qin Nian meticulously tidies the cavern until it bears no trace of having been used for potion crafting. All the stone lotuses have been harvested, leaving only the stone pillar behind, which, while also a valuable material, must be preserved according to national regulations, as it is categorized as a rare, renewable resource. Although the regeneration time is exceedingly long, the stone pillar cannot be destroyed as it serves as the foundation for the stone lotus's regrowth. Just as Qin Nian prepares to depart, he suddenly senses that He Yao within the Beast Master space has awakened. He promptly summons He Yao forth. Little one, You are finally awake. Yaya Heiyao, having unleashed its latent potential to save Qin Nian last time, had succumbed to slumber for self-repair. After several days of rest, it has grown noticeably larger. Yaya? Heiyao spots little Jean, and its eyes gleam with curiosity. It can sense a peculiar bond between itself and little Jean, quickly deducing the relationship between little Jean and Qin Nian. Little Jean scurries over and chirps at Heiyao. Although it had seen Heiyao in the Beastmaster space before, it had never encountered it while it was sleeping. Nonetheless, this did not hinder little Jean from sensing that Heiyao was a legendary spiritual beast, exuding a constant aura of bloodline pressure even in slumber. Little Jean had chosen to accompany Qin Nian in the cavern these past few days to distance itself from Heiyao's overwhelming presence. Now that Heiyao is awake, it naturally retracts the unique bloodline pressure characteristic of legendary spiritual beasts. The two small creatures begin to communicate effortlessly, guided by their subtle connection. Meanwhile, Qin Nian takes out several cloud water fruits, munching on them while watching the interaction between the two. His supplies are nearly exhausted. Having survived on cloud water fruits for the past few days, which have significantly enhanced his physique, the cloud water fruit is classified as a rare spiritual plant, a treasure that is hard to come by, with each fruit capable of creating quite a stir in the market. The water cloud fruit serves as a crucial ingredient for concocting certain exceptional potions and elixirs. Were any alchemist to witness Qin Nian devouring the fruit with the same eagerness as one might an apple, biting into it with abandon, they would likely be driven to exclaim in outrage at such a flagrant waste. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing both Heiyao and Xiao Jin closer. Over the past few days, Xiao Jin had indulged in quite a number of water cloud fruits, the delectable sweetness and juiciness etched into its memory. Meanwhile, Heiyao had gone several days without sustenance, its belly now an empty cavern, and the scent of the fruit ignited its hunger. Faced with the two ravenous little creatures, Qin Nian promptly produced a generous bounty of fruits, allowing them to feast to their heart's content. Yet, soon he too felt the pangs of hunger, rubbing his own belly. After departing from the caverns, he had been traversing the inner perimeter for 3 days. Indeed, one cannot expect fortune to smile upon them every single day. Over these 3 days, he had scoured every nook and cranny of the inner region, yet had not encountered a single rare spiritual plant of exceptional quality. Today, Qin Nian resolved to return to the outer area. Moreover, having feasted daily on water cloud fruits, he found himself growing weary of them, longing instead for the exquisite variety offered by the 8 major culinary traditions. At this moment, the absence of soul-stirring carbohydrates seemed to be the very reason behind his growing hunger. Amid the sounds of splashing, Heiyao and Xiao Jin were undeterred by the monotony of their diet. Upon hearing the word hungry, they rushed over eagerly. Qin Nian cast a glance at the thick layer of dust coating their bodies and remarked, "Even if we are at the Golden Lion Spring ahead, you too must cleanse yourselves before indulging." He had anticipated encountering members of the elite Beast Tamer team, or perhaps others, at this location. However, to his surprise, the Golden Lion Spring was devoid of any other souls. Even the Golden Lion had not returned. With no one around, he instructed them to wash up thoroughly before joining him. Following the acquisition of the stone lotus flower, Qin Nian had no intention of taking the ice blue gem with him. His visit was solely intended for their bathing. Without hesitation, Heiyao leapt into the Golden Lion Spring, while Xiao Jin perched atop a massive ice blue boulder, hesitant to enter the water. Heiyao flicked its tail, splashing a substantial amount of water onto Xiao Jin, effectively rinsing it clean. Just then, the ground began to tremble unexpectedly. In quick succession, a familiar scene unfolded as the eastern sky ignited in flames of crimson. Qin Nian rose to his feet. The colossal spirit beast had perished, yet this phenomenon persisted. It appeared that this extraordinary spectacle was not conjured by the colossal spirit beast. As he pondered whether to investigate the inner region once more, a dazzling red light suddenly flashed before his eyes. When Qin Nian opened them again, he found himself amidst familiar sights and structures, surrounded by others who bore equally bewildered expressions. That red light had ejected everyone from the alternate space. Chapter 86, A Major Incident. Alongside Qin Nian, Heiyao and Xiao Jin were also expelled from the alternate space, as were all those present. The crowd exchanged astonished glances, each one equally perplexed. What just happened? You were expelled too? A red light flashed, and then I was out. Me too. I was in the south. I was in the north. I saw the red light, and was expelled. I was in the east, and it was the same for me. What on earth is going on? Sensing the irregularity, the administrators sent by the Beast Tamer Guild hurried over to inquire about the situation. What is happening? Has there been another surge of spiritual beasts? After a flurry of explanations from the attendees, the administrators quickly recognized something was amiss. Summoning a few individuals to calm the Beast Tamers, they dashed back to their tents to report the incident. Qin Nian recalled He Yao and Xiao Jin to the beast space and was about to depart when he noticed that the area had been cordoned off by the Beast Tamer Guild. Why is it surrounded? I have matters to attend to. Someone shouted. Why can't we leave? The administrator approached with a serious demeanor. There have been reports that some of your contracted spiritual beasts are harboring contaminated beasts. The Spiritual Beast Management Bureau will be here shortly to conduct inspections. Once completed, you will be free to leave. Contaminated beasts? Who among the beast tamers would be audacious enough to contract such a creature and bring it back from the outside world? If a contaminated beast were to roam freely, chaos would surely ensue. Well, let's just wait for the inspection to finish. Although they were being restricted from leaving, the Beast Tamer Guild was providing everyone with basic tents and provisions. Is this tent so flimsy? And why is there so little food? Can't we have a bit more meat? After receiving his tent and rations, Qin Nian disregarded the others, set up his tent, and took a moment to eat before catching up on sleep. Upon awakening from his slumber, he was greeted with shocking news. All alternate spaces nationwide are exhibiting abnormalities, and explorers have been simultaneously expelled. The alternate spaces have anomalously closed, and our country faces a shortage of beast resources. The Global Beast Tamer League is about to commence, and these changes may have a profound impact on the selection of our nation's youth. A major incident had indeed transpired. Qin Nian's expression turned grave as he scanned the trending news headlines. Following the expulsion of everyone from the alternate space, those waiting outside quickly noticed the irregularities. Subsequently, reports of the situation were urgently relayed to the Beast Tamer Guild and official departments. To their surprise, multiple departments received similar emergency reports. That day, chaos reigned across all sectors. After careful comparison, they uncovered a startling revelation. The anomalies were not confined to Jincheng City, but were occurring simultaneously across all alternate spaces in the Xia Nation. Every individual exploring these realms had been expelled back into the outside world at the same moment. Such a monumental event could not be hushed. Within a single day, it had ignited a national uproar. Have you heard? Every alternate space nationwide has experienced this phenomenon. I just saw the news. Who knows how long the alternate spaces will remain closed? I fear the prices of various alchemical materials and gene evolution liquids will soar. I hadn't considered that. I must stock up on resources as soon as we leave here. That makes sense. I need to gather more potions. Just a heads up. The resources we possess may well be the last batch from the alternate spaces, so let us hold on to them for now. Prices are bound to rise. I have the same plan. The tents were not soundproof, and Qin Nian overheard the conversations of those around him. Naturally, the prices of various potions, materials, and other commonly used items would fluctuate. Fortunately, the group that had just emerged from the alternate space was not lacking in low-tier resources. However, without access to the alternate spaces, higher-tier materials would become increasingly elusive. Thankfully, he still had the system. The materials section of the system mall had been unlocked, providing Qin Nian with an additional source for procurement. He just needed to figure out how to accumulate points. Otherwise, the abundance of materials in the system mall would be of no use. Ding. Side Quest 6 triggered. Successfully defeat the contaminated contracted beast to receive a random reward. Upon hearing the system prompt, Qin Nian's expression turned serious. It seemed that indeed, someone among them had a contaminated contract spirit. Could it be one of these individuals? Qin Nian unzipped the tent and stepped outside. To complete the task, it would be futile to remain inside the tent. He might as well venture out for a stroke of luck. At that moment, the personnel from the Spiritual Beast Management Bureau had also arrived and were setting up a detection system at the entrance. Esteemed Beastmasters, you may now proceed through security. There is no need to concern yourselves with the tents. We will arrange for personnel to collect them later. You may begin to line up immediately. It is essential to note that when passing through security, please summon your spirit beasts, as humans and their contracted spirits must pass through separate checkpoints. We appreciate your cooperation. Qin Nian stepped forward to join the queue. The individuals and their contracted spirits ahead of him passed through without incident. Soon, it was his turn. At the security personnel's signal, Qin Nian summoned He Yao and Xiao Jin. He Yao, employing a camouflage technique, appeared rather unremarkable. However, Xiao Jin was undeniably a rare-grade spirit beast. Upon sighting Xiao Jin, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Is that a rare-grade spirit beast, the golden cicada? And it has already undergone metamorphosis. My goodness, its wings are breathtaking. Even the security personnel expressed their surprise. One person and two beasts passed through security seamlessly. Qin Nian recalled them into his beast space and casually found a hotel nearby to stay in. Just after finishing a bath, Qin Nian received a phone call from Wen Changxiu. As soon as he picked up, he heard her boisterous voice exclaiming, "Thank heavens, I finally reached you. Where on earth have you been disappearing to without even a word?" Qin Nian thought to himself, regrettably forgetting to inform Ms. Wen about his journey to the alternate dimension. Were you in the alternate dimension? When Changxiu inquired, "How do you know?" Qin Nian responded, taken aback. "Never mind how I know. But you didn't inform me about something as significant as the restoration of the beast space. Am I no longer your dear mother?" "Mother, it's just that. Enough with the explanations. I want to pry into how you managed the restoration. The important thing is that it's done." You have no idea how elated your mother was upon hearing the news. She immediately arranged for Uncle Yu to visit the southern region for a vacation. Qin Nian thought that perhaps his mother was too thrilled and was already waiting at home to celebrate his return, realizing he had overestimated her anticipation. "Ask Xiao Nian if he is injured," came the voice of a robust man on the line, revealing that it was Uncle Yu. When Changxiu then remembered to express concern for her son, "I saw the news about the alternate dimension closing and knew your call would eventually come through. Son, are you hurt? Rest assured, Mother, I am completely unscathed." "Really? Tomorrow, I will have your cousin come to Xiaoning City to see you. If you dare to lie to me," Qin Nian assured her, "let him come without hesitation."